At the Royal Magic Hospital, the protagonist observed a diagram that showed the state of his veins. The doctor delivered to him Elric Melvinger, the worst news anyone could receive in this world. The doctor explained that Elric was suffering from a condition called blockage disease. Unlike normal people, the protagonist's body suffered from a rare illness where mana was unable to flow freely. Although the doctors had tried everything they could, there was nothing more they could do to rid Elric of this disease. The protagonist lowered his head as the doctor gave him the tragic news that he would never be able to use magic again. After leaving the hospital, Elric returned to Uston Academy to speak with his sister, though his mind was still wandering over what the doctor had said. In front of the protagonist was a crystal ball that transmitted his sister's image and voice. She asked how Elric was doing, whether the doctors had found a cure for his disease, and if he needed money. The protagonist reassured his sister, telling her not to worry because he was no longer a child. He insisted that he would be cured soon. As his sister questioned how she could not be worried since he was her only family, Elric made an excuse, claiming that someone was calling him, and ended the transmission. The protagonist sighed. He couldn't muster the courage to tell his sister the truth, that he would never be able to return home. At the large academy where people from all over the kingdom attended, the students were now looking at their grades posted on the notice board. Some were complaining about their low scores, and as they examined the grades, they also saw Elric's, which, incredibly, was consistent as always. The protagonist had achieved the highest possible score in all theoretical subjects, but as he looked at his practical scores, he could only sigh. He had received the lowest marks in all of them, causing him to fail the requirement to pass. This had become the fourth time Elric had failed, and according to the Academy's rules, failing a fourth time meant only one thing: expulsion. If Elric were expelled like this, he would no longer be able to bring glory back to his family. Elric had done his best, studying diligently. With the goal of staying at the Academy, he did everything he could. As a result, he was able to fully grasp any logic the Academy required students to understand, and of course, he aced all the theoretical exams. Moreover, although Elric didn't want to admit it, he always thought he was special compared to others. He wasn't just intelligent. His ability to detect and understand mana was vastly superior to anyone else's. From theories to mana abilities for a mage, these were the greatest assets one could possess. However, ever since the most basic class, where everyone gathered in a gym and the instructor taught them to gather mana from the air and concentrate it in their hearts to form a circle, Elric had struggled to perform these actions. It didn't matter if someone was more talented than everyone else. If you were stuck in first-year classes forever, unable to form a circle no matter how hard you tried, everyone would mock you. Some professors had already asked Elric why he didn't give up on becoming a mage and instead pursue a path as a scholar, since with his efforts, he could become a school director. All of this was caused by Elric's illness. Without the ability to use magic, the best he could achieve was to become a school director. But he couldn't restore his family's glory by being a mere teacher. Distressed, Elric went to the school garden. There he found a large statue in the center of the garden. It was the statue of his grandfather, the hero of the Great Demonic War. The moon eclipsed the sun, turning the sky crimson, and demons swarmed the heavens. The Star Mage appeared, bringing light back to the land and destroying the demons. Founded by Uston Melvinger, the great magic school of the nation, this was Uston Academy. If Elric were expelled from there, he knew it would mean destroying the pride of the Melvinger family with his own hands. As Elric looked at his grandfather's statue, some people mocked him from a distance. They called him the disgrace of the Melvinger family, wondering how far a royal magical family could fall. While these students were mocking the protagonist, he approached them, calling out to them. Elric asked if they knew a teaching assistant named Sean, as that person was a close friend of his. Elric looked at the crests on the students' uniforms, wanting to know their names, while warning them that knowing Sean's personality, he wouldn't go easy on them. The students hid their name badges, not letting Elric see, and fled. The protagonist sighed at their reaction, and then turned back to his grandfather's statue. For a second, he wished his grandfather, or even his father, were with him, but he quickly pushed that thought aside. Elric refocused, determined to find a cure for the illness that afflicted him. The protagonist was always studying, even reading Academy reports, searching for anything that mentioned blockage disease. While he was reading, Elric suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Before he could turn around to see who it was, the person attacked, slamming his face against the desk. Elric quickly lifted his bruised face, demanding to know who the hell had attacked him. Standing before him was a red-haired man, furious, asking if Elric had used his name again without permission. This person was the third son of the Narrister family, Sean Narrister. Seeing his presence, Elric stood up excitedly to greet him. Sean cut off Elric's excitement. reminding him that he had told him to stop bothering the younger students by using his name. Cutting that subject short, Elric sat down with Sean, asking him to buy him something to drink. Sean gritted his teeth, irritated, preferring to do anything else but that. Despite his annoyed expression, Sean asked if he had hit Elric too hard, checking to see if he was okay. The protagonist knew Sean Narester well. After the fall of his family, the magic tower had been led by the 6 families, the hexagram. Sean was a member of one of those families, the son of the Narester family, and after graduating early from the academy, he had become a professor. He was clearly someone from the elite. Although Sean had followed a completely different path from Elric, he was one of the few who had stayed by the protagonist's side. Seeing Elric's happiness, Sean wanted to know what was wrong with him because he was already feeling disgusted by looking at that smile. Sean then handed over some papers, and the protagonist grew curious about what they were. The first page of the documents had the title, Diamond Dragon Exploration Plans. Sipping his drink, Elric asked Sean why he had given him those papers. Sean explained that although this was a recently discovered ancient species, they had apparently found the dragon's lair. Sean wanted Elric to join the expedition team. Hearing that this was an ancient species, Elric grabbed the papers again, excited. These species were thought to be extinct, but knowing that they had discovered the lair of a dragon considered the source of all magic was insane. Sean was excited, raising the possibility that Elric might find an artifact, and as a result, the Academy might turn a blind eye and not expel him due to his efforts. Among the papers Sean had handed him was also a map, and hearing Sean's plan, the protagonist grew excited. He actually thought there could be something in the dragon's lair that might cure his blockage disease. Despite his excitement, frustration soon followed, as Elric knew that even if he found something, it would be taken from him shortly after. Slamming the papers on the table, Elric stood up, startling Sean. The protagonist knew that this could be the opportunity of a lifetime, the last chance given by the heavens. But he sighed as he realized something, and the next moment he began to laugh hysterically like a madman. Sean didn't understand why Elric was laughing, but the protagonist showed him why. Pointing to the marked location on the map, Elric looked at Sean, stating that there was no lair there. Hearing what Elric said, Sean hurriedly looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention to them, feeling relieved. He leaned closer to the protagonist, telling him to be careful with what he said, warning that many professors were involved in this, and that he would be challenging all of them at once. Despite this, Elric knew that what he said was true. Sean stared at the protagonist, considering whether he should hit him again, but Elric just smiled back at him. Then in the next moment, Sean placed his hand over a symbol in one corner of the map, interacting with the mana in the symbol, activating the map. As soon as Sean activated it, both he and the protagonist found themselves standing under a starry sky. Beneath them lay the giant map of the kingdom. There was a crack formed by the collision of 2 land plates, from which a large amount of mana was leaking. Seeing the exact location, Elric suspected that this amount of mana must have accumulated for at least 100,000 years, which made it logical to think this could be a dragon's lair. However, Elric asked Sean if he remembered the 3 principles of mana flow. Sean, annoyed, thinking it was a trick question, still answered, from high to low, from wide to narrow, from hot to cold. Hearing Sean's response, the protagonist stated that based on those principles, they could be sure that it was a dragon's lair. However, since hot magma flowed through the crack, mana couldn't gather there, so a dragon couldn't live in that place. Sean gritted his teeth at the logic presented by the protagonist. Near the location of the crack, lava was flowing because the Akron volcano was there. Elric explained that the magma from the Akron volcano flowed beneath the continent. Even so, Sean insisted that they had recorded dragon mana wavelengths near that area, so there must be a lair somewhere nearby. The protagonist smiled, denying that he had said there was no lair. He then confirmed that there was indeed a lair. The protagonist pointed to a location on the map, Carrigal Cave. He claimed that in this place they would definitely find what they were looking for, a lair, full of knowledge and treasures. Back inside the academy, Sean wondered how he would report these findings to his superiors, thanks to Elric. He was about to knock on a door, debating whether he should pretend not to know anything, as he could be targeted if he upset the headmaster. However, if Elric was right, the situation would be different. That night, while walking through the academy, Sean passed by the training room and was surprised to see Elric there. When asked what he was doing, the protagonist stated that he needed to use magic, whether for his sister, his grandfather, to avoid being expelled, to become the best, or to elevate his family status. All of this could be achieved if it weren't for the blockage. Sean smiled, seeing Elric trying so hard. He knew his friend might somehow cure the blockage disease. Slapping his own face to focus, Sean made a decision. He would help his friend. Sometime later, a bald man was questioning Sean, asking if the young man was saying his research was wrong. This man was Barracks, the headmaster of Uzdan Academy. Under pressure, Sean claimed that this was not what the headmaster thought. He said he was just awaiting Barracks' opinion since such a possibility had been raised. The headmaster then said that although he didn't know how Sean had come to this conclusion, if the young man couldn't convince him, then even as a member of the Norester family, Barracks wouldn't let it slide. The headmaster released a powerful, crushing aura, putting pressure on Sean. It was difficult for the young man to handle the power of a 7th Circle mage. However, the pressure exerted by the headmaster was lifted when another person entered the room. To Sean's surprise, it was Elric. The protagonist bowed to the headmaster, apologizing for entering uninvited. Looking at Elric, Barracks asked if the assistant professor's deduction was his idea. The protagonist, still bowed, smiled and confirmed that it was. Barracks applauded Elric for his vision and insight, as it was hard to believe a student could come up with such a thing. But he then asked if it was just a baseless assumption and not backed by evidence. Looking at the headmaster, the protagonist stated that it was a truth that even a 3-year-old should know, and there was no need for the headmaster to demand evidence. Faced with Elric's words, the headmaster stared at him. Beside him, Sean was nearly in tears, wondering why Elric had to provoke the headmaster like this, thinking that all his efforts to help were now going down the drain. In response to the protagonist's statement, the headmaster started to laugh. "Ha ha ha, I'm so speechless that all I can do is laugh. Someone who's failed and can't even condense mana." Seeing the professor laugh, Elric asked if he was saying that his assumption was wrong. The professor belittled the protagonist. "Ah, yes. There are always a few who get lucky among the trash who speak without knowing their place, just like you." However, as a professor, Barracks said he couldn't ignore a student's opinion. With a smug look, he challenged Elric to a bet. Hearing this, Elric asked what kind of bet he had in mind. Barracks replied that he would provide every resource Elric needed to form an exploration team. Elric only needed to inform the finance department of everything he required. However, if Elric failed, he would have to wager the inheritance left behind by the first director. Not long after, Sean was shouting inside a carriage. In front of him, the protagonist was lying down, telling Sean to quiet down. The protagonist was smiling as he read, knowing that the headmaster couldn't do anything if he found the dragon's lair. Seeing the protagonist so unconcerned, Sean snatched his book. He was extremely nervous, asking what would happen if Elric didn't find the lair, since if his predictions were wrong, his family's inheritance would be taken. Sean then pointed to the pendant around Elric's neck, the pendant that was only passed down to the head of the Melvinger family. The protagonist laughed, recalling that Barracks had always wanted that pendant for himself. Seeing the protagonist's reaction, Sean got irritated. Concerned for his friend, Elric thanked him for standing by his side until the end. Sean slapped his own face while sighing. He said he'd also be penalized if Elric didn't find the lair and then asked what Elric's plan was. Sitting up, Elric asked his dear friend if he really thought that he, Elric Melvinger, had accepted the bet just because he was being pressured. Sean didn't understand the real meaning behind Elric's words. The protagonist then stated, "If he really dared to covet my Melvinger family's inheritance, the headmaster should have bet his own estate as well." Faced with Elric's sinister smile, Sean broke into a cold sweat, remembering that his friend had 2 nicknames. Although one was the disgrace of the Melvinger family, the other was the worst of the Melvinger family. Looking into the protagonist's eyes, Sean realized that Elric was in that mode again. He recalled the beginning of the semester when he was still a freshman 7 years ago. In a class where students were trying to form their first mana circles, some students were already comparing the size of their mana. However, during that class, Elric was leaning against an isolated corner. That day, some students came to bother him, asking if he was sure he was a Melvinger, since he couldn't even conjure a simple fireball. One student asked if Elric hadn't just been picked up off the streets by his father, making the others laugh. Though Elric remained silent, he felt deeply hurt by those taunts, and that day he struck back. With an iron ball in hand, he attacked the head of the student who had provoked him, knocking him to the ground while the student's friends hurried to tend to him. That day in Uzdan Academy's disciplinary committee, despite being judged, the protagonist claimed that the child of a Viscount's family had dared to insult him, the head of a duke's family. Looking at the court, he declared that he had punished the boy according to the Empire's laws, asking if there was any problem with that. The entire court started debating among themselves and ended up suspending Elric, as according to the rules, all students were equal. But after that day, no one dared to touch him again. Remembering that, Sean's expression darkened. Seeing his friend's face, Elric told him to stop shouting or he might raise his blood pressure and end up sick. He then glanced at the book he had taken from the protagonist and was shocked by the title. the effects of various factors on a physical enchantment. He started yelling again, asking why in the world Elric was reading a forbidden book. The protagonist scratched his neck and let out a small laugh, recalling that if he were caught with that book, he'd be burned at the stake. Handing the book back to the protagonist, Sean called him crazy. Then he asked why he was planning to learn the Beast King's body-strengthening arts. Elric responded by revealing that he was thinking about whether those arts could be used to treat his mana blockage condition. Back when the Beast King had invaded the Empire with his army of beastmen, humanity had struggled greatly because of his body-strengthening arts, which allowed him to enhance his physical abilities. In the end, those arts were lost when the Empire purged the beastmen, who had built a wall. Sean scratched his cheek, remembering how scholars had failed to recover such a book. Elric revealed that he had managed to recover the book, but had no idea how to apply it to his own body. Learning that it was Elric who had recovered the book, Sean began stammering. More than shocked, he was getting tired of constantly being surprised. As the two were talking, the carriage suddenly stopped. Getting off the carriage with Sean, Elric was greeted by a group of people. Their leader, Rivern, a senior researcher at the Barracks Research Institute, claimed he was there out of love for his classmates. Sean stepped forward, gritting his teeth at the research group. Taking a step back, Rivern explained that the headmaster had sent them to help Elric. The protagonist wasn't surprised that the headmaster had done this, sending people with hidden agendas, even though he hadn't asked for help. Sean rushed to Elric's side, whispering in his ear, asking if he could sense that the group in front of them was hiding their mana. The protagonist told his friend that it was typical of something Barracks would do. Then he asked Sean not to worry, because he had prepared something as well. The protagonist pulled his shirt to the side, revealing something hidden beneath. Seeing what Elric had under his shirt, Sean was shocked, asking when he had acquired such items. Back at the academy, the headmaster was furious. He shouted at the person in front of him, demanding answers about the breath of Gehenna and the armor of the Azure Skylord. The man in front of the headmaster trembled as he claimed that the headmaster himself had said they could help Elric as much as possible. With the protagonist were the two items the headmaster had mentioned. The breath of Gehenna was a flask containing hellfire that would burn until its target was reduced to ashes, while the armor of the Azure Skylord was a chest plate with extreme resistance, not only to physical attacks, but also to elemental magic. The headmaster shouted at the man in front of him, asking if he really thought it made sense to give a student, and Elric of all people, 4-star magical equipment capable of reducing an entire city to ashes. Barracks was on the verge of losing his mind. He then dismissed the man, saying he never wanted to see his face again. Being dismissed, the man left the room faster than the blink of an eye. Sighing, the headmaster picked up an academy newspaper, remarking that if other candidates found out about this, they would cause an uproar. At that moment, the headmaster paused, considering the possibility that Elric might actually find the dragon's lair. Knowing that blood couldn't be deceived after all, Barracks decided to change the research team hastily since, although they called themselves scholars, they hadn't noticed something simple that even a student had figured out. However, before doing that, Barracks had another idea. Licking his lips, he realized that thanks to these fools, he might be able to get his hands on the magical pendant. And once he had that, he would secure his position as the next director. The headmaster released mana filled with malicious intent as he crumpled the paper he had been reading. Even if he wins the bet, he will only truly be victorious if he manages to return alive. Arriving at the location where Elric claimed the lair to be, the protagonist picked up a book and began reading some inscriptions. Meanwhile, Sean started to cast a spell, and with mana swirling around him, he used the mana search magic. As soon as Sean finished casting the spell, a pillar of energy shot up into the sky from the nearby mountains, revealing the location. Sean stammered, stating that Elric was right. The others were impressed, but the protagonist didn't even change his expression, knowing that the lair was indeed there. He then turned to the others, warning the exploration team that they needed to move quickly before the pillar of light disappeared. In the next moment, Sean grabbed the protagonist and ran swiftly toward the pillar of light, leaving the others behind. As they were left behind, the exploration team stood there with their mouths agape. Sometime later, when the exploration team finally managed to climb the mountain, they were extremely tired. However, when they looked ahead, they saw that the pillar of light was shining down on an empty spot. Rivern, however, upon seeing they had arrived at the indicated location, wondered if they should execute the plan and attack the two in front of him. Rivern was pulled from his thoughts when the protagonist called for Sean. The protagonist asked his friend if he minded opening a large hole where the pillar of light indicated, and Sean responded with a smile, telling Elric to leave it to him. Flames began to gather around Sean as he recited an incantation. Little by little, The fire mana collected in front of his palm, and he used the flare magic. A fire cannon was fired into the ground where the light pointed, causing the ground to crack and begin collapsing. Not long after, a cave beneath the surface was revealed. Seeing the vast cave, the exploration team was amazed and stated that if it was this big, a dragon could indeed live there. However, while everyone was observing the cave, a large amount of mana exploded in their direction, coming from the cave. After a moment, the mana began to diminish as the protagonist instructed everyone to calm down. He then alerted them that it was just a burst of suppressed mana released when the hole was created. Elric then told everyone to enter the cave, and in the next moment, he himself jumped into the hole. In haste, everyone rushed to follow the protagonist. Not long after, when everyone was inside the cave, they felt that this place, filled with blue mana everywhere, was quite cold. Even while using spells to warm themselves, it seemed those spells provided no warmth at all. As he led the group, Elric suddenly stopped, looking at a particular spot. In front of him was a dark cave, and seeing Elric stop, Sean asked if he had seen something there. The protagonist denied having seen anything, claiming he felt a chill run down his spine. Hearing this, Sean stated it was because Elric was cold, as he himself was feeling the same way. From there, the expedition group continued ahead, with Elric and Sean following behind. Little did they know that somewhere in this lair, there was a hall filled with chains imprisoning an unknown being. This being could sense the presence of humans, and with a sinister smile, it spoke, "Oh, finally you are here." After walking to the depths of the cave, Elric and the others reached a location where they found a giant iron door with a dragon engraving in gold. The expedition group immediately organized to have all the strong individuals gather to try and push the door. Others, however, wanted to break down the door using magic. However, Elric quickly stopped everyone. The protagonist pointed to the door, asking if no one saw the dragon seal on it. He then asserted that they didn't know what would happen if they did anything to the seal. Seeing Elric take the lead in the expedition, Rivern scoffed, thinking he wanted to show off. The protagonist then began giving instructions to the group on how to open the door safely. But at that moment, Rivern found something on the door, like a large button, begging to be pressed by an idiot. When the protagonist turned and saw Rivern's action, he told the man not to touch the button, but it was too late. Rivern's hand was already there. In the next instant, a sea of fire erupted, burning Rivern. Elric and the others gritted their teeth, witnessing what had happened. The hieroglyphs on the door also began to glow with a golden light. Seeing this, Elric warned everyone to be careful, as Rivern had triggered a trap. The door began shooting fireballs toward the human group, who hastily started conjuring shields to block the attacks. Sean, while raising the magical shield, urged Elric to do something, as the protagonist was the only one he trusted. The protagonist then started to read the text on the door, stating he would try to decipher what was written first. While Elric was immersed in the hieroglyphs, the expedition group was screaming as they were being extinguished. The protagonist tried to remain calm, as if he were taking a test. He wrote down the hieroglyphs to translate them. He was certain he would find the answer, as he always had. He needed to believe in himself, as he always had. Sean was already being pressured by the number of attacks when the protagonist approached the door. Reciting an incantation, he knew that as long as he didn't do anything wrong, he could resolve the issue. He then pressed a specific button on the door, hoping he was right, pleading for it. Thus, with the protagonist's action, the door stopped attacking. Sean fell to the ground, exhausted after straining so much to defend himself. The protagonist rushed to him, worried, and Sean thanked him. Thanks to the protagonist, he was alive. However, many people around were injured, being helped by those with fewer wounds. Sean looked at the protagonist, laughing, while asserting that he truly was something else. The protagonist looked back at him, striking a pose while smiling, claiming that this was his power. While everyone was resting, suddenly that blue mana they had felt upon entering the cave returned. Before they sensed any instinctive danger, something attacked the group, blowing off the arm of one of the expedition members. The man fell, shocking everyone, who began asking what had happened. Looking up, the protagonist wondered, upon seeing several ice stalactites, what the hell was going on. The stalactites quickly attacked the expedition group, forcing them to create shields again to protect themselves. While everyone fought for their lives, the protagonist hurried to decipher the content on the door, writing it down in his notebook. Sean, already quite tired, urged Elric to hurry. As he deciphered the hieroglyphs, Elric's eyes seemed to change to a color identical to the mana in the cave. The more he deciphered, the more he understood that what was written was the origin of magic, a draconic magical language. The protagonist returned to reality, asking Sean to use an acceleration spell on him. Sean complied with the request, although it was very difficult for him. As his speed increased with his friend's magic, Elric ran to the door. To protect himself, he used the magic bound to the Azure Sky Lord's armor, leaving even Rivern in awe. With this trap defending him, Elric was able to reach the door again, pressing a specific button. He hoped he was right again because at that moment, the ice arrows falling were already very close to his friend Sean. Just as Elric wished to be right, the ice pieces fragmented, no longer hitting anyone. The trap was disabled again. The protagonist fell sitting on the ground, letting out a sigh. His clothes were torn in several places from the ice arrows that had grazed him. At that moment, everyone looked toward Elric and the door, which glowed golden as it opened. The light grew stronger as the door opened completely. With the door now open, the command came for the exploration team to assist the injured and enter quickly. As they passed through the door, Elric's eyes sparkled. Inside, numerous bookshelves filled with hidden knowledge floated around. On the floor, a platform with a golden dragon led to a sea of gold coins and unknown artifacts. As they entered the cave, the people were awestruck by what they saw. Dragon scale armor, magical tools, and ancient books could be found wherever they looked. Seeing the expedition group's reaction, Elric smiled, realizing that deep down they were still wizards. One of the individuals then approached the protagonist, smiling and placing a hand on Elric's shoulder, thanking him while calling him leader. Sean quickly came up to the protagonist and hugged him, asking what he had done earlier. The protagonist smiled, stating that he had done as he always did, imagining it as a test and achieving a perfect score. He revealed that he solved the compositions from a geometric perspective, using elemental theory. Suddenly, thinking he had taken it as a test, Elric realized something was wrong. He wondered if he would be receiving practical questions after this theoretical test. Snapping Elric out of his thoughts, Sean asked what he was thinking about, but the protagonist insisted it was nothing. Sean squeezed the protagonist's shoulders, stating that he should be smiling because this was a great day. Elric Melvinger, from now on, no one will be able to ignore you or your prestigious family. The protagonist felt emotional upon hearing this, and then pushed aside the troubling thoughts he had been having, wishing to enjoy the moment and the freedom he had gained. While they were conversing, Sean and Elric didn't notice that someone was speaking through a crystal ball with someone outside the lair, wearing a wicked smile. The protagonist was called by one of the individuals, who claimed there was a laboratory among the mountains of gold, and the protagonist followed him. Seeing the protagonist all grown up, even being called leader, Sean decided to follow him, but suddenly Rivern called out to him, stating that there was a dragon's corpse behind the mountains of treasure. Sean was excited and then turned to call for Elric. Rivern grabbed Sean's hand, insisting that the protagonist would be there later and urging him to go first. The two made their way to the dragon's skeleton, which, due to its size, must have been at least ranked as a dragon king. Rivern also affirmed this, stating that it must have been there for at least 4,000 years. While Sean was being distracted, Elric was getting beaten up in a corner of the treasure room. The expedition group had stolen his Azure Skylord armor. On the ground, the protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that he had let his guard down because he was so excited. The leader of the expedition group stated that it was not out of spite, but despite their fondness for Elric, the job came first. Sean, who was among the treasures with Rivern, noticed something and alerted the guy next to him. He asked if the dragon's skeleton had just moved. Meanwhile, the protagonist was under attack. He received a strike to the neck, nearly knocking him unconscious. He knew he should never have trusted anyone, especially after all he had been through to get there. The guy attacking the protagonist summoned a fire spell to finish him off, but just as he was about to strike, he heard a shout, "Everyone get out now!" As a result, the guy attacking Elric was caught by an attack and evaporated. Before the protagonist, only a hand remained, falling to the ground. The protagonist was shocked by what had happened, and as he turned his head, he saw people running, pleading to be saved. The skeletal dragon had awakened. In its mouth, an attack was being prepared to launch. Rivern and Sean were rushing toward Elric, who realized they were in trouble. Faced with the great attack the dragon was preparing, the protagonist tried to stay calm. He attempted to convince himself that this was also a test. Amid so many desperate people fleeing, Elric worked to keep his composure and find the dragon's nest, avoiding it to stay alive. Elric knew what to do, but as he observed the dragon, it seemed to be standing still while channeling its attack. He recalled all the information he had gathered, deciphering the hieroglyphs on the door, the discovery of the draconian magical language, what he had studied, and everything else, as if his whole life was flashing before his eyes. He then realized that for the dragon to continue attacking, it needed preparation time. Quickly, the expedition group was ordered to gather, forming a defensive line. The knights raised their shields, and the wizards took positions to create magical barriers, reinforcing the knights' shields. They prepared for the dragon's impending attack. The dragon's breath hit heavily against the barrier of shields. Protected, Elric remembered that the dragon's breath should last for 20 seconds. If they could hold out during that time, they would have a chance. Sean was playing a crucial role, urging everyone to hold on until the end. The protagonist began to formulate a plan. Reaching the door should take 17 seconds. Therefore, if they could close the door in 3 seconds, they might survive. When Elric looked ahead again, he realized the shields were faltering. However, it was enough time to withstand the full force of the dragon's attack. The protagonist then urged everyone to run, while the dragon prepared its next strike. The wizards hurriedly used their magic to increase their movement speed, racing toward the door. Among them, the protagonist smiled, seeing that they might survive. But suddenly, a power surged, attacking the people next to Elric. Blood began to fly as the protagonist couldn't believe what he was seeing. Various beings resembling dark skeletons started to appear. The legendary beings said to be the protectors of dragons, the Spartoi. Faced with these entities, Elric froze. However, a hot attack that flew over his shoulder, striking one of the Spartoi, jolted him back to reality. Looking to the side, Elric saw that Sean was fighting 3 of these beings while urging the protagonist to regain his composure. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist came to his senses, remembering that he needed to understand what was happening, for he was the only one who could save everyone, whether from the dragon or the Spartoi. Every problem had a solution. Suddenly, the pendant around Elric's neck glowed without him realizing it. The protagonist felt a headache, and before his eyes he began to see lines everywhere like spiderwebs. Looking at Sean, the protagonist saw that he was trying to do something, but he couldn't hear anything. Glancing back suddenly, Elric noticed that a Spartoi was charging at him. The protagonist quickly jumped to the side, dodging the Spartoi's spear. Whether it was the monster or the protagonist, neither could comprehend how Elric had evaded the attack. Elric realized this wasn't a figment of his imagination. No matter how the Spartoi would attack, where he needed to go or how to dodge, he could see it all. Elric could see how the same skeleton would strike him, and he assumed he would be safe if he followed those steps. However, he feared that this could be a trap. At this point, everyone was already under attack, being pressured by the monsters. Elric knew he couldn't waste time thinking, so he followed the lines he saw, knowing that if things continued as they were, everyone would perish in vain. Quickly advancing through the skeletons, Elric shouted, urging everyone to follow him. Sean promptly obeyed the protagonist, and the expedition group with them did the same. Rivern and his group followed as well, according to the protagonist, who advanced where his eyes could see. Elric swiftly maneuvered between the skeletons, directing everyone to mimic his actions, whether ducking or jumping to dodge attacks. He coordinated who should attack and where, first ordering Sean to fire a fireball at one of the skeletons, and thus, following Elric's commands, everyone finally reached the door. If they ran just a little more, they would be out of the room. Seeing that they would be safe once the door was closed, Elric was about to press the button that would shut it. But suddenly, someone called for help. The protagonist glanced back for a moment, seeing that someone had fallen right where the door was. If he closed the door now, he would have to leave Rivern behind. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that this guy had been a thorn in his side until the end. However, whether to leave him behind or perish at the hands of a skeleton, Elric couldn't allow that, so he decided to go back to help. Before Elric could fully return to help Rivern, the large skeleton slammed into an invisible wall, seemingly preventing them from leaving the dragon's lair. Elric and Rivern were out of breath while Sean fought with the protagonist for doing something so insane. The protagonist joked, saying it was Rivern's fault for having such weak legs. In any case, Elric saw the skeleton leaving, now certain that they couldn't escape. Stopping to think, he remembered seeing signs of damage at the top of the dragon's lair and wondered if there were other intruders besides them. At that moment, looking into the lair, Elric noticed that the dragon was still charging its attack. He also saw something on the dragon's forehead. As everyone watched the dragon prepare to strike, suddenly, the ceiling began to collapse. Cries alerted them that the Spartoi were invading the cave from above. Amidst the screams and chaos, the first monster fell upon them. Seeing this happen, Elric made a decision. He returned alone to the door, which was closing. Sean only realized the protagonist's actions too late, shouting for him to come back, but the protagonist bid farewell with a smile to his friend. Sean rushed to rescue Elric, but he wasn't fast enough, and the door closed between them. Sean began to bang urgently on the door, which was no longer opening. He was extremely worried about the protagonist. The young assistant started to tremble, hoping the worst wouldn't happen to the friend he had known for so long. The two had met 7 years ago after Elric's suspension. Sean was the first to introduce himself, asking if Elric wanted to be friends. At that time, the protagonist hadn't paid much attention to Sean, telling him to get lost. Elric always locked himself in libraries, reading magic books, but wherever he went, Sean would follow, always asking the same thing, to be friends. However, on every occasion, Elric always gave the same answer he had on their first meeting. Time went on, and once during a night field class where the teacher claimed they needed to have tenacious stamina to become true wizards, they would receive points based on their order of arrival, so they needed to move diligently. That night, at the teacher's signal, everyone hurriedly moved. All the students dashed off, including Sean, who quickly reached halfway up the mountain, where he stopped to rest. However, there, he was suddenly caught off guard. Someone attacked him, causing him to nearly fall into an abyss, barely holding on to some rocks. Injured Sean, who could barely hold on, called for help from anyone, and quickly some people appeared. Rivern and his group, who insisted that he could just use magic to climb instead of complaining. Sean didn't know how much longer he could hold on. If he let go, the worst could happen to him by falling into the abyss. However, if he used magic to save himself, he would be disqualified. Tears began to fall from Sean's face. He knew that if he were disqualified, he would never be able to look his father in the eyes again. As Sean's hands began to slip from the rocks, he fell. But before he could fall even an inch, someone grabbed his wrist, struggling to pull him out of the ravine. Looking up, Sean realized it was Elric holding him. The protagonist was straining, urging Sean to hold on. After much effort, Elric finally managed to save the guy who had been pestering him to be friends. The two sat on the ground to rest, and Sean told Elric to go ahead, saying the protagonist would be delayed because of him. Sean's ankle was purple, likely broken. Looking at his ankle, Elric helped him by putting Sean's arm around his neck. Sean couldn't understand why Elric was doing this, especially since he had told him to go ahead. The protagonist had a serene expression, asking if Sean didn't want them to be friends. Sean's face lit up upon hearing the protagonist's words, but then Elric broke the friendly mood by telling Sean to give him some artifacts as payment later. The protagonist smiled, asking if that was a fair deal now that they were friends. The sound of dawn was breaking as they continued through the forest, and Sean complained that Elric was trying to rob his own friend, but the protagonist merely stated that he should pay the price for being saved. Currently, with the door suddenly closed, Sean cursed Elric. That bastard! Even though you're weaker than me, who's trying to protect who here? Elric, just wait a little. I'll call the seniors from my family, or at least my dad, so please, stay alive! Ignoring the cries of those fighting the skeleton, Sean rushed to ask for help. Inside the dragon's lair, Elric heard Sean's words. He couldn't help but be grateful, but that was exactly why he didn't want to put his friend in danger. Elric then looked ahead at the large skeletal dragon and the dozens of Spartoi advancing against him while wondering who Sean thought he was. With the help of the lines he could see, Elric dodged the Spartoi's attacks as he advanced. He finally found what he was looking for and continued moving forward while evading the attacks. Amid the chaos, Elric jumped to grab what he sought, activating its effect. The armor of the Azure Skylord and also the breath of Gehenna. The protagonist then faced the enemies in the dragon's lair. Everything that goes always comes back. Do you want to taste your own medicine now? Inside the dragon's treasure chamber, the protagonist held the breath of Gehenna as large flames engulfed him. His eyes were bleeding, for while an artifact typically used mana to be activated, at that moment, he was using his own vitality to do so. As the breath of Gehenna activated, a massive wave of flames consumed the entire room, enveloping the skeletons. Elric was certain that all of this was part of the dragon's test, so he was willing to risk everything to achieve a high score. Despite the fire created by the breath of Gehenna covering the entire hall, the skeletal dragon continued preparing its attack. The protagonist looked closely at what was on the dragon's forehead and quickly climbing onto it, realized it was a spear. Elric bet that this spear was the key, and also the answer to the test. However, if he was wrong, it would mean his end. With so many skeletons closing in around him again, Elric had no choice but to keep going, especially because he was a Melvinger. The Spartoi surrounded Elric like an avalanche, but the protagonist already had his hands on the spear. At that moment, a blue light illuminated the treasure chamber. In the next instant, Elric found himself in a completely different place, with a blue dragon flying in a blood-colored sky as lightning struck it. It wasn't just the dragon in this place where Elric had been taken, but also a horned being. As Elric wondered who or what this being was, it turned and faced him with a crazed smile. Elric was petrified as the being stared at him, but things didn't stop there, for the dragon flying in the sky was preparing a breath attack against that being. As the dragon's attack approached, the being extended its hand, emanating an aura as intense as a star. The vast amount of mana surrounding the being in that moment was powerful enough to weigh on Elric, even though he was dozens of meters away. The protagonist wondered if this being was an 8th circle mage, but upon seeing the being's spear strike against the dragon, Elric was sure it was even more powerful than that. With that being's attack, the dragon crashed to the ground. The being didn't stop, driving the spear into the dragon's head with a blow charged with dark energy. Seeing the being's attack, Elric realized it was the one that had defeated the dragon he had encountered. Before Elric could process anything, the being spoke to him. "It is you, the one who will free me from this tiresome seal, my new vessel." The being gave a demonic smile as it uttered these words, turning into smoke. "Now, become one with me, and together we will conquer the world, human." Just as Elric was about to be attacked by the being, the dragon suddenly appeared, refusing to accept defeat. Chains of mana appeared inside its mouth, wrapping around the being whom the dragon called Demon King Mephistopheles, warning that they would be buried together. Hearing how the dragon referred to the being, Elric froze. The Demon King, bound by the chains, did not remain idle. "Shinake, though I was sealed with you 1,000 years ago, this time is different. A perfect vessel has appeared right in front of me." As soon as the Demon King finished speaking, he turned into smoke again, attacking the protagonist. He forced himself into Elric's body through his eyes and mouth. At that moment, Elric realized that what he thought was the test of a dragon was actually a trap set by a Demon King. As Mephistopheles escaped from the dragon and attacked the protagonist, Elric knew that he would perish there. He felt a stabbing pain in every bone of his body, causing him to scream. But suddenly the dragon began helping Elric, making his body stronger. Amidst these two forces battling within his body, Elric remembered his grandfather and all his family members who had sacrificed themselves to defeat demons in the Great Demon War. After losing even the closest ones, only Elric and his sister remained. It was then that the Imperial family, the Magic Tower, and the vassal families revealed their true ambitions. Even the person Elric trusted and relied on the most tried to take what was theirs, and when they tried to protect it from their own uncle, they were abandoned. With everyone betraying and insulting his family, all Elric could do was feel as though he didn't exist, as his own bloodline was nearly wiped out. Even in the midst of such suffering, Elric still remembered his goals: to cure the mana-blocking disease, restore his family, and make everyone who turned their backs on them regret it. As his consciousness began to fade, Elric was still unwilling to perish, just as his heart raced faster and faster. At the moment he was losing consciousness, a light shone on his family pendant, and a voice echoed around him. "The Melvingers won't be devoured by someone like you, you bastard." Elric's body began to float as the pendant released numerous glyphs and an energy that surrounded him, protecting him. The same voice resonated in his mind. "I hope our voices will reach our future descendants someday." That green energy pressed against the Demon King, causing him to grit his teeth and retreat. In the next instant, Elric raised his hand toward Mephistopheles as that voice became his own. "According to the preparations, the first demon will be swallowed." Thus, as he raised his hand, something that now dominated the protagonist's body absorbed the Demon King's energy. Even as Mephistopheles tried to resist, his energy was slowly devoured, turning into a tiger mark on Elric's raised arm. Sometime later, Elric woke up. He felt as though his body was translucent before that red sunset. Looking ahead, there was a hooded figure with their back to him, someone very familiar. That person responded that they were nothing more than a group of scholars pursuing the pinnacle of magic. Upon hearing the figure's voice, Elric realized it was the same voice he had heard before. The hooded being then told the protagonist a story, while all the energy around them concentrated into a single point. Due to some people seeking even more power, they were corrupted by demons and caused great damage to the world. We who realized these mistakes, to correct everything and atone for our past, created a family. In this world, our family will root out demons. Hearing the blonde man speak, Elric saw a being forming from the gathered energy. A demon? No, something worse than a demon king, a demon god. As the hooded man raised his hand, not just one but several dragons appeared to face the demon god. When the war began, the man stated that the family's duty was to eradicate demons from the world. However, demons would never completely disappear, always returning to reappear. They had to be devoured repeatedly so that their clan would never fade. Several demonic beings began to appear from all sides as the man lectured Elric. They charged frantically to attack the man, who raised his hand with a smile. "One day in the future, our descendants will fully inherit our will, and so, with his hand raised, he struck the demon god, who, despite receiving the blow, counterattacked. Seeing the demon's hand lunge toward the man who felt so familiar to him, Elric hurriedly shouted, warning him to be careful, but his warning cry was not heard in that world he was in. Looking at his own hand in the air, Elric realized he was in a residence. He coughed, and as he looked around, he saw his friend Sean at one of the windows. Sean was avoiding looking at Elric, which made the protagonist ask if he had been crying, irritating his friend. Sean was embarrassed that Elric had suddenly woken up and caught him in a moment of frustration. Seeing Sean cry, the protagonist teased him, saying it was okay to cry, as he himself had cried in the lair too. Mocked, Sean gave Elric an angry glare. Elric then wanted to know what had happened and if Sean had led the rescue squad to save him. Sean confirmed this while cursing Elric. After being insulted, Elric warned him, reminding Sean that he was also the head of a family and should maintain a polite vocabulary. Suddenly reprimanded, Sean cursed at Elric again, who averted his gaze while retracting his words. Sean sighed, stating that Elric shouldn't do anything dangerous again. However, he abruptly stopped his words, telling Elric to get up. Sean reached out to Elric's forehead, comparing their heights. He then realized that Elric had grown. Pulling Elric to look at himself in the mirror, the protagonist confirmed that, as Sean had said, he was at least a hand taller. Elric was perplexed, wondering if he had changed because of what happened in the dragon's lair. Seeing his reaction, Sean asked what had happened in the lair and what had happened to the dragon. Knowing he couldn't tell his friend at that moment, Elric scratched his neck and said Sean would be the first to know when the time was right. Sean placed a hand on Elric's shoulder and, pouting, started complaining. All right, you've got something in mind, but seriously, what kind of bastard friend hides everything from his best friend? Seeing Sean's reaction, Elric laughed and asked him not to be like that. Elric then inquired about what had happened in the lair. Sean revealed that his family was handling the situation. Sitting down, Elric imagined that Sean's family was excavating the lair, but Sean quickly denied it, stating that they were actually guarding the site so no one could enter. Elric jumped, surprised by the response, and while wiping his lips after eating a sweet, Sean affirmed that the lair belonged to Elric since he was the one who had discovered it. His family couldn't do as they pleased. Legally, a lair belonged to the person who discovered it, but it was common for powerful organizations to acquire excavation rights. Sean sighed, saying that the magic tower and the academy were desperate to get their hands on the lair. However, mid-sigh, he was startled to see Elric smiling at him with a friendly look. The protagonist thanked his friend. He was sure that the Norester family also wanted the excavation rights to the lair, but they were guarding it for him. Sean felt a chill upon hearing Elric's gratitude, telling him never to say that again. The two laughed while exchanging playful punches, and Sean didn't miss the opportunity to call Elric crazy. Suddenly, Elric realized that it wasn't time to relax. Old Barracks would probably try anything to get the excavation rights. Remembering what happened with the exploration group, Elric smiled maliciously, suspecting it was Barracks' doing. Sean was frightened by Elric's smile, asking what crazy plan he was concocting this time. Pointing at Elric, he stated that he always did something insane when he smiled like that. The protagonist approached Sean with a calm smile. Sean started babbling to avoid hearing what Elric was about to ask, but what Elric requested was for him to spread the rumor that he was gravely injured. This left Sean depressed for having heard the entire request. Shortly after, in front of the Imperial Magic Hospital, several guards protected the entrance. Barracks, who stood at the gate, asked the person on the other side to repeat what they had said. The man inside adjusted his glasses and stated that Cadet Elric Melvinger was in a coma due to severe injuries sustained in the dragon's lair. Therefore, it would be best for Barracks to leave. Barracks asked if they really wanted him to leave after coming such a long way. Surrounded by other men, they began questioning the excavation rights, asking if they would leave the lair untouched. Barracks started shouting, asking why the Norester family was blocking the hospital. Watching Barracks' actions from a window, Elric called him an idiot. At that moment, Karl Donitz, spokesperson for the Norester family, entered the room with a tray of food and asked Elric to rest. Minutes passed, and Elric broke the silence, asking the man to stop staring and start talking, as he had been looking that way for a long time. In reality, Elric was speaking to Mephistopheles, who, irritated, gritted his teeth and demanded that Elric show more respect to the king before him. Before the protagonist stood the great demon king who had once plunged the world into danger and chaos, Mephistopheles. However, now he was nothing more than a malevolent spirit. Elric scratched his nose and, picking a booger, declared that he would only call him Pheles. With the booger flicked at him, the demon king was furious, cursing and hitting Elric on the back, who felt as if the blows were nothing more than cotton balls. The hospital was quiet, and Elric was alone in his room. Placing his hand on his chest, he felt something completely different from anything he had ever experienced in his life. In his chest now existed a dragon's heart, the source of the ancient dragon's absolute authority. Remembering that the dragon had indeed perished after being stabbed by the Demon King's spear, Elric wondered if the dragon's heart had entered his body at that moment. However, he dismissed that idea, feeling it was something different. Elric could only remember up to the point when the Demon King had tried to invade his body. Looking at Mephisto, who stood before him, he ordered the demon to start talking, but Mephisto merely complained about Elric shortening his name. In the ancient era, when the gods ruled the world, the demon god who symbolized darkness had 4 servants: Finus, the End, a creature resembling a serpent dragon; Insanity, a being that looked like a bird; Fornication, and lastly the Original Sin, the original Demon King Mephistopheles, the most powerful and exalted of the Demon Kings from legends. Now Mephistopheles was bound to the protagonist. Furious, the Demon King tried to convince Elric that his name had been bestowed upon him by the almighty demon god. As he struck Elric, he swore that he would tear him to pieces. Frustrated with how annoying Mephisto could be, the protagonist asked if Demon Kings were always this stupid, and if Mephisto's ears had been impaired by old age. Trembling with rage, Mephisto remembered that, for 1,000 years, he had waited for that moment. However, his mana was stolen by someone so brazen. He, the great Demon King Mephistopheles, who was meant to subjugate the entire world, was now trapped there. The purpose of his existence had been put to the test on the night he faced the Dragon King Shineake. Although he had given his all in that battle, someone had appeared in his path. Mephisto vividly recalled the moment the Dragon King trapped him, sacrificing himself to seal him away. Because of that battle, he had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, waiting patiently, until one day some humans appeared, and among them was the vessel he would use to break free. The perfect vessel who had overcome all challenges. Mephisto still remembered the moment when he almost took control of this vessel's body and soul, but his plans were foiled. Looking out the window of the hospital room, Mephisto realized that all he had left now was a fragment of demonic energy and his own existence. The Demon King frowned, trying to figure out what power had absorbed him. Lying in bed, Elric smiled and told Mephisto to stop acting like he was powerful. Provoked, Mephisto started cursing. "How dare a brat like you? If I were 1,000 years younger, Ah, damn brat, that's the problem with the Melvingers. They think they're such big shots. In my time, I faced the entire world." Elric ignored the Demon King and looked at the pendant in his hand. He remembered the words of the hooded man about hoping their voices would reach future descendants. Associating the pendant with what the man had said, Elric wondered if that voice could be his grandfather's. He then recalled an important part mentioned by the man. According to the preparations, the first demon will be devoured. Elric jumped out of bed, questioning if those words meant he had absorbed the power of a demon. He looked at the pendant in his hand, assuming it was the tool that devoured the Demon King. But not just that, it seemed to be a tool to devour all demons. Looking at Mephisto, Elric wondered if he could devour other demons like him. If Mephisto was the first Demon King, then surely there was a second, a third, and many more beyond them. The protagonist laughed maliciously, realizing that this was a victory within another victory. He was already ordering all Demon Kings to prepare because he would be hunting them. Mephisto felt a chill, as if he knew he would somehow be affected. But before anything else, Elric had something to do. Elric climbed a mountain, observing the river cutting through the mountain ranges. Beside him, Mephisto asked why he'd climbed to that place, and seeing Elric in silence, demanded an answer, saying it was disrespectful not to respond to an adult. Tormented by Mephisto, the protagonist told the demon to shut up. Elric sat in a lotus position, eyes closed. Before hunting any demons, there was something he needed to figure out. With his eyes closed, Elric felt the energy around him shift, revealing a special world. He saw beautiful blue flowers, tiny ladybugs, heard the soft sound of their wings flapping, and felt the gentle breeze touch his face. The fresh scent of plants filled the air, and he could feel everything around him in a way he had never experienced before. Elric had his suspicions about what was happening. He extended his hand and saw several invisible lines, as if the energy around him was revealing itself to him. Slowly, he closed his hand, and at that moment, his heart began to beat faster. The protagonist then uttered a spell. Ignite! A small spark appeared in the air but soon grew, transforming into a large bonfire. Mephisto, upon seeing that magic, was completely stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. What he was witnessing was draconian magic, an ancient form of magic exclusive to dragons. For Mephisto, it was inconceivable that a mere human was wielding such power. Even as a Melvinger, This exceeded any limit the Demon King knew. Elric rose from the ground, took a deep breath, and after a brief moment began to laugh. A tremendous sense of relief washed over him. He could finally use magic again. The painful illness that had blocked his mana flow was cured. As he reveled in his newfound freedom, all the insults and curses thrown at him and his family because of that illness flashed through his mind. The moments of suffering, sadness, and anguish he had endured were slowly being swept away from his soul, and now he swore to himself. All those who had betrayed the Melvinger family and ignored him would pay for it. Elric vowed to make them all regret it. In front of the hospital, a crowd of journalists gathered, taking photos and trying to gather information. They wanted to know if it was true that Elric Melvinger was in a coma, and what would happen to the excavation rites of the dragon's lair. Carl, the spokesperson, stood at the gates, telling reporters that more details would be announced at the Magic Tower, and asking them to check the official statement in writing. Upon returning inside, Carl was visibly shaken. He asked Sean not to put him through something like that again. Seeing Carl enter, Sean thanked him for his good work, but the spokesperson immediately handed him a pile of papers. Exhausted from dealing with the numerous incidents caused by his master every time he met with Elric, Carl warned him, if the ruse was uncovered, neither the Magic Tower nor the Imperial family would sit idly by, and they would have to face the consequences. Aware of this, Sean replied that Elric would handle everything and that they needed to trust him. He handed a folded paper to Carl, saying, "The higher the stakes, the greater the rewards." Though he spoke confidently, Sean trembled inside, silently cursing Elric, and wondering if his friend had any idea how much he was suffering because of his schemes. Curious, Carl asked where Elric had gone, but Sean didn't know. He only handed over a note Elric had left, asking Carl to take care of everything. Upon reading the note, Carl noticed something strange. Among the papers he held, there was a letter he hesitated to deliver. At that very moment, the door was blown open by an explosion of magic, and a woman burst into the room exclaiming, "Is my little brother planning something fun without me?" Surprised, Sean looked at his sister, asking what she was doing there. Tasha Nerester, with her short red hair and equally red attire, was known as the Firebird Witch. She strode forward with a mischievous smile, saying it wasn't unusual for an older sister to visit her younger brother. Tasha was one of the 3 great stars of her generation, along with the representatives of the Magic Tower and the Imperial family, geniuses destined to lead the Empire. Without wasting time, Tasha approached Carl, twisting his ear, and asked why he hadn't yet delivered the letter to Sean. Meanwhile, Sean tried to keep his composure in front of his sister, the youngest person to ever receive the title of Grand Mage in history. He asked the reason for her visit. Tasha replied that she had heard Sean's friend was sick, and as a mage she couldn't simply ignore the situation. She then asked where Elric was, hinting that he might be in the infirmary. Knowing that Elric was no longer in the hospital, Sean panicked internally. He knew that if Tasha found out the truth, there would be serious problems. He told her that Elric was not in a condition to see anyone at the moment. Tasha gave him a suspicious look, but Sean insisted that she not disturb the doctor and just leave. Suddenly, Tasha grabbed her brother's arm and released her powerful mana, pressing him. "Are you giving me orders, Sean?" She confronted him about the excavation rites to the dragon's lair, reminding him of her obsession with dragons. Sean, sweating, explained that it was something Elric would decide, and personally, he could do nothing. After pressing him a little more, Tasha finally let him go, but warned, "If I'm not the first to be contacted when Elric wakes up, you're going to get a beating, little brother." Sean could already foresee what awaited him if he didn't heed his sister's warning, and prayed that Elric would return soon and take control of the situation. Meanwhile, Carl, still trembling, called out to Sean, asking if it was finally over. Throughout the city, newspapers were being distributed in large numbers. Vendors announced the headlines, "The heir of a prestigious family is in a coma," and highlighted the dispute over the excavation rights to the lair. A hooded figure stopped in front of a newsstand, satisfied with how Sean was handling the situation. Picking up one of the papers, the figure saw a photo of Barracks. Smiling maliciously, Elric, under the hood, thought to himself, "Let the rector enjoy himself while he can." Inside Barracks' office, a person was bowing before him, congratulating him on finally being able to fulfill his desires. However, Barracks asked for patience, stating that the elections hadn't started yet. Riverne smiled at the rector, admitting that he had been hasty and hadn't fully grasped the feelings Barracks wanted to protect as the future director of the student academy. Barracks returned a broad smile, correcting him. "I'm not the director yet." He then changed the subject, asking about Elric's condition. Riverne responded that he had heard Elric was struggling even to stay alive. Barracks commented that it was truly unfortunate, though the smile on his face suggested otherwise as he sipped his tea. Revern then lifted his head and said it would be a big problem if Elric woke up, suggesting they should prepare mercenaries to deal with it. However, before Revern could continue, the rector released a powerful aura, commanding him to stop speaking. The pressure Revern felt was so intense that he almost lost control of himself. Immediately, he apologized, nervous. Calmly, Barracks placed his teacup back on its saucer and remarked that there would be a teaching vacancy after the elections, leaving open the question of who would fill the position. He added with a suggestive tone that as the rector, he wasn't aware of what happened outside the academy. Barracks' tone was enough for Revern to understand the implicit message. Bowing, Revern affirmed that he would not disappoint the rector. Satisfied, Barracks resumed drinking his tea, a victorious smile on his face. That night, a hooded figure wandered through the city. Elric arrived at a building, pondering whether he should begin his plan. Using his mental eyes ability, which allowed him to see beyond the physical world, he located a hidden space and channeled mana from his dragon heart, easily activating the magic. This enabled him to fly to the top of the building. Every step he took demonstrated his skill in using magic without needing complex incantations. At the top of the building, Elric sighed as he gazed at the moon. He had taken the first step and was finally at the starting line to bring down Barracks and restore the Melvinger family name. But he knew that to succeed, he needed to become even stronger before the election for director. Mephisto had been following the protagonist the entire time. He mocked Elric, calling him pathetic for using such a low level of magic, considering the power he possessed. To the Demon King, the leap Elric had taken looked like a circus performance. Elric knew Mephisto was right. He needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. Ignoring Mephisto, the protagonist began to reflect on something called soul speech, a technique from the magical language of dragons. The magic was activated by building a mental image and converting it into words. Noticing that Elric was concentrating his mana, Mephisto gritted his teeth, suspicious. In the next moment, Elric whispered the word rise, and his mana surrounded him, lifting him into the air. Mephisto was even more shocked when Elric whispered the spell fly. As soon as he cast the spell, Elric moved quickly, leaving the building he was in and soaring over the city illuminated by streetlights that gave the night a charming atmosphere. Looking down, he realized he was higher than he expected. The initial fright quickly turned into admiration for the simple yet incredibly powerful magic he had used. Determined to continue, Elric flew over the city at speed. Mephisto followed closely, visibly disturbed. Seeing someone who had just learned magic use soul speech and cast dual spells was unthinkable, especially for a Melvinger, the natural enemies of demons. Surprised, Mephisto recalled that there was only one other Melvinger as talented as Elric, the progenitor of the lineage. As he flew behind Elric, the Demon King began to remember something he shouldn't. He knew he needed to steal Elric's body before the young man grew even stronger, but at the moment, he saw no way to do that. Oblivious to Mephisto's plans, Elric reveled in the wonder of soul speech. Although he found it difficult to absorb everything on his own, he needed to understand the magic of dragons and find a teacher who could keep his secret. However, he knew that at the academy, now dominated by Barracks, there was no one capable of teaching him. After soaring over the city, Elric landed in a clearing in the forest. He needed someone with a minimum level of Castellan of the hexagram to guide him, but was frustrated by the lack of a clear path to being accepted by someone like that. He thought of his grandfather, wishing he or his father were still alive, or perhaps even his uncle. Suddenly, Elric realized that someone was nearby. Mephisto, hiding among the bushes. Approaching, Elric asked the Demon King if he could teach him magic. There was no one better suited to be his teacher than Mephisto. Surprised by the request, Mephisto questioned whether Elric was serious. Turning his back, he hid a smile. He then asked what he would gain in return for teaching the young man. Elric offered to create a new vessel for the Demon King through alchemy. Mephisto scoffed at the idea, asking if Elric truly believed he could create a vessel capable of containing him. Elric replied that for that, Mephisto would only need to make him strong enough. The Demon King stated that this still wasn't enough, but Elric shot back that Mephisto wouldn't achieve anything if he didn't strengthen himself. Tired of negotiating, Elric asked Mephisto to suggest a condition. With his eyes closed, Mephisto rejected the idea of being Elric's teacher. He wondered why he should pass on his wisdom, but considered that he might think about it if the protagonist accepted becoming his familiar. Noticing Elric's frustrated expression, Mephisto laughed, enjoying the fact that the human was, until that moment, playing with him. The Demon King knew that even though he was too weak to devour Elric at that instant, he could hide dark magic in his teachings. As Elric grew stronger, his soul would be gradually corrupted until Mephisto could finally devour him. Mephisto was already smiling, satisfied with the plan he had devised. eager to see Elric kneel and beg to be accepted as his disciple. He was sure that the young man, being so weak, would eventually obediently become his vessel. However, to the Demon King's surprise, Elric, without hesitation, told him to screw off and forget the requirement. Mephisto's soul nearly turned inside out upon hearing this. He began to stutter, incredulous, as the protagonist asserted that there was a limit to how much the old demon could bargain. Unfazed, Elric started cleaning his ears, warning that Mephisto wouldn't gain anything by acting tough. With a provoking smile on his face, he stepped closer to the Demon King. Feeling humiliated, Mephisto found himself small in the face of the challenge. Furious, he lunged to attack Elric. However, the protagonist cast a spell. Silence! In the next moment, Mephisto felt as if an invisible tape had sealed his mouth. Elric laughed, commenting that the magic worked even better than he expected. Desperate, Mephisto tried to speak, but all he could manage were muffled sounds. Annoyed by the noise, Elric covered his ears. The Demon King couldn't believe he had been silenced by a simple soul speech magic. And to add to the humiliation, Elric ordered Mephisto to act cute. Unable to resist the spell, Mephisto pretended to be shy, leading Elric to feel a deep regret, to the point of metaphorically throwing up rainbows from embarrassment. While Mephisto, furious and tearful, cursed Elric internally, the protagonist laughed, satisfied to have shown who was in control of the situation. After wiping his mouth, Elric wondered why the hell he had used that last spell. He then handed a small notebook to Mephisto, instructing him to write everything he knew about soul speech in case he changed his mind about teaching him. Elric promised to release him after reading what he had written. Mephisto refused to submit so easily. After all, he was a being that had been sealed for over 1,000 years. As the Demon King complained, Elric continued his training, and night quickly fell. In a moment of illusory generosity, Mephisto thought about forgiving Elric if he admitted he was wrong, but the protagonist completely ignored him and trained until dawn. Over the days, Mephisto was forced to perform ridiculous actions, such as scratching his nose and making a peace sign with his hand, hoping that Elric would once again ask for his magic lessons. But the protagonist kept ignoring him, focused on solitary training. Eventually, Mephisto was practically drooling from frustration. He had decided to teach Elric from the start, but now he wondered if he should pretend to submit to free himself from this humiliating situation. Finally, he began to write the basics of soul speech in the notebook. Seeing this, Elric mocked the Demon King, imitating one of the ridiculous poses he had previously ordered, which only made Mephisto even angrier. The pride of Mephistopheles, the great Demon King, was wounded. He would never submit to a mere human. Suddenly, Mephisto realized he was acting like a dog, while Elric, notebook in hand, read what he had written. In the text, Mephisto explained that soul speech was ancient knowledge, inaccessible in any book. Elric praised the effort, acknowledging that Mephisto was finally starting to cooperate. He then removed some of the spells he had cast on the Demon King, leaving only the one that prevented him from speaking. Pointing to a passage in the notebook, Elric asked Mephisto to elaborate on it, suggesting that if he did, perhaps he would allow him to speak. Furious, Mephisto complied. But when he handed the notebook back, Elric said it still wasn't enough. He asked the Demon King to write more than before, and if he did so daily, he would allow him to speak for 3 days. Additionally, he demanded that Mephisto write everything by hand, and all at once, including any secret techniques he knew. Mephisto could only think of one thing, hoping that the black magic hidden in those lessons would destroy Elric's body and soul. However, what the protagonist learned from Mephisto was only the introduction, yet even that had allowed him to create, for example, a powerful wall of ice. Observing Elric's progress, the Demon King was incredulous to realize that there was no trace of black magic affecting his body. Noticing Mephisto's perplexed expression, Elric asked why he looked so confused. Mephisto tried to hide it, but Elric knew he was expecting something to change in his body. With a victorious smile, the protagonist thanked the Demon King because, thanks to him, he had reached a new level of power. Mephisto began to curse him, frustrated that Elric had uncovered his plan. When Elric asked if there was anything else to learn, Mephisto replied with frustration, "There is nothing more to learn. Besides my true speech, there is nothing else I can teach you." Elric remembered that true speech was the most powerful form of soul speech, second only to divine speech, the voice of God. Mephisto warned that Elric was not prepared to comprehend this power at his current level, and that attempting to master it could drive him to madness. Acknowledging that the Demon King was right, Elric wondered what he should do next. Mephisto interrupted his thoughts, saying that magic could only be perfected in battle, and that was what the Melvingers had been doing for centuries. Elric then recalled a day when his father taught him about the Melvinger family motto, while holding a pendant that had protected the continent from demons. Even confined to a wheelchair, Elric's father spoke with pride about their family lineage, which had always fought bravely on the battlefield alongside Elric's grandfather. Once, while gazing thoughtfully at the horizon, young Elric eagerly asked his father if he could use amazing spells like his grandfather on the battlefield. Before his father could respond, Elric's mother, who was nearby, smiled and asked the boy what she had already told him was necessary to become a powerful wizard. With a pout, Elric replied that he needed to study. His mother confirmed his answer, saying that he should not only focus on powerful spells like his father, as his grandfather, before becoming the most powerful wizard on the continent, had also been a great scholar. While Elric's mother was giving her sermon, his father approached him and whispered that, even so, true magic was perfected on the battlefield. However, his wife pulled him away, reminding their son to read a study until the end of the day, leaving his sister Hayes in charge of looking after him. Hayes reluctantly dragged Elric away as he cried, feeling like his ear would be torn off. After the children left, Elric's father commented that while studying was important, children should behave like children. His wife, in turn, reprimanded her husband, saying that he spoiled Elric too much, creating bad habits. After all, as the saying goes, like father, like son. And so the sunset marked the end of another day. One night, Elric and his sister were with their sick parents in the room. Both of their illnesses had worsened suddenly, leading them to death. With their vitality shared between them, they ended up leaving together. That night, before passing away, Elric's father cried for his wife, who always shone brighter than anyone but was in that state because of him. Elric's mother did not want her husband to say that, as after meeting him, there had not been a single day when she was not happy. Elric's father thanked his wife for raising their children so well, always being a good mother. She then looked for Hayes, their daughter, asking her to take care of her little brother while apologizing and expressing gratitude. Hayes trembled upon hearing her mother's request, crying. The father apologized to Elric for the illness affecting him, blaming himself for it. But Elric didn't care. All he did in that moment was cry, not wanting his parents to leave, questioning what would become of him and his sister without them. As he cried, Elric felt a warm hand on his face while his father said, "Looking back on my whole life compared to my days as a wizard on the battlefield, I was much happier as your father. You don't need to be a wizard. I just hope you live a happy life, surrounded by the people you love." And so, Elric's father's hand fell onto the bed. The boy asked his father what had happened and then realized, sending him into despair. Now, in that forest and thinking about his father, Elric asserted that his father was wrong to say he didn't need to become a wizard. If he wasn't strong, he would be discarded. That was the reality, and because of that, he would become stronger so that no one would be able to ignore him. He remembered his father's words. Magic could only be perfected on the battlefield. He realized that what he needed now was combat experience. Then he wondered where he should go to gain that. He thought of the Phantom Crimson Forest, filled with ghost-type monsters, which was a dangerous place. He also considered the Goblin Cave, but there were always too many people there. He tried to think of a location he could go to, but then he recalled something his father had said about some safe houses around the continent where their ancestors used to live. Recalling that place, Elric called Mephisto to go with him. The Demon King asked the protagonist where they were going, and then Elric revealed, "We are heading to the Yeti's habitat, the Highlands of the Yetis." Inside the forest, Elric was bathing in a stream. He knew he needed to change his appearance so that his identity wouldn't be revealed. He then began to use magic that enveloped him in the stream's water, cutting his hair. After that, he used another spell to alter his appearance. Now, with different skin color, hair, and hairstyle, Elric felt confident to head toward his destination. The place he was going to was always snowy. At the guide agency, an employee was telling someone that it was their lucky day, as normally no one went to the Yeti's Highlands. But it was surprising that some people were going that day. He then pointed to the group behind the protagonist, indicating them. Turning around, Elric saw some people entering the agency. Among them were 4 herbalists, 3 monster hunters, and curiously, 5 individuals concealing their energies. One of the individuals, who was quite short, approached the protagonist, introducing himself while beginning to speak rapidly, enough that anyone listening could easily get lost. Mephisto, beside the protagonist, was already irritated by how much this person was talking. The protagonist ignored the Demon King and asked Mingma if he could buy a communicative crystal orb there. Mingma stated that their village didn't have crystal orbs, but he could use a carrier pigeon or send a letter. Mingma, the short person, began to talk again, telling a funny story about pigeons and letters. But suddenly, someone interrupted him, calling him to leave. He decided to save the story for another day. Elric was worried because his sister would be upset if he didn't contact her soon, but he decided to let Sean handle it. He trusted his friend. As they climbed the Yeti's Highlands, Mingma resumed his story about birds and letters. Next to Elric, Mephisto commented that he was thinking that this place felt familiar, but it was indeed the habitat of the Yetis. Hearing this, Elric asked if he had visited that place before. Leaving Elric behind, Mephisto asserted that the Yetis were scum who admired them. The protagonist was surprised and questioned whether the Yetis were demons. Mephisto then became irritated at being placed in the same category as those beings. Pausing to think, Elric only considered the Yetis to be monsters, but discovering they had connections to demons was something he had never expected. As they walked, Mephisto stated that the ancient king of the Yetis was usable, implying that he must have received the favor of the demon god, even if his fate was not fortunate. As he advanced, Mephisto pondered that the grave of the Yeti king might still be there. Elric was surprised and quickly asked if Mephisto knew where the grave was. The demon king revealed that he had no idea, and even if it were there, it must have already been stolen. Knowing that the Yetis were demons, Elric guessed that the Yeti king's grave should have some connection to his family's safe house. In the past, Elric's father had told him that these safe houses were hideouts of their ancestors, built to protect the family's legacies. He asked his son to go to the Yeti's highlands when he became an adult to confirm the family's legacy in its place and pay respect to the ancestors. Holding the family pendant, Elric wondered what legacy would be inside the safe house, and if he would be able to learn more about the pendant when he arrived there. As he walked, he noticed that Mingma was still talking like a wind-up toy. Mephisto was already irritated and asked Elric to use magic to silence that bastard, as his ears were bleeding. Elric told him to endure, stating that ghosts didn't bleed. Seeing Mingma talk so much about the Yetis, Elric wondered why they hadn't appeared yet. Suddenly Mingma smiled and warned everyone that the path ahead would become more complicated, so they should eat before setting off. Thus the group entered the forest, setting up some campfires. Elric then saw one of those people who had been hiding their aura approach a group, asking to borrow fire. Observing that person, Elric realized that he should be as strong as a noble knight. The group didn't seem to be targeting him, so Elric wondered if they had a secret mission. Looking at an individual with a different cloak, Elric wondered if he was the leader, even though he didn't seem stronger than the others. At that moment, the person Elric was watching began to take off their hood, and everyone turned to look at her. That person, a girl with blue hair, smiled at the group that had lent the fire, claiming she would use it with gratitude. Seeing the young woman, two men began to have improper thoughts, questioning why she was hiding such a beautiful face and asserting that they had never thought they would see such beauty in that place. But before they could continue talking, one of the knights beside the woman attacked them. Putting his sword against one of the men's throats, the knight demanded that he pay with his life for the sin of speaking that way to the young lady. The girl with blue hair, upon seeing this, ordered the man, named Chen, to lower his sword quickly. As the protagonist watched the scene, he couldn't believe that an idiot had tried to flirt with a noble. However, at that moment both Elric and Mephisto felt something, causing them to exchange glances. The protagonist then began to sense a strong aura coming from the forest. Chen, who was focused on protecting the young lady's honor against those bastards, didn't notice anything as he was reprimanded by the blue-haired girl, who again commanded him to lower his sword. Suddenly, something surprised everyone. A solitary figure, Elric, stood up, shouting for everyone to run. Yet neither Chen nor the men he had attacked understood the danger they were in. Despite Elric's warning for everyone to run, their reactions were too slow. People were forced to defend themselves from the sudden attacks, and those who were too slow paid the price. Chen quickly ordered the other guards to protect the young lady, and they surrounded her to shield her. The attack the group faced reminded Elric of the lair. Looking up, another rain of attacks was descending upon them. Facing the downpour of spears, Elric used soul speech to cast a defensive spell. Above him, a large shield appeared, blocking the spears. After defending himself, he looked around to check if the others were all right. But not everyone was lucky enough to block all the blows and were struck. Hit by the rain of spears, they cried for help, but nothing could be done. Both Elric and Mephisto observed the worrying situation before hearing howls from the forest. The Demon King recognized the sound, stating it was the Crimson Eye tribe. Using his sight powers, Elric began scanning the forest. He managed to spot some beings in the distance. He had heard that Yetis usually traveled in groups of 10, but the furious group charging at them was much larger. Understanding the situation, Elric was perplexed. Chen was the first to take initiative, ordering everyone to attack. However, the powerful Yetis had overwhelming strength, sending humans flying with their blows. The Demon King smiled at Elric, remarking that this was indeed a tough battle, especially for his first one, and asked if he would be afraid to fight like a typical human. Provoked, Elric used magic to silence the Demon King. It wasn't the time for conversation. Although the humans were initially overwhelmed, Elric admired Chen's movements, who, using a knight's aura, handled the Yetis perfectly. Elric wanted to observe more, but now wasn't the time. Though the Yeti's surprise attack was a problem, it wasn't the only one. With his eyes, Elric spotted another group of Yetis waiting for the chance to ambush them. If they made one wrong move, they would be in danger. But it would be different if he made the first move. The protagonist began casting some spells, starting with transformation removal, revealing his true identity. He followed up with armament to strengthen himself. He had used memory magic to store some enhancement spells, allowing him to use them more easily. Thus, he leaped upward, flying above the forest and spotting the hidden Yeti group. Suddenly, one of the Yetis noticed Elric's presence in the sky, but it was too late. The Yeti's head was crushed as Elric descended, stomping on it and smashing its skull. The other Yetis were terrified upon seeing this. The protagonist seized the opportunity to continue his assault, aiming at least to delay this group of Yetis. Throwing himself into their midst, Elric cast the burst spell, and in the next instant, a massive explosion struck the Yetis. Although the attack was successful, there were still dozens of Yetis left. Facing them, Elric used the burn spell. A wave of flames engulfed the snowy clearing, wiping out the Yetis along with it. In the sky, several ice crystals appeared. Shaped like swords, they were launched by Elric to pierce the Yetis. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, Elric returned the aerial attack he had suffered to the Yetis. The many ice swords fell, eliminating most of the Yetis from the battle. At the end of Elric's attack, some Yetis were still alive, trembling in fear as they witnessed the fate of their comrades. Seeing that the Yetis were planning to flee, Elric wouldn't allow it. He smiled as he used soul speech to create a spell that would trap the Yetis. After some time, Elric found himself surrounded by the bodies of Yetis. He sighed as he took in the outcome of the battle, praising himself. Sitting on top of a still-living Yeti, the protagonist called for Mephisto, but suddenly remembered that the Demon King had been silenced. When Elric lifted the silence from Mephisto, the Demon King immediately began cursing him, which prompted Elric to tell him to shut up. Setting that aside, Elric asked Mephisto to be his interpreter. Surprised, Mephisto complied, and Elric asked him to inquire where the Yeti's village was, in exchange for sparing that Yeti's life. Mephisto began conversing with the trapped Yeti, who said he would tell them, but only if they were all freed first. The protagonist asked why he should believe the Yeti, and Mephisto explained that in moments like this, negotiation was more favorable than blackmail. Agreeing to the deal, Elric ordered him to speak immediately, and then they would be released. Mephisto started whispering something to the Yeti, and noticing the Demon King's subtle smile, Elric used interpretation magic, discovering that Mephisto was plotting with the Yeti to send him to hell. Neither Mephisto nor the Yeti realized that Elric knew of their plan, so when the Yeti stood up to attack, Elric was already prepared. He conjured an ice stone and hurled it at the Yeti's head. Elric wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved, thinking that if he hadn't been quick, things could have gone badly. Seeing his plan fail, Mephisto turned his back, pretending nothing had happened, while the Yeti knelt in submission. The protagonist gave both of them a wicked smile, asking if they should continue their conversation. Afterward, the painful cries of a Yeti echoed through the forest. Mephisto was also punished, forced to make cute gestures. Elric blamed him for what he had to do to the Yeti, who ultimately agreed to guide them to the village. Elric placed his hand on his chest, feeling the dragon's heart, filled with both dragon and Demon King mana. After using so much magic, he realized he could only use about 3% of his heart's maximum mana capacity. If he recklessly used more, his body might not handle it and could explode. It would be dangerous to keep fighting the way he had been in that condition. As he reflected on his situation, Elric finally reached the Yeti's village. He clenched his fist, knowing it wasn't the time to give up. If he gave up after so little, he could never bring his family back. Elric then looked toward the forest, wondering if the noble lady was all right. At the location where the person Elric was thinking of had been, her guards were drenched in blood after the fierce battle. The young lady ran to Chen, warning him that someone had disappeared. Chen suspected that this person had either been captured by the Yetis or was hiding somewhere. He smiled at the young lady, assuring her that the person had likely escaped safely. With a worried look, the blue-haired young woman hoped that was true, that he was safe. The person she was thinking of now stood before a crowd of Yetis. Elric ordered them to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and to take him to the tribe's leader. The Yetis ground their teeth in response, but suddenly someone shouted, commanding them to step aside. The Yetis turned and looked toward the village where an imposing Yeti was walking toward them. Elric also watched, surprised and somewhat afraid, as this Yeti was much larger and more intimidating than the others. Facing the tribe's chief, the protagonist said he had something to ask. The Yeti grunted, indicating he should speak. Elric intended to negotiate with the chief, but was prepared to fight if necessary. Suddenly, the Yeti interrupted his thoughts upon seeing his green eyes and asked for his name. The protagonist was surprised, but responded, Elric Merbinger. Hearing the answer, the Yeti remained silent for a moment before ordering Elric to follow him. They walked side by side, with several Yetis following from a distance. The Yeti chief revealed that a legend had been passed down through their tribe. A long time ago, there was a great king who ruled the snowy mountains. The legend says the king recognized a human as a friend, a human with bright green eyes, named Merbinger. Elric was astonished to learn that one of his ancestors was a friend of the Yeti king. The tribe's chief then mentioned that every leader of the tribe had kept the promise to protect that human's home. Elric, looking at the Yeti chief, asked where this home was. The Yeti pointed to a chasm, revealing that the house was down below. Elric looked at the dark ravine, incredulous that a house could be there. Only after his eyes adjusted to the darkness did he manage to see that there was indeed a house. As he gazed into the abyss, Elric suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. The Yeti beside him explained that even for them, it was difficult to descend to the house, as the air currents only weakened once a year. Mephisto began mocking Elric, saying that he would freeze if he used ordinary magic to protect himself from the wind. The protagonist remained silent as the Demon King asked what he would do, since with his current abilities, descending was impossible. In the end, Elric agreed that with his current skills, it would be irresponsible to descend. However, if he turned back now, he wouldn't be able to take even one step forward. Besides, his ancestors had likely wanted to test the abilities of their descendants, and he needed to give an appropriate answer. So as he said this, Elric advanced and threw himself into the abyss, smiling. The Yeti and Mephisto stayed behind, watching the human fall into the ravine. Mephisto couldn't believe the recklessness of Elric's actions. As he fell into the abyss, Elric felt a pressure much stronger than he had expected. At that moment, Mephisto began to follow him, ordering him to stay focused. Awakened by the Demon King's words, Elric straightened his body and with difficulty used magic to create platforms. While falling rapidly, it seemed as though he was walking on air, gradually slowing his descent. Slowly but surely, he approached the house at the bottom of the chasm. Maintaining his focus, he managed to reach the ground, sending snow flying in all directions as he landed. Feeling solid ground beneath his feet, Elric collapsed onto his back, relieved. After recovering from the mental exhaustion, he began laughing like a maniac, even startling Mephisto. The protagonist looked at the simple house in front of him, made only of wooden planks. Walking to the door, he tried to open it but realized it was locked by an ancient magic. Stopping to think, Elric assumed the lock shouldn't be too hard to open. Mephisto then suggested he try channeling his mana while saying a few words. Elric followed the instruction, speaking his family name, Demon King, Demon Hunter, Yeti, bread-eating squirrel, bald, among other options, but nothing happened. He began to wonder if the door wasn't meant to be opened with mana, but perhaps with something like a key. Then Elric had an idea and took out his family pendant. The moment he placed it on the magical flow of the door, a blinding light appeared, and the door opened shortly after. Upon entering the simple house, Elric realized that the interior was completely different from the exterior. There were 2 stories, tall pillars, and various corridors filled with books like a library. The inside was incredibly majestic. Elric walked over to a bookshelf and picked out a random book, noticing it was about fundamental magical doctrines. He started running back and forth, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he saw so many books full of lost knowledge, including dark magic. In the midst of all this excitement, Mephisto clicked his tongue, stating that this must have been the place where the Winter Sage had lived. Hearing this, Elric stepped out from behind a bookshelf, curious. Since Mephisto knew about the Yetis and his ancestor, Elric bet that the Demon King knew many stories. As he looked at Mephisto, a different book caught his attention. Its cover was peculiar, and the title was The History of the Merbinger. Elric opened the book to a random page which spoke of his family's duty to eradicate demons. As he read, he remembered what the hooded man had said in his dream in the dragon's lair. The book Elric was reading began to emit an energy without him realizing it. For some reason, he couldn't stop reading. This will become a vessel. Certain prerequisites must be met. The duty given to our family by the heavens must be fulfilled. If you are able to properly digest the demons you consume, a new harmonious combination will emerge. Eat the demons, swallow the demons, drink the demons. Keep filling yourself with all the demons. Elric's words sounded like incantations. The energy released by the book enveloped him, putting him in a trance. This energy also affected the pendant around his neck, which began to glow. As he continued reading, various images were projected from the pendant. Inside his mind, he saw Mephisto's battle against the dragon, his ancestors' intervention, and himself in that situation. Inaugurate a new era of magic. O descendant, who passed the first test and received the pendant, devoured the first demon. This is the starting point of your true beginning. When Elric awoke from the trance, he was no longer in the house. He found himself lying on a springtime meadow. As he stood up, a voice spoke to him. You must be our descendant, coming from a distant future, to whom we promised our inheritance. The protagonist turned to see the man who was speaking. It was a man with a large beard and mustache, white hair, wearing a monocle and dressed in elegant clothes. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself as Otto Hahn Merbinger, the one who tests and guides future descendants through assignments, a mentor. Hundreds of years before, the Merbinger family's magic system had been developed by a few people, and Otto Hahn Merbinger was one of the 5 esteemed ancestral heads of the family. Otto smiled, noticing that Elric seemed to recognize him. The protagonist then asked if Otto was the Winter Sage. Otto thought for a moment and said that someone probably had that nickname, asking Elric where he had heard it. Elric revealed that he had heard it from Mephisto, which startled Otto, who asked if he was referring to the Demon King of the original sin. Upon seeing Elric confirm, Otto placed his hand on his shoulder and began laughing, realizing that the first demon Elric had consumed was Mephistopheles. We have an incredible descendant. Now I won't have to increase the difficulty of the assignments. At that moment, Mephisto felt his ear itch, a sign that someone was talking about him, and began cursing whoever dared to insult him. Elric, still talking with Otto, asked about the assignment and what he would be guided through. Otto placed his hand on the boy's head and said that he had many questions and that he might be wondering why they made everything more difficult when they could simply leave the information in recordings. Otto extended his hand, and a magical symbol appeared above it. He explained that what they had prepared was similar to a wheel. Once set in motion, it could not be stopped. The symbol shot out, distorting the light. The ancestor stated that they couldn't trust this to just anyone, so they needed to carefully inspect the descendant, no matter how long it took. Since you've passed our test, the choice is now entirely yours. If you want to stop the wheel or make it spin, the decision is yours. The symbol that Otto once held was now in Elric's hands. The protagonist wasn't entirely sure what had been assigned to his family, and if he followed this path without careful thought, his life as he knew it could vanish completely. Therefore, this was his last chance to avoid such a fate. Otto decided to respect Elric's decision, whatever it might be. The protagonist then revealed his intention to the ancestor. To revive our family, to fulfill the wishes of my grandfather and our ancestors, the great heroes of our lineage, and to carve my name in history as a great mage of this land. That has been my dream for a long time. The symbol in Elric's hands began to glow, and just as Otto had done earlier, he cast it forward. The symbol flew, carrying powerful energy, and dissipated before Otto's eyes. Suddenly, the ancestor became excited, patting Elric on the back and declaring that he definitely had the potential to be a great descendant. After the initial excitement, the two calmed down. At that moment, Otto gestured with his hand, and the spring-like surroundings changed to a snowy environment. Looking around, Elric asked where they were, and Otto revealed that this was the place where the protagonist would undergo his test in order to obtain his first task. Elric began to shiver from the cold, feeling the pressure of being tested in such a harsh environment. However, the pressure soon transformed into a confident smile, as he knew this challenge would make him stronger. Seeing Elric smile, Otto praised his attitude, saying it was an excellent stance for a cadet. He then asked Elric to look in a specific direction, though the protagonist wasn't sure exactly what he was supposed to see. Otto insisted, telling him to look deeply into the distance. When Elric looked more closely, he began to make out a figure. He asked Otto what that horned creature was, and the ancestor replied, "That is the king of the Ice Mountain. He was the first and last king to unite the Yetis and rule over this mountain. Ambitious, he sought to restore the status of the Yetis to a position equal to that of demons, as they once were before being downgraded. However, in the end, he was consumed by his own ambitions and became a depraved demon. That mountain king is the second demon you must devour." Elric turned his head shocked, asking if Otto was saying that he had to defeat that monstrous creature. Otto, seeing the fear on his face, explained, "You don't need to defeat it, you need to devour it. From now on, you must consume demons and extract their seals from the very root of their existence." Elric, confused, asked what these seals were. Otto then explained, From the primitive and dark emotions of living beings such as fear, depression, and resentment, evil egos are formed, becoming demons. Each demon possesses unique malevolent desires, along with their personalities, ranks, and emblems. The core where these desires reside is called a seal. The seal of the original sin is Mephistopheles himself. As Otto explained, the tiger-shaped tattoo on Elric's hand began to glow, the Demon King's seal. Otto reiterated that Elric must now hunt demons and extract their seals. By devouring the demons, all of their attributes and abilities would be absorbed by Elric. Faced with the dark power emanating from the King of the Yetis, Elric wondered how much stronger he could become by obtaining the overwhelming abilities of such monsters. He would have to find out for himself. Making up his mind, Elric used his magic to fly toward the king. As he advanced, he unlocked weaponry magic, releasing a mist from his mouth. Otto quickly reminded him, "You must not defeat the demon, but devour it." Irritated, Elric questioned how he was supposed to devour a demon. Should he bite it, perhaps? As he moved forward, the Yeti King sensed Elric's mana, the mana of Mephisto, the mana of a Merbinger. Feeling these auras, the king called his Yeti warriors to protect him. Ahead of Elric, dozens of warriors appeared, far superior to the Yetis he had faced before. One in particular caught his attention, and Elric wondered if he could defeat them with his current abilities. He thought that if he could use the Seal of Original Sin, he might be able to defeat these monsters, including the Mountain King. But he didn't know how to wield such power, making the idea nothing more than a distant dream. As the Yetis advanced, Elric dismissed the idea of using the Demon King's power. After all, using such an overwhelming force in his first test would be cheating. He then cast Burst Magic, creating an explosion in front of him that hit the Yetis. Surprisingly, they withstood the attack and charged forward with their spears. At that moment, time seemed to slow as Elric used a double incantation, Raise and Penetrate. From the ground, spikes of ice rose, piercing the bodies of the Yetis. Facing the remaining warriors, Elric declared, "I heard you belong to the demon race but were abandoned. You already know that when you're weak, you're discarded. That's why I need to become stronger. When I'm strong enough, trials like this will be crushed as many times as necessary." As he spoke, the Yetis continued to advance. Elric raised his hands, creating a fireball above his head, burning everything that approached like a small sun. At that moment, the leader of the Yeti warriors attacked him, throwing him to the ground. The armed Yeti before him was much stronger than he had expected. But even while coughing and exhausted, Elric smiled. He would not accept defeat in this first test. As blue smoke emerged from his mouth, it enveloped his entire body like an aura. Even knowing that his body couldn't withstand that power, he decided to use it. Rising to his feet, Elric charged at the Yeti chief, using Bloom and Disperse magic. He defeated the warrior, turning him into a pile of flesh. However, when he looked at the other Yetis, he realized that their bodies were regenerating. Exhausted and with his heart on the verge of bursting, he wasn't sure if he could keep fighting. Suddenly, the dragon heart aura surrounding him began to dissipate. Alarmed, Elric noticed that the seal on his arm was reacting. Although weaker than the Seal of Original Sin, a new seal had formed. The mana from the dragon heart, which had been on the verge of exploding, stabilized. Otto approached and explained, "That's why demons call their seals by their true names. If you want to use their powers, you need to know the true names." Elric asked how he could discover these names. Otto reassured him, saying that when the time came, he would know naturally. Shortly after, Elric had a revelation. The Yeti's true name was Cruelty. He didn't know how he knew this, but he just did. The protagonist then extended his hand and released the accumulated energy, which manifested as snowflakes. A snowstorm began to fall. Standing before the resurrected Yetis, Elric was no longer afraid, as he now knew how to use their seal and true name. Reciting an incantation, he said, "Be cold and heartless." An explosion of freezing energy spread around Elric. The Yetis tried to shield themselves, but it was too late. The snowstorm turned the battlefield into a sea of ice. Exhausted after the attack, Elric smiled, amazed by the power of a seal. He began to laugh, realizing that only one Yeti remained. However, before he could celebrate, he collapsed, worn out. Elric woke up screaming. His body was drenched in sweat, but he had returned to the bookstore in the safe house. Still confused about what had happened, it was Mephisto who answered, saying that it seemed like Elric had undergone a great trial. Facing an ecstatic Elric, Mephisto remarked that he already knew something was happening, as Elric had suddenly fallen asleep while his pendant went berserk. Recalling the events, Elric felt relieved to be alive. He had pushed past his limits by relying too much on his strength, and had likely passed out from consuming all of his mana. Remembering the power he used to freeze the Yetis, he was surprised. It was beyond any expectation he had ever had. If the incomplete seal of cruelty held that much power, the seal of original sin would surely be even more impressive. Suddenly, Mephisto asked if Elric had obtained the cruelty seal, commenting that it was a strange creation of the Winter Sage. When the subject of seals came up, Elric asked how he could use the seal of original sin. Mephisto, with a distrustful tone, guessed that the sage must have mentioned the true name, and asked if Elric truly believed he would reveal that information. No matter how humiliated he was, he would never share such a secret. Seeing the demon so serious and even snorting, Elric sighed, saying it was just a question. He had already expected that Mephisto wouldn't reveal the true name, since seals are a demon's greatest treasures. If Mephisto allowed Elric to use the seal of original sin, it would mean he had lost everything as a demon king. Saddened, Elric decided to give up on it for now. After all, the seal of original sin was that of a demon king, and since he couldn't even handle the power of the cruelty seal, there was no way he could think of controlling the power of a demon king. Remembering something, Elric suddenly perked up and asked Mephisto if he knew the king of the Ice Mountain. Surprised, Mephisto asked why he was bringing that up all of a sudden. Elric explained that the place they had been was the Yeti's tomb, and that it seemed he had captured the king. Irritated, Mephisto shouted, "Otto von Merbinger! I already knew you were insane, but to make someone capture an entity I knew?" Realizing that Mephisto indeed knew the Yeti, Elric approached with a mischievous look, asking if he knew of any good methods to defeat him. Mephisto snorted and moved away, but Elric pressed him, arguing that since the Yeti was no longer part of the demonic race, Mephisto could at least share something. Enraged, the Demon King roared, "You think I would reveal the secret of a seal, the weakness of a race, just to please you?" Trying to negotiate, Elric offered Mephisto a deal. He wouldn't have to act cute for 3 days. Mephisto laughed, claiming that a Demon King's pride could not be bought so easily. Elric then raised the offer to 5 days. Mephisto began to grind his teeth, but Elric quickly withdrew the offer, telling him to forget it. At that moment, Mephisto cleared his throat and, showing infinite generosity, agreed to help, but only this once and for 5 days. In a deep voice, he said, "With the seal you have now, you won't even manage to get through this assignment. Forget about approaching the king of the mountain." Seeing Elric's shock, Mephisto continued, "However, there is a way." Not long after, back in the realm created by Otto, Elric felt the cold again. He looked at the king of the Yetis, determined to apply the tip Mephisto had given him. Moving forward, he remembered the demon's words about seals having different rarities: common, advanced, precious, unique, and mythical, and that even within the same rarity, seals had levels. Mephisto said the cruelty seal was precious, but Elric's was at level 1, while the Mountain King's was at level 10. To defeat him, Elric would need to evolve his seal to level 10 or promote it to the unique category. Thus, following Mephisto's advice, Elric chose to attack the Yeti soldiers to gradually evolve his seal through battle. After defeating numerous Yeti warriors, he finally encountered the king of the mountain again. However, after so many fights, his seal had only risen to level 2. Now he would have to face the Yeti king himself. Seeing him up close, Elric realized that what surrounded the king was not an ordinary shadow, but pure demonic energy. He wondered what kind of entity the Yeti king had been in life to attain such power. Thinking of Otto, Elric questioned whether the ancestor was indeed an ally or an arch-enemy for forcing him to confront such a powerful creature. Despite this, he decided to press on. He was confident that with effort, he would be able to win. Back in the library, Mephisto watched Elric lying on the floor and laughed. After so many battles and efforts to collect seals, he had lost without even touching his opponent. Seeing Elric's frustration, Mephisto asked if he now understood that he should give up. Ignoring him, Elric began to imagine what would happen if he could extort the seal from such a powerful entity. Suddenly, he stood up with a mad smile that Sean would immediately recognize if he saw it. With an intriguing look, Elric commented on something that surprised Mephisto. "Ah, there's something unexpected. The king of the Ice Mountain is a woman, isn't she?" Irritated, Mephisto asked why Elric was looking at him in such a suggestive way. Realizing there was something between the Mountain King and Mephisto, Elric decided to uncover more over time. For now, he held the pendant and remembered the most important thing: to swallow the king of the Ice Mountain. Although he still didn't know how, he was determined to find out as soon as he managed to defeat her. Returning to the Icy Realm, Elric charged at the Yeti King. Despite his determination to defeat her, he was repeatedly overwhelmed. He persisted, once, twice, 3 times, countless times, always with the same result. However, little by little, Elric managed to get closer. Gradually, step by step, until he could finally see the face of the Yeti King up close. Moreover, at this stage, Elric was already able to use the seal of cruelty of the Ice Mountain King, although it was still difficult for him, having just reached that level, to surpass a being that had already mastered the seal. Finally getting close to her, Elric launched a palm attack, which was met with an equally powerful strike from the Yeti King. Their palms collided as Elric wished to overcome the entity before him, in habits, actions, means, or theories. He was willing to steal everything from her if necessary. When their hands clashed, the energies of both collided violently, and a great impact sent Elric flying backward. Otto, watching everything from that world, analyzed the protagonist. It wouldn't be strange if his ego broke after so many defeats. But he keeps smiling. Not only does he have innate talent, but he also possesses invaluable willpower and an insatiable desire to improve. Yes, this child is unique, something we've never seen even in our family. As Otto watched, Elric was shattered again, reappearing in the icy realm with a mad smile. The reason for his joy was simple. He had reached level 3 of the seal. However, distracted by this achievement, he almost got hit by an axe. Elric gritted his teeth, realizing that the Mountain King wasn't giving him a moment's respite. Furious, she wielded her weapons and attacked him with ferocity, forcing him to summon a shield. However, Elric's shield was too weak and was easily destroyed. He felt he was at his limit, and what he had done so far didn't seem enough to defeat the Queen of the Ice Mountain. Then Elric began to think that to defeat her, he would need to understand her, or perhaps go beyond that. He needed to become like her. As he attacked, the seal on his arm glowed, and he was enveloped by a feeling of darkness. Thinking he had been defeated again, he was surprised to see Mephisto flying through the skies, telling him he needed to prove his worth. Elric, confused, wondered why the Demon King was there when he heard Mephisto shout, "Prove that you are worthy of becoming part of our race, King of the Ice Mountain." At that moment, Elric understood what was happening. He had become the King of the Ice Mountain. The seal on his arm shone brightly, and his vision darkened again. When he opened his eyes, he saw a Yeti priest holding him. Confused, he heard the Yetis celebrating an oracle from the demon god, asking that the new queen lead the Highlands. Elric, now in the body of a baby Yeti, was lifted by the priest, who proclaimed to the crowd, "The mountain range will be ours." Elric was witnessing the past of the Mountain King. She, born to rule the Ice Mountain, was the first in history to unite all the tribes of that region. However, this did not satisfy her. She desired to restore the ancient glory of her kind. One day, Queen Yeti declared to her race, "Listen to me. We were once part of the powerful demon race, and now we will reclaim our rightful place." Beyond the Ice Mountain, the Yetis subdued countless humans and demons. In the end, once again, the Yetis became part of the demon race. However, the queen still wanted more. She tried to become a demon king. But when facing the true demon king, Mephistopheles, she encountered an insurmountable barrier, the absolute power of a demon king. The wall was too high, and she had no choice but to swallow the bitter taste of defeat. Even so, she never gave up, honing her true name and evolving her seal. With effort, she took the first small step toward gaining recognition from Mephistopheles. However, when she arrived at his castle, she was stopped by even more formidable beings. These beings represented an even steeper barrier than the last, the barrier of the Merbinger family. In that battle where the Mountain Queen led her army against the castle, her soldiers seemed destined for defeat. The Yetis, amid the fight, screamed in terror before their enemies. The soldiers begged for their lives, overwhelmed by fear. However, the Ice Mountain Queen took the lead, protecting her companions and commanding, "Calm down. We are part of the proud demon race. There is nothing we cannot conquer. Show these enemies true terror." Even with her courage, the Demon Queen froze before the harsh reality. All the Yetis, except for her, were quickly defeated, leaving her alone in a field of the dead. Before her stood Otto von Merbinger. The war was lost to the humans, led by Otto, who pursued them to the Ice Mountain. Back in her homeland, the Mountain Queen incessantly questioned that man who had pursued her, asking why, even when humans had everything they could want, they still did not allow her kind to have anything. Slowly, the image of Otto before her transformed into Elric, who witnessed the last moments of anguish of the Yeti Queen. He understood that this was her duty. Even amid despair, she endured everything since childhood, facing countless hardships to reclaim the glory of her race. Identifying deeply with the Yeti, Elric could not hold back his tears in front of the enormous burden she carried. After that day, Otto settled on the Ice Mountain to watch over the Mountain Queen, and the two, after countless battles, came to respect each other and share time together. But even so, she, unable to free herself completely from her ambitions, ultimately became a monster, meeting her end at Otto's hands. After being defeated once again, Elric fell to the ground. Before him stood the imposing Yeti. "You must be the descendant of the future he spoke of. Seeing that you managed to erase part of my mana and even cut off my arm, it seems he did not boast for nothing." The protagonist apologized for her arm but was interrupted. "Though it ended this way, unable to abandon my ambitions, I am a queen and a warrior who leads my race. I do not need the pity of an enemy." Elric then witnessed the Ice Mountain Queen dissolve into smoke, leaving her last words. "Now it seems the honor has come to end this long battle, so that I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifice." Elric trembled, consumed by the melancholy of the Yeti Queen. She questioned why she'd been so greedy when she could have been happy with just those she loved, wondering if that wouldn't have been enough. In the end, Elric saw the Yeti transform into a cluster of demonic energy. Confused about what to do next, Elric quickly pushed aside his frustration and melancholy, reminding himself that his opponent was the Ice Mountain Queen, the queen who united a vast mountain and the greatest warrior of the Yetis, an enemy he needed to swallow. Knowing he could not defeat such a being without using all his strength, but also realizing it would be a disservice to her memory not to give his best, Elric decided to show the queen what he had. He unleashed all the mana he could, determined to honor the great legacy she had built. With renewed conviction, Elric confronted the Yeti Queen head-on. The powerful energies of both collided, exploding in all directions. After the Yeti Queen drew her axe, the protagonist faced her equally with an axe of his own. The attack seemed evenly matched as Elric advanced with the desire to become like her. The clash became frantic, both attacking without tricks, relying solely on brute force and power. Little by little, Elric began to feel something strange. Although it was a battle of life and death, facing such a powerful being was surprisingly enjoyable. Thinking about this, another attack from both sides collided, creating an explosion that shattered the ground beneath their feet. As pieces of earth flew, forming a new battlefield, Elric could sense something more. The days of happiness the Yeti Queen had spent with Otto. Just like his ancestor, Elric seemed to be repeating her actions. The battle between Elric and the Yeti Queen extended, both fighting with all their strength. The axes clashed repeatedly as they shouted to elevate their power to the maximum. Elric felt that the battle would be decided in the next encounter. Then they both charged forward, each using the technique that had made countless races kneel before them, the secret art of the Ice Mountain King. The Yeti Queen faced Elric, and he met her gaze. Face to face, they slapped their palms together, unleashing the powerful ability Icebreaker, which sent cracks spreading across the surrounding field. Time seemed to pass slowly. The clouds moved in the sky, while the two remained still after the final strike. But one of them emerged victorious. Elric, who completely shattered one side of the Yeti Queen. Defeated, she laughed and in her last words said, "In the end, I thank you." Elric gritted his teeth but was surprised to see the beautiful smile, accompanied by tears, of that powerful Yeti who had fought with all her pride and duty at stake. With the battle decided, she fell to her knees, transforming into smoke that merged with the seal on Elric's arm. On the icy snow mountain, where the powerful Yeti warrior lost her life, a small flower bloomed, symbolizing that the cycle of life continued. With a silent wish for the Mountain Queen to rest in peace, Elric's first task came to an end. Otto, upon seeing that Elric had managed to devour the king of the Ice Mountain, clapped his hands in awe of this marvelous feat. The protagonist pretended to be irritated, asking if this first assignment hadn't been too difficult for a beginning. Otto responded to the protagonist, stating that this was the method of their family. He couldn't call himself a merbinger if he couldn't at least overcome something like that. In the face of Otto's pride, Elric wondered if this was why Sean always called the merbingers selfish. In the end, Otto revealed that he was surprised, as even though he knew Elric was talented, he expected it would take him 1 to 3 years to complete this conquest. But Elric, who had only been learning magic for a few years, had managed to defeat the Mountain King in just a month. The protagonist interrupted Otto's words, counting on his fingers, stating that since he'd been there for a month, he had only started learning magic 2 months ago. Otto laughed, thinking Elric was joking, but the protagonist stared at him with a serious expression. Seeing this, Otto asked if he was truly serious and not making one of the Merbinger's usual self-centered jokes. The protagonist denied making any jokes, causing Otto to burst into laughter. The ancestor grabbed the protagonist's arms, saying that he had always had a good eye for him. Hearing this, the protagonist reminded the ancestor that he had just been talking about talent this, 3 years that, only a minute ago. Laughing, Otto hugged Elric tightly to stop him from recalling what he had just said. After this moment, Otto asked how the final moments of the Mountain King were. Upon learning that she had been smiling in her last moments, he felt relieved. The protagonist bowed, thanking Otto for everything. The ancestor then told him to be careful on his way back. The protagonist revealed that he probably wouldn't have time to visit frequently, but the ancestor understood, as the position of a family head was always busy. With that, Elric said his goodbyes and turned to leave. But suddenly, he turned back to Otto. He didn't know how to leave that place. Otto asked the protagonist if he didn't remember how to get out, even after doing it countless times. As Elric was trying to figure out Otto's words, the ancestor attacked him, sending him back to the real world. The protagonist woke up screaming, cursing the ancestor who had hit him in the face. Mephisto started laughing beside Elric, understanding what Otto had done to him. The protagonist still felt pain in his head, asking Mephisto who would do such a thing without even warning first. The Demon King then asked the protagonist if he had devoured the Mountain King, and revealing the seal on his arm, Elric showed that he had. The Demon King felt proud, saying that it was thanks to the help he had given. The protagonist agreed with him in a mocking tone. Deep down, Mephisto knew that all he had done was say a few things to Elric. But this young man seemed to transcend the realm of a genius, becoming a monster. The protagonist suddenly said he was curious about something. Remembering that Mephisto had a special relationship with the Yeti Queen, he wanted to know why Mephisto had stopped her from becoming a demon. Mephisto was startled to discover that Elric knew about this, and the protagonist explained that he had learned it after looking through the memories of the Ice Mountain Queen. The Mountain King sighed, stating that he was a demon king, while she was just in a lower tier of the demonic race. At that time, I was just bored, but I heard that someone in the Ice Mountain wanted to become a demon, so I went there to check it out. Well, she was far from becoming a demon king, but her ambition and skill were admirable. If someone less benevolent than me, like Azazel or Lilith, had found her, she might have been frustrated. In any case, I told her to find me again when she became stronger and just left her behind. Hearing Mephisto's story, Elric wanted to know why he never met the Yeti Queen again. The Demon King became irritated but revealed that he did, in fact, return to find her. However, by then, she was already happy with someone else, leaving him in a dilemma. The protagonist then said he understood. He laughed in the Demon King's face, saying that the Yeti had friend-zoned the Demon King. Mephisto, humiliated by the truth, became enraged. The protagonist continued to mock him, reminding him that he had been single for a millennium. He started singing, teasing the Demon King while Mephisto cursed him. Within the secret realm of the safe house, Otto was still thinking about the amusing descendant he had met. As a breeze touched him, he asked someone if they didn't think so too, and if they still held any resentment against him. Otto could still remember the day the Mountain Queen had gone mad due to her own ambition. She attacked her own people, destroyed her own village. In front of Otto, she cried as she lost her mind. In her last moments of sanity, she begged him, her friend, to stop her. Apologizing, Otto made a gesture with his hands, sealing the Mountain Queen. Beyond his apology, he now thanked her, asking her to pass on her duty to the young man he had met and to rest in peace. Otto wept during this farewell, wishing that they would meet again in another life, and that at that time, she would be as beautiful as she was when they first met. Seeing Elric rummaging through the library and stacking so many books, Mephisto grew curious about what he was searching for. Suddenly, the Demon King noticed that Elric was holding something. In the protagonist's hand was a small ice crystal shaped like an egg. Before Elric left the secret world, Otto had given him this ice crystal, instructing him to find the god of Camellia. The protagonist was intrigued, asking if Otto was referring to the Camellia, and Otto confirmed, stating that this person would become Elric's new guide. The protagonist scratched his head, asking the ancestor if this was a new task, and Otto confirmed that it was. Holding the small crystal, Elric asked how much time he had to complete the task. Otto gave him a deep look, saying that he would continue receiving tasks until he reached the level of the family's progenitor. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised. Otto knew that Elric must have had many questions, but they would be answered naturally over time. He explained that the progenitor had accomplished and left many things in the world, and many preparations had been made for Elric to follow in his footsteps, so he only needed to diligently follow this path. The protagonist understood the task, pocketing the ice crystal while Otto apologized for leaving such a heavy burden on him, but this was a path that only he, Elric Merbinger, the Lord of the Merbingers, could walk. With that, Otto bid him farewell. Go and perfect the winter. After recounting the story to Mephisto, Elric held up the small egg, stating that he needed to find the god of Camellia. The Demon King burst into laughter. Knowing about the god of Camellia, Mephisto guessed that Otto was trying to create winter. The protagonist didn't understand what Mephisto meant by that. So Mephisto explained that there were the 4 seasons of the Merbingers who hunted demon kings. The protagonist stood up, demanding more details from Mephisto, but the demon king turned his face away, asking why he should do that. The protagonist then offered another 4 days without forcing Mephisto to pretend to be cute, which only irritated the demon king, who asked how long Elric thought that would work. The protagonist changed his offer, allowing Mephisto an exception from being silenced. With that, the demon king smiled and accepted the offer. He told Elric to listen carefully. There were 4 retainers who helped your progenitor lay the foundation of the Merbinger family: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Because their personalities and traits suited each season, we demons called them the 4 seasons. Among them, Ottohan corresponded to winter. In any case, the fact that someone like him remained to guide you on this assignment might mean they're trying to pass on to you the power they once had. Elric began to think that if he completed this task, he might receive the assignments of all 4 seasons. In that case, obtaining the power of all 4 also meant that he could become as strong as the progenitor they once supported. If Elric continued to absorb seals as powerful as the Seal of Cruelty, or even stronger, it wouldn't be impossible to rebuild the family. Looking at the crystal egg, Elric wondered why it was so important that the god of Camellia needed it. Mephisto answered his question, stating that the ice crystal was the core of winter, formed only in the deepest parts of a mountain covered in perpetual snow. In other words, the egg would become a spirit's egg. Since the camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, there's no better vessel than an ice crystal. The protagonist then asked where he should go to find the god of Camellia, and after thinking for a bit, Mephisto pointed to the flower temple in the north. The protagonist was surprised that such a place existed, as he had only ever heard of it through books. Mephisto confirmed that it did, and that the god of Camellia was likely guarding it. Now, Elric could only be sure after checking in the Imperial Library. However, seeing Mephisto answering everything so cooperatively, Elric suspected that he was planning something. Looking at the Demon King, Elric wondered if, somehow, he didn't seem a bit more energized. In fact, after completing the task given by Otto, part of Mephisto's demonic energy had returned as well. Seeing Elric's gaze, Mephisto realized that Elric had also noticed this, but there was nothing he could do. Elric had no choice but to grow stronger through these assignments. Elric, having realized that the tasks making him stronger were also strengthening Mephisto, understood that he might be reviving a great demon king who could attempt to plunge the world into darkness. Mephisto relished the expression on Elric's face, realizing that he must be afraid. Despite feeling uneasy about making a Merbinger stronger, Mephisto decided to go ahead with the plan, as his own recovery was the priority. Suddenly, Mephisto noticed something. Elric was showing a manic smile again. The protagonist had realized that, deep down, he could extract even more from Mephisto, because for the Demon King to escape, Elric himself had to become stronger. Seeing Elric's malicious grin, Mephisto grew frustrated, deciding not to think about it anymore. So after finishing everything, Elric asked Mephisto if it was time to leave. Shortly afterward, the two had already climbed up again, leaving the abyss where the safe house was located. A month ago, Elric had struggled to descend there, but now, climbing up was easier than stealing candy from a child. Since he needed a guide, Elric decided to head to where the Crimson Eye tribe resided. He quickly picked up his pace. He wasn't sure if it was because he had been fighting Yetis for a while, or because he had absorbed the seal of the Ice Mountain King, but for some reason, he wanted to see them. When he arrived at the Yeti village, Elric was horrified. Everywhere he looked, all he saw was blood and destruction. He wondered what the hell had happened. Mephisto, seeing how the Yetis had been slowly defeated rather than suffering something instantaneous, noted that it seemed as if they had been used for entertainment. Mephisto didn't know who had done this, but such a being must have a nature more atrocious than most demons. Elric felt awful. Since Yetis were monsters, they were meant to be eliminated. He himself had killed many Yetis. However, he would never treat them as toys. Elric gritted his teeth in the face of this uncomfortable feeling. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed the duty of the Ice Mountain King. He then tried to calm himself, reminding himself that he wasn't the Ice Mountain King, and he had no right to feel sympathy for the Yetis. But in that moment, Elric noticed something buried in the snow. He dug with his bare hands, growing angry at what he found. Buried in the snow was Minma, her tears still frozen. The protagonist still remembered the first time he had met such a lively person, the excitement she put into her stories, and how kind she was. Elric looked ahead, seeing several people buried upside down. He looked at Mephisto, asking if this had been done by the people they had encountered earlier, and the Demon King confirmed his suspicion. In the snowy forest, the young lady with blue hair was running, with 2 men following behind her. After running for so long, she was already breathless, and her legs were tired. At one point, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. One of the men approached her, asking if she was okay. Telling Chen not to worry, the young lady urged them to stay focused on finding the grave, as they didn't know when the assassins might appear again. Chen then insisted that she needed to rest, but she, claiming to be the child of the Blue Lion, vowed never to be a burden to anyone, ever again. Chen stared at the young lady, who was now trembling. She knew that many people had suffered because of the assassins chasing her, so she couldn't afford to collapse in a place like this. It had been a month since they had begun searching for the grave, but they still hadn't found it. She wondered where in the world the place she was looking for could be, thinking of her father. In a place far from the ice mountain stood the castle of the Blue Lion family. Despite its great renown, some people whispered that the only daughter of the Blue Lions couldn't even swing a sword properly. They cited the rule that lions follow the strong, and compared to that, the young lady was the opposite. As this person spoke, another warned him to be careful and not to be overheard, especially since the person they were talking about was nearby. In the training hall, the young lady was swinging her sword fiercely. Despite her efforts, she knew she had no talent for it. With all the demeaning comments she endured, all that came to her mind was self-doubt, whether she could truly be called the daughter of the Blue Lion. While she was training, Herman Weil, the Blue Lion, called out to her, "Isabel!" As they sat together, Herman apologized for placing such a heavy burden on her, but Isabel blamed herself for not being good enough. Herman, however, said there was no need for her to follow in his footsteps and become the Blue Lion. She was not the Blue Lion. She was a proud member of the Weil family. Isabel tried to argue with her father, but he laughed heartily, saying he was still healthy, urging her to feel his muscles, hard as rocks. Though she said they felt hard because of his armor, he asked her not to worry about him, nor about the Blue Lion, Herman Weil. As always, he would continue to pursue his dream of becoming the greatest swordsman on the continent. Hearing her father's hopeful words, Isabel gave a warm smile. But soon moments of sadness followed. Lying in bed, Herman was being treated by a doctor. Beside her father, Isabel asked the doctor why he wasn't waking up. She was told that he suffered from symptoms similar to mana blockage disease, and that his mana flow had become unstable because Herman had recklessly used aura. If they didn't take precautions, Herman's muscles would begin to atrophy. The doctor stated that the problem could be resolved if they could restore the mana flow of the Blue Lion. However, this was almost impossible with human abilities because Herman possessed too much mana. At this point, the only option left was to rely on a magical tool. Determined to save her father, Isabel set out with a few knights. Since common items were completely useless for the treatment, she became desperate to find an advanced magical tool that the magic tower of the academy possessed. However, even with their magical tools, it was of no use. As a result, Isabel searched the entire continent without rest, yet she still couldn't find a single clue that could help treat her father. But one day she overheard talk about the grave of the king of the ice mountain, which was supposedly located somewhere in the highlands of the Yetis. She listened carefully to the conversation of the people sitting nearby. There are even magical tools there that humans can't even imagine obtaining. We'd be rich if we got our hands on even one of those. Should we try looking for them? The man who was speaking was stopped by his companion, who asked if he wanted to get caught by the Yetis just to chase after a myth. He should keep drinking instead of ending his own life. After searching for this grave like a needle in a haystack, Isabel finally discovered that it really existed, and even where it might be. However, a problem arose when this news reached Isabel's uncle. Her uncle, Paul Weil, who had always been waiting for an opportunity to steal the Blue Lion's seat, sent assassins to pursue Isabel, the heir. Now, within this frozen forest, Isabel shivered from both the cold and anger, wondering how monstrous her uncle could be. Suddenly, one of Isabel's soldiers ordered her to hide. He pulled her close to him to conceal her, while Chen stayed behind, facing several hooded men who appeared before him. "We've been searching for you everywhere. We wondered where you'd be, and it seems you were here. But since you're a member of the Weil family, I'll make this quick." The men in front of Isabel were part of the 6th unit of the Blue Wolves, the elite knights secretly created by Paul Weil. Chen glared at the man named Hanel, furiously stating that he would pay for Isaac and Zard's lives with his own. As Chen planned to hold off the 6th unit, he hoped that young Lady Isabel would flee without looking back. Isabel tried to break free from the man protecting her, but he told her they couldn't stop this unit on their own, even though they knew what would happen to Chen. The man said the knight was risking his life to buy time for her to escape. If she surrendered, she would be wasting his sacrifice. Isabel gritted her teeth in frustration, but suddenly a voice called out to her. "Young lady, at this rate your loyal servant is going to die, so why don't you come out?" Being trampled on, Chen called Hanel an idiot, stating that the young lady was already far away. In the next moment, Hanul stabbed the man on the ground, smiling maliciously. To think that she would abandon a loyal knight. The young lady truly has a cold heart. Now how about we finish this? Just as Hanul was about to deal the final blow to Chen, Isabel suddenly appeared, begging him to stop. The girl, crying in the face of such a tragic situation, had made a difficult decision. Your target is me, right? Just take me and let him go. At the young lady's plea, Hanul rejected the offer. She was then horrified by what Hanul said next. We were ordered to get rid of anyone who witnessed this event. If you hadn't run, everyone could have stayed alive, living happily with their families. That's truly a shame. Hanul gave a mocking smile to the girl who was now sinking into a pit of guilt. She blamed herself for the innocent people who had met their end because of her. While Isabel was lost in an indescribable void, Hanul decided to end it all. But suddenly a voice from the forest caught everyone off guard. The assassin looked around, trying to figure out who was there. At the top of a tree, a young man appeared after using a transformation spell, revealing himself. Me! I'm just a passing devil, you idiotic bastards! Faced with the young man who appeared, Hanul laughed, asking if this was some kind of joke or if he belonged to a group of satanic worshippers, saying that the young man could have continued living if he had just ignored the situation. Before Hanul could finish speaking, the young man in the tree vanished. In the next moment, the knight was surprised to find that the young man, who had used magic, was already standing in front of him. Jumping back to dodge the attack, Hanul asked the young man who he was. Ignoring the assassin, the protagonist asked Isabel if her group was all right. She confirmed they were and asked if he was okay himself. The protagonist had fallen sitting on the ground. He had tried to make a dramatic entrance but slipped because of the snow. At that moment, Isabel realized that the young man before her was the one who had disappeared when they were attacked by Yetis a month ago. She was stunned. Not wanting to drag anyone else into this mess, she desperately urged him to run away, saying the matter had nothing to do with him. Hanul, seeing Isabel telling the young man to flee, reminded her that he wouldn't allow any witnesses to leave alive. He then ordered his men to eliminate the protagonist. The men quickly advanced toward Elric, who had a grim expression on his face. Yes, something like mercy is wasted on trash like you. In the next instant, Elric used gust magic against the enemies before him. Extending his hand, his palm glowed, sending a flurry of attacks at the knights. After launching the attacks, Elric clenched his hand, making the attacks return, hitting them again. With a simple hand movement, the numerous enemies perished within seconds. Neither Isabel, her knights, nor even Hanul could believe what they had witnessed. In a hurry, Hanul ordered the remaining knights to attack before the mage in front of them had time to cast another spell. The knights attacked with murderous intent, but Elric easily dodged their swords. Extending his hand again, he used penetrate magic, summoning several blue swords that flew toward the assassins. The assassins desperately tried to block the swords. Some even attempted to sacrifice their comrades to save themselves, but they all met the same bloody fate. A rain of blood fell upon the assassins. Hanul, the last one alive, was in shock, terrified, asking who the young man in front of him was, and if he was doing this knowing exactly who they were. Facing the attempt at intimidation through status, Elric said he didn't care who they were, and ordered the man to kneel. Confronted, Hanul gritted his teeth in fury. Isabel, who took advantage of the moment to hide, wondered who the man that had appeared was. In her eyes, he had easily subdued the blue wolves. However, when looking at the young man, she noticed a problem. He, definitely a powerful mage, exuded a dangerous aura that made her too afraid to approach him. As she backed away, Hanul advanced on Elric with murderous intent. The swordsman surprised the protagonist with his speed, and at that moment, Isabel screamed, advising Elric to keep his distance from Hanul. The protagonist quickly used weapon enhancement magic, jumping back to dodge. After gaining some distance, Elric cast a shooting spell, and as he aimed at the assassin, a large number of ice crystals shot out. Hanul scoffed, asking if the young man thought he could stop him with magic, advancing as he shattered the ice. Hanul's sword came down from above, aiming at Elric, but in the next moment, a wall of ice was created. The sword strike landed on the ice wall, but it remained intact. From behind the wall, the protagonist laughed. Do you know what's more important than the wall not breaking? It's that your head is about to be buried in the ground. While the protagonist adjusted his hair, striking a pose, the assassin didn't understand his actions. And just as Elric said, in the next moment, a powerful blow struck Hanul, burying him in the ground. Watching the end of the battle, Isabel's guards were astonished by the young man who had swept away the blue wolves in an instant. They couldn't believe there was a mage like him on the slope they were on. Isabel realized that the young man in front of her must be her age, yet she wondered how he could be so powerful. If he was this strong at such a young age, she wondered if he was on the same level as Tasha Norester, one of the new 3 stars. However, if that were the case, there was no way those 3 wouldn't know of him. Unaware of Isabel's thoughts, the protagonist looked up, sighing after the battle. He remembered the people he met during his journey and the Yetis who had taken him to the safe house. With a melancholic look, Elric wished that they rest in peace. While Elric was lost in his moment of mourning, Mephisto appeared, reminding him that the young ladies' group was watching them, asking if they should do something about it. As they were staring so much it was giving him a headache. Elric, who had even forgotten about the young lady he had saved, turned and smiled at her. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Chen felt pressured. He placed his hand on his sword as a precaution. Although they had been helped by the young man, he was still a complete stranger, so he couldn't let his guard down. If such a person had a motive, he could be as dangerous as the assassins. As Chen prepared for battle, he suddenly saw Isabel kneeling down, thanking the young man for saving them. The protagonist was taken aback by her sudden gesture, which was unexpected. The girl instructed her 2 guards to do the same as her, and in unison, the 3 expressed their gratitude. The protagonist hurriedly told them to get up, insisting he had only done what anyone would do. Seeing the young lady kneel, Mephisto appreciated her demeanor. Unlike the 2 knights, he noted that the young lady knew what courtesy was. Suddenly, the girl approached the protagonist, who was trembling with embarrassment, looking him in the eyes. "This may sound rude, but may I ask for a favor?" "No, I would like to commission you for something." The girl suddenly grabbed Elric's hands, squeezing them, and so she relayed her request. That night in a carriage, Elric set off with Isabel and her guards. He sat calmly, in a thinker's pose, covering his mouth. However, Mephisto, who could see him closely, noticed the smile he was hiding. It was normal for Elric to smile so much since he had received something so valuable. Elric had received a coin from Isabel, far beyond gold. It was a coin of the Blue Lion. He then asked her if she happened to be the young lady of the Weil family. With the girl's confirmation, Elric understood why she was so beautiful. Isabel Weil, the scentless flower. Although her beauty was enough to make even the royal prince fall in love with her and propose marriage, she was abandoned because she was a scentless flower, simply for being born without talent. If the flesh and blood of the lion had no sharp teeth and claws, then its value diminishes greatly. Elric had heard that Isabel lived as a recluse in her home, after her engagement was broken, yet unexpectedly, she was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the protagonist greeted her, introducing himself as Rick, and said it was an honor to meet the daughter of the Blue Lion. She blushed, asking why it was an honor for him to meet someone like her, but he urged her to have a little more confidence, for from what he had heard, her tenacity did not shame the name of the Blue Lion. Timidly, Isabel thanked him for the compliment. Elric then asked what commission she had to request. Remembering her request, Isabel stated that she had nothing with her at the moment, but she wanted to ask him to escort her to the imperial capital. Chen quickly pointed out that they hadn't found the place they were looking for, but she insisted that she didn't want to lose anyone else because of her greed. She was going to meet her uncle to negotiate with him. Hearing Isabel mention her uncle, Elric realized that the knights must also be part of the Weil family. He wondered if there was some internal conflict happening within the Weil family. Thinking back, Elric remembered hearing that the Blue Lion was suffering from reflux disease, something similar to blockage disease. Sean had been the one to tell him this. Suddenly, Elric realized he could use this to put the Blue Lion in his debt. If the Merbinger were revived and joined forces with the Blue Lion, it would be quite a spectacle. The protagonist was rejoicing at his own cleverness. Isabel said that although they were lacking compared to the protagonist's skills, she could double the reward she had just given him. Seeing Elric staring at the coin in his hand, Isabel thought he would refuse it. Instead, Elric returned the coin and holding Isabel's hand, smiled. "I will escort you safely, dear client." Inside the carriage, Mephisto reminded the protagonist that he didn't need money, since there were tons of treasures inside the lair of Shinake. However, the protagonist had a plan, telling the Demon King not to say something like that if he had never been cold or hungry. Mephisto was puzzled by what Elric meant, and the protagonist asked what he should do if he didn't have money at that exact moment. The demon might not care since he was a ghost, but he still needed to eat and sleep. Upside down in the carriage, Mephisto stated that this was the problem with humans. Suddenly, Elric praised the sound conduction for being convenient. He could send whatever he wanted to say to a target while spending only a small amount of mana. Mephisto revealed that he had only taught him this so that no one would think he was crazy for talking to himself and continue conversing with him. The protagonist laughed, mocking Mephisto, who hated being silent. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the Demon King if he would be upside down for the entire trip, to which Mephisto admitted he was bored. Isabel had been watching Elric the whole time, and seeing him not say a single word, she wondered if it was because she had taken a commission with him. However, now she needed his help. If her uncle sent even more powerful blue wolves, there would be no way her trio could block them. While Isabel and Elric traveled in the carriage, a group was gathering in a castle. On the throne, a man asked a kneeling figure if what he was saying was that the 6th squad had been annihilated. The man bowed deeply, asking for forgiveness. Another man stood up and approached him. "If you feel guilty, then you should have done something to apologize in the first place." As he said these words, the man attacked the one who was bowed, spilling his blood on the floor. The man, who had the head of a wolf on his shoulder, called over a man named Hilton, asking him how he thought Isabel would move now. The man stated that since they had confirmed that Isabel had left the Ice Mountain, she should be returning to the imperial capital. And if she was returning, it meant she would be going to negotiate with him. And Hilton, the leader of the first squad of the Blue Wolves, affirmed that this should indeed happen. That man with the sword then called Isabel stupid, questioning how an incompetent girl dared to negotiate with him. Returning to the throne, the man, who was surrounded by several knights, declared that Hilton would only have one chance. Isabel's carriage traveled quite a bit, and by dawn they arrived in the city of Lasente, a beautiful town with a colonial style. Isabel's shoulders were aching, having traveled for 2 days without rest. Mephisto, beside Elric, complained, claiming that his body was hurting, even though he was a ghost. The protagonist asked the Demon King if he couldn't find the right posture to ease his mind, wondering why the hell he had remained upside down throughout the journey. As Elric joked with Mephisto, he noticed some movement at the city entrance. There were a few knights in blue cloaks. Back at the castle, Hilton had ordered the 2nd squad of the Blue Wolves to assemble. The man who received the order questioned whether they should really mobilize the most powerful squad for something so trivial, since the young lady's return to the capital was no different from a declaration of surrender. Contradicting the man, Hilton attacked him, ensuring he would remain silent for eternity. The man standing next to the attacked individual stated that Isabel would undoubtedly pass through Lasente if she was heading from the Ice Mountain to the imperial capital. Therefore, Hilton ordered them to turn the city into her grave. Faced with so many knights, Elric was shocked. Inside the carriage, although Isabel knew she couldn't move freely since the Lord ruled these lands, she hadn't expected so many enemies to appear. Chen then asked if they should turn back, but she insisted they shouldn't, as they had already drawn the knights' attention. Turning back would make them suspicious. Isabel quickly had the idea to abandon the carriage and find a way to enter the city secretly, but suddenly, Elric interrupted her, stating that it wouldn't be necessary. As Isabel asked what the protagonist would do, he used the magic display. After Elric's magic was cast, the carriage moved forward, passing through the gates of Lasente. Even though the enemy soldiers looked at the carriage, they ignored it for some reason. Once the carriage was secure, Isabel got down, asking what magic Elric had used. The protagonist smiled, stating that it was just an illusion spell that changed the appearance for a moment, nothing more than a hypnosis that could be broken with the slightest shock. Therefore, they needed to be cautious. Isabel thanked Elric, whom she referred to as Mr. Rick, for safely entering the city. The protagonist then stated that they would spend the night there, bidding farewell while affirming he would return after taking care of a few things. He left as Isabel asked him to return safely. Mephisto was curious why Elric had used an illusion spell instead of dealing with the assassins. The protagonist explained that he didn't want to fight until he knew the number of enemies and needed to conserve mana for emergencies. Mephisto then mocked him, calling him lazy, reminding him that he had the soul speech and the seal to use. He then asked if Elric shouldn't be returning to the academy soon, and the protagonist replied that he needed to find something first. The protagonist smiled mischievously as he walked through the fair, wanting to discover what situation the dean was in to prepare to get rid of him in the future. Seeing Elric smile while talking about the dean, Mephisto called the man unfortunate for getting in his way. Suddenly, upon seeing some children playing, Mephisto remembered something and wanted to ask the protagonist. He claimed to have sensed something similar to mana coming from the knights, wanting to know what it was. The protagonist then stated that this was aura flow, recalling that it probably didn't exist in the time Mephisto was alive. Faced with the Demon King's doubt, Elric explained, "It's simple. Mana is originally a blessing given to wizards, but over time even martial artists developed a method to apply mana to their bodies. While wizards use magic to create mana circles in their hearts, martial artists strengthen their bodies using aura flows in their dantians. Just as the 6th rank of wizards is categorized as magus, the 7th circle as archmage, and the 8th as sage, the ranks of martial artists are categorized from the 1st to the 5th as user, advanced, expert, master, and superior. Mephisto was surprised to learn that there were only 5 ranks for knights, unlike wizards, the protagonist explained that there were exceptions, as only one person had formed more than 5 aura flows. The Demon King was curious to know who that person was, and the protagonist told him it was the Golden Lion. That man was considered the strongest being on the continent. Mephisto was impressed by such an arrogant nickname, nothing more than expected from humans. The protagonist disagreed with the Demon King, stating that such a being was on par with his grandfather, who had been the greatest mercenary in history. As Elric finally arrived at his destination, Mephisto smiled, resembling the protagonist's devilish grin, claiming he would love to meet the Golden Lion one day. Putting the old demon aside, Elric had more important things to do. He smiled at the vendor, asking to buy a newspaper. He wanted to find out what had happened while he had been away. At the academy, Barracks was asking Rivern if things had still not been resolved. The student apologized, stating that the Naristers were guarding the hospital like an impenetrable fortress. Barracks was irritated to see that Sean was involved. Thus, Rivern alleviated the dean's anger by stating that he was far superior to the other candidates for the director election, as news of him being the one who discovered the lair was being circulated by both students and the press. However, Barracks stated that it was unknown what could happen if he didn't obtain the excavation rights to the lair, as he wanted a crushing victory. Rivern then smiled, asking the dean to give the command. Thus, the dean ordered him to pressure the Naristers even more. At the hospital, the spokesperson told Sean that the pressure to transfer the excavation rights of the nest to the academic circles was increasing. Not only that, since the situation seemed as if he were betraying a professor behind his back, the academic circles were in an uproar. Sean was already trembling under the immense pressure exerted on him. He lifted his head, crying, "My sister comes to grill me every single day, and that bastard Elric hasn't even contacted me once." However, Sean showed some papers to the spokesperson, stating that he was determined. He would continue to endure this situation until Elric returned. At that moment, Elric, who was in front of dozens of newspapers, slammed his hand on the table. He realized that the dean was being as cunning as ever, and that Sean was getting himself into trouble because of him. He smiled, seeing that the older someone was, the more cunning they became, praising the dean for how he used the pressure. The protagonist slammed the table again. "Just keep it up, as this will make my debut even more fabulous." Putting that aside, Elric began to think if he could do something for Sean, as he felt so bad for him. While the protagonist was lost in thought, suddenly, a light appeared in the window. In a distant place, a massive explosion occurred. He and Mephisto hurriedly turned to look at the explosion site. Elric quickly ran, arriving at the scene of the explosion. Several children were crying for their parents, and before his eyes, what the protagonist saw looked like hell. Earlier that day, Isabel and her guards settled into the inn. The guards asked if she trusted Rick, and Isabel stated that he had saved them. Despite this, the soldiers asserted that Rick, although not a subordinate of Paul Weil, could be an assassin sent by one of the 7 lions targeting the main state. Chen wanted to be prepared for the worst. Isabel understood this man's concern, but he had been overly protective since the Ice Mountain incident. She then asserted that she understood how Chen felt, but they needed to keep something in mind. Doubting Rick was the same as doubting her decision. Isabel believed in the protagonist. The expression he had made after defeating the assassins was one only a just person could make. Chen understood what Isabel meant. However, he asked if Rick was just a mercenary looking for money. Isabel smiled, stating that he probably had another purpose. In light of Chen's doubt, Isabel affirmed that Rick had helped them without receiving any compensation at first, so they would help him even if they didn't compensate him. However, his expression changed when he discovered they were from the Weil family. She then stated that he had considered the possibility of the Weil reputation being tarnished and had deliberately lowered himself. The soldiers then understood what Isabel meant, that Rick had done this to avoid making the Blue Lion appear weak. Just as they were conversing, a massive explosion suddenly occurred. Watching the city burn, a man asked the group around him if this scene wasn't beautiful. They had used a scroll containing a 4th circle spell called Heat Wave Advent. For such destruction, it was worth the price. The man who was enjoying the burning landscape was Simonen, the leader of the 3rd squad of the Blue Wolves, who was alongside Beskov, the leader of the 2nd squad. Observing the man's attitude, Beskov asked how he could laugh. Simonen, who had a scar on his face, recalled that Beskov had agreed with his opinion a moment ago, but was now acting so serious. He then asked Beskov if he knew how expensive the scroll they had used was. Beskov cursed Simonen internally, but he couldn't find any better alternative. Considering the young lady's personality, she would show up to help people no matter what happened. Simonen then asked what they should do, inquiring if they should burn more places. Beskov stated that the 6th squad had been eliminated and that according to Hilton, there were at least 3 or more enemies, so they should be careful not to have any mages among them. Simonin made a crazy expression, stating that even he could eliminate the 6th squad with his eyes closed, asserting that Beskov and Hilton were worrying too much. The crazy assassin licked his lips, declaring that since they had gone to such a distant place, it would be great if they encountered a strong enemy to entertain them. Thus, Beskov, who had dozens of knights behind him, ordered them to initiate the plan to find Isabel. Before the burning city, Chen was unconscious. Throughout the city, screams echoed everywhere. Desperate people were crying out, and there were also men ordered to find the young lady and get rid of anyone who wasn't her. It was also possible to hear someone telling Isabel to hide because the blue wolves were looking for her. Isabel, who was separated from Chen and Ed, woke up to the screams, shocked by the destruction she witnessed. In the face of so much fire and suffering, Isabel stood up. She wanted to know if this was truly what her uncle wanted. As Isabel got up, someone warned her to be careful when another explosion occurred, knocking her down again. One of her soldiers urged her to run quickly, leaving them behind. Beside Isabel was a sword. In that moment, she gritted her teeth, filled with fury over her powerlessness. She grabbed the sword, wanting to confront the enemies head-on and save the people. But she had neither the power nor the talent to stop them. She didn't want to run, nor did she want to live a life of shame. As she thought, she remembered the protagonist's words about his incredible tenacity. At that moment, Isabel wished to become like that powerful mage. As a member of the Vile family, she wanted to protect the Empire even if it meant perishing. Thus, as she rose with tenacity, a bright light appeared in the sky. A new fire attack was heading toward the inn where Isabel was. She faced the attack head-on, fighting until the end, and so the attack exploded. However, when she opened her eyes, Isabel realized she had not been hit. Looking at the hole in the inn's wall, Isabel was incredulous, not believing what had happened. There stood a man with his back to her. Gathering a large amount of icy energy, he cast a spell, covering the entire street. In the next instant, wherever she looked, everything was frozen. All the fire had been extinguished, causing people to scream, overjoyed to have been saved from the flames. Isabel was speechless, tears streaming from her eyes. The man before her, whom she knew as Rick, had saved her again. As she watched the man leap into battle, she wished for something that might not be possible, that might take an eternity, but she wished nonetheless that one day she could be by his side. Jumping into the street, Elric asked why there were soldiers exterminating innocent civilians. Mephisto, who was following the protagonist, witnessed the fury of the Merbinger, which, although usually dormant, was not easy to extinguish once ignited. This was a rage he knew very well from having confronted it in the past. Unlike ordinary humans who made mistakes when they lost their reason, the Merbinger became calm, ruthless, and stronger. Mephisto followed Elric, who climbed to the top of a tower, facing the knights from above. He commented that the enemies seemed to be in greater numbers and stronger than the previous ones, asking if he thought he could win. The villagers looked up to see their savior. Elric, responding to the Demon King, said it could be difficult, especially since he didn't know how much mana he had left, and could not use magic freely among the citizens either. Thus, Mephisto asked why Elric wasn't fleeing. The protagonist, enveloped by an aura, explained the reason. There's a saying in our family, those with power have the obligation to prove they are worthy of it. That is why the Merbinger have always been the spearhead of all wars. At the top of the tower, Elric faced the Blue Wolf squadrons. On the ground, a man was terrified. He had bought a fourth circle magic scroll with his hard-earned money, but an adversary like that had appeared out of nowhere. He asked Beskov if the man was from the Tower of Magic and what they should do. Beskov replied that he knew all the mages from the tower and didn't recognize the one in front of them, so they should be cautious. Beskov and Simonin shared a wicked grin upon seeing the mage, stating that they would simply eliminate the young lady and retreat if the mage interfered. With their sights set on the inn where Isabel was, they ordered their men to advance and capture her. Isabel collapsed to the ground, her legs trembling, unable to support her. At that moment, the protagonist jumped in front of her. Holding the young woman's hand, he looked into her eyes as if conveying his intentions. In the next instant, a flash of light illuminated the city's streets as Elric and Isabel fled together. Realizing their escape, Simonin ordered his men to form up, and his squad followed. Carrying Isabel in his arms, Elric felt the strength of the enemies closing in. He then planned to lead them to a place without civilians. As he ran, Elric encountered a group of soldiers. Using magic, he swiftly passed through them with Isabel in his arms. However, the more he fled, the more soldiers pursued him, until at some point Elric found himself surrounded in a square. Simonin, leading the soldiers, mockingly called the protagonist a fleeing rat, revealing his excitement, as it was his first time hunting a mage. However, Simonin was surprised to see that Elric was alone. The young lady had vanished. The protagonist taunted the knight, asking if he really believed he could find her. "Of course you wouldn't know where she is, since all you've done is chase me like a dog." The provocation enraged Simonin, who ordered his subordinates to bring the mage's head to him. A great explosion of lights occurred before the protagonist, who had already consumed a large amount of energy to extinguish the fire in the city. The mana from the dragon's heart had significantly decreased after absorbing the seal, and his body wouldn't withstand much more if he pushed beyond his limits. When he fought the king of the ice mountain, he could restart the fight at will, but now, everything would be over if he lost, even just once. Looking around, Elric saw between 30 to 40 enemies. Seeing such numbers, the protagonist realized that Isabel had been right. They wouldn't go easy, even against one person. Elric calmed himself and decided to eliminate the knight's leader first, but he was suddenly attacked by several knights. For some reason, Elric felt that his body was moving with more difficulty than when he had defeated the king of the ice mountain. Mephisto suddenly appeared, asking if he was sure he had truly defeated the king of the ice mountain. Regardless, what Elric meant was that back then, his body moved exactly the way he wanted it to. As Elric was attacked, Mephisto called him a fool. "Do you really think the game auto-created for you would be the same as reality?" Mephisto's words were as sharp as the sword that nearly struck the protagonist's face. Seeing the Demon King mocking him, Elric thought it would be better if he kept quiet instead of continuing to spout nonsense. At that moment, Simonin ordered his subordinates to back off as he furiously charged at Elric, questioning why a mage was fighting in close combat and taunting him to use the same powerful magic he had used before. Elric hastily cast the spell Pierce in an attempt to stop Simonin, but with a crosscut, the knight destroyed the ice created by the protagonist. Continuing his advance, the crazed knight asked if that was all the mage had. He wanted more entertainment, and, with powerful vertical strikes, forced Elric to continuously dodge. Simonin attacked Elric relentlessly, until the protagonist faced him head-on, causing a great explosion when their blows collided. Emerging unscathed from the clash, Simonin remarked that this was what the boy deserved for running like a rat. He and his men surrounded Elric, as if they had cornered him in a trap. Just as Simonin planned to end the fight, energy shot into the sky, exploding like fireworks and illuminating the city in red. Looking back, Simonin saw the explosion in the sky and wondered what in the world had happened. Distracted, he didn't notice the wicked smile on the protagonist's face. A magical power emanated from Elric's body as something began to form on the ground. Quickly, a golden magic circle covered the entire square. Desperate, Simonin ordered the young man to stop his tricks, but when he looked at Elric, all he saw was something resembling a dragon. So immense was the energy radiating from the protagonist. In a panic, Simonin commanded his men to attack before the magic circle could be activated. Seeing the knight's actions, Elric, realizing the foolishness of their intentions, activated the magic circle beneath his feet. Minutes earlier, as Elric carried Isabel away from the inn to flee, he had managed to gather some information about how his opponents fought. With this, he formulated a plan to get rid of them all at once. Thanks to Isabel, he could set a trap, but he needed her help. After Isabel evacuated all the citizens from the square, she was supposed to give him a signal by tearing a magical scroll, which would do the job for her. That would be the moment when Elric could exterminate the blue wolves. With the magic circle activated, Elric unleashed his spell. The temperature dropped instantly as ice surged, freezing everyone in the square. Seeing the result, Elric realized that magic circles were indeed great for conserving mana. As Elric admired his own magic, Simonin, still alive, couldn't believe what had just happened. Upon seeing him still breathing, the protagonist mocked, "How stupid can you be not to realize I was drawing a magic circle?" Faced with Simonin's fear, Elric's icy hand approached the enemy's face to finish him off. At that moment, a surprise attack fell between the protagonist and the man of the blue wolves. The hooded man, Beskov, praised the protagonist for dodging, but said his luck would run out there. Elric faced this new enemy, who commanded the squad that had just arrived in the frozen square. Beskov acknowledged Elric's achievement of luring them into close combat and wiping them out in one go. This was something impossible to do without precise calculations and confidence. Seeing the smile on the protagonist's face, Beskov wondered if Elric had known they were watching but dismissed the possibility that he had sensed their presence. If he had, Elric wouldn't have used the magic circle before they appeared. Still not entirely confident, Beskov made a feint, saying he would spare Elric's life if he handed over the young lady. However, the response he received was different from what he expected. Is that so? The truth is, I don't plan on letting you live. There's no mercy for knights who abandon their code. Faced with Elric's sharp gaze and the cold aura rising around him, Beskov couldn't remain still. He drew his sword and charged, instructing his subordinates to shield their bodies with aura and maintain formation. As Beskov's sword came at him, Elric used a spell to rust the blade, but the magic failed, forcing him to dodge the attack by ducking. The protagonist then fired mana from his fingers, but Beskov easily neutralized that magic as well. Elric didn't understand why his magic had suddenly become weaker, until he guessed that because of the Seal of Cruelty, all non-ice elemental magic was being weakened. Using the Seal of Cruelty in the middle of the city was proving much more difficult than when he had used it on the Ice Mountain, which also forced him to consume more mana. His ice attacks, launched against the group of knights, were considerably weakened because of this. However, while battling, Elric had an idea. He launched an attack at Beskov, and when Beskov defended with his sword, it became clear that the blade began to suffer damage. The protagonist then clasped his hands together, releasing two differently colored energies, creating a new spell. In the next moment, several ice swords appeared, aimed at the knights. Realizing they were about to be attacked, Beskov ordered his men to block the attack, while he himself slashed at the ice strikes heading his way. After defending himself, Beskov counterattacked the young man before him. Wounds began to appear on his hand as he released his aura. His eyes, completely filled with energy, locked onto the protagonist, who had his eyes closed, preparing an attack. Looking at the young man, Beskov gave an ultimatum. Enough games, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Let's end this. However, Beskov's attack failed, and he ordered his subordinates to regroup and strike. As he turned, he saw his squad transforming into ice statues. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and asked how it had happened. The protagonist provided the answer. Poisonous ice freezes the target with even the slightest touch. Blocking the attacks instead of dodging was your mistake. Thus, Beskov himself began to freeze, his voice weakening as he muttered, I've never heard of such magic. The protagonist laughed like a demon as he watched the knight. Of course you've never heard of it. All I did was imbue a curse into the ice magic. Accepting his defeat, Beskov laughed at himself. Ha ha, of all people, the captain of the first squad made a mistake. He shouldn't have sent just us. I admit you are formidable. However, soon you'll regret getting involved with us. You'll suffer at the hands of the captain. As Beskov cursed and threatened the protagonist, he inadvertently revealed valuable information. Elric thus uncovered the entire plot. Ah, so he's the one who planned all this? You won't be alone on your way to hell. I'll send your captain to join you soon. With those words, Elric froze Beskov for good, sending him to the afterlife. In a secluded area away from the plaza, a man was handing over a sixth circle magic scroll to some of the Blue Wolf Knights. Thanks to the time Beskov had bought them, they managed to escape. However, being Blue Wolf Knights under the sword of Lord Paul Weil, whom the man claimed to be the next Blue Lion, they couldn't flee with their tails between their legs. Ordering his men to run until their feet bled, to set the city on fire, and if necessary, to burn themselves as well, Simonin, with an even worse scar on his face, smiled diabolically and wished for his soldiers to offer their lives to turn the city into ashes. Mephisto, who could move freely like a ghost, discovered the Blue Wolves' new plan. He laughed as he informed the protagonist that they were plotting something insane. Before Elric could ask the Demon King what he meant, he felt a powerful energy surge through the city. Immediately, he rushed off in a certain direction. Mephisto followed, laughing maniacally. The only race crazier than demons are humans. No matter how sophisticated they act, this is their true nature. Elric hurried to a section of the city, his eyes catching traces of energy in the air. He remembered that 3 blue wolves had yet to be defeated, but now he couldn't find them anywhere. However, more dangerous than the knights were the scrolls they held. If one of them was a 6-circle scroll, any mistake could turn the city into a sea of flames. As he ran, Elric didn't notice that he passed by Simonin, who was perched atop a house with malicious intent. I wonder if you'll be able to stop this, though it's already too late. Simonin murmured as he began activating the scroll. Sensing the activation, Elric quickly turned, trying to prevent Simonin from completing the spell. In the next moment, Simonin's arm, the one holding the scroll, was gone. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, having averted the worst. I knew from the Ice Mountain that you were fearless. Who would have thought you'd use the item I gave you like this? Elric said. Behind Simonin stood Isabel, holding a sword. She was the one who had made the knight lose his arm. Elric praised her action, giving it an A, and highlighted her excellent use of the stealth scroll he had given her. Even with one arm, Simonin still had the other. He attempted to attack Isabel with a dagger since she was close, But Elric quickly cast a spell to freeze him. The protagonist began walking toward the crazed knight, mocking him. "You really try hard, don't you? Why keep resisting so much when you know the outcome will be the same? What's wrong with your face? It was just an arm. You were already ugly. This doesn't make it any worse." Tired of talking, Elric prepared to finish off Simonon, but the knight asked if he really thought it was over. Simonon reminded the protagonist about his two subordinates, who were somewhere in the city, finalizing the preparations for the plan. "Though I've lost to you, we, the Blue Wolves, our Lord's sword never fail. You were careless, mage. Soon this place will become a purgatory of suffering." While Simonon boasted, Elric smiled, revealing that he had already taken care of the other two knights. Frozen and shocked, Simonon couldn't believe it. Elric explained, "Didn't you tell me to use the magic I'm so proud of? I had already figured out their location and created an attack that split off, targeting each one of them. Want to see it? In the end, even your last card was wasted." Simonon couldn't accept his defeat. In desperation, he turned to Isabel, trembling. "Young lady, please listen to me. If you let me live, I'll speak well of you to Lord Paul Weil. We were only sent to scare you a bit and escort you back. I'm the captain of the Blue Wolves' 3rd Squadron, and I'm sure he will." Before Simonon could finish, Isabel silenced him with her sword. She could no longer bear hearing that man tarnish her family's name. Realizing what she had done, Isabel apologized to the protagonist for losing control. Elric, however, reassured her, saying he would have done the same anyway, and asked if she was hurt. Trembling, Isabel replied that she was fine, but Elric noticed she was in shock. He tried to calm her by placing a hand on her, and at that moment, Isabel made a request, to leave at least one of the Blue Wolves alive. Isabel had never experienced anything like that before. The knights of her family always kept their distance from her, someone without talent. Even when they showed respect, it was only because she was the daughter of the Blue Lion. But the Blue Wolves, her uncle's subordinates, looked at her with disdain, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Now, those same wolves were at her feet. Elric had created ice spikes to trap one of the surviving Blue Wolves. He weakly asked why they were doing this to him. Isabel answered that she needed to leave one alive to serve as a messenger. She wanted to send a message to her uncle. The Blue Lion's position would never be his. She knew that the Blue Wolf at her feet didn't fear her, but rather Elric standing beside her. She wished to have the same power and talent as him, but knew she would have to change her weak attitude if she wanted to achieve that. After freeing the surviving knight, Elric asked where they would go next. Isabel stated that she would go to Karnoy, where her father was recovering, to plan for the future. Elric praised her decision, saying no one would dare attack the place where the Blue Lion resided. Isabel knew he was right, but if her father didn't wake up, the battle would be difficult. She believed they would have a better chance of victory if Elric helped them, but she also knew a lion couldn't mix with mages. Besides, Isabel didn't want to owe Elric more than she already did. Though reluctant, she knew she had to say goodbye. Lost in her thoughts, Isabel was startled when Elric handed her some papers. When she asked what they were, she quickly read them and realized it was a thesis. Elric explained, "Sorry for being presumptuous, but I heard that the Blue Lion's illness is similar to the blockage disease. I'm not sure if this will help, but here's the cure for blockage disease." With a smile, Elric watched as Isabel shouted in disbelief at what she had just heard. Returning to the destroyed inn, Elric helped treat the wounds of Chen and Isabel's other knight. Neither of them could understand what the protagonist was saying about blockage disease. While healing them, Elric realized there was no better way to explain the truth. He then surprised Isabel by apologizing for hiding his true identity. In the next moment, Elric's body began to crack, with light shining from within as he revealed his true self. "My name is Elric Merbinger, Lord of the Merbinger family, Duke of the Radiant Star." Radiant Star was a noble title granted to Uzdan Merbinger, the Star Mage, after his victory in the war against the demons. This title symbolized his brilliance on the battlefield. Though it didn't confer any official power, the name itself represented valor and radiant glory. That was the meaning behind the title of Duke of the Radiant Star. Isabel was shocked by the revelation. To confirm, she asked if he was the one who was supposed to be in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital. From what she had heard, this person was considered ill. Elric cleared her doubts, explaining that while there were things he couldn't reveal, it was true that he suffered from blockage disease until recently. However, as she could see, he was different now. Surprised, Isabel took another look at the papers Elric had given her. Observing her, Elric explained that what she held was the treatment he developed through research conducted on his own body after being cured. He added that, since the Blue Lion's illness was similar, it might help. Elric's words left Isabel speechless. "Didn't you say you wanted to return and face those who tormented you? Wouldn't it be a shame if the Blue Lion missed the chance to witness such a grand scene?" Mouth open, tears began to roll down Isabel's face. She trembled as she asked how she could repay such kindness. Elric placed his hand on her head, trying to calm her, and they locked eyes. "Don't worry about that. I'll collect my fair share from you soon," he said. Comforted by the gesture, Isabel's crying slowly turned into a smile. After this sentimental moment, Isabel told the protagonist that she wanted to repay some of the kindness he had shown her. "I'd like to be the one to help you. At least this time, Sir Elric. How about I make you a hero?" Much of the city of Lasente was in ruins. People were rushing back and forth to help the wounded. Mephisto, who was always by the protagonist's side, asked if Elric was certain about revealing his identity. The protagonist, for his part, knew that Paul Weil would try to find him sooner or later, especially because he had wiped out many of his blue wolves. Elric was also aware that Paul, being someone who hated losing, would definitely make a move. Moreover, his magic was so unique that as soon as he returned to the academy, his identity would be exposed. Mephisto then understood Elric's plan. He was laying the groundwork, knowing he would eventually be revealed. While Elric was secretly talking with the Demon King, several people in the city praised the protagonist. Elric commented that by helping the Blue Lion, this would be of great value for reviving the Merbinger family in the future. Mephisto praised Elric for not only creating an extravagant spectacle, but also for establishing a solid position. He was impressed by Elric's talent for both magic and strategy. As Elric greeted the people, a woman approached and asked if he was leaving, suggesting that he should stay a bit longer. The protagonist laughed, though he declined the invitation, stating that he had a long way to go and that the citizens should return to their daily lives soon. Holding her baby, the woman thanked Elric, saying that if it weren't for him defeating the evil people, the worst could have happened. Another man also approached to express his gratitude. Although he didn't know how to articulate his thanks, Elric looked at him and asked why he was showing so much gratitude for something the protagonist saw merely as his duty. The man was Chen, who, as a Knight of Whale, stated that he would never forget Elric's favor. The protagonist, already tired of this kind of thanks, reminded Chen that he had asked him to stop expressing his gratitude. Mephisto, agreeing with Elric, joked that he only cared about the money he would receive. Elric, telling Mephisto to be quiet, asked Chen what he would do next. Chen stated that although they had been attacked by Paul Weil, this was a sin of the Weil family, and that in the name of the family, he would help the people of the city to the end, and then proceed to Karnoi with the young lady. Mephisto realized that Chen wanted to garner public sympathy by spreading the bad reputation of Paul Weil. Knowing that this idea came from Isabel, Mephisto found her to be more cunning than her innocent appearance suggested. Elric, recognizing that this was the responsibility of a noble, bid farewell to the people of the city, who continued to thank him, asking him to return someday. Mephisto, on the other hand, knew that Isabel was merely using justifications to achieve her true goal. Leaving Lasente, Elric decided to return to meet with the Dean. At that moment, the Dean was glaring at a trembling Rivern. Shouting at the young man, he demanded, "I told you to get the damn excavation rights. Even if the family is in the way, what the hell have you been doing?" The young man apologized while Barracks cursed Sean, claiming he would never let him set foot in the academy again. Gritting his teeth, he ordered his assistant to find a way to get what he wanted, even if it meant using pressure or bribes. Barracks' assistant fled the room. The dean, surrounded by newspapers on his desk, mentioned that there were only 3 days left until the director elections, and without the excavation rights, he would be in trouble. Burning the newspapers, the dean turned to a man sitting in his office and asked him to repeat what he had said before. The man, sitting cross-legged, gave a sly smile and repeated the question to Barracks. "So, have you finally decided to cooperate with us?" Barracks glared at the man sitting lazuli and asked if he would really make him the director and how he planned to grant him the excavation rights. Lazuli revealed that all the preparations were complete and that all Barracks needed to do was cooperate with them. The dean scrutinized Lazuli with suspicion, questioning how he would obtain something that even his own group had not achieved. Lazuli then smiled, stating that since Barracks did not trust them, perhaps there was no reason to close a deal, as Barracks was not the only candidate for director. Barracks changed his mind upon hearing this, claiming that he believed in him and asking what Lazuli wanted in return. Lazuli revealed that his request was simple: Barracks' support for Siesta. It was a relatively small ask, considering Barracks' desire to become director. Surprised by the modesty of the request, Barracks watched as Lazuli vanished like a pixelated image, while he smiled and said that just the support was enough. That same day, rumors began to spread throughout the city. People commented that, in Lasente, the Blue Lion family had caused quite a commotion. One listener questioned whether this really occurred due to an internal fight, as it was uncommon for the Lions to resort to violence without regard for civilians. The narrator of the rumors confirmed that many people had suffered and that houses had been set on fire. In the restaurant where this conversation was happening, Elric listened attentively. The narrator added that amidst the chaos, a wizard appeared and exterminated the bandits. Curious, the listener asked who this wizard was. At that moment, Elric, sitting nearby, heard the narrator say that the wizard was very handsome and was being called the hero of Lacente. Lying on the table, Mephisto, always beside Elric, commented sarcastically about how they had already heard this story countless times since they arrived in the capital, emphasizing how obsessed humans were with heroes. Elric, for his part, did not pay much attention, interested only in filling his stomach, as he hadn't visited the capital in some time. He remarked to Mephisto that he had even asked Isabel to tone down the rumors, but without success. When Isabel suggested turning Elric into a hero, she argued that there was nothing better than the story of a hero to influence public opinion, which would be useful for Elric when he revealed himself to the world in the future. Additionally, she would be building a solid foundation while pressuring Paul Weil. Elric wondered if this would really help, as all he heard in the restaurant were rumors about him, including gossip about a possible relationship with Isabel. The hero story was quickly turning into a romance tale. However, whether it was a story of a hero or love, both contributed to spreading his name. Even so, already tired of being the center of attention, he decided to look for another place to eat. As he left the restaurant, stretching, Elric remembered Isabel's talent, something he envied, and that would be useful for restoring his family. He wondered if Isabel had arrived safely in Carnoy. While Elric planned to leave, he turned to call for Mephisto, who was taking his time. At that moment, someone recognized him, and without warning, attacked. The punch hit Elric in the chest, forcing him to take a step back. The people in the restaurant immediately got up, concerned about the start of a fight. Many feared that Paul Weil was plotting something in the capital as well. Facing the aggressor, Elric was surprised to recognize him. The man had a fierce look and asked if Elric really dared to dodge. Smiling as he looked at the fist that had struck him, Elric joked that the person was taking the joke too far. The man, with a deep voice, exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how much I've suffered because of you? If you had any sense, you should have come to the capital ready to take a punch. At least once, don't you think? You ungrateful friend betrayer." The aggressor was Sean Narrister, Elric's loyal friend, who now looked more like an executioner. Ignoring Sean's anger, Elric greeted him joyfully, surprising everyone around who realized that the earlier attack was, in fact, a greeting between friends. Though Sean cursed Elric, the two sat down at the table. Sean was frustrated that he had to clean up the mess caused by his friend, but he already expected that from someone so beyond salvation. Laughing, Elric asked Sean to buy him a drink, which irritated his friend, since Elric was rich after conquering the dragon's lair. Nevertheless, Sean called the waitress and ordered the drinks. Smiling, Elric noticed that Sean had probably already noticed the difference in his mana, but was waiting for him to explain. Seeing Elric's satisfied expression, Sean felt disgusted. When the food arrived, he ordered Elric to eat before it got cold. The two toasted, and Elric asked why Sean was calling him disgusting, revealing that lately, people had been calling him handsome. Putting aside the teasing, Sean commented that the show was being prepared according to Elric's instructions in the letter he had sent. However, Sean questioned whether this was really necessary, concerned about the risks of Elric losing everything. Elric assured that there was no need for concern. He had only two objectives in mind: to throw Barracks into hell and to resurrect the Merbinger family. He planned to make both things happen at once. Resigned, Sean sighed and promised to continue the preparations as planned. Elric then asked about Carl, the spokesperson for the Narristers. Sean looked around, worried that his sister, the family's witch, might have heard the rumors. Curious, Elric asked who this witch was. Trembling, Sean confirmed that it was his sister. If she heard about the rumors, being a dragon fanatic, she would surely lose control and could ruin all their plans. In a large mansion, a woman wearing dragon slippers was furious to hear from her secretary that the excavation rights to the lair had been granted to the academy. Tasha, dressed in beach attire, ordered the secretary to prepare to go to the hospital. Turning to Hanabi, Tasha instructed him to repeat the information. Hanabi read from the newspapers, stating that Barracks had acquired the excavation rights, that the election for academy director had been postponed, and that the Narester family had renounced the excavation rights, all under pressure from the Hexagram families. Tasha knew that even with the pressure from the Hexagram families, her father would not remain idle, much less Sean. Hanabi confirmed that the young master had not given any response up to that point. Tasha couldn't believe her brother was inert, even after supporting his friend for so long. A powerful aura emanated from Tasha, frightening Hanabi. She decided that they would go somewhere else, When Hanabi hesitated, Tasha reminded him that the excavation rights belong neither to the Nerester family nor to the academy. She wanted to see the face of a certain bastard. Although the position of director of the Uzden Academy seemed like a mere administrative role in a school of magic, it was highly symbolic and held great power. Not only was it equivalent to a marquis in terms of nobility, but the title also influenced academic and political spheres, standing on equal footing with the masters of the Hexagram Tower, the captains of the Empire's magical knights, and other similar positions. Magus of the Star, the honored position of being a descendant of Uzden Merbinger, today marked the election day for the new director. On a podium in the center of a large hall filled with chairs and guests, the dean thanked everyone for their presence. As you know, the discovery of the nest of the precious dragon is something that will probably never be repeated in history, and at the center of this historic discovery, I, Barracks, was present. If you choose me, I will stabilize the system that will allow us to continue achieving great feats like this. In the audience, someone secretly mocked Barracks, realizing that the dean was already acting as if the academy belonged to him, starting his speech even before all the candidates had arrived. Sean, sitting in one of the chairs, was worried about his friend, wondering if he would be able to handle everything alone. When the two had talked in the restaurant, Sean revealed that the approval rating for Dean Barracks to be the new director had become overwhelming. Although Elric had devised a plan, the dean's strong support base could hinder his success. Elric smiled at his friend's warning, stating that the next day Barracks and his group could try whatever they wanted. During the election, Lazuli praised the dean's speech, already calling him director. Barracks laughed, claiming he had not yet been elected, but that he would do whatever Siesta wanted, even without Lazuli's praises, so he didn't need to worry. Changing the subject, Barracks reminded everyone that the other candidates were still campaigning and that they could talk later. Internally, Barracks thought that once he became director, nothing would be out of his reach. He had no intention of helping Lazuli and his group. Being alongside the masters of the Hexagram Tower, he believed that a group without foundations like Siesta could not harm him, planning to use them only as a stepping stone to achieve the position of director. What Barracks did not know was that Lazuli had long suspected him, smirking maliciously as he said goodbye. After the speeches of 7 candidates, it was decided that the voting would begin soon, and everyone should take their seats. Despite this, Sean noticed that Elric's chair was empty. At that moment, the young man was surprised to spot a familiar figure. He wondered why his sister Tasha was there. An elder with white hair glared at her, asking if she understood the kind of place she was in. He stated that this was not an alumni meeting, but the electoral seating, reserved exclusively for the lords of the Hexagram. Tasha retorted, claiming to know exactly where she was, as she was the representative of the lord of the Nerester family. More than anyone else there, she knew what was about to happen. Upon hearing this, Sean gritted his teeth, wondering if Tasha had discovered something. Cutting through Sean's thoughts, someone stepped up to the podium to speak. I ask for everyone's attention for a moment. I have an announcement to make before the voting begins. I request that all voters return to their seats and maintain silence. Everyone must have received the magic crystal, through which they can check the candidate's information and vote for one of the 7. The results will be announced as soon as everyone has cast their votes. Barracks, upon hearing this, felt confident. He had made a promise that had drawn everyone's attention related to the academy, which might even allow him to collaborate with the Magic Tower and the Imperial family. Furthermore, he already had agreements in place with most of the voters. All Barracks was waiting for now was for his name to be announced. He longed for that moment, as he had always wished. The person at the podium prepared to announce the results. Excluding the vote from the Merbinger family, which is not present today, the candidate who received the most votes is Ba. Before they could finish, someone suddenly appeared in the hall commanding silence. People turned to see who dared to interrupt the sacred election. Tasha looked with interest at the person, while Sean smiled, cheering for his friend. The person who entered the hall was, in fact, Elric, surprising everyone. The lord of the Merbinger family, Elric Merbinger, as Duke of the Radiant Star and electoral representative, I've come to exercise my small yet significant right to vote. Barracks felt a chill upon seeing Elric. The people around him were euphoric, remembering the Disgraced nickname of the prestigious magical family. Many were incredulous, having heard that Elric was supposed to be in a coma. Ignoring the murmurs, Elric slowly walked toward the podium. Barracks was sweating, unable to believe that Elric was there. Some people began to point at Elric, shouting, "Elric, what does this disturbance mean? How does a mere student dare to cause a ruckus in the director's election?" Walked, Elric cast a spell over his body, changing his clothes. "Do you underestimate the laws of the Empire? At this moment, I am not a student of this academy, but a duke of the empire and an electoral representative. The elegant white suit Elric wore perfectly matched his refined style. The empty chair in the center is that of the Merbinger family. Is it not granted to the Lord of the Merbinger the honor of founding director? Barracks hurriedly stood up, claiming to be happy to see Elric healthy, but emphasizing that he should not interrupt, as the voting had already been concluded. He then ordered that the winner of the election be announced, but Elric interrupted him. Election Law of the Euston Academy, Article 7, Section 2. When a question that raises suspicions about the integrity of a candidate is found before the end of the election, a new vote must be held, provided that the majority of voters agree. The protagonist stepped up to the podium, greeting Riverne as he passed. I, the Duke of the Radiant Star, Elric Merbinger, declare that the candidate for Director Barracks is unqualified due to the forgery of private documents and instigation to murder the Duke of the Radiant Star. Upon being accused, Barracks asserted that Elric did not understand the gravity of the accusations and demanded that he prove he was a criminal. Since you are participating in the election as a representative of a prestigious family of mages, we must follow the proper electoral procedures, as you yourself said. I ask my dear members of the electorate, are you really going to listen to Elric's unfounded accusations, or rather, Lord Merbinger's? Looking at the other election participants, Barracks suspected that Elric had something prepared, but he was confident that the outcome would not change, no matter what he did. He wondered how Elric dared to attack him. Barracks was ready to show him what true political power was. All the candidates remained silent, supporting Barracks, who then turned to Elric and asked what he would do now. Elric mocked the headmaster, asking why he was in such a hurry. It wasn't too late to decide after hearing what he had to say. Barracks grew irritated by Elric's insistence on his accusations, but something unexpected happened. A recording began to play. In it, a man was speaking to another. Are you saying there's really a dragon's lair there? Then there's nothing to be done. Eliminate Elric as planned and retrieve his magical pendant as a keepsake. The voice recorded in the crystal was clearly Barracks's. The protagonist then laughed while looking at the headmaster. Contrary to what is said out there, Headmaster Barracks had no involvement in the great discovery made by me and Sean Narrister. On the contrary, he tried to eliminate me and steal my family's inheritance. Upon hearing this, the headmaster took a step back, unable to formulate a response. Elric then addressed the members of the electorate. Do my words still sound like unfounded accusations? Barracks trembled with rage, accusing Elric of falsifying the recording using illusion magic to deceive everyone. The protagonist then laughed, asking what Barracks meant by illusion. How could I supposedly deceive a 7th Circle Archmage? Or are you saying you're at the 8th Circle Headmaster? The attendees who were there to vote agreed with Elric. There was no way an illusion spell could deceive a 7th Circle Archmage, let alone someone with magic blocking condition, and certainly not someone at the 8th Circle. They began to suspect that Barracks had indeed attempted to eliminate the Duke of the Radiant Star. Barracks noticed that the crystal Elric was holding was the same one he had given to Riverne. He couldn't understand how Elric had obtained it. Looking at Riverne, who was standing at the podium, the headmaster secretly cursed him, unable to believe that the young man had betrayed him. Riverne, trembling with fear, began to speak into the microphone. Now, as the members of the electoral committee are having an important conversation, we ask all guests to remain silent. At the time when Elric and Sean were having lunch, Sean revealed that a suspicious person had been lurking around the hospital the night before. That person was Riverne. Elric was surprised, thinking that Riverne was following Barracks' orders. However, Sean surprised Elric by saying that Riverne had gone to the hospital to deliver something to him, waiting until Elric woke up, which astonished him even more. That day when Barracks expelled Riverne from the room and ordered him to obtain the exploration rights to the lair, the young man overheard all the threats and insults even after he had left. Tired of the situation, Riverne decided to act against the dean's orders. Elric thanked Riverne for holding on to evidence, even though he knew the proof he already had would be enough to take down Barracks. Still, Riverne's help made things easier. Elric, however, wondered why Riverne had recorded the conversation, thinking it might be due to insecurity. In the end, saving Riverne in the lair had been worth it. Elric surprised everyone by stating that this was not all. By law, the possession of a dungeon is similar to that of a dragon's lair. The ownership belongs to whoever discovers it first. However, Dean Barracks took the excavation rights without my permission. Moreover, not only did he attempt to assassinate the Duke of the Radiant Star, but he also tried to steal the Merbinger family inheritance and the rights to excavate the lair. Therefore, I not only request the disqualification of Dean Barracks as a candidate, but also that he pay for his crimes. People began to murmur. They concluded that if Barracks did not have the excavation rights, it wasn't worth voting for him. At that moment, the old man who had spoken with Tasha commented that he felt a magical presence in Elric, questioning whether he didn't have the blockage disease. Another person mentioned having heard that Elric was in a coma, but now he seemed perfectly fine. They looked at Tasha, asking if she knew anything. Smiling, the woman said that her relationship with Elric was as his sister, but that wasn't the most important thing at the moment. In a desperate measure, Barracks claimed that the crystal had been tampered with, and that this would be proven by an analysis. Grinding his teeth, he saw the position of director slipping from his hands and feared that his own head would be next. He hoped that the siesta would help him. However, when he looked to where Lazuli was, he saw him next to Sean. In an instant, Lazuli put on his glasses, revealing his true identity, Carl, Sean's advisor. When Sean mentioned Carl during lunch, he explained how the spokesperson was relieving stress while mentally playing with Barracks. At that moment, both Elric and the Dean showed their teeth. The Dean, furious at being deceived. Elric, delighting in the expression of despair on his rival's face. The protagonist smiled at the members of the electorate. It seems that everything has been resolved. We can now resume the voting. So who would like to take the position of director? The election proceeded smoothly. After it concluded, the elected candidate stepped up to the podium to thank everyone for their trust in him, accepting the position of director of Usdun Academy. Mephisto, who was flying above Elric, was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe that Elric had made such a brazen deal and wondered if he was brilliant or completely crazy. The protagonist retorted that moments like that were to get his share of the agreement. Elric complained about money. I need to cancel my academic internship and secure my scholarship. What the hell do you know about that? Changing the subject, Mephisto asked if Elric would let Barracks go unpunished, as the Dean was trying to flee. Elric, mocking, asked if he was talking about the bald old man, but mistakenly, or perhaps intentionally, transmitted the message directly to Barracks, laughing shortly afterward. He then began walking toward the Dean, sending more provocative messages. Oh, it seems you received my sound transmission. I didn't mean to send that to you, sorry. I bet you're still in the 7th circle, even bald. You can hear my transmission incredibly well, but why aren't you saying anything? Can't you use sound transmission? Well, I guess being able to hear already shows some talent. Oh, I see. You hear well because your bald head works like an antenna, right? Provoked for so long, Barracks became furious and recited a spell, suddenly casting it at Elric. You bastard, how dare you provoke me? The people were frightened, asking what Barracks was doing. Desperately, they prepared to flee. Barracks, however, smiled, eager to see his attack hit Elric, who was looking at the Dean's strike with a smile on his face. Smiling as he was attacked by Barracks, Elric made a simple hand gesture, conjuring a defensive spell. Barracks' blow collided with the ice shield, dissipating shortly after. The crowd was surprised to see the large shield, adorned with a stained glass design, raised above their heads. They immediately recognized the 5th circle spell, White Blizzard. While the audience was still recovering from the shock, Barracks cast a new spell, determined not to give Elric any rest. The protagonist leapt from his chair and charged toward the headmaster, ready to face him, and the energies of the two mages clashed in the air. The old man who had spoken with Tasha earlier was stunned upon recognizing the magic surrounding Elric, identifying it as the magic of the hero of Lacente. The crowd was impressed that someone had managed to block a 6th circle spell, Lightning Shot, and even more surprised that this person was Elric, the young man they once considered the disgrace of the prestigious magical family. They couldn't believe that someone with mana blockage disease was capable of using magic. Elric gritted his teeth, though he was thrilled. Blocking Barracks' attack had been harder than he had imagined. After all, Barracks was still a 7th circle mage despite his advanced age. Seeing Barracks casting more lightning in his direction, Elric mocked the old man, who seemed to have forgotten where he was. Suddenly, another person snapped their fingers, interrupting the battle. In an instant, a large fire attack fell right in front of Elric, blocking Barracks' assault. The one responsible for the interference was Tasha. If an old man like you keeps being a pain in the neck, you're going to end up getting cursed by the younger students. Standing beside Tasha, the Witch of the Red Bird, was a magnificent phoenix. Elric recognized the 7th circle magus, Sean's sister, famous for having personally tamed a phoenix. Elric hadn't expected the veteran Tasha to get involved, but with her intervention, the battle took on a new dimension. Several other figures moved, confronting Barracks and declaring that any further action on his part would be considered an act of terrorism. Barracks began trembling as he was challenged by the electoral representatives of the Hexagram Lords. These mages and sages were no less skilled than the headmaster. If Barracks continued his provocations, they would consider it disrespectful and suppress him by force. As Barracks retreated, a telepathic transmission from Elric caught him off guard. You're going to stop now after going this far? Earlier, you spoke as if the world was in the palm of your hand, and now you're fleeing like a coward? You couldn't even scratch me, just dirtied my clothes. Why not act like before, like a dog in heat? Provoked beyond his limit, Barrick's rage exploded, and he charged forward at full speed to strike Elric. The protagonist was thrown against several tables, causing an explosion upon impact. Everyone was shocked and slow to react, as they hadn't expected Barracks to continue his attack. But in the next moment, they snapped out of their stupor and rushed to suppress the headmaster, who had attacked the Lord of Merbinger. Mephisto floated beside Elric, who was on the ground. I wonder if I really deserve the title of Demon King. You would do quite well as a Demon King if you had been born in our race. Hearing Mephisto's joke, Elric smiled and said he should have known that by now. Facing a completely shackled Barracks, Elric told the Demon King that this was the fate of anyone who dared to oppose him. After that day, news about the commotion at Usden Academy spread. An uninformed person asked if Elric, who was supposed to be in a coma, was the center of the story, doubting what he could have done. He was quickly corrected by someone else, who revealed that Elric was the hero who had saved Lacente. Headmaster Barracks was expelled from the academy and imprisoned for attempted murder. Elric Merbinger, grandson of Merbinger Usden, the star mage who protected the Empire from demons, had become a legend. The news also raised questions. How had Elric cured his incurable disease? Had he discovered some secret in the dragon's lair? What few knew was that another person had also benefited from Elric's cure, the Blue Lion. Finally, it was announced that Elric had granted excavation rights to the Nerester family, who had helped him. Sean, reading the news hastily, commented, "The resurgence of the Merbinger family was as bright as a star, the proud rise of a hero after overcoming so much ridicule." Irritated, Sean asked why he had to read aloud to Elric, who was lying down. Smiling, Elric said he was still a patient and could still feel the pain where Barracks had hit him. In truth, Elric was in the hospital partly to avoid the reporters who followed him to the entrance, eager for an interview. Sean remarked on the struggle of the guards trying to block the journalists who wanted to know the truth about the scoundrel Elric. "You used to pull tricks, but now there are even hero stories about you. Who did you learn that from?" Sitting up in bed, Elric asked if Sean really thought he had just been fooling around these past few months. He began talking about Lacente and the young woman from the Blue Lion family, but soon cut the story short, telling Sean that he didn't need to know that. Uninterested in the story, Sean asked if Elric planned to cause more trouble. The protagonist shrugged, making Sean suspicious. Sean then revealed that his father wanted to have dinner with Elric. Guy Nerester, Sean's father, was one of the great sages of the Ninth Circle, one of the greatest mages of his era, and the lord of the Nerester family, who led the Magic Tower. Even Elric's grandfather, when alive, had wanted to be Guy's disciple. It was evening when Elric and Mephisto followed Sean to the Nerester household. Both were impressed, and Elric commented, "Man, I knew you were rich, but if I had known it was on this level, I would have extorted you a lot more. Is this a house or an entire district?" Before them, the Misty Hill, the main residence of the Nerester family, rose imposingly, with large houses, buildings, and towers covering the hill. With an eager smile on his face, Elric promised himself that one day he would surpass the Nerester family. Rushing to keep up with Sean, Elric heard that Sean's sister would be joining them as well. Surprised, he asked why his friend was only mentioning this now. Sean handed Elric a letter, reminding him that the past few weeks had been very hectic and that Elric should have hired his sister sooner. Taking the letter, Elric read his sister's words. "My beloved little brother Elric, I heard you're going to the Nerester family home. Don't bother them until I arrive and get ready. If you run away, I'll make you suffer." Upon finishing the letter, Elric was terrified, tears welling up in his eyes, anticipating the worst. Seeing the protagonist's reaction, Mephisto snorted, commenting that apparently there was a demon king in Elric's family that even he didn't know about. With his friend's tearful expression, Sean reminded him that Elric's sister was an angel, at least as long as he didn't cause trouble. He also mentioned how much she had worked to get Elric into the academy. The protagonist, of course, was very grateful, but warned Sean that if he knew his sister's true nature, he wouldn't speak so highly of her. Hearing Elric badmouth his sister, Sean smiled, claiming she was much better than his own, reminding Elric that there was a reason Tasha was called a witch. However, Sean didn't notice the signals Elric was making, as a red-haired woman was approaching. Sean kept criticizing his sister, unaware that she was already beside him. After everyone recognized her as a genius, her personality became unbearable. We can't even call her human anymore. Despised by her brother, Tasha gave an ultimatum. "I believe I said I'd beat you up next time, didn't I? Seems like you really want to get hit." When he looked to the side, Sean saw his sister, terrified, and his fear was palpable. After disciplining Sean, Tasha thanked Elric for his help during the election. Elric, grateful, said she didn't need to interfere, as he could have handled the situation on his own. Sean, his face swollen, sarcastically asked if his sister was interested in Elric. Tasha responded by threatening to hit him even harder. While the pair exchanged jabs, Elric smiled, but suddenly his gaze froze. Sean and Tasha, distracted, kept walking and complaining about the long distance to their father's residence, commenting on the traps scattered along the path. It was then that they realized Elric had disappeared. Now, in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by smoke, Elric searched for Sean and Tasha but couldn't find them. He began running, sinking into the darkness. After some time, he stopped. A vision, resembling an eye that pierced his soul, appeared before him. It was a high-level spell, demonstrating the power of the Nerester family. Elric felt the different elements around him, harmonized by the wind, as if the entire place was a complex web of magic. While Elric tried to make sense of the situation, a voice emerged. "You are witnessing something very interesting, child." The smoke around him took shape, and Elric found himself in the palm of a hand. The voice returned. "Do you know what you're seeing? Or are you just looking without understanding?" Looking with ignoring the voice, Elric knew that getting lost within such a powerful spell was dangerous, especially without permission. He was facing an archmage, likely of the Seventh Circle, and his mind started racing to find an escape. The voice, noticing Elric's silence, laughed. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to ignore me? I can hear your thoughts." Determined to escape, Elric cast the spell Obscure, plunging the entire area into darkness. The old man observing the labyrinth was surprised as his vision was blocked. He muttered to himself, "Uzdan, you left too soon, but it seems you left behind an interesting descendant." Deciphering the labyrinth's secret, Elric began to find a way out, but was interrupted by a large man who appeared before him. "Already trying to leave when things are just getting fun? Since you coveted something that wasn't yours, you must pay the price." Outside the labyrinth, Sean was worried and suggested to Tasha that they call their father. At that moment, a figure appeared. "The true Blue Mist Palace has been opened. What happened here?" It was Guy Nerester, Sean and Tasha's father, and the head of the Nerester family. Sean stammered as he tried to explain the situation, stating that Elric had disappeared before they even entered. Guy, quickly understanding what was happening, concluded that his great-uncle must be involved, as his mental health had been deteriorating. Sean, concerned, emphasized that Elric was the lord of the Merbinger family, and if anything happened to him, it would be a disaster. Surprisingly, Tasha praised Elric, stating that he managed to make Sean, usually indifferent, worry so much. Guy also expressed curiosity, wanting to see how skilled the new lord of the Merbinger family was, the ancient family that had always stood alongside the Neresters in the Tower of Magic. Besides Guy, another person was also curious about Elric, the old man who had thrown him into a mountain range. As soon as Elric saw where he had fallen, he immediately conjured a shield. Mephisto, Otto, and now this old man. Elric wondered why all the elderly people around him were so crazy. Blocking the first wave of attacks, Elric tried to stay calm. Understanding the situation was his priority. While defending himself, he noticed that the mana in the area didn't have just one attribute, even though the Nerester family was known for wind magic. He concluded that the old man was manipulating the wind to shape other elements. The warm wind, carrying the fire attribute, transformed into steam, and the light of the wind concentrated to form mist. When the cold wind with the ice attribute condensed the mist, a powerful wind blew, sealing Elric's movements. Elric realized that if the old man was strong enough to control the wind like this, creating a tornado would be trivial for him. He wondered if the elder had even shaped the mountains with the wind, which irritated him. Feeling challenged, Elric decided to decipher what he hadn't yet understood. He had experienced something similar in Licente, where his other magical attributes, except for ice, were weak. Determined to apply the method he used there to transform the mana flow, Elric planned to convert the wind into ice magic, reorganizing the mana circulation to connect the soul's voice to the seals, reducing energy consumption. Remembering the battle in Licente and everything he had developed there, Elric wondered if he could use other elements alongside his ice magic. Even as the wind attacked him, he remained calm. A blue light appeared before him, and just as the attack was about to hit, the mana in his heart expanded. It flowed through his arms, spreading across his body, and a symbol appeared above him. As the mana surged through his body, the seal on his arm began to glow. At that moment, the old man overseeing the labyrinth muttered a few words, releasing Elric from his domain. When Elric reappeared, Sean and Tasha were stunned. Sean remarked that it took at least 24 hours for a Sixth Circle mage to escape from that place, while Tasha admitted it had taken her almost 5 hours. Elric, however, had only taken 46 minutes. Mephisto, observing Elric, also noticed something. The seal of cruelty on Elric had evolved to 5 stars, a level even Mephisto considered high-level magic. Elric hadn't just stolen it, he had evolved it to an extraordinary level. Seeing the two siblings, Elric asked why they weren't worried about whether he was okay, despite all the suffering he'd just endured. At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind them. Incredible! During the headmaster elections, I heard that your mana-blocking illness had been cured, and now you're already a 6th circle mage. Upon hearing that Elric had reached the 6th circle, Sean was shocked. Tasha, on the other hand, was frustrated to see her record broken by her younger brother's friend. Sighing, Elric extended his hand to greet the man in front of him, apologizing for the delayed introduction. Guy shook his hand, saying, "I apologize for what you just went through. I'm sorry for the sudden inconvenience." Elric replied that there was nothing to apologize for, as it had been a good experience. Seeing that Elric understood and didn't mind, Guy finally welcomed him to the Norester family home. Ahead, Sean called for Elric to hurry as his mother and younger siblings were waiting. Looking at the trio in front of him and those waiting for them, Elric smiled melancholically, thinking of his own family before following them. Elsewhere in the capital, at the Blue Lion residence, another family was celebrating. Isabel, upon entering her father's room, saw that he was awake and sitting up in bed. Excited, she ran to hug him. Herman embraced her back, joking that his grown daughter still acted like a child. Gently stroking her head, Herman asked how she had managed to wake him, since not even the doctors could cure him. Crying with joy, Isabel explained that Elric helped her and that it wasn't she who woke him. Hearing the name, Herman, the Blue Wolf, was surprised and confused. After Isabel told him the whole story, Herman laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Just as expected from the prestigious magical family, the Merbingers have always been the light that illuminates the darkness. Donning his formal clothes, Herman prepared to leave. Concerned, Isabel asked where he was going since he needed to rest. Adjusting his attire, Herman responded that, given the situation, his health was secondary. If there's someone so talented, I must meet him, even if I have to travel to the ends of the continent. Putting on his armor, Herman smiled at his daughter. If there's such a righteous child in a corrupt world, there's no greater reason for me to go. In another castle, a man kneeled before his master, reporting the defeat of the Blue Wolves, Isabel's escape, and the revival of the family, which was now thriving. The man asked if all of this was the work of a mage. Paul, the master, inquired about Herman's brother and was informed that Herman was traveling with the Blue Falcons, likely to make contact with Elric Merbinger, who was staying at the Norester family home. Paul was surprised that Herman hadn't attacked him directly, but had first summoned his allies. With a look of disdain, Paul remarked that the Blue Lion must have been weakened. Paul gave an order to Hilton. Herman's brother and Elric Merbinger must not meet, so Hilton should eliminate the young man as soon as he left the Norester house. Don't forget that the only reason I haven't gotten rid of you yet is because of that pathetic trick you possess. Hilton, with a red-winged tattoo on his hand, nodded, promising to carry out Paul's orders. As they walked toward the Norester house, Mephisto asked the protagonist if the man they had encountered was truly human. Elric was suspicious, questioning whether Mephisto was implying that Sean's father was a demon. Mephisto denied it, but noted that he found it strange for an ordinary human who wasn't a Merbinger to reach such a high level without resorting to something inhuman. Relieved by the scare, Elric asked if Mephisto thought humans had spent their entire confinement just playing around. He explained that other powerful beings also existed. The Lords of the Tower of Magic, the Great Family of the Lion, the Imperial Family Inspection Department, the Revolutionary Army, Beastmen, the Protestant Alliance, and many more. All were as strong as the Golden Lion. He then asked Mephisto if he knew why they said this era was infested with monsters. Shocked, Mephisto asked if Elric was saying that not only was the Golden Lion considered the strongest in the continent, but that there were also others with similar or even superior strength. Smiling, the Demon King concluded that there must be a reason for his awakening in this era. Excited, Mephisto began to ramble. The wild, where countless beasts devour each other to become kings, and the chaos and hostility that arise from that, the thrill of using them as a springboard to become victorious. I, Mephistopheles, will push you to your limits to regain my power as soon as— Hey, where are you going? Are you ignoring me while I talk? Leaving Mephisto behind, Elric followed Sean's family and entered a banquet hall, where some people were already seated, surprised by his arrival. At the table, a girl pointed at a boy, telling their mother that he was spilling food while staring at the guest. The boy, in turn, questioned how his sister could call him an idiot in front of a guest. Sean approached the two and told them to be quiet. Their mother smiled awkwardly, asking how they could be so noisy in the presence of the hero of Licente, whom they both admired, reminding them that good children should stay quiet during meals. Elric, the guest, calmly observed the family interaction, while the young ones obeyed their mother. He remembered his own past when he and his sister would fight, and their mother would need to intervene, always reminding them not to argue during meals while their father softened the situation. Back then, after teasing his sister, their mother would always make him read an entire book as punishment. Seeing Elric's melancholic expression, Sean's mother pulled him from his thoughts, asking if the food wasn't good. Quickly, Elric affirmed that the food was excellent, blaming its delicious taste for his moment of distraction. To ease the mother's concern, he smiled and commented that eating in good company was always a joy. Later during tea, Guy remarked that he had heard Elric had handed over the excavation rights of the lair to the Neresters. Elric confirmed, saying he had always been in debt to Sean. Guy then took a long sip of tea and asked the protagonist if he harbored any resentment. Tasha was surprised by the question, while Sean, with his eyes closed, remained silent. The fall of the Merbinger family was a delicate subject. It didn't make sense that a family with centuries of history, which had led victorious wars, could fall overnight. The ostracism from the imperial family, the political maneuvers of the hexagram, and the betrayal of those Elric trusted contributed to his family's downfall in the name of politics. In response to Guy's question, Elric stated that he held no resentment. Everyone had their circumstances. He knew that the Nerester family hadn't contributed to the fall of the Merbingers. They simply couldn't help due to political issues. Elric could blame them for just watching, but he questioned whether he would have had the courage to act differently if he were in the same situation. Mephisto, furious, murmured, "Why is a Merbinger tiptoeing around a mere Nerester? The hexagram has been nothing more than little pups chasing the Merbingers' tails for 1,000 years. Besides, you hold the same title of lords." The protagonist laughed at Mephisto's indignation, recalling that his family had long lost its power. The Demon King then asked why Elric was at the Nerester house. Maintaining a neutral smile, Elric replied that he was there for his friend, and that one day he would overcome it all. He needed to assess the level of the mages and the kind of person the Lord was. While Elric mentally conversed with Mephisto, Guy took another sip of tea and asked the protagonist if there was anything he wanted. He calmly stated that the Neresters would fully support the Merbingers. Elric was surprised by the offer. Guy, noticing, told him not to feel pressured, explaining that he was doing it for the excavation rights and also as a gift, being the father of Elric's friend. Mephisto, older and shrewder, understood the intentions behind Guy's offer. He wanted to take the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Elric. Elric knew that this help would be beneficial for him. His foundation would only grow stronger with the Neresters' support, but the hexagram and other forces would likely try to neutralize them if they helped the Merbingers. Elric wondered why Guy would risk helping the weakened Merbingers, even in the face of possible defeat. As Tasha broke the silence, something else also shattered. A hand emerged from outside the residence, breaking a window. To everyone's surprise, someone was invading the Nerester house. Elric wondered who would be crazy enough to do this, but upon looking at the intruder, who was pointing directly at him, he recognized him. The hooded man stared intensely at the protagonist, depth in his eyes, and said, "You, become my disciple." Years ago, Elric had heard from Sean that his father had grand ambitions regarding talented individuals, to the point that more than 100 people living in the Nerester household were not servants but guests. Sean had also mentioned that the true power of the Neresters resided in the Senate, filled with those monsters. With the invasion of the Nerester house, some people criticized the man, saying his act had been extremely disrespectful. Ignoring everyone, the man removed his hood, and Elric recognized him as the head of the Senate, the great master who taught all the Nerester mages, known as White Knight, Augustine Nerester. In the presence of this elder, Elric felt his strength, perhaps even greater than that of Guy Nerester. Augustine apologized for the confusion, calling himself a hasty old man and admitting he had made a mistake. Guy, however, did not care, and asked what brought Augustine to his house. Pointing at Elric, the old man repeated his words. He wanted the young man, who he claimed lacked shame, to become his disciple. Realizing that Augustine was speaking of Elric, Guy replied that it would be difficult for the great master to take him as a disciple since he was one of the 4 dukes of the Merbinger Empire. To everyone's surprise, Elric walked up to Augustine and offered a greeting. "I, Elric Merbinger, Duke of Merbinger, salute the leader of the Nerester family Senate, Master Augustine." Mephisto, along with Tasha and Sean, was surprised by the protagonist's greeting. Augustine, equally surprised that Elric recognized him, asked how the young man knew who he was. Elric revealed that his father had mentioned Augustine before leaving. saying that if the Merbingers had a pillar like him, they would not have collapsed so easily. Augustine, knowing that Elric's father had no contact with him, was intrigued. Elric, however, explained that the old man was quite well known, so it wasn't that unbelievable. Augustine laughed, praising Elric's sharp tongue, to which Elric retorted that he would take that as a compliment, and asked if that wasn't precisely why Augustine wanted to make him his disciple. Both Sean and Tasha were left speechless by the exchange. Now that Elric knew him, Augustine thought things would get easier, and got straight to the point, asking if he would accept being his disciple. Elric smiled and asked how the Lord of Merbinger could become the disciple of the great master of the Neresters. Claiming that the offer was undeserved, he requested Augustine to reconsider. Augustine began to tremble, irritated, asking if Elric had learned nothing in his blue mist labyrinth, but Elric countered, saying that was something he had acquired by coincidence while escaping. Augustine grew even angrier, accusing Elric of having stolen his magic. The protagonist, smiling, interrupted him, asking if it hadn't been Augustine himself who had made him suffer first. Annoyed for so many times, Augustine yelled in anger, ordering Elric to be silent while he stomped heavily on the ground, releasing a wave of powerful energy and shouting, "You must obey your superiors, you talk too much!" Elric saw an aura appear before him, resembling a starry night, but it was too white to be the night sky. As he became distracted, Augustine quickly moved behind him and struck him on the neck. Before he fainted, Elric noticed the movement, although it was too late. It hadn't been a teleportation, but a physical movement at a speed a mage should not typically possess. Grabbing the unconscious Elric by his shirt, Augustine laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha, you are mine!" And just as quickly as he invaded the residence, Augustine disappeared, taking Elric with him and leaving a trail of white night behind. Stunned, Sean was immediately questioned by Tasha, who asked if he would really stand there after seeing his friend being kidnapped. Sean responded by asking if she still didn't know what kind of person Elric was. Leaving the siblings to argue, Mephisto, with a broken smile on his face, murmured, "It seems we will have another victim to succeed me. How bold of you to use that monstrous old man as a master, or rather, as someone for you to manipulate." Sometime later, Elric began to wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a bearded old man staring at him while rubbing his bandaged fingers. Upon noticing the old man, Elric was startled, jumping away from where he had been lying, not realizing he had leaped to the edge of a cliff. Before he could fall, Augustine caught him, asking him to be more careful. Augustine commented that he had almost lost his first disciple, even at the age of 90. Elric gritted his teeth. He had planned to manipulate the old man since he was the great master of the Nerester family, but he hadn't imagined that Augustine would kidnap him while pretending to be difficult to force him into accepting being his disciple. Elric wondered if he had barked up the wrong tree. Trying quickly to circulate his mana to free himself from Augustine, Elric realized that his mana wasn't moving, just like when he had the blocking disease. Seeing that Elric had noticed his situation, Augustine praised his quick perception. When Elric hastily asked what he had done, the old man replied that he would explain later, and asked him not to rush. Augustine then asked Elric if he could see what was at the bottom of the abyss. When Elric answered that he saw nothing, Augustine threw him directly into the abyss, telling him to take a closer look. As he fell, Elric screamed, calling the old man crazy. Seeing Elric fall, Mephisto appeared beside him, laughing and claiming that he had finally found someone worthy of his level. The protagonist was surprised to see the Demon King, who said it was child's play to find people like Elric. He then asked if Elric had realized his own importance. Cutting the conversation short, Elric quickly asked for help, saying that otherwise they would both meet a tragic end. The Demon King, not particularly eager to help, asked what he could do. Elric then requested that Mephisto teach him the seal of original sin so they could save themselves from the fall. Laughing, Mephisto asked who Elric was trying to fool, stating that despite the blockage in his mana flow, Elric could still use the mana present in the atmosphere. Realizing he hadn't fooled Mephisto, Elric clicked his tongue and then did as the Demon King suggested. He used the atmosphere's mana to create a wind vortex that slowed his fall. With that, he managed to decelerate, although not enough to prevent the impact that created a large crater in the ground upon landing. Elric gritted his teeth, frustrated with the dangerous situation he had just experienced. His face was bleeding from the fall. Ignoring that for a moment, he wondered where he was. Although he knew the geography of the continent, the place he found himself in was unfamiliar. Suddenly, Elric heard the voice of the old Augustine revealing that they were in the labyrinth of the Blue Mist, and that the true palace of the Blue Mist was merely an extension of the place they were in. Augustine commented, "Putting that aside, I restricted your mana, but to think you would use the atmosphere's mana to conjure magic, it seems I chose someone very talented." The place where Elric had fallen was a ravine at the foot of a steep mountain range. Responding to the senator, Elric asked why he was doing this if he intended to make him his disciple. Augustin replied, "I still want you as my disciple, but I won't teach you anything related to the Nerester, just as you said." Curious, Elric asked what the old man intended to teach. Augustin explained, "Although I am the head of the Nerester family senate, I am also the leader of a school called Grassland. Knowledge is passed down to a single individual, and that has nothing to do with the Nerester. So I wonder if there is any problem with you wanting to learn this." Elric had never heard of Grassland in history books, but Mephisto seemed to recognize the name. The Demon King didn't believe those persistent bastards still existed. He explained to Elric that the people of Grassland, originating from the east, had troubled him while he was active, as they used magical martial arts instead of traditional magic. Elric was surprised to learn that this people was so ancient. Interested in learning about magical martial arts, he asked if these techniques were similar to fighting techniques. Mephisto confirmed, explaining that it was a combat art that strengthened the body by using mana circulation as its foundation. In simpler terms, it's exactly the kind of teaching you need right now. Grassland specializes in harmonizing different forms of magic, which is perfect for balancing the intertwined mana within you. Placing his hand on his chest, Elric recalled how worried he had been about dealing with the different types of mana that refused to mix within his body. If Grassland was truly what Mephisto said it was, he had hit the jackpot. It would be perfect teaching for him without having to bind himself to the Nerester family. There could not have been a better opportunity. So, Elric asked Augustine if he would teach him the magical martial arts of Grassland. Augustine was surprised to learn that Elric knew the term, as there should not have been any records about it. "In that case, let's not waste time. Let's get started immediately." As the old man spoke, Elric realized he was being cornered. Augustine revealed that they were in the habitat of fearsome wolves, creatures 3 times larger and stronger than normal wolves. Reminding Elric that the magical martial arts of Grassland were learned through practical experience, Augustine ordered him to survive. In front of Elric, several blue wolves began to appear. Their fur, streaked with white and red, emanated an aura as beautiful as it was threatening. Seeing the wolves, Elric screamed, calling Augustine crazy and asking how he was supposed to survive with his mana blocked. At that moment, another person appeared behind Augustine, asking if everything was all right since the boy was just a novice who had started learning magic less than a year ago. Augustine commented that although Elric was inexperienced, he still had skills. The old man thanked the person for the borrowed wolves, while the latter, observing Elric fleeing from the creatures, remarked that it would be bad if the wolves started to like the taste of humans. After a while, seeing how bloodied Elric was, the person asked Augustine if he wasn't in trouble, especially when the protagonist, kneeling on the ground, was about to be attacked by a large wolf jumping toward him. Contrary to the concern, Augustine ordered the man to keep watching. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in Elric's hand, which, in the next moment, punched the wolf, causing its teeth to fly. Surprised by the wolf's defeat, the man next to Augustine commented on the feat, but the old senator merely bragged, saying he had expected that. As Elric ripped out one of the wolf's sharp teeth to use as a weapon, Augustine remarked that he was different and was certain that he would pass the test and complete the goal that Grassland had been pursuing for hundreds of years. However, Augustine stated that Elric was still weak. He then asked the man next to him, Gility, who was smoking a cigar, to introduce himself as the creator of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army was such a secretive organization that even the Empire's investigative office had been unable to uncover their identities. Its executives were as powerful as the masters of the Tower of Magic and the Lions. The group existed to free the continent from tyrannical empires, being the most notorious terrorist group. And one of the former executives of this army was beside Augustine. Riding on a large tiger, Gility Tens, the king of beasts, stated that he would fulfill Augustine's request but questioned whether the old man was not worried about losing his disciple, as he seemed so excited about the new acquisition. In front of a blood-covered Elric, Mephisto remarked that he had defeated a wolf purely by luck, but that it would be difficult to defeat another in his current condition, as the danger increased now that the other wolves had seen one of their own killed. He warned that Elric should not expect any more strokes of luck. Breathing heavily, Elric knew that the Demon King was right. He could only use the mana from the atmosphere 1 or 2 more times. Cursing old Augustine, he wondered how he would defeat the wolves with just his own body. Elric had never wanted his magical weapon used on the ice mountain more than he did at that moment, lamenting that he had not done any physical training. Then he remembered the strong body art, the book he had been reading during his journey with Sean. Determined to try, Elric decided to imitate what he had learned in that book. The strong body art was said to have been passed down through the lineage of the Tiger King, a battle technique that hardened bones like steel and multiplied strength, teaching one to fight instinctively. The Tigermen, Beastmen, believed that the body was a miniature of the world created by God. Just as mana flowed through nature, the breath flowed through the body. The body changed according to breathing and the focus of the mind. With concentration on a specific point, subconscious instincts emerged, and once one was chosen, the body would modify itself, moving purely by intuition. Elric then tried not to anticipate the movements of the attacking wolf. He needed to see the world as it was, acting with instinct and intuition, without plans or reasoning, just trusting that the decision he made would be the right one. With this technique, he dodged the first attack and managed to counterattack, fully trusting the punch he delivered to the wolf, using the fighting technique of the Tigermen. Mephisto, incredulous, watched in shock as Elric fought. The Demon King could hardly believe that a human was fighting like a beast man. As the wolf lunged ferociously, Elric faced it head-on, and Mephisto wondered how he achieved such a feat. After defeating the second wolf, Elric collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, Augustine praised him, impressed that he had defeated 2 wolves. However, seeing Elric's deplorable state, the old senator suggested increasing the difficulty of the test, but gave a hint. He indicated that the protagonist should observe the moss growing on the walls of the cliff and use it. Mephisto gritted his teeth upon hearing Augustine, calling him a crazy old man, as he seemed to be enjoying Elric's state. Breathless, Elric asked not to be compared to Augustine. In the next moment, Elric got up, tied his cloak around his waist, and challengingly asked Mephisto if Augustine hadn't ordered him to hunt all the wolves. Determined to complete the task, Elric decided to see who would come out victorious. With unwavering determination, Elric faced the wolves for 10 long days. Sometimes time seemed to fly, while at other times it passed slowly. At one point, he and Mephisto went to the walls to investigate the moss mentioned by Augustine. To their surprise, the moss was red. Mephisto, shocked, revealed that it was a plant from the demon realm known as the resurrection plant. Since the plant possessed magical energy, Elric assumed that consuming it could restore his strength. Mephisto explained that for ordinary humans, the flower growing on the moss was only useful for medicinal purposes, but it might work for Elric, who had demon seals, potentially even increasing the level of his seals. Using these flowers, Elric continued his battle against the wolves. Mephisto still wondered how such a plant existed in that place, and if it meant there was a connection between the location and the demons. He also suspected that Augustine had intentionally brought Elric to that place. Despite Mephisto's suspicions, Elric saw the situation as an opportunity. Although he was furious about being placed in danger, he recognized that this could strengthen his seals and increase his own mana. After defeating numerous wolves, Elric managed to train the strong body art, thanks to his sealed mana. After practically exterminating all the wolves, Elric encountered what seemed to be the last one, but noticed something different. There was a human riding the wolf. A voice suddenly surprised him. "You continue to surprise me every second. I heard from the chief that you were the best at the Usden Academy, but I never thought you would demonstrate such impressive growth." When he turned around, Elric saw a large white tiger surrounding him. Shortly after, the owner of the voice jumped down and landed in front of him. "I've made up my mind. If you can defeat this wolf, I will make you my disciple." Without taking the cigar out of his mouth, the Beast King Gility announced his desire to train Elric. After the appearance of the King of Beasts before the protagonist, a cloud of dust rose into the sky when another person jumped beside him. Cursing Gility as a bastard, the senator was furious and asked if his friend was trying to steal his disciple, even after all the effort he had put into finding him. Before Elric, the two began to fight to decide who would become the protagonist's master. Next to Elric, Mephisto asked if he himself wasn't just as unpleasant as those old men. Gility quickly approached the protagonist while Elric said that at the very least, the young man's opinion should be heard. Enthusiastically, Gility apologized for his haste, seeing how surprising Elric was, and asking if Elric recognized him from the wanted posters, inquired if he wanted to be the disciple of the King of Beasts. Unexpectedly, Elric refused. Augustine was moved upon hearing Elric say that he was already his disciple, even though he was considered eccentric. While rejecting Gility, the King of Beasts interrupted, stating that he would teach him Mirage Eyes, the art that allowed free control of beasts and earned him the title of King of Beasts. Upon hearing Gility's offer, the protagonist laughed, stating that having only one master was a mere formality, and thanked Gility for his teachings. Leaving Augustine trembling with anger, Gility accepted Elric as his disciple, while Mephisto sighed in pity for Augustin, knowing the protagonist was beyond saving. Then Elric asked the King of Beasts to teach him the art of mirage, but Gility quickly refused. Confused, the protagonist watched as Gility walked toward a wolf larger than himself, with energy chains flowing throughout its body, and stated that he would teach the technique if Elric could defeat the wolf. Mana control is crucial for those with mirage eyes. It seems you were replenishing your mana by eating the resurrection plant, but this is the final test. If you can defeat this wolf using only magical martial arts. While instructing Elric, Gility was shocked when the wolf at his side vanished. Elric had attacked the wolf before the King of Beasts even finished speaking, completely breaking his challenge with a powerful strike. Beside him, Augustin smiled victoriously, while Mephisto scoffed at Elric's boasting, and the white tiger of the King of Beasts sat peacefully, not wanting to fight. After dealing with the wolf, Elric asked if the test was already over. At that moment, the one who had caused the protagonist's suffering appeared before him. Elric asked Augustin if he was satisfied now, after the entire test. The two stared at each other for a while, although Augustin's eyes could not be seen due to the sagging of his face. He then placed a hand on Elric's shoulder, praising him for a job well done. Augustin's hand began to glow, releasing fire mana. It seems I can finally teach you about the Grudge of Grassland, the Nocturnal Chronicle. Elric followed old Augustin to a place filled with flowers, where they grew all around, even on the walls, making Elric ask where they were. Augustin revealed that they were in the sanctuary of the Nocturnal Chronicle. Elric was surprised by the word sanctuary, but even more by what he began to feel. A dark mana, similar to demonic energy. Beside the protagonist, Mephisto asked why there was a demonic domain in that place. Elric was shocked, as demonic domains were something only demon kings could create. Thus, Mephisto understood why the resurrection plants, which only grew in the demon realm, were there. He began to feel that the energy was familiar, like someone he knew but who usually operated far from there. Seeing Elric's expression, Augustin asked if he could feel the energy since, as a descendant of the Merbinger, demon hunters, he should be able to sense it. The protagonist confirmed Augustin's suspicions and asked why there was a demonic domain in that place. Runes appeared on Augustin's bandaged hand as he placed it on a wall, opening a passage. He revealed to the protagonist that the Nocturnal Chronicle came from the Far East. Inside the sanctuary, Elric noticed that the architecture and language were all Eastern. Seeing the doubt in Elric's eyes, Augustin revealed that the founder of the Nocturnal Chronicle was originally an alchemist researching botanical herbs in the East. One day he lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king and ended up pursuing that bastard to the west, seeking revenge. Since the demon king was powerful, the founder changed his plans. He not only combined the magical knowledge of the East with that of the West, but also incorporated the power of demons indiscriminately to become stronger. Hearing the story, Elric asked if the founder's grudge lasted until today. Augustin confirmed, "Yes, it has lasted for almost 1,000 years. And since you accepted me as your master, it means the revenge isn't over yet." "No, it's already over, actually." Elric was confused by Augustin's shift in tone, but the old man explained that the reason was obvious. Surprised, Elric understood what Augustin meant as they entered the grand hall they were being guided to. Mephisto, standing next to Elric, remarked that the founder, despite his humble origins, must have been very powerful to accomplish what stood before them. Elric was surprised by Mephisto's acknowledgement of the demon mentioned by Augustin, and even more curious about how strong Augustin must be, given that he had faced such a being. Pulling Elric out of his thoughts, Augustin stated that the battle was not something to boast about, as many variables came into play, and no winner was decided. He then revealed that, like the founder, he had set a new goal. As Elric gazed at the massive demon sealed in front of them, as immense as the hall they stood in, he heard Augustin's voice. "I have decided that the winner of that battle will be determined by a disciple who comes to me one day. My disciple, you will be responsible for this. We will see if the demon is more powerful or if it is your master's techniques that prevail." Looking at the sealed demon, Elric asked the old man if he was saying he would have to fight that creature. Augustin explained that Elric was almost right, but in fact he wanted Elric to fight against the demon seal, since the young man, despite being human, could absorb demon seals. Surprised, Elric took a step back, as a precaution. Augustin raised his hand, asking Elric not to be nervous, and questioned why a master would reveal his disciples' secrets. Despite the old man's words, Elric still gritted his teeth and kept his guard up. The old man then began to remove the bandages from his arm, wanting to show Elric something to maintain mutual trust. As the bandages came off, a black arm covered in inscriptions was revealed. Augustin commented, "Everyone has a technique they cannot reveal to anyone. I am the same. In my case, I have the arm of a dark elf. Unlike normal elves who lived in the Forest of Light, dark elves inhabited the gloomy underworld and were followers of demons. They were nearly extinct due to the oppression of the Empire, being considered a demonic race. Augustine asked Elric if he knew that transplanting body parts from other races was a forbidden practice of black magic, especially if the race was demonic. In front of a shocked Elric, Augustine stated that no one in the world, aside from Gility and Lord Narrister, knew this secret. He then asked Elric if he now felt more comfortable, since they both knew each other's secrets. The old man apologized for discovering Elric's secret while examining his body when he was unconscious, but said that now that he knew Elric could absorb seals, he couldn't let him go, for the sake of the sanctuary. Admitting that this was just the greed of an old man, Augustine allowed Elric to make whatever decision he wanted. Gility and his tiger watched the protagonist, curious to see what choice he would make. Even the demon king Mephisto was intrigued. Elric reflected on Augustine's words. He agreed that what the old man was doing could be considered greed, a pursuit of self-satisfaction regarding something long past. However, he saw no problem with being greedy or having a goal, as he had his own as well. For that reason, he couldn't turn his back on someone who was trying so hard to achieve their goals. With his hands together, Elric bowed before Augustine. I, Elric Merbinger, Lord of Merbinger, pay my respects to the heir of the Chronicle of the Night, Lord Augustine Narrister, as your humble disciple. As he stood up, Elric smiled at the old man, who returned the gesture with gratitude. Turning to the sealed demon, Elric wanted to know if all he needed to do was absorb its seal, and asked Augustine what the creature's name was. Augustine revealed that he didn't know the demon's exact name, but in his journey from the east to the Empire, it had been called by various names wherever it appeared. However, in the Chronicle of the Night, it was known only as the wild beast Yu. Now knowing the demon's name, Elric moved forward with determination, ready to begin. Yu was a demon king, respected even by Mephisto. If Elric could absorb this creature's seal, it would be a great accomplishment. Standing before the demon, surrounded by seals, Elric stopped and asked Mephisto how he should absorb a seal. Surprised, Mephisto grew irritated, asking why Elric was acting so arrogantly at the last moment if he didn't even know how to do it. Elric confronted the Demon King, stating that he had to do it because Augustine was asking desperately. Then he asked again what he needed to do. Mephisto, however, didn't know how to explain the process of extracting a seal. As for demons, it was something as natural as eating. Elric sighed, realizing he was in a tricky situation. His magic pendant wasn't reacting. In the case of the cruelty seal, things happened naturally due to the designation given by Otto. Elric then thought of a solution, the most obvious one he could try. He used soul speech to cast a spell with the intention of absorbing the demon. In the next moment, the demon reacted, releasing an enormous amount of demonic energy, which even startled Augustine and Gility. The seals that imprisoned the demon began to unravel with the energy released. During his week of training, Elric hadn't only focused on martial arts and the strong body technique, but also on the harmony between the various forms of mana within him. He tried to apply this principle, connecting his seals to the magic of soul speech, and it seemed to work. As the demonic energy engulfed the entire hall, Elric was transported to a mental world. Walking through a swamp, he wondered if he would have to undergo a trial to earn the seal's qualification, just as he had with the king of the icy mountain. Even after walking for quite a while, he found nothing. No insects or birds. Although he was in a mental world, the place was incredibly silent, as if all living beings had been devoured. There was only the sound of the wind and the bubbling of the swamp water as Elric moved forward. However, in addition to that, he also felt a dark presence nearby. Elric suspected that there must be a predator in that place. As soon as he thought of this, he felt as if something was watching him from among the trees. Perhaps it was in the forest, or even in the sky. However, Elric dismissed both possibilities because he couldn't pinpoint the presence of the predator anywhere. While he worried about discovering where this threat was, a huge mouth silently emerged behind him, belonging to a creature eager to devour the human it had found. The shadows and teeth vaguely formed by the sunbeams filtering through the leaves created an endless darkness. Elric wondered if he should fight the creature that resembled a crocodile, just as he had faced the king of the ice mountain. However, since he still didn't know how to absorb Yu's seal, he decided to first understand the situation he was in, as there was no guarantee of victory. The pupil of the giant crocodile contracted as it gazed at Elric. The Merbingers usually attack first and ask questions later, but Yu, exceptionally, seemed to be patient. Elric was impressed by the monster, which instantly uncovered his identity. As it observed the protagonist, the demon noticed something even more intriguing about him. When it looked at Elric's arm, It saw the seal of Mephistopheles. With another glance, it also noticed the dragon's heart within Elric and asked if he knew how to use soul speech. Elric clenched his teeth, sensing the hunger in the predator's voice, as if it were eyeing him as prey. He then planned to strike as soon as he found an opening. At that moment, the demonic creature bared its teeth again, excited by its new prey. It then leaped toward Elric, attacking him with its massive jaw full of sharp teeth. Its intention was to possess Elric's body. Young Merbinger, stay hungry, yearn for more and more, and satisfy your greed and ambitions. As he was attacked, Elric found himself unable to move. While the predator promised that they would meet again, Elric was devoured, only to awaken moments later in the sanctuary hall. Seeing Elric standing still, Augustin and Gility wondered if he had already finished. Mephisto, standing beside Elric, was shocked. He immediately grew irritated, seeing that the Demon King had surrendered so easily. Elric was surprised to see the seal on his hand had changed, wondering if seals were truly that easy to obtain. Mephisto revealed that this was all you could do, as he was at the limit of his capacity to maintain the seal of extinction. That's why he had paralyzed Elric's body, trying to grow to his former size, but had delivered a seal many times weaker than the original. Recalling Yu's words about meeting again if Elric craved more, the young man began to wonder if the demon was asking him to elevate the seal to its original form. Saying that Mephisto had gained a new member of the family, Elric asked him to reveal Yu's true name. Mephisto refused to help, but at that moment, Augustin revealed Yu's true name to Elric, the Corrupt God. The old man explained that the demon's status had fallen after his defeat, as had his brutality, wickedness, and malevolence. Mephisto grew irritated, seeing that Augustine had given away the information he had tried to keep hidden, surprised by the old man's knowledge of a demon's true name. Elric had already planned to ask Augustine if Mephisto refused to speak, which made him wonder why the old man had taken the initiative. As Elric reflected, Augustine revealed the nature of the Demon King Yu's seal, the seal of ferocity. He explained that Yu was originally known as a demon called Preta, a hungry spirit. These spirits lived at the bottom of the demonic hierarchy, always walking on eggshells, fearful of perishing at any moment, yet consumed by their natural greed. Augustine stated that with Yu's seal, Elric would be able to sense imminent danger, discover the full power of his enemies, and identify their weaknesses to act against them. This was the awakening of the sixth sense through the circulation of mana, something the magical martial artists of the Chronicle of the Night had always tried to imitate. Augustine began to cry as he spoke. That tingling in your heart, that sensation in all your senses, I call it the sense of Preta. The Chronicle of the Night has finally obtained Yu's seal, and now all you need to do is increase the power of that seal by facing Yu again. The levels and usage of the seal were details that could not be found in any book. Elric wondered how much the ancestors of the Chronicle of the Night had suffered to gather so much knowledge. Centuries of accumulated knowledge and dreams had been built up to achieve a single goal. Resolute, Elric activated the Seal of Ferocity. Around his shadow, other shadows appeared like smoke, forming the image of a demon with sharp teeth behind him. Elric was determined to carry with him the dreams and ambitions of the Chronicle of the Night from that moment on. As he unleashed this newly discovered power, Elric asked Augustine again about the sense of Preta, questioning why such power was manifesting so suddenly. Suddenly, surprising Elric, Sean came running out of breath. His friend announced that something serious had happened. The protagonist froze at Sean's words. At the mansion, one of Tasha's subordinates called her to see something happening outside. Tasha asked what it was, wondering if Elric was finally coming out of his isolated training. However, upon discovering what was actually going on, Tasha began to tremble and ordered them to keep the person who had arrived outside, as she would meet them personally. The person Tasha was referring to was a blonde woman with her hair tied up in a bun, holding a large suitcase. The woman wore a kind smile on her face as she asked if her little brother was home. Elric and Sean hurried through the kingdom where the protagonist had been training earlier. Elric was furious, complaining that Sean should have stopped Tasha, but Sean retorted, asking how he could possibly stop his sister, the witch, and why Elric was blaming him for something that was clearly his fault. Sean also warned of something even worse. Tasha's competitive spirit had grown in recent days because of Elric. As Tasha went to meet Elric's sister, Sean hoped nothing serious would happen. At that moment, Tasha was recalling how Elric had mentioned that his sister Hayes had made sacrifices throughout her life for him. To Tasha, this meant that Hayes must have less talent for magic than her brother, who suffered from the lock disease. However, the fear that Elric felt towards his sister suggested that there was more to their relationship than the typical sibling dynamic. Tasha was curious to find out what kind of person Hayes really was. Hayes was received at the Nerester household, where she was informed that Elric was indeed there but that she couldn't enter without an invitation. Worried, Hayes asked them to call the third young master of the Narester family, Sean. However, the guards informed her that they had received orders from the young lady of the family not to let Hayes in. While Hayes wondered why Sean's older sister would do that, Tasha appeared, greeting her and introducing herself. To Tasha's surprise, as she tried to provoke the girl, Hayes politely bowed, introducing herself and stating that she had heard many things about Tasha from Elric and Sean. "I've heard that you're truly graceful and dazzling like a flame, but it seems those descriptions were mere understatements. It's truly an honor to meet you." Hayes got so close to Tasha that it left her flustered by the compliments. However, in the next moment, Hayes vaguely opened her eyes and asked why Tasha had blocked her way. She said that, despite thinking about it a lot, she couldn't understand why Tasha was preventing her from entering. Tasha quickly explained that this was the main house of the Narester family, the first star of the hexagram, and therefore not just anyone could enter. She added that despite Hayes' characteristic Merbinger hair and eyes, someone could be using a disguise. Hayes calmly looked at Tasha and asked what she would need to do to convince Miss Narester. Frowning, Tasha said that if Hayes was truly the daughter of the Duke of the Radiant Star and a member of such a prestigious magical family, she would believe her if Hayes could defeat her in battle. Hayes, however, claimed that she couldn't use magic. Tasha examined her with a spell, sensing a powerful energy around Hayes, and asked if she would fight using her aura. Amazingly, Hayes said that Tasha might get hurt, which only made Tasha even more eager for the confrontation. Tasha snapped her fingers, stating that what they were about to do was merely to confirm Hayes' true identity. Then, she caused a large explosion. Before it could hit her, Hayes, who was standing among the guards, disappeared. The next moment, she was holding a large hammer in her hand and asked if Tasha had ever played tag as a child. At the question, magic circles appeared in Tasha's hands as she summoned fire spells. She replied that she had played plenty with Sean when they were kids, and saying she had never lost to her brother, launched large fireballs toward Hayes, asking if she was good at the game. Hayes swung the hammer back, stating that she had never lost either. But due to her overwhelming desire to win, she had cracked her brother's head a few times. As she finished speaking, Hayes hurled her hammer at Tasha's attack. Tasha was surprised to see the hammer coming her way, but smiled before ducking to dodge it. Tasha was impressed that a member of such a prestigious magical family was a martial artist, but what surprised her even more was that Hayes could swing a hammer weighing over 100 kilograms with ease, even without using aura. As she watched the hammer flying, Tasha noticed something on the handle, a skull symbol. This meant that Hayes was a member of the strongest mercenary group. After hitting her target with the hammer, Hayes smiled and said it was 1-0. Furious, Tasha declared that she wouldn't hold back. However, before the two could face off again, someone used magic to separate them. Tasha was surprised, asking what was going on, as she felt an energy pass through her. Hayes looked in the direction from which the magic had come, and in the next moment, grabbed the person who had cast the spell by the neck. A breathless Sean and a shocked Tasha watched the interaction between the Merbinger siblings. Elric, held by the neck, complimented how healthy his sister seemed. Trembling and gritting his teeth, Elric asked if he had interrupted Hayes' fun with Tasha and pleaded for his sister to calm down a little. Hayes then calmly spoke to her brother, but with a gaze that seemed to pierce the protagonist's soul. "Elric, shall we have a little chat?" Tasha was holding a piece of paper in her office. She had been waiting for information about Hayes, only to discover that such data was being tightly controlled. She sighed, commenting that she had expected this since Hayes was likely a powerful mercenary from the Black Skull. That group, having numerous enemies and missions to complete, kept their identities strictly confidential. Folding her hands, Tasha declared that she would take this opportunity to form a friendship with someone her age. It was rare to meet a member of the Black Skull, as they only had connections with the Grey Lions from the Great Lion family. Because of this, Tasha wondered what would happen if Miss Merbinger was truly a member of that group. Forming a friendly relationship with House Merbinger would already be advantageous due to the Duke of the Radiant Star, but with this new factor, the Naresters would have nothing to lose. Then, Tasha asked her secretary if the two siblings were still playing. Outside, Hayes was chasing after Elric, holding her enormous hammer. Elric, fleeing desperately, begged his sister to talk with words, not hammer blows. Hayes taunted her brother. "It seems you've gotten quite full of yourself with all this fame, haven't you? Now you can even use magic and learned how to be rebellious." The protagonist's sister continued to pursue him mercilessly, bringing her hammer down toward him. Thanks to his predecessor, Elric managed to dodge, avoiding serious injuries. He remembered how Hayes had always been like this since they were children. Whenever he misbehaved, she would try to break his leg so he wouldn't cause any more trouble. As Elric tried to escape his sister's attacks, Mephisto watched the scene. He had never seen Elric so frustrated, which showed just how much Hayes was truly a Merbinger. However, feeling aura instead of mana coming from her, even though she was a Merbinger, made Hayes even more intriguing in Mephisto's eyes. It was the first time he had seen something like that in that family. What was even more impressive than a Merbinger using aura was the leap Hayes made into the air. As she aimed for her brother, she wondered if he would be able to dodge her next attack. Elric then conjured a shield to defend himself from his sister's aerial strike. The hammer slammed into the shield with force, causing Elric to grit his teeth as he tried to reinforce his defense. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His shield had disappeared, and the hammer was hovering just inches from his face. Hayes interrupted the attack and began to speak. "When I found out you were digging in a dragon's lair, I was a little relieved. I thought you were struggling because of the blocking disease. But still, you've been working so hard, and I wanted to support you as much as I could. But then what happened? You had an accident in the lair, were unconscious for days, and then disappeared for months without telling me where you went when you woke up. When was the last time you contacted me? Half a year. I went 6 months without hearing from you." As she argued with her brother, Hayes began to tremble and tears started streaming down her face. She asked Elric if he had any idea how worried she had been. Elric sighed. His sister had always been overprotective, reprimanding him for anything he did, claiming it was dangerous. She always wanted to be by his side. Although he didn't like that overprotection, he understood why she acted that way. After their parents' death, Elric was the only family member Hayes had in the world. To take care of someone as troubled as him, she had to grow up fast. Now it was Elric's turn to give back. He stated that he had found the family's mission. He explained that during both times he lost consciousness, in the dragon's lair and after disappearing upon waking up, he was searching for this family duty. Honestly, Elric admitted that there were moments he doubted his ability to restore the family, as it was in ruins, and he wondered if it was worth trying to rebuild it. But after so many experiences, something crossed my mind. This world can fill up with demons again at any moment. So hiding as a Merbinger would be a disrespect to our mother, father, and our ancestors, who fought risking their lives. I'm going to the north. There's a mission left by our ancestors. No matter how dangerous it is or how hard the path, I won't give up, just like our ancestors, until our house, our world, and every place I step shines like the stars. As Elric spoke, images of the challenges he had faced in recent months flashed through his mind. Now, looking at his tearful sister, he saw a smile on her face. She smiled at his determination and scolded him. "If you run away without a word again, I will really knock your head off. Got it?" The protagonist was stunned to see his sister breaking the serious atmosphere. Mephisto, who was watching the siblings' affection, was lost in thought with his head down. In the next moment, he stood up, frustrated that Hayes hadn't hit Elric a bit more. Putting that aside, he cursed humans for always being sentimental in the most trivial situations. That night, under the bright moonlight, a man stood in a thicket by a river. He held a small object with red wings in his hands, offering it as a sacrifice, for the grace of the resurrection of Lord Azazel. 3 months later, Elric was sitting on a mountain in the kingdom where Augustine had taken him to train. An eagle flying in the sky suddenly swooped down toward the protagonist. Elric, with his eyes blindfolded, was undergoing training. He extended his hand, and in the next moment, the eagle landed on his arm. Gility, who was sitting nearby, praised him, surprised at how quickly Elric had mastered the Mirage Eyes technique. Just as Gility was complimenting him, a gust of wind rushed past his shoulder. In front of him, Augustine blocked a punch thrown by the protagonist. The old man also praised Elric for mastering the sense of Preta and stated that he had done everything he could there. Now Elric would gain more insights through real battles. Removing the blindfold as he sat up, the protagonist felt relieved that the training was over, as he had spent all that time with his eyes covered, unable to see anyone. Augustine, now elderly, had a moment of nostalgia, remembering the day Elric begged him and Gility to become his masters, and Gility, in turn, cursed the insolent disciple. Elric mocked the two old men, recalling how they had tormented him in the name of training. Putting that aside, he thanked them, saying he had learned a lot from both. Hearing his words, the bearded old man asked if he was trying to flatter them. Knowing that Elric was going to the north, Gility asked him to bring back some souvenirs when he returned. Upon hearing the Beast King talk about souvenirs, Elric wished he would never see the two again. But, with a relieved smile, he leaped into the sky, flying while wishing his masters a healthy life. Seeing the protagonist depart, Gility turned to Augustine, his chief, and asked if that farewell didn't remind them of the old days when they crossed the continent with Set. Recalling how those days were filled with adventures, Augustine expressed his sadness that they were now spending the rest of their lives in that place. Asking Augustin what Set would say if he were with them, Gillidy heard his chief respond that Set would complain about how they were waiting for death in their caves like old men, even though they were not yet 100 years old. Augustine sighed, saying he didn't want to be called a boomer by Set, and Gillidy agreed, stating that they were still young adults. Putting that topic aside, Augustine questioned how Elric could leave such good masters to go north alone. Grumbling like a cantankerous old man, he stated that he would teach him some manners in the future. At the Nerester residence, Tasha met with Elric, receiving the excavation rights for the lair and warmly thanking him. As he handed over the rights to the Neresters, the protagonist asked why she was being so formal with him. Tasha explained that she had prepared a carriage for Elric to depart for the north, assuring him that she would take care of his presence at the academy, so he would have a smooth journey. Elric handed the lair rights to Tasha because he knew she was a dragon fanatic, and he was impressed to see her happier than he had imagined. Thus, he assumed that his relationship with the Neresters had grown even closer, although everything had turned out well. Thinking about his debts, Elric remembered a particular person. He recalled that Lady Isabel would contact him as soon as he arrived in Carnoy, wondering how she had forgotten about him. Putting that thought aside, Elric decided to head to the carriage. In a forest, a man with a sword complained about how Paul was hurting his feelings. Surrounded by bodies, the Blue Wolf wondered how Paul thought that just that number of enemies was enough to face him, even though he was weakened. Someone beside Herman stated that Paul must be getting impatient, as he had already lost many Blue Wolves, and that if Herman allied himself with the Merbingers, he would be in danger. The person speaking was Isabel, now surrounded by her brothers. Leaving them behind, she asserted that she would take care of House Whale in her own way. Herman instructed the other three to look after Isabel, while he met with the Duke of the Radiant Star to personally thank him and then decide how to deal with Paul. Nearby, a group of hooded individuals walked together. One of them asked why Paul hadn't yet become the Blue Lion, and the answer was that distractions had arisen, but he didn't need to worry. The man, who was the same one who had made an offering at the river, said he thought it would be easy to eliminate the Blue Lion with the reflux disease, but he was surprised to see that the fallen Merbinger house was still in his way. He stated that it was not yet time to deal with the Merbingers, and that Paul Weil should quickly become the Blue Lion. Then he called Hilton, the captain of the first squad of Blue Wolves, saying that when Paul became the Blue Lion, his body and soul would be used to serve Lord Azazel, even if just a little. As several crows flew over the group, Hilton assured him that he needn't worry. Outside the main house of the Hilton family, a carriage was parked. The protagonist inside it placed his hand on his head, worried. He was planning to go north, and speaking to the coachman, thanked him for the carriage, but said he didn't need his help. The coachman replied that his name was not Coachman, but Carl. Beside the protagonist was Sean, which irritated him even more, but Sean explained that he was only there on his parents' orders. There was also a third reason for Elric's irritation. On the other side of the carriage was his sister, whom he told that she could have stayed home. Smiling, Hayes asked if he didn't want to travel with his sister. In addition to these three problems, Elric faced two more ahead of him. His masters, to whom he told they should consider their ages and stay home resting. Augustine, clicking his tongue, asked if old people didn't have the right to take a stroll and stated that he would teach him good manners during the trip to the north. Gillidy pretended to be hurt that he had been abandoned. Just like Elric, Mephisto was also irritated by the idea of a tumultuous, noisy, and annoying trip. The protagonist trembled with anger but pretended to be happy. The journey, which was supposed to be just him and Mephisto, had turned into an outing with 7 people, making him feel as if he were on a family trip. In that carriage, which, thanks to magic, was larger than it seemed, Augustine introduced himself to the protagonist's sister, stating that he was her brother's master. Hayes thanked them for taking care of her incompetent little brother, who even needed animals to help him, obviously referring to the white tiger and the Beast King's eagle, finding it amusing that they considered their beasts cute. Thus, the journey with his best friend Sean, some beast that interested his sister Hayes, the Beast King Gillidy, and the old Augustine began, with Elric at the center, bringing all these people together. Looking at everyone gathered, Elric set aside his bad mood and thought, well, being surrounded by a family like this isn't so bad. Inside the main residence of the Nerester family, Guy Nerester was having tea, accompanied by a secretary. He asked the secretary if everyone had gone north, receiving an affirmative response. The secretary, noticing Guy's contemplative expression, inquired whether something good had happened. Guy asked the secretary to think for a moment, questioning if the unusual combination of people gathered wasn't a bit interesting. Inside the carriage heading north, Hayes scolded the protagonist, asking if she hadn't taught him proper manners and how to behave in the presence of adults. She told Elric to even look at Sean, who acted with elegance and dignity. The protagonist turned his head away to avoid looking at his sister, mocking, "Manners, my foot." Hayes ignored her brother and turned to his masters, stating that she was thinking of teaching her own brother some manners. The Beast King laughed, stating that discipline should always be taught by the family, while Augustine told Hayes to proceed. Hayes thanked the two elders for understanding her request and stood up. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, claimed he was old enough not to need any lessons on discipline, but Hayes shot him a demonic look, inviting him for a little walk. The protagonist was extremely frightened by his sister, especially because of the hammer she was holding in her hand. In the next moment, he started screaming for help as Hayes grabbed him by the ear and dragged him out of the carriage. Mephisto, watching the scene, couldn't believe the protagonist was suffering like that. However, seeing Elric suffer made him feel more relieved. The sun was shining intensely that day. While driving the carriage, Carl noticed something and slowed down until they came to a stop. Seeing that the carriage had stopped, Elric stuck his head out, asking what had happened. In front of the carriage, there were three men with threatening appearances, laughing as they walked toward it. One of the men laughed maliciously while licking his knife. "You must be really fearless to dare try crossing our territory. Hand over everything you've got." The man pointed his knife at the carriage, trying to intimidate whoever was inside. Both Carl and Elric felt that this was an unusual situation and were left speechless. Seeing that no one was doing anything, the man who had made the threat grew furious, especially when he saw the young man with 2 bumps on his head, wearing a foolish expression. "You bastard! Do you really want to see blood spilled?" Seeing that the man continued insisting on robbing him, Elric huffed and got off the carriage to deal with the situation. But before the protagonist could do anything, his master, Gility Tens, stepped down from the carriage, stating that she would handle the situation. Gility, accompanied by her white tiger, had a plan. She wanted to use this opportunity to show her disciple how incredible he was. The white tiger that emerged from the carriage was much larger than a human, and its shadow alone was enough to cover all 3 bandits. Gility released her aura as she instructed Elric to pay attention. "From now on, I'll show you why they call me the Beast King." However, before Gility could attack, Elric used ice magic, striking between Gility and the bandits, who fell backward, terrified. Seeing the massive ice block, the bandits tried to crawl away, while Gility and her tiger were frustrated. The Beast King had really wanted to handle the situation, so she asked why Elric intervened. The protagonist retorted, asking if she had planned to turn the place into a bloodbath. Turning to look at the group of 3 men, Elric stated that they weren't bandits but travelers from a nearby village who were hungry. Realizing they had been recognized, the men jumped in front of Elric, kneeling and begging to be spared. "We have starving families at home. Please, forgive us." Faced with their pleas, Elric put them in a difficult position. "If we were a powerless group, would you be begging like this?" The men couldn't answer the protagonist because they knew he was right. Then the leader of the 3, the one who initially held the knife, bowed down, placing his head on the ground, admitting that Elric was right. One of the other men tried to stop the village chief's actions, but he kept his head lowered, saying that he had forced the others to come with him, asking to be punished alone. Seeing the village chief willing to sacrifice himself, the other 2 men tried to stop him, stating that he had done it only for the village, for their sake. Thus, the 2 men threw themselves to the ground, begging to be punished alongside the village chief. Seeing their actions, Elric told them to stop, as he would check if everything they said was true. Thus, Elric's group followed the 3 men until they arrived at a quiet village, where the houses were made of wood and straw, and the ground was dry due to the scorching sun. The village chief, who was leading the group, explained the situation. "We have been going through very tough times due to several years of drought and famine. We thought we were doomed to perish, so we ended up becoming mountain bandits. Not only does it take 5 days to reach another village, but we also can't leave our village to look for work since our livestock is weakening." While the man spoke, Mephisto, who was following behind the protagonist, sensed an energy and began to investigate. The village chief at that moment was crying with his head lowered. Augustine started to reflect on the country's governance, remembering that it didn't reach that area to help them. Thus, he asked Elric if they shouldn't forgive these men, as they had a good reason for what they were doing. The protagonist remained silent in the face of Augustine's request, who then posed a contemplative question. "Isn't it a noble's duty to look after those who are suffering?" Thus, Elric agreed with Augustine, which touched the village chief. He quickly lowered his head to Elric, thanking him for the forgiveness. As the village chief apologized and promised never to steal again, Mephisto flew over to the protagonist, hovering back and forth around him. Seeing the Demon King unsettled, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Mephisto then surprised Elric. "Though it's faint, I've detected a demonic energy in the fields ahead. As Elric focused on the dry fields, he felt the same energy that the Demon King had, becoming tense. Elric followed the others to the location indicated by Mephisto. Looking around, all they saw was a desolate situation. The entire field that could be used for planting and grazing was dry. Augustine, who was beside the protagonist, stated that he wasn't feeling anything and asked if Elric sensed anything. Elric simply said they were in the right place. Mephisto, who was beside him, felt that something was buried somewhere. Since I brought you here, you must keep your promise to give me any demonic energy you find. The protagonist clicked his tongue, stating that he already knew that, and asked if Mephisto was suspicious of everything. Knowing something was buried, Elric decided to dig a little. He asked everyone to step back while he made his mana flow. The protagonist's mana transformed into a soul spear, Pierce, creating a massive icicle that struck the ground. The strong impact caused a large shockwave, forcing the weaker individuals to shield themselves. After the strike on the ground, Elric jumped into the hole he had created. There he found a buried chest. Augustine quickly followed the protagonist, asking what he had found, and Elric showed him his discovery. When Elric opened the small chest, a burst of demonic energy exploded from inside, surprising both him and Mephisto. Augustine was shocked by the sudden surge of demonic energy. After all the demonic energy escaped the chest, a small statue was revealed. Upon seeing the statue, Mephisto was astonished, wondering why it was in that location. The demon god had 4 servants, the great kings who ruled the demon realm: Mephisto, the original sin; Shaitan, the end; Lilith, the fornication; and lastly the tyrant king who commanded most of the demon king's army, Azazel, the insanity. Azazel desired many things from the human world, much more than the others. Many countries were destroyed because of his invasions. Elric understood that the small totem could have been made by Azazel's worshippers. However, Mephisto clarified that it would be more accurate to say the totem was used for sacrifices, and he was curious how Elric knew about Azazel. Elric revealed he had read about him in a book from Otto's bookstore. Inquiring about the sacrifices, Elric asked if the villagers were being used to revive Azazel. Mephisto then analyzed the state of the village and concluded that this was the most likely possibility. Elric made a disgusted expression, wondering what the demons were plotting while hiding in the human world. Pulling Elric from his thoughts, Mephisto demanded he absorb the demonic energy quickly and hand it over as promised. While Elric was talking to the Demon King, someone approached him. "Elric, this is a serious problem now that traces of demons, which should have been eradicated 30 years ago, have been discovered again. We need to send this to the administration department." Hearing this, Mephisto cursed Augustine for trying to get in his way. At that moment, Elric gave a big smile, agreeing with the master, which made Mephisto furiously surprised, asking about their agreement. The protagonist sighed, asking Mephisto to consider what would happen if he absorbed the energy from an object that was being sent for investigation. Elric then handed over the small chest with the totem, giving a suggestive laugh to Mephisto and stating that if the Demon King taught him a sealing magic, maybe he could do something. But Mephisto raged, saying he wouldn't do that. Augustine handed the chest to Sean, asking him to take it to the administration department immediately. Seeing his opportunity slipping away, Mephisto quickly asked Elric if he wanted something else, offering to teach him any subject except sealing magic. While everyone was distracted, a voice suddenly emerged. "That looks delicious!" An evil energy passed through Elric, heading toward the chest being handed to Sean. A being with large teeth bit into the chest, swallowing it, causing the Demon King to scream in outrage as the demonic energy that should have been his was stolen. Augustine didn't understand what had happened and asked the protagonist for an explanation. The energy that consumed the chest returned to Elric, gathering in his seal as he stated that apparently you had taken the item. The Demon King Mephisto was furious with you, unleashing all his energy. Augustine and Sean, who couldn't see the Demon King, noticed nothing unusual. The protagonist then stated that the small totem couldn't have devastated an entire village to the extent it had, so they should keep searching in case they found something else. Elsewhere in those lands, there was a cave illuminated by candles. There, a group of people was worshipping a huge statue of a demon. One of the men, who was kneeling with his head to the ground, suddenly felt something. Noticing the abnormal reaction of the ritual leader, some people asked what had happened. The ritual leader murmured, questioning whether an infidel dared to stand in the way of the Great One's ritual. Hearing his muttering, the cultists were shocked, wondering who could have done such a thing. Ignoring the question, the ritual leader spread his arms as he gazed at the statue. "O Great One, we will deal with those treacherous heathens, so please, calm your fury. This land will once again witness your great will. The resurrection of your will must be fulfilled." The cultist bowed in reverence to the leader's prayer. After the prayer, he turned and ordered that a message be sent to Judas, instructing him to find Kaya before heading north and to proceed with the resurrection ritual. Back in the desolate village, Elric stood before a small lake. He had a sad look on his face as he questioned why no one had realized that demons had been causing this to the village all this time. The small lake where Elric stood began to grow, now that the ritual totem had been removed, bringing joy to the villagers as they could finally start farming again. Elric was frustrated, especially because so many innocent lives had been sacrificed. Augustin placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, stating that once they sent the evidence to the administration department, a large-scale investigation would take place, and the department responsible for neglecting this region would be punished. Despite his calm demeanor, Augustine admitted he was eager to rid the village of those responsible, but noted it was not under his jurisdiction. The protagonist sighed, thoughtful. He knew Augustine was right. Once the administration department got involved, the demons wouldn't be able to act recklessly. Thus, Elric's top priority now was to locate the Temple of the Flower in full winter. The protagonist was confident that after completing his mission, he would proceed to rid the world of demons. While Elric rested, the village chief approached him, expressing his gratitude. The protagonist stood up, stating that now that the drought had been resolved, the village chief could take good care of the villagers. They were about to leave. Before Elric departed, the village chief asked him to stop, inquiring about the name of the noble mage. The protagonist smiled and declared that his name was Elric Merbinger. The villagers were shocked, for they recognized the name of Elric, the Duke of the Radiant Star, and also a hero. Upon hearing the name Merbinger, the village chief smiled in peace, knowing that the Empire's star was rising once again. The carriage moved forward, with Elric's group guided by Carl, but at a certain point, the coachman asked the protagonist to step out to take a look at something. Elric was surprised, wondering what had happened again. When he looked out of the carriage, Elric saw several people dressed in suits. The group walked with authority, claiming to be from the Imperial Family's inspection agency. The members of the inspection agency's group wore black masks to avoid being identified. Their leader crossed his arms, staring at the protagonist, and asked if he was Elric Merbinger. Elric looked at the man, mocking him internally for acting so smug. The inspection agency was an intelligence institution that existed solely to serve the Emperor and the Imperial family. They were known as monsters who would do anything, from kidnappings to making people disappear, without hesitation in their missions. The group's combat capability was as strong as that of the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family. Since this was a place where no signs of demons had been detected before Elric's group sent the evidence, this team moved quickly, despite being in a remote location. However, even though this group had the Empire backing them, Elric felt they were speaking far too casually from the start. The protagonist laughed mockingly, causing the group leader to feel uncertain. Feeling disrespected, the leader released his aura, attempting to pressure Elric. "How dare you speak so casually? We are agents of the Imperial Family's inspection agency. People like you should treat us with respect." Before the man could finish speaking, Elric ridiculed his position, leaving him furious. However, the protagonist released an even more powerful energy. "Even if you are from the Great Inspection Agency, you are at most a Viscount. Since when are mere officials allowed to disrespect a duke?" The overwhelming pressure Elric exerted caused the investigation team to feel oppressed. The demon Yu bared his teeth, amplifying Elric's aura into an even more terrifying presence, forcing the inspection group to fall to their knees. The leader couldn't understand what was happening, much less comprehend the strength Elric possessed, which seemed to be at a level close to that of a magus. The man at the front of the investigation group glanced back at a colleague, who gave him a signal. At that moment, the man removed his mask, apologizing. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. Seeing the man's reaction, Mephisto mocked him while praising the protagonist, saying that when it came to showing who was in charge, Elric always won. The protagonist responded to the Demon King, stating that he wasn't trying to show off, but simply giving a response. If he hadn't, he would have been underestimated and stabbed in the back. After responding to the Demon King, the protagonist threatened the man from the inspection agency, stating that he would report him if he made such a mistake again. Although the man claimed he would keep that in mind, he ground his teeth, harboring resentment toward Elric, and convincing himself that the protagonist was being arrogant just because of his title. While grinding his teeth, he heard a voice that shocked him. "Consider yourself lucky. To think that someone would dare to disrespect my student. If it were me, your head would have become a marble." Facing Augustine Nerister, the White Knight, the man felt as if his chest was about to explode. In addition to the physical pressure, he suffered immense mental strain upon realizing that Elric was a student of one of the most powerful figures in the Magic Tower. Grinding his teeth, he swore that he would kick everyone's butt at the intelligence agency when he got back for not warning him about this. After the commotion was resolved, tables and chairs were conjured with magic. The man from the inspection agency introduced himself as Patron from the 4th Inspection Agency. Elric had information that the 4th Inspection Agency had supported the Crown Prince during a war inside the palace. He then wondered if it was the prince who had come across this situation this time. Unaware of Elric's thoughts, Patron said he would get straight to the point. Elric took the opportunity to mock him, waving his hand and telling him to speak quickly as he was wasting his time. Patron smiled, trying to remain calm. He then stated that they had been secretly investigating the remaining demons for a long time and had recently found an unknown group. Hearing the story, Elric scratched his ear, asking if he was talking about the Grigori, which left Patron surprised that Elric knew about them. In response, Elric stared at the man, asking if he had forgotten what family he was from. Patron ground his teeth, acknowledging that Elric was a Merbinger, known as natural enemies of demons. Continuing the discussion, Patron mentioned that only one of the totems mentioned in the report had been handed over, and he asked where the remaining 8 were. Elric nonchalantly picked at his nose, stating that they had kept them. Patron was shocked, shouting that it was illegal. The man then began citing laws, claiming that according to the 11th clause of the 2nd paragraph of the Imperial Law, all demon-related items must be held by the Imperial family as evidence. The protagonist, however, countered with another law, the 8th clause of the 1st paragraph of the Possession Law, which stated that, with the administration agency's permission, an individual could possess demon-related items for research purposes. Elric smiled, stating that he had already obtained permission, and asking if the inspection agency was unaware of that. Confronted, Patron asked if he could pose a question to Elric, inquiring how the protagonist was able to know the exact location of the totems. The protagonist gave a flimsy excuse, reminding the man of which family he belonged to. Patron became irritated, calling the answer vague. At that moment, Elric stared deeply into his eyes. "So are you saying that my family should reveal its secrets to the inspection agency?" Patron ground his teeth, cursing the protagonist internally for always using his family as an excuse. Not wanting to drag the conversation on any longer, the protagonist stated that he had already given enough of an answer. With no way to hold Elric any longer, Patron thanked him for his cooperation. With that, the inspection agency's carriage departed. Seeing Elric watching the carriage move away, Sean stepped down from their vehicle, impressed. "You're very bold. You even dared to stand up to the almighty inspection agency." The protagonist's sister had also gotten out of the carriage, praising him and stating that if he hadn't done anything, she would have cracked those men's heads open herself. However, Agility warned the protagonist that the inspection agency was quite persistent once they set their sights on someone, asking if it was all right to leave things as they were. But the protagonist contradicted his master's concern. "As you know, I'm not the kind of person who lets things end like that." While speaking, Elric flashed a chilling smile, worrying Sean. "I'm the type of person who doesn't forgive those who are hostile toward me without a good reason." That night, in the middle of the forest, Patron knelt before a figure sitting on a stone, expressing his shame and asking for forgiveness. The figure told Patron to raise his head, releasing magic through a ring. "The one who should feel ashamed is not you, but me, the Crown Prince." As the two men interacted, they failed to notice the presence of a bat observing them, a bat with Merbinger blood, which had found a big fish to catch. The prince stated that it was he who wanted to meet the Merbinger and that he had been blinded by envy, underestimating his opponent and acting irresponsibly. Faced with the prince speaking so lowly of himself, Patron didn't know what to say. Apologetic tone, the prince admitted that he had brought disgrace to the group because of his own incompetence. Immediately, Patron urged the prince not to speak that way. The prince then changed his tone, stating that everything had happened for personal reasons, and that their priority now was to exterminate the remaining demons in hiding. Patron bowed, understanding the command. Switching to the subject of the demons, the prince asked if Viscount Garreau was truly one of Grigori's subordinates. Patron confirmed the information, stating that all the totems and items related to demons led back to them. Hearing the details, the prince gave an order. "To gain an advantage in the succession war, we need to subdue these demons. No mistakes will be tolerated." After issuing the command, the prince left. Patron watched him depart, while recalling how he still couldn't forget his former love, Lady Isabel. However, he had no choice but to choose politics over her, for the sake of the throne. The reason for hiding his identity must have been to see for himself what Elric Merbinger was like, the one who had saved Lady Isabel. This should have brought the prince some comfort, but instead, the inspection agency's actions only provided an excuse for their own dishonor rather than embarrassing Elric. Thus, Patron, who believed the prince would be the son that would lead the empire, realized that he needed to avoid getting involved with Elric in the future, and the best way to do that was to get rid of him. Patron gathered the inspection agency members. Listen well, this is demon-infested territory. Search everywhere, turn over every stone. With the leader's command, the inspection agency entered Garrett's territory, setting everything on fire and destroying anything suspicious. Elric and his group watched from the top of a hill. Then he instructed Sean and his sister to follow. Disguised in uniforms identical to those of the inspection agency, they descended into the city. Elric felt it had been the right choice to send a familiar to spy on the inspection agency, as it allowed him to gather more information than he had originally planned. Although it was interesting to learn that the crown prince was also hidden among the inspection agency, obtaining information about the demon's secrets felt like winning the lottery. The inspection agency and the Viscount's family were engaged in a bloody fight that turned the place into a slaughterhouse. Thus, Elric planned to raid the burning house of the Viscount. While the remaining demons and the inspection agency clashed, they would simply grab the totems and flee. The entire plan was set. The protagonist's teachers would create an escape route for them. As they donned their masks for camouflage, Elric called Mephisto to feed. The city was completely ablaze as Elric, his sister, and Sean raced through the streets toward the Viscount's house. It was only a matter of time before the inspection agency arrived, so they needed to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. As they ran, they had to hide at certain points to avoid being caught. They quickly reached the Viscount's mansion, where they noticed it was surrounded by a high wall. Elric, leading the way, decided to break down the wall using magic. The temperature dropped as several ice arrows materialized, aiming at the large wall in front of them. The arrows struck, shattering the wall. Inside, some soldiers and mages were startled to see they were being attacked, wondering if the inspection agency had already made it there. Elric struck a heroic pose while urging his friend Sean to take a good look at him. Summoning dozens of arrows, he attacked the interior of the property, taking out those guards. As the guards fell, a winged demon appeared from within the mansion. Seeing the monster, Elric warned Sean that the teachers would protect the citizens so they could attack with everything they had. The two pressed on, assaulting the demon. On the ground, Sean targeted the demon using wind/magic. Like incredible blades, the wind soared into the sky, cutting down the demons. But there wasn't just one flying demon. There were several others. They flew toward the two friends, but among them appeared Hayes with her hammer. She received Elric's signal, understanding that she could attack with full force, and delivered a powerful blow with her hammer, knocking down a few demons. Sean's eyes widened when he saw his sister Elric's attack. Hayes then asked her brother to let her handle that place, and resting her hammer on her shoulder, told Elric to quickly proceed to his objective. Given the opportunity from his sister, Elric hurried toward the mansion. Somewhere inside the mansion, a few demons were carrying a statue out of a large vault. The demon giving orders knew that even the inspection agency would have a hard time finding such a place, so as long as they tried to get there, they could carry the sacred relics out using secret passages. However, while he thought everything would go smoothly, the ceiling above that demon began to freeze. Suddenly, after the entire ceiling had frozen, it started to crack, and a large block of concrete fell on the demon. The protagonist, who had invaded the place by destroying the ceiling, showed Mephisto that he wasn't so bad at breaking and entering. The demons carrying the statue trembled in fear, asking the protagonist how he had found such a place. As he unleashed a great golden energy, Elric replied, "We found a delicious buffet." Inside the burning city, there was a residence where its leader was still in his office. He should have been calm, but something disrupted his peace. The news that the inspection agency had found the underground stash. The man who brought this information insisted that they needed to leave quickly, but Viscount Garreau was trembling with rage. Only his closest associates knew about the hideout, and he wondered how on earth the agency had discovered its location. As he contemplated this, Garreau began to suspect that there was a spy. While Garrett was reflecting, a fire attack erupted through his window. The massive explosion completely destroyed the window, flooding the room with debris and chaos. From the hole created by the explosion, a group of people stormed into Garreau's office, led by Patron. The man looked down at Garrett, but what he saw was a demon, Kaya. Before this demon, Patron placed his hand on his sword to draw it. "You rat! You've always managed to escape, but now we've finally found you." The demon, who had been injured by the explosion, gritted his teeth. "Patron, not only did you plant a spy in my territory, but you also looted my vault. Who's the rat here?" Patron didn't understand what Kaya was saying, thinking it was just nonsense, but the demon was furious, convinced that Patron was playing dumb. Thus, Kaya unleashed his demonic energy, declaring he was sure that Patron would start spilling information in the future. Seeing the demon release his energy, Patron did the same, proclaiming that he would execute the traitor Kaya in the name of the imperial family. The battle then began. The two charged at each other, demon against human, claws against sword. In the clash, an explosion occurred with the collision of both energies, enough to shake the mansion and cause the ceiling to explode. After the protagonist's sister dealt with most of the demons, Sean arrived at her side. The protagonist's friend was worried that Elric would cause trouble again. While Hayes pondered what to do, Elric jumped out of the mansion, announcing that the time had come. Seeing her brother's command, Hayes began to spin her hammer above her head. In the next instant, using the centrifugal force of the spin, she hurled her hammer at the mansion. The hammer flew, striking several pillars. Thanks to this, the mansion began to collapse. The remaining demons tried to flee before it was too late. Meanwhile, Elric and the others also ran toward the spot where Augustine and Gility were. They quickly found the two. However, Augustine wasn't pleased with the situation Elric had imposed on them, while Gility tried to remind the boss that he had said it would be fun to ridicule the inspection agency while acting heroically. After the exchange of barbs between the two, they continued, climbing some stairs. Augustine then told Elric that all the citizens had evacuated and asked what he would do next. The protagonist stated that there was only one thing to do: get out of there. The next day, when the whole city had turned to ashes, the inspection agency group was outside the mansion where they had battled Kaya. Patron was gritting his teeth, furious with Kaya's maneuver, which had tried to take everyone else down with him, as well as having accomplices outside the territory. At that moment, someone ran into the rubble, trying to inform Patron that they had found the mentioned stash. Patron knew that, although things had gone a bit wrong with the mansion's collapse, his mission was to find traces of demonic objects and deliver them to the prince. After helping him seize the throne with such accomplishments, he could rise through the ranks of the inspection agency. And if he could find false evidence that Elric was linked to this incident, perhaps even fabricated by him, he could bring an end to the Merbinger family. With this plan in mind, Patron smiled wickedly. However, his plan was interrupted when one of his subordinates called him. Patron hurried over to where the subordinate was, at the vault door, only to find that it was completely empty. He began to scream in anger, asking if the demons had cleaned the place out, but the subordinate had no idea. Remembering the demon Kaya, Patron realized that he had been unaware of the ambush and had even suspected a spy. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. There must be a demon spy within the inspection agency. Back in the carriage, Elric was laughing excitedly. Augustine didn't understand the protagonist's enthusiasm, so Elric revealed that he was imagining the inspection agency guys coming up with theories after seeing the empty vault. The old man praised Elric for teaching a lesson to the members of the inspection agency for messing with the wrong person. On the protagonist's side, Mephisto was huffing. Elric asked if the Demon King was still upset, mocking him. "I let you absorb the demonic energy as promised, didn't I? How can a great Demon King like you be so petty? Wouldn't it be much better if you just told me about your seal?" Mephisto was already turning red with anger at Elric's taunts. The night before, when the protagonist found the totems, he had been impressed. It felt like being in an amusement park, stealing candy from children while grabbing the totems that the demons were carrying. The Demon King had warned Elric that if he didn't keep his promise this time, they would make no more agreements. Knowing this, Elric threw the totems into the air, making them float with his magic. In the next moment, he used absorption magic. Mephisto was crying, longing for a taste of the demonic energy, which should be even more delicious because it was from Azazel. However, something strange happened. Elric took back all the energy that was supposed to go to the Demon King. The protagonist acted naive as he responded to Mephisto. "Come on, it's not our first time doing business. This should be about give and take, right? Hand over the activation of the original Sin Seal. Otherwise, I'll give the remaining demonic energy to you." Threatened with losing the demonic energy he so desperately wanted, Mephisto trembled with rage. Since the night before, he had harbored this hatred towards the protagonist, who had not given up on obtaining the original Sin Seal. He remembered some phrases he had been told. To use the seal, one needed to have the qualifications, and to possess the qualifications, one had to understand the seal. Therefore, if Elric wanted to comprehend the original sin, he needed to first obtain the seal that belonged to the same type. The problem was that Mephisto didn't know who, beneath him, had the same type of seal, as he only cared about himself. However, since the engraving of the original Sin Seal was a wolf, Elric could use this to find some clues. As Elric's carriage passed through the forest, the protagonist felt an intense demonic energy outside. The being carrying that energy approached the carriage with fury, and looking at it, Kaya declared, "I've found you, thieves!" After fleeing the mansion and the city, Kaya headed into the forest. He harbored a deep hatred for Patron and the inspection agency, planning his revenge. In fact, the totem that had been stolen from him had a scent that only he could detect. Therefore, if he absorbed the totem and strengthened his seal, he could put his plan into action and get rid of all those who had attacked him. Inside the carriage, Augustin also sensed the demonic energy outside, impressed that a demon could walk in the sunlight, but realizing that he was furious over a specific person. Hayes volunteered to go outside, but Augustine opposed her, telling her to sit down, as he didn't want her to get involved. Hayes didn't understand what the old man meant, but Augustine asserted that it was natural for the person who received the invitation to be the one to answer the door. The protagonist also agreed with Augustine, stating that he would go since there were still many things to plunder from that demon. Hayes had a hunch about what Elric meant, and asked if he was going after the demon's seal. The protagonist then laughed at his sister. Wouldn't it be rude to refuse a meal that's already on the table? Outside, Kaya watched the noble carriage, which had no guards. He couldn't believe they had set such an obvious trap. As Kaya laughed, possibly realizing the enemy's plan, a person stepped down from the carriage holding a small statue. "I was wondering if you would come, but it seems you really did. You're here looking for this, right?" Seeing that he had been discovered, Kaya revealed himself, asking the masked young man in front of him his name. Wanting to know who he was, Elric took off the mask with a smile, revealing his own face. At that moment, Kaya noticed that the mask in Elric's hand was a fake, understanding that both he and the inspection agency had been deceived. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his demonic energy in fury and charged fiercely at the protagonist, ready to tear him apart. Next to the protagonist, Mephisto joked, asking if it was all right to provoke Kaya like that, since even though he didn't have an arm, he was still a demon with a strong seal. As Mephisto taunted Elric, Kaya approached him, ready to strike. The protagonist simply took a step back, dodging the attack. In fact, Elric was planning to use Kaya as a training dummy to see how much stronger he had become. The demon continued to attack the protagonist, who easily evaded the blows with his agility. After retreating a considerable distance, Elric began to release energy. At that moment, declaring that he would eliminate all demons, he prepared for battle. The golden energy released by Elric formed several sharp pendants. Pointing at the demon, he commanded them to attack, intending to hit Kaya. In the face of the attacks, Kaya readied himself and with his claws began to destroy the pendants, furiously asking Elric if he thought such weak magic could stop him. Seeing Elric standing still while he charged forward, Kaya seemed to be counting his victory. The demon was already laughing, thinking the battle was won, but Elric confronted him with a punch filled with mana. The two fists collided, and in the next moment, a massive explosion was unleashed. Forced to retreat, Kaya wondered how the mage in front of him was so strong. The protagonist, still in the same spot, had his hand filled with demonic moss. He felt that the last blow could have been quite dangerous, especially since the moss in his hand was poison, filled with demonic energy, trying to seep into his pores. Thus, Elric wondered if this was the power of Kaya's seal. Deciding to freeze the poison for the time being, although it was only a temporary remedy, Elric resolved to be a bit more cautious to avoid further exposure to the poison. Seeing that Elric had stopped the poison by freezing his arm, Kaya gave a mocking compliment, calling it a cheap trick. Then he decided to use more of his seal's power, raising his demonic energy to the maximum. The demonic energy surged like a wave as Kaya challenged Elric to try blocking such a poison attack with ice again. Flapping his wings, Kaya was able to spread even more poison, forcing Elric to defend himself. The protagonist felt as if the poison was infiltrating his entire body in an overwhelming amount that he couldn't simply freeze. However, Elric understood that there was something he could do about it. Suddenly, Elric's pupils became more focused. Stretching his arms to the sides, he began to conjure the speech of the soul, freezing everything around him, including the poison in the air. All the poison turned into ice crystals which, under the protagonist's command, gathered and were sent back to Kaya. The frozen poison became a great torrent of poisonous ice, attacking the demon. Kaya, however, called Elric an idiot for thinking that the magic he himself created could affect him. He shielded himself from the ice shards but didn't realize that at some point, the person he was fighting had disappeared from the spot where he originally stood. As Kaya wondered where the protagonist had gone, Elric appeared behind him with used seal active. Kaya felt an overwhelming pressure and lost his balance for a second. That moment was enough for Elric to use a speech of the soul, creating chains that surrounded Kaya. trapping him. Kaya's arms and legs were shackled. Feeling that his end was near, the demon asked Elric to wait, but the protagonist had no reason to wait, stating that stopping there wouldn't be fun. Thus, gathering mana in his hand, Elric prepared to deliver a powerful blow to the demon. This was a strike that Elric hadn't used in a while, a blow derived from the secret arts of the Ice Mountain King. The blow Elric created struck Kaya heavily, making him feel as if this was the greatest blow he had ever received. The demon fell to his knees on the ground, incredulous. He gritted his teeth, asking how a human could wield the powers of the Ice Mountain King and the powers of the demon Yu. The protagonist held Kaya's head, asserting that he didn't need to know the answer to that question. So while casting a cold glare at the demon, Elric absorbed the demonic energy and Kaya's seal while he was still alive, causing him to scream. Not long after, Kaya fell to the ground. Elric sighed, realizing that he had won the fight and achieved his goal. Mephisto, who was beside the protagonist, recalled the words Elric had said a few minutes earlier about exterminating all demons. Moreover, the fact that he had said this in front of Mephisto meant that as long as there was no choice but for them to work together, they would eventually become enemies who would have to fight. This thought excited Mephisto, and he smiled widely. For him, this was great, as it was exactly what he also desired. After Elric defeated Kaya, he felt a pain in his chest caused by the poison. His sister and Augustin rushed to him as he suffered from the poison accumulating in his body. Augustin placed his hand on the protagonist's back, releasing healing energy to help him feel better, while his sister supported him so he wouldn't fall. After being treated, Elric asked if demons were always this strong. Augustin obviously replied yes, stating that if that demon had been in its most powerful form, Elric might have even lost. Elric disagreed with his master, asserting that he would still win, which made Augustin find such confidence amusing. Although he believed the situation was disadvantageous, Augustin acknowledged that his student could indeed find ways to defeat his opponents. However, Augustin began to scold Elric, reminding him not to forget the basics. He stated that Elric still needed to improve further. In light of these reprimands, the protagonist asked his master why he had such a happy expression. That night, part of the inspection agency's group was still investigating Kaya's vault. They were kept there because the captain wanted them to find traces of a third group that might have been at that location at any cost. One of the men sighed, stating that they had searched for days but found nothing, and that if it weren't for the orders they had received. As the man spoke, he was suddenly struck. In his fate, a man with red eyes appeared beside him, the author of the attack. Seeing what had happened to his colleague, the remaining men could not understand what was going on. Before they could say anything, that man grabbed the head of one of them, lifting him off the ground while complaining about the noisy voice. The man wanted to know what had happened there and decided to see for himself. The hand of the man holding the inspection agency soldier's head bore a mark that glowed with demonic energy. As the inspection agency soldier screamed, energy was sucked from him, absorbed by the hand of that demon. With this, the demon was able to obtain information about what had happened, including that Kaya had failed. He comprehended the man's memories and discovered that a third group, which was neither a demon's group nor the inspection agencies, was involved. He also obtained another piece of information, the presence of the prince. The demon began to laugh upon discovering that the prince was personally involved in this matter. In that destroyed city, a group from the inspection agency was kneeling before someone. The prince asked them to stand. Remember the wounds you suffered today for the rest of your lives, and reflect on what you did wrong? While a subordinate was banging his head against the ground seeking forgiveness, the prince continued. The subjugation plans that were planned for years have now been completely destroyed. What do you intend to do next? Patron, the man banging his head on the ground, stated that, according to his report, Viscount Garrow was not the only follower of Grigori. Fortunately, the agents sent to the branches managed to obtain information from a small camp. Hearing the report, the prince affirmed that the plans for the location they were at were not a total loss. Patron confirmed what the prince said, mentioning that the plans for Garrett had only been a failure of the fourth agency. The prince then turned his back on Patron, ordering him to clean up the place and then head to the meeting point. However, before the prince could leave, several people began to scream. An ambush had been prepared at that location. Quickly, Patron got up, drew his sword, and ordered everyone to form up. The demons were swift, attacking the inspection agency agents, who counterattacked. Patron retreated to the prince's side, shouting for the agents to do the same to protect him. As all the agents rushed to shield the prince, an attack was aimed at him. The demon who tried to strike the prince was blocked by Patron. Seeing his attack thwarted, the demon smiled, asserting that this human wasn't so bad. After his surprise attack was frustrated, the demon retreated. Patron quickly shouted, asking how such a demon dared to attack them. The demon pointed downward at an important person present at the scene, claiming that this person was the prince. With the command of the main demon, all the other minions aimed for the prince. More than 10 low-level demons gathered to attack. Patron prepared for battle, ordering his subordinates to escort the prince to safety. He then unleashed a powerful energy to confront the demon, just as he had against Kaya. I, Arthur Patron, will commence the judgment of the enemy who attempted to attack the crown prince. As he was confronted, the demon released his demonic energy, which transformed into several mouths ready to devour their target, while the demon himself intended to initiate his own movement to attack the delicious human before him. The demon attacked Patron, his movement like that of a predator's strike. Demon and human faced off, causing an explosion of power. As the members of the inspection agency tried to escort the prince to safety, several demons surrounded them. A seal had been promised by the messenger to whoever defeated the prince. Hearing what the demons were planning, one of the agents fiercely attacked them, demanding to know how they dared to insult the person who would rule the empire. The man who attacked planned to defeat the demons and open a safe path, but he was easily overpowered. The demon who brought him down laughed, claiming it would be better for the agents to hand over the prince. Suddenly, one of the demons most covetous of the seal advanced to secure the reward. However, a mysterious voice emerged. "Who dares to stand in the way of the envoy?" In the next instant, a rain of attacks fell upon the demons, purifying them. These strikes were like wild lions hunting their prey. Seeing the lion flag waving with the arrival of reinforcements, the demon leading the attack called the humans lucky. The group that had arrived was none other than the Blue Lion team. With their arrival, the inspection agency was euphoric, knowing they were saved. Herman, who was seated on his horse, ordered his soldiers to eliminate the enemies. With the command of their leader, the knights swiftly advanced, saving the agents and also the prince, who was gazing in one direction, watching the beautiful Isabel. After all the demons were defeated, the two groups positioned themselves facing each other. Patron bowed as he spoke. "Although we were able to eliminate most of the demons with the help of the Blue Lions, the one who seemed to be the leader of the demons escaped." The prince thanked him for the battle report he received. Herman then lowered his head, expressing his happiness for the prince's safety and that he would like to escort him to the palace, but since he was with the inspection agency, he would follow his own path. The prince agreed with Herman, stating that since he must be busy, he could go ahead. Herman then thanked the prince for understanding, but before he left, the prince asked why Herman was in such a place. Herman was surprised by the question, but answered that he was looking for Elric Merbinger. The prince understood the Blue Lion's search, and seeing the smile on Isabel's face upon hearing Elric's name, turned and bid farewell. The prince felt frustrated, realizing that Elric Merbinger once again was coming into his path. The protagonist, oblivious to these matters, was riding in a carriage heading north. At that moment, he had arrived at a place called the Great Wall, which was taller in person than he had heard. The protagonist had information that the Temple of Flowers, which concerned him, was located somewhere behind the Great Wall. Upon arriving at the gates of the Great Wall, Elric's carriage was ordered to stop. Carl, who was driving the carriage, informed the guard that they would like to cross the border, but the guard apologized, stating that they could not pass. In front of the Great Wall, Elric's carriage was not permitted to pass. The protagonist got out to speak with the guard, asking if something had happened on the other side of the wall. The guard replied that monsters on the other side of the barrier had recently gone berserk, and inexplicable phenomena were occurring. Therefore, the guard corps was in a state of emergency at that moment. What the guard told him confirmed the sinister energy Elric sensed coming from the other side of the wall. Despite the issue, Elric didn't plan to give up. He turned to Carl, instructing him to hand over the authorization to the guards. Carl took a document from his coat pocket and got out of the carriage to deliver it to the guard. The guard opened the document and upon reading it was shocked as the text mentioned the Norester and Merbinger families. The guard cleared his throat, returned the document, and apologized for not knowing such important families were in the carriage. He then stated that normally people would not be allowed to pass, even with an authorization document, but he would let them pass due to their family status. However, the guard advised them to climb the tallest trees if they were in danger. The protagonist hesitated and asked the guard if someone would come to rescue them if they did that, but the man's response was the opposite, stating that it would make it easier to find their bodies. Upon passing the Great Wall, Elric and his group encountered various monsters. They resembled giant worms with 4 jaws in place of heads. One worm, noticing the protagonist, attacked him, trying to bite. As the giant creature opened its mouth, Elric extended his hand toward it, and the next moment, A massive block of ice fell on the creature, sinking it into the ground. Elric gritted his teeth, annoyed by those sandworms that seemed to appear endlessly. Suddenly, a worm appeared behind Elric, but he noticed it quickly. Since the battle against the last demon, Elric felt unable to use his powers properly, as his mana was becoming a limiting factor due to seals. Facing the attacking worm, Elric summoned dozens of ice harpoons, which turned the monster into a skewer. The worm fell to the ground, as did Elric after his jump. As he fought, he wondered if he should create a new type of magic, one that would be exclusively his. That way, he would become strong enough that no one would underestimate him. After defeating the worms, Sean approached, asking if he was done, as he was freezing, even after covering his entire body with mana. The protagonist looked around at what should have been a hot desert, but it had become as cold as a glacier. This was the unknown situation the guard had mentioned earlier. The place they were in was called the Black Snowfield. The name was only figurative, as the land was poisoned and rotten, justifying the designation. This area was also filled with monsters, and even the Empire had given up on controlling it. It was a forbidden zone, even for 8th Circle Archmages, as it wasn't 100% safe even for them. Sean approached the protagonist, put his arm over his shoulder, and asked if the Temple of Flowers was really in a godforsaken place like that. In fairy tales, the Temple of Flowers is a peaceful garden where flower gods and humans live together. Does this place look like a flower garden to you? The protagonist removed his friend's arm from his shoulder, affirming that the Temple of Flowers did exist and that he had personally confirmed its existence through records he obtained from his family and the imperial family. Hearing this, Augustine asked the protagonist if he knew the exact location, as he doubted they could find the place with vague information alone. Elric revealed that he was considering searching for the demi-humans who guarded the Temple of Flowers. Augustine was surprised to hear this, remembering the enmity between demi-humans and humans. Contrary to his master's doubts, Elric assured him that they would be fine because he had a way to convince them. Augustine placed a hand on his chin as he thought, and stated that although he didn't know what Elric was hiding, he was eager to find out. So he asked how Elric planned to find the demi-humans in such a desolate place. However, the protagonist was still considering how he would do it. Sister Hayes was concerned, as they couldn't search aimlessly through the snowy field, so she asked Elric if he had a map or something of the sort, but Elric had nothing like that. Suddenly, Mephisto, who was flying above the protagonist, informed him that the ice crystal was glowing. The protagonist received the Demon King's warning and took the frozen egg from his pocket. Suddenly, the glowing egg rose into the sky. Above everyone's heads, it shone in one direction as if it were showing the way. Thus, Elric smiled confidently, saying they apparently had found the path. The carriage continued its journey until nightfall as they entered a forest. The protagonist asked Carl to stop the carriage and got down with the ice crystal in his hand. Sean, curious to know what had happened, saw that the ice crystal had stopped glowing once they entered the forest. So they probably needed to search in that area. Sean conjured a small flame to light the way as they walked into the forest on foot. The mage was curious to see if they would find anything in that place. Meanwhile, Agility used a familiar to observe the forest from above, but he couldn't see anything different either. With such discouraging news, Elric sighed, clutching the ice egg in his hand. He then decided to give up the search for now, calling everyone back to the carriage, as the ice crystal might guide them again at some point. As they were about to return, the group heard a scream coming from the forest. Instantly, they sped up, running toward the sound. They quickly advanced through the moonlit forest until Elric spotted something ahead. To avoid being noticed, the group hid behind trees, observing what was happening. A female demi-human was surrounded by several monsters. Since Mephisto couldn't be seen, he could observe properly and checked that it was a demi-human catgirl. The monsters attacking her looked like demonic minotaurs. They roared, leaping at the demi-human. Desperate, the young woman cried out for help. As she closed her eyes in fear, a frosty mist emerged, surrounding the area. She waited for the attack to come, but nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she realized that the three beasts attacking her were frozen in blocks of ice. A snapping sound echoed, and in the next instant, all the ice blocks began to shatter. Elric, who had disposed of the monsters, approached the girl asking if she was okay. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to strike a heroic pose to impress her. "You must be pretty shocked." Seeing the protagonist's attitude, Mephisto began to laugh, making Elric realize he was embarrassing himself. He then cleared his throat, saying that if the girl was hurt anywhere, he could heal her. Extending his hand, Elric asked if she could stand. Seeing Elric approach her so closely, the demi-human girl frowned and slapped his hand away, stating she didn't need any help from a human. Suddenly, from the treetops, several demi-humans of the same race as the girl appeared, weapons aimed at the protagonist and his group, completely surrounding them. The girl gritted her teeth, calling them idiots. If you don't surrender by the count of 3, don't even think about leaving this forest alive. Thus, while her kin pointed arrows and swords at the humans, the girl began to count. Sean was quite calm at this moment, while Hayes wondered what her brother was thinking. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled, raised his hands, and surrendered. Upon Elric's surrender, part of his group smiled, while others felt relieved. The Demon King mocked the protagonist, who always seemed full of tricks. Sometime earlier, while observing the demi-human situation, Elric had realized it was clearly a trap. He could see the demi-human soldiers nearby. Augustine wanted to know what Elric planned to do, and with a mischievous smile, the protagonist decided to play along with the setup to be taken to the demi-human's home. After surrendering, Elric and his group were led to the anthropomorphic kingdom of beastmen. This kingdom had houses and buildings just like those in human realms, with well-developed architecture. Elric and his group were guided in a carriage with bars, as if it were a mobile prison. Inside the carriage, everyone sat calmly, while Mephisto watched the protagonist, asking if he was really pretending so much. The protagonist, his hands shackled, laughed and asked if Mephisto was that ignorant. He stated slyly that he needed to go this far to create a perfectly disappointing surprise. Outside the bars, the demi-humans began shouting, cursing the humans, and questioning why the search party had brought humans into their city, demanding they be executed instead. Elric observed the demi-humans' reaction, which he expected to be filled with fury toward humans. Mephisto pointed out that it was natural. Given that humans had stolen their lands and forced them to live in such a place, the fury from their ancestors couldn't simply be pacified. Elric watched closely, a melancholic look in his eyes, as the carriage came to a stop. The demi-human Elric had saved introduced herself as Irina, a member of the royal guard of the anthropomorphic kingdom, warning the humans that if they valued their own lives, they should be careful with their actions, as the great king would interrogate them personally. Irina led Elric's group into the mansion. Throughout the time, they calmly followed the demi-human. Mephisto was curious to know what Elric had in mind, seeing as he had gone straight into the heart of the enemy base. Elric smiled at the Demon King, stating that the beastmen wouldn't reject him because he possessed a power they had long desired. As they followed Irina, Elric and his group passed by several well-dressed beastmen. He continued speaking with the Demon King, revealing that he held the combat technique of the Tiger King, the ancient king of the beastmen, the art of body strengthening. Elric disclosed to Mephisto that the Tiger tribe had held the royal position for generations, but now they were extinct, making Mephisto reflect on the value of such a technique because of its rarity. Mephisto then understood the protagonist's plan, realizing that he was eager to sell this technique at an exorbitant price. Upon reaching the main hall, Irina knelt before the king. "O great king of the beastmen, I have brought the criminals here." The king, seated on his throne, praised Irina for her good work. He revealed his claws as he addressed the humans, questioning why they had dared to step into his territory. The king bared his fangs, warning them that if they dared lie, they wouldn't leave the place alive. Looking at the king, Elric wondered if he was a tiger beastman. Elric thought it impossible given what had happened to the last Tiger King. Yet, before him was the new king, a young tiger child. Hayes was sweating in the presence of the little king, charmed by his cuteness. Mephisto began to laugh at the young Tiger King, suggesting that Elric might not be as valuable as he had hoped. Elric was stunned. It was good to know there was a descendant of the Tiger King, even though he was so young. He stood determined to go forward with his plan. In the end, he could always escape if things went wrong. Looking at the little tiger, Elric asked if he was the king. A rat beastman grew furious at the protagonist's question, calling him a reckless bastard for asking. However, Elric told the old man to be quiet. Seeing Elric scratch his ear, the man grew even angrier, demanding that the guards take the human away. Suddenly, the young king ordered the man to be quiet. The man tried to protest, but the young tiger stared him down, asking if he intended to defy his orders. With that, the beastman fell silent, despite his frustration. The little tiger then asked Elric if he had something to say. Seeing the boy's actions, Elric smiled. Initially, he thought this king was just a clueless kid, but it was clear that the blood of a tiger ran through his veins. Convincing him might not be so easy. Elric then began his plan, asking the young king if he was familiar with the art of body strengthening. The young Tiger King was surprised by the question. Seeing his reaction, Elric continued with his proposal, asking if the young king would be willing to buy such a technique if it were for sale. Upon hearing Elric's words, the beastmen were outraged that a human dared to speak of the greatest beastmen technique so casually. Amidst the noise, the young king struck his throne, commanding silence. Suddenly, the protagonist made an unexpected move. Calling the beastman noisy, he easily broke the shackles that bound him, freeing himself. As this happened, several guards quickly surrounded the king to protect him, while others encircled Elric and his group. Seeing Elric's actions, Augustine also broke his shackles, asking if his student needed help dealing with the beastmen. The protagonist declined, wanting to handle the beastmen alone. He then released a golden aura and took a few steps forward. I need to show them what I'm capable of so they'll believe me. Seeing the prisoner move, the beastmen confronted him. Meanwhile, Hayes told her brother not to lay a finger on the cute little tiger. Two beastmen showed their claws, charging at the protagonist. Seeing this, Elric also dashed forward at an absurd speed. In the next moment, he was already in front of one of the beastmen. Extending his hand, he used the art of body strengthening, with the skill of the fierce tiger's advance, striking the beastmen multiple times as he passed him. Witnessing the protagonist's actions, the beastmen couldn't believe a human knew the art of body strengthening. To capture him, the royal guards began transforming into their beastly forms. Fancy clothes were torn as the beastmen turned into wild beasts. Several werewolves were now ready to attack. Surrounded by werewolves, Elric didn't back down. Despite the danger, he stood firm, waiting for the right moment. With an agile movement, Elric dashed forward, once again using the art of body strengthening, employing the tiger strike skill. The protagonist's punches had the weight of a tiger pinning down its prey. He sent the werewolves flying with each strike that hit them. One beastman grew terrified as a werewolf landed beside him, trembling at the sight of his adversary. Watching the protagonist, who was now using another skill from the body strengthening technique, the Black Tiger's Hunt, the beastman felt as if a powerful tiger were ready to strike. And just as he sensed, the blow came down on him like the crushing paw of a tiger. Irina, despite trembling in the face of the situation, did not back down. She rushed at the protagonist to attack him, but suddenly someone ordered everyone to stop. The protagonist smiled at the sound of the young king's voice, while Irina, barely realizing who she was provoking with her sword, was shocked. The little tiger rose from his throne. He was the one who had commanded everyone to halt. Holding Irina's sword, Elric lowered it, asserting that he had already proven to the young king that he spoke the truth. Facing the small but furious king, Elric asked if he now believed him. The entire hall stood still, waiting to hear what the young Tiger King would say. He gritted his teeth in frustration, wanting to know how Elric was so familiar with the body-strengthening art, a skill even unknown to most beastmen. The protagonist released a shockwave, startling the beastmen, then declared it to be magic. Facing the young tiger, who didn't understand what Elric was saying, the protagonist showed him some magic circles. Magic flows through all the truths of the world. It unveils the mysteries of nature and brings forth the principles within harmoniously. The young king had a hunch about what Elric was implying, and then asked if the body-strengthening art had been restored through magic. The protagonist confirmed the young king's suspicion, which left him as impressed as a child tasting chocolate for the first time. Mephisto mocked the protagonist, saying he was trying to sell lies. Elric retorted to the Demon King, asserting that since beastmen had familiarity with magic, presenting his offer in an intriguing, enigmatic way would make them believe it. Elric observed the beastmen gathering to discuss among themselves. Not only the king, but the entire court had taken the bait. Mephisto commented that beastmen were truly naive, but to Elric this was perfect, as he could exploit them. Elric kept up his act, preparing to deliver his final pitch. Leaning in toward the young king, Elric said, "The body-strengthening art is the royal family's secret treasure. Even if I obtained it through magic, its true brilliance lies in the hands of its rightful owner. So I'd like to use this offer to lay new foundations for the royal family." While Elric spoke, the Beastman Minister of Finance interrupted, cutting to the chase and asking if Elric simply wanted to sell the body-strengthening art at an exorbitant price. Elric clicked his tongue, annoyed that the old man had seen through his true intentions. Not denying it, Elric admitted that what he wanted was information. He wished to know the way to the Flower Temple. Some beastmen began to wonder why a human would want to go to the Flower Temple. The Minister of Finance quickly ordered silence. He then headed toward the exit, acknowledging Elric's interest in this deal but saying they would need to discuss it later. Addressing Irina, he instructed her to escort the guests to the side palace. Elric gritted his teeth. If not for that old man, he would have sealed the deal with the king. However, Mephisto, eyeing that elder beastman, discerned the truth from his aura. That being was undoubtedly a demon. After Elric and his group left, the beastmen began to discuss. A rabbit man argued they should accept, as it was a chance to restore the Tiger King's lineage to its former glory. On the other side, a rat man mentioned that other beings posed a greater threat than humans, but if they could raise the Tiger King's spirit, such beings would not dare to meddle with them. Speaking calmly, another beastman stated that the humans were right, as the body-strengthening art was a symbol uniting all beastmen into one race, even if divided into several tribes. Therefore, this was the opportunity to eliminate the Fury tribe's excuse for not recognizing a Tiger King without the body-strengthening art. The young Tiger King nodded at the advice supporting the acceptance of the deal. However, suddenly, the Minister of Finance, whom Mephisto recognized as the demon, disagreed. The beastman, who had spoken peacefully, grew enraged at Minister Norris, stating they couldn't lose such a symbol of royalty. The minister cast a sinister look, causing the beastmen to shrink back, then turned to the young king and said, "I understand how crucial the body-strengthening art is, but the reason we beastmen are here in this cursed land, have you forgotten the suffering we had to endure? Humans speak sweetly, but it's just a way to lure us in and then cowardly betray us. Your Highness, if we accept this offer, we'll once again be dancing in the palms of humans, and our history of suffering will repeat. This is why we must not make deals with humans." Later that day, the wise beastmen desperately tried to convince the king not to miss such an opportunity. In the throne room, the young king looked up at the large statue of his father, recalling his command to rebuild the royal family. If we are to fulfill the late king's last wish, we need the body-strengthening art. Hearing the king's words, the beastmen became excited, affirming that in that case they should summon the humans back quickly. However, the young king stated they couldn't do so if Minister Norris opposed it, as he must surely have a good reason. The beastman then tried to argue that while the minister was wise in governing the kingdom and was known as the Black Sage, his old age might be affecting his judgment. The young king became furious, ordering the man to watch his words, as Norris was someone who had devoted his life to the kingdom since the time of the former king, and he would not tolerate doubts about his judgment. Seeing that the young king had already made his decision, the man apologized for his remarks. He then left with a troubled expression, leaving the young king alone in the room. The young tiger clenched his fist, hoping he had made the best decision, trusting in Minister Norris's judgment. Elsewhere, in the side palace of the beastmen, Carl answered the door for a visitor who wished to enter. The protagonist was seated in an armchair with a mocking expression, asking what brought the guest, the Minister of Finance, Norris. Looking at the human, Norris stated he had come to make the deal. Hearing this, Elric invited him to sit as he was now a client. Once they were seated across from each other, Elric asked how the minister would like to pay, now that he had decided to accept the offer. The minister stated he would pay by giving Elric what he wanted. He would open the path to the Temple of Flowers. The protagonist gave a thumbs up, pleased by the generosity, while the old minister smiled, eager for the body-strengthening art to be sold to him. Sometime later, Elric was exhausted, leaning on the table, worn out from the many visits he had received from beastmen wanting to buy the body-strengthening art for themselves. Frustrated, Elric wondered if the beastmen truly believed the body-strengthening art was necessary to ascend to the throne, and questioned why the Minister of Finance and all the other officials said the same things. Across from him, Augustine kept him company, and mentioned hearing that the Tiger King's lineage had been in ruins for a long time, though he hadn't thought the situation was as bad as it appeared. The old teacher then asked whom Elric would sell the body-strengthening art to. The protagonist pointed out that the Minister of Finance had offered the highest price, surprising Augustine, as the minister had been inflexible. Elric then released the aura of the body-strengthening art, recalling that there were many clients interested in it, which had raised its value considerably. He wondered what the royal family intended to do. As Elric spoke with Augustine, a short figure entered the room, appearing to be the Tiger King, wearing a somber expression. The Demon King, who had been observing the entire situation, was disgusted with the young king's vassals, asserting that if he were in the young tiger's place, he would rid himself of all of them. As he trembled, the Tiger King asked Elric why the Minister of Finance would do such a thing. He was certain something was wrong. The protagonist stood up, moving toward him, and asked if he hadn't said earlier that he would see something interesting. Hayes quickly rushed to the young tiger, petting him, and reprimanding Elric for not speaking kindly to someone who was upset. Facing his sister, Elric warned her that politics wasn't like playing house, and comforting a broken heart wouldn't improve the situation. Turning to the young king, Elric posed a question. No matter how fair or good the throne seems, if no one helps you, they will only belittle you. You know that, don't you? Hayes understood that her brother spoke with authority on this matter. Elric then shared his story with the young king. Although they were called a prestigious magical family, the moment they lost their powers, their vassals, the nobles, the imperial family, and even the magic tower abandoned them. However, when he became the hero of Lancete, those who once despised him and called him the disgrace of the family completely changed how they treated him. In front of the frustrated young king, Elric offered some advice. In the end, the world is ruled by those with power, therefore you must sharpen your claws. The young tiger didn't understand what Elric meant, so the protagonist explained as he knelt. You must sharpen them without anyone knowing, and when you're done, use them to obtain everything you desire all at once, because I will help you with that. The young tiger was impressed, but his eyes filled with tears as if he were about to cry. Seeing this reaction, Elric asked what Mephisto thought. Observing the situation as if watching a movie, Mephisto remarked that it seemed the young tiger was ready to sell his soul to the protagonist. Elric needed to do this to achieve what he wanted, but Mephisto laughed, as he was aware of Elric's secret intentions, to increase the king's desire to fight. However, Mephisto stated that even if Elric helped the tiger, he was the only one who could resolve the current situation, for no one knew if he could be as majestic as his predecessors. The Tiger King wanted to know if Elric was aware of King Yule the tiger. Surprised by the question, the protagonist asked if that was the powerful Tiger King who led the beastmen to their highest peak. Seeing that the protagonist knew who he was, the young king made a proposal. The fortune left by King Yule the tiger, I will trade it, along with the research materials we have, to restore the art of body strengthening. However, the gate to the Temple of Flowers is closed due to the Eastern General. If you want to open the gate, you will definitely need me. I will personally guide you to that place, so please give me the body strengthening technique. In light of such an offer, Elric shook the Tiger King's hand, sealing the agreement. He then stood up, asking everyone to sit and discuss the details. Following the protagonist, the Tiger King wondered if he had made the right choice. However, he didn't want to doubt his own judgment, as he was the king. And as the human had said, once he sharpened his claws, everything would return to its rightful place. While walking distractedly in his thoughts, the Tiger King tripped. However, a girl who was following him quickly caught him, preventing him from falling. He felt a bit embarrassed as he thanked her, having stumbled over his own foot. But in the face of such cuteness, Hayes couldn't help but hug the little tiger. Embarrassment swelled within the king, and he ordered the reckless girl to let him go, as he was still a king. Hayes petted the little tiger's head as she comforted him. If you want to cry, just cry as much as you want. It's not good to suppress your emotions. The little tiger felt as if he were in his mother's lap. He still remembered her words, which advised him to laugh when he wanted to laugh and cry when he wanted to cry. The little tiger Valance began to tremble as he sobbed. With so many emotions inside him, the young king broke down in tears in the arms of the girl who reminded him of his mother. The protagonist looked back laughing and commented to Mephisto that the boy who had seemed like a real king earlier was now crying like a child. But the demon king did not make jokes. He simply noted that the little tiger was still very young to bear the weight of the crown. After this commotion, the protagonist gathered with Augustine, Hayes, and the king to talk. He asked Valance if he was leaving the anthropomorphic kingdom, as he had mentioned that he would personally guide him to the garden gate. However, the little tiger was now in Hayes' lap, being petted, and was too busy to answer any questions. The protagonist drew their attention, asking if it wasn't time to leave, as they didn't know what the Minister of Finance and the other officials might do if they wasted time. Therefore, they needed to gather the royal guard quickly and leave the palace. Returning to a serious tone, the young king stated that it wasn't necessary to call the royal guard, especially Irina, the captain of the royal guard, an adopted daughter of the Minister of Finance, who had been placed as a guard to watch over him. Knowing the danger that the royal guard represented, the protagonist asked if that didn't mean the Minister of Finance already knew that the king was visiting him. Valance stated that he had left the palace without anyone knowing, but they had probably discovered everything by now. As soon as the king finished speaking, Sean hurriedly opened the door, informing Elric that the beastmen had gathered outside the palace in large numbers. Elric began to think. It wouldn't be easy to escape secretly in this situation. Suddenly he had an idea, a way for them to escape without being noticed. He was alongside quite capable individuals, who could even subdue the beastmen while passing through the main door. Clasping his hands, Elric decided to start revealing his plan. However, suddenly an alarm began to sound. The Tiger King stated that the emergency signal was ringing, and then he rushed to the window, wondering if the Fury tribe was invading the palace. Following the king, Elric recalled that the Fury tribe was a group of beastmen that was in significant conflict with the anthropomorphs. If they were here, it was obvious they would try to prevent King Valance from leaving the kingdom. At the window, the two looked out to see the city under attack. Suddenly, glancing down the street leading to the side palace, the king realized that the enemies were approaching them. Elric quickly ordered his entire group to prepare for combat. However, the person charging against the side palace recognized the protagonist. Recognizing the girl with blue hair, Elric commanded everyone to stop their attacks. To everyone's surprise, the two individuals invading the area were father and daughter, Herman and Isabel Whale. Elric was curious about what Isabel was doing there. Mephisto, however, began to circle around the large man next to Isabel, assessing his strength. He returned to the protagonist, asking who that monster was. The protagonist ignored the Demon King, bowing and stating that it was an honor to meet the man before him, Herman Weil, the Blue Lion. Herman placed a hand on his chest, calling Elric the Duke of the Radiant Star while asking him not to be so formal. The protagonist then invited the two to come inside. As they entered through the window, Isabel asked her father to crouch down slowly to get through. With father and daughter inside the palace, Elric asked how they both knew he was there. Herman replied that he wanted to personally thank the benefactor, as Elric had not only saved his daughter but also cured her illness. Herman explained that he had gone to the capital, only to find out that Elric had already left by the time he arrived. Elric scratched his head, admitting that he should have left some information about where he was going. Otherwise, they would have missed each other. Herman did not blame the protagonist, stating that he should have sent a letter first. However, since he wanted to surprise him, they looked for him without seeking information, making them at fault. Looking inside the palace, Herman recognized some familiar faces who actually seemed to dislike him. He glanced at Hayes, claiming he didn't expect the hunting dog of the White Lions to be there. Hayes retorted, stating that she had already told Herman many times that she was not a hunting dog. The protagonist was surprised and asked Herman if he knew his sister. The Blue Lion was taken aback, asking Elric if Hayes had blood ties to him. Rubbing his chin, Herman mentioned that he had a friend who was a bad influence, and that he had encountered Hayes a few times while meeting that friend, though he hadn't expected her to be the daughter of the Merbingers. Herman looked at another man in the room, Augustine, stating that it was rare to see the old aberration of the Nerester family outside. Like Hayes, Augustine warned Herman not to call him that. The Blue Lion smiled, asking what was wrong with calling an old monster an old aberration, and how he should address him then. The two confronted each other, creating a tense atmosphere between them. Elric felt that a fight could break out at any moment, so he rushed to separate them. However, he was surprised when the two shook hands, greeting each other. Then praised each singular member of the group. He looked at Gillidy, the executive of a traitorous group, at King Valance, a beastman, and at the others he had already interacted with. Elric asked everyone to calm down. Looking at the protagonist, surrounded by so many people, Herman felt even greater desires for him. There was a saying that those attracted to talented individuals would eventually soar to the heavens. Herman then affirmed to himself that ignoring the crown prince, whom he hated, and coming to that place had been the right choice. After calming everyone down, Elric asked Herman and Isabel how they had gotten there. Isabel replied that she had heard Elric had crossed the wall, so they did the same. A knight exploring the forest had said he saw Elric being dragged away, so the two decided to follow the same path to help him. The people with them were causing a commotion to distract the beastmen, making it the best time to leave if they wanted to. Elric understood that as Isabel had said, this was the best time to leave unnoticed. He told the king that fortunately, this wasn't the invasion of the Fury tribe. Then he knelt before the young king, asking if his decision to leave had changed. The king stated that he wanted to leave, but if he abandoned the kingdom in crisis, his vassals would label him a traitor, causing the city to fall into great chaos. The protagonist then placed his hands on Valance's shoulders, asserting that he didn't need to worry about that, because he had just thought of a great solution. Although the city was in flames, Irina was leading the royal guard toward a specific location. One of the guards questioned the captain, asking if they shouldn't be protecting the city. She affirmed that the royal guard's objective was to protect the king. She then pointed to the side palace, stating that the king was with the hideous humans at that moment. Therefore, as soon as they ensured the king's safety, they should eliminate all the humans. Suddenly, the royal guard noticed the humans leaving the palace. Irina promptly extended her arms, blocking the passage, not seeing the king among the humans that exited. She quickly asked where he was. Sean, who was ahead, played the fool, claiming not to know. In response to the human's answer, Irina released her aura, asking if he wanted to start a fight. She then ordered everyone in the royal guard to transform into their beast forms. With the captain's command, the beastmen unleashed their inner instincts and transformed. Irina's blade approached Sean, who tilted his neck back. Claiming not to know what trick the humans were trying to pull, Irina declared that they should quickly hand over the king. "Stop what you're doing right now!" That command rang out just as Irina was about to make a threat. Everyone looked in one direction, toward the voice, at the top of one of the palace towers. There, the beastmen saw the young king being carried by the leader of the humans. The protagonist shouted from above, asserting that if anyone dared to move, the king would be doomed. Quickly, chaos and concern spread among the beastmen in the face of the danger the king was facing. Being carried by Elric, the young tiger asked if this would really work. The protagonist assured the young king that now that everyone had seen the human with the body enhancement art abducting their king, none of them would be able to act recklessly. He stretched out his hand, releasing Yu's seal to cause panic, commanding everyone to clear a path if they wanted the king to be safe. Irina gritted her teeth in anger, but beside her, the finance minister calmly whispered something in her ear. Irina clenched her hand so tightly it began to tremble. Reluctantly, she ordered everyone to open a path. With the captain's order given, the royal guard parted, creating a passage. Sean, moving ahead, was hesitant but continued walking. Isabel also followed since she couldn't fight. After the group passed through, Irina shouted, stating they had cleared the path as requested, so Elric should release the king. The protagonist smiled as he jumped from the top of the palace. "How could I trust you? I'll free the king after he's safely out of the city. You know what will happen if you follow us, right?" Saying this, Elric flew swiftly away from the palace and the beastmen, leaving Irina and her royal guard group incredulous at what had just happened. In the city, which was being attacked to create a distraction, beastmen were calling for help everywhere. Valence felt melancholic at the sight, so Elric asked if he wanted to go back. Valence quickly shook his head, stating that he was the one who wanted to leave, so he should clear the way to the Temple of Flowers. The protagonist asked Valence to set that matter aside for now, inquiring what the young king truly wanted. Did he wish to return, or did he want to leave? Valence lowered his head, stating that he felt suffocated thinking about the palace, but it was different when it came to the citizens, as they were good people who believed in him and supported him. If he abandoned them, chaos would consume the city, especially if there were invasions. Suddenly, Mephisto interrupted Elric, who was paying attention to the king, asserting that there was no time for conversation. The protagonist then asked what Mephisto was seeing. Using magic to enhance his vision and see far away, Elric encountered a black sand tornado. Upon seeing such a tornado, the young king was terrified. That storm meant the Eastern general was coming. Faced with the tornado, which represented the disaster that had destroyed the North, Elric used the art of body enhancement to create a protection around himself. He understood that he would be reduced to nothing if caught in the storm, so it was better to be cautious. Suddenly, Mephisto alerted the protagonist that there was something beyond the tornado. Some troublemakers were accompanying such a disaster. Upon the Demon King's warning, Elric used his enhanced vision to look ahead. He then realized that on the ground, a large army was heading to attack the Beastman's kingdom. With banners of a nine-tailed fox raised and charging at full speed on their mounts, it was the Fury tribe. The Fury tribe was a long-standing rival of the anthropomorphs, led by the Tiger King. It was an alliance of beastmen who had turned their backs on the Tiger King's family, who had lost the art of body enhancement. Although the Fury tribe coveted ruling over the anthropomorphs, they had only ever created small conflicts, never escalating to a full-scale war. Valence was shocked, asking what the Fury tribe was doing there. The protagonist, with an expression of someone who knew everything, stated that some traitor from the palace had informed them about the resurgence of the art of body enhancement. The young tiger doubted Elric's words, but the protagonist questioned what other reason the Fury tribe would have to invade the anthropomorph city so suddenly, especially heading to the palace where he, possessing the art of body enhancement, was located. The young tiger felt depressed, accepting the truth. Suddenly he was taken aback as Elric lifted him up. He asked what Elric was doing, and the protagonist repeated his earlier question, asking Valence to give him an answer quickly. Would he return to the city or leave this place with him? The young king slowly responded, thinking about his answer and his people. He then lifted his head, confidently stating that he would return to the city to protect his people. The protagonist said he already knew Valence would respond that way. However, the young king seemed to shrink, saying he was weak and could offer nothing more to Elric, so he couldn't ask for more help. In response to the young king's words, Elric gently bumped his forehead against Valence's, nearly making him cry. Pressing his forehead against the boy's, Elric looked deeply into his eyes. "Your Highness, friends don't care about things like that." Valence was surprised to be called a friend. While lifting the young king, Elric asserted that all he had to do was ask for help, because if he did, his friends would go anywhere they needed to help him. He then looked at Sean, asking if he was right. Sean, who had already helped Elric so many times, ended up confirming. Valence was nearly crying with joy as he asked if he could also become friends with Elric. The protagonist laughed at the young king. "Being a friend isn't that hard. You can become friends as long as you enjoy each other's presence." Hearing this, Valence felt overjoyed. The protagonist then faced the large army and stated that, since a friend was in trouble, he couldn't look away. He called Sean, instructing him to send a message to the rest of the group. There had been a change in plans. Mount, the captain of the fierce beast squad of the Fury tribe, ordered his squad to increase their speed. They could now see Anthropomorphia, the city of the anthropomorphs, in the distance. Hugo, the captain's aide, wanted to know if the art of body enhancement was really in the city. Mount then questioned whether Hugo didn't believe the information, as it was said that a mere human possessed such art. Hugo confirmed his doubts, stating that it was hard to believe that an inferior race could have such a grand technique. However, Mount asserted that even if the information were false, they could not miss the chance to take Anthropomorphia, especially considering the state of confusion in which the city found itself. Mount seemed to have a great thirst for conquest. But if the news is true, we must not allow the family of the king who lost the will of the heavens to lay their hands on the art of body enhancement. The large army, composed of hundreds or thousands of soldiers, advanced toward the city. On a throne, an old fox gripped the arms of the seat in anger. 40 years ago, if the golden-haired, green-eyed mage hadn't crossed our paths, we could have built our great empire upon the body of the Tiger King. However, if I lay my hands on the art of body enhancement, I will be able to restore the tail I lost and finally reclaim the fallen knight that I have waited for so long. Then, no one will be able to stop me. The powerful and thirsty fox then ordered his army. Bring me the art of body enhancement. Bring back honor and glory. As soon as we achieve this, I will make the world bow at our feet. Mount led the cavalry squad. He shouted to everyone, "The one who conquered the will of the heavens was our king, the Bloodwolf King. Let's protect the blessing of the tales granted to us. Less beastly companions, advance and bring the Tiger King." The Fury tribe showed their ferocity as they charged at the city. However, as the tribe advanced, a seal was released. Using the power of the seal, Elric utilized the speech of the soul to instantly freeze the entire entrance to the city that the Fury tribe wanted to invade. Not only the entrance, but many of the beasts were caught in the attack, having their bodies frozen or slipping on the ice. Without understanding what had happened in front of them, the army continued to advance, quickly starting to crash into each other, falling from their mounts and crushing one another. Mount, who was further back, wondered what was happening. Before him, the protagonist appeared, impressed by the number of enemies. Next to him, Sean asked why only they were fighting, while Hayes remarked that it looked pretty fun. In front of the large army, the three positioned themselves between them and the city, ready to protect Anthropomorphia. At the main gate of Anthropomorphia, Augustine and Agility stood waiting. The King of Beasts asked the Elder if it was really okay for them to stay out of the battle, considering the vast number of enemies. Augustine reminded him that Elric had requested both of them to remain on the sidelines, so Agility shouldn't worry. They were there merely to observe, entertained by Elric. The protagonists, Sean and Hayes, walked through the frozen field where the Fury tribe had slipped. Seeing this, the Wolfmen wondered what was happening, questioning if they had been abandoned by the heavens, allowing enemies to appear. Hugo quickly tried to lift the team's spirits, asserting that the human had merely used magic. Another member agreed with him, saying he'd heard of a human in the city of Anthropomorphia who used magic. "I can't believe they've allied with filthy humans, the very reason our race is trapped in this place. Cursed traitors." Hugo confirmed these words, encouraging the squad to stand firm against the enemy. Watching this performance, Elric picked wax out of his ear while Hugo raised the squad's morale to eliminate the humans and triumph over Anthropomorphia. The members of the Fury tribe raised their swords, roaring with their fighting spirit renewed. Mount stared at the protagonist, recalling a wizard with golden hair and green eyes. 40 years ago, his tribe had faced a wizard with such features, one he would never forget. However, the human before him was different from that wizard from 40 years ago. He then smiled, showing his sharp teeth, wondering if this was just a coincidence, or if the boy in front of him was trying to mock them. Mount then gave a clear order to Hugo, instructing him to deal with the enemies. Understanding the captain's command, Hugo summoned the demon bird tribe to advance. Stretching his wing, he coordinated them to show the humans the greatness of the beastmen. The birds cawed, soaring through the skies toward Elric and his two companions. Hugo ordered them to use their steel feathers to turn the humans into a barbecue. As instructed, the birds dove with their wings spread, heading toward the protagonist. He faced them calmly, and just as he was about to be struck, he cast a spell, Windstorm. In the next instant, a tornado arose around the protagonist. The air within the tornado resembled blades, striking the approaching birdmen. Hugo watched from the sky as his comrades fell, swallowed by the tornado. Not only he, but other beastmen who witnessed the protagonist's attack were terrified by the magic. The protagonist praised the magic Sean had used, while his friend remarked that, although he wasn't as skilled as Elric, he was still the third son of the Norester family. Beside the protagonist, Mephisto admitted he had wondered why Elric had brought Sean into the battle, as he seemed like someone who wasn't very strong. However, after witnessing this, he had changed his mind. The protagonist smiled, telling the Demon King there was a reason Sean's family was known as the strongest in the Tower of Magic, also reminding him that the Norester's primary element was wind. Thus, birds were easy prey for Sean. Sean decided to keep moving to release some pent-up stress. He advanced, asking the birdmen if they knew the sorrow of being a supporting character. To vent his frustration, Sean leapt into the air, releasing a massive torrent of wind from his hands, hitting the enemies. Several birds were quickly struck down by Sean's attack, defeated, while those who managed to escape shouted for the others to flee. But Sean wouldn't let that happen. He charged again, using Wind Cutter, a sharp wind spell. However, before his attack was launched, a hammer started spinning, flying close to Sean. Looking down, the third son of the Noresters spotted several minotaurs wielding hammers. They were confident that something as weak as wind wouldn't work against them, the tribe of demon bulls. Raising their hammers, they let out a war cry to advance. But before they could take a step, someone tapped one of the minotaurs on the back. Turning around, the minotaur found himself face to face with Hayes, who said it was the first time she'd seen a cow use a hammer. Holding her own sledgehammer, she asked the furious giant minotaur to play with her. The minotaur grinned, questioning how a human dared to speak to him. But before he could finish his sentence, Hayes' mighty hammer struck him. Minotaur one way, hammer the other. Both flew after Hayes' blow. The minotaur crashed against a large rock, finally landing. Seeing what had happened, the other minotaurs felt uneasy, especially upon seeing Hayes' psychopathic smile. "Oh, I attacked first without even noticing." Seeing the human's mocking grin, the minotaurs charged at her, running and jumping to reach her. Hayes dodged a hammer and, spinning her own sledgehammer, struck a minotaur. Like a game of whack-a-mole, Hayes hit the minotaurs as they came. Beside the protagonist, Mephisto joked, now understanding why Elric was so afraid of his sister. She had the potential to be a demon king, as she massacred with a smile. Mount didn't watch the battle with his arms crossed. He quickly ordered those of his race to break the ice and advance. The beastmen horde soon surged forward, crossing the ice. Elric thought this was the perfect moment, as he was starting to crave some action. He released the energy of his seal, planning to wipe out all the enemies. The beastmen charged on their mounts, confident in their numbers with only 3 enemies. They aimed to use their combined strength to crush the 3 humans. However, before any of them could reach the protagonist, Elric cast a whirlwind spell, launching freezing blasts toward the beastmen, preventing their advance. After shielding themselves from the sudden snowstorm, the beastmen were met with something terrifying. The human was now flying, surrounded by sharp ice shards. Controlling the ice magic, the protagonist caused his attack to rain down on the beastmen. The ice spikes fell rapidly, hitting the wolfmen, who cried out in pain. Elric watched his attack strike the enemies, noticing that not all of them were hit. He then descended to the ground to continue his assault. "I'll show you the magic I've crafted meticulously." 2 energies emerged from the protagonist's body, the seal of cruelty and the seal of ferocity, merging together. Elric planned to wield these 2 energies while surrounding himself with mana from the dragon's heart, freezing anything his hand touched. With this in mind, using this fused magic, Elric charged forward fiercely, his hand ready to strike. Several rhinoceros beastmen moved to the front line, attempting to raise barriers to stop the protagonist. But Elric continued his assault against the wall of shields they created. He launched a series of rapid blows using the body-strengthening art, Tiger's Fierce Advance, causing the shield wall to shatter instantly while its defenders were frozen solid. Seeing his magic work, Elric smiled, finding it incredible. At that moment, a large beastman appeared, walking toward the protagonist. The demon Yu warned Elric that this being was dangerous, keeping him on alert. Elric sensed the beastman's powerful aura, realizing he must be a master at the 4th chain level. Mount looked at the protagonist with a grin. "Using magic and body-strengthening arts, you're quite interesting." Elric tried to think calmly, realizing that this wasn't an enemy he could easily defeat. It was a shame to lose a fish that was already hooked, but he didn't intend to spend too much time there. As Elric contemplated, Mount felt provoked and charged at him with his sword. The protagonist noticed that his opponent was fast, but he gave a psychotic smile, knowing this attack wasn't something he couldn't block. The protagonist's fist clashed with the sword, blocking it. In the process, Elric was pushed back, realizing that his opponent's strength was just as great as his speed. However, the sword Mount was holding now bore a mark from the battle. Where Elric blocked it, the blade had bent. Seeing the damage to his sword, Mount stated that he couldn't let Elric escape after that. He then released his aura, further increasing his power, and creating an aura field that would restrict Elric's movements. Knowing he was within the Beastman's territory, Elric grew concerned, as he couldn't escape using flight magic. Ready to fight, Mount ordered Hugo to lead the army towards Anthropomorphia, as he would stay behind to dispose of the human before joining them. Hugo then commanded the Beastmen's squads to advance toward the city. The entire army moved swiftly past Elric, who couldn't stop them due to their numbers. Mephisto delighted in seeing Elric complain about how complicated things had become because of the bear he was facing. He laughed, saying Elric had greatly underestimated the Beastmen, reminding him that there was a time even demons had to tread carefully around them. Elric looked at the giant bear while conversing with Mephisto, remarking that although the Beastmen race had weakened, they still had some strong warriors. That's why Anthropomorphia had built walls to prevent the Fury tribe from invading. After the entire army had passed, Mount declared that it was finally just him and Elric. The protagonist began releasing mana, intending to end the battle quickly. At that moment, a large line of energy appeared behind him, making him smile and abandon his preparations. On the other side, Mount held his sword. To erase the humiliation he'd suffered 40 years ago, he had trained tirelessly. He leapt, attacking the protagonist from above. "Even if you're not the same guy, I'll take out all my sorrow and resentment on you. The protagonist smiled, seeing Mount's attack. How sad for you. You should have trained for another 10 years. Provoked, Mount struck, but what happened left the bear shocked. His sword trembled as it clashed against the blade of another human who had appeared to defend Elric. The Beastman asked the one who blocked his attack who he was, and the man introduced himself as Herman Weil, known as the Blue Lion of the Empire. Herman instructed the protagonist to leave the battle to him and move forward. Thanking him, Elric immediately headed towards the city. Mount scoffed at Herman for calling himself a lion and with a powerful vertical strike, asked if he really thought a lion could handle a bear. Herman channeled his energy into his sword to counter Mount's attack, stating that they would soon find out. Mephisto accompanied the protagonist as he advanced toward the city, while a large explosion of energy erupted behind them. Elric knew that the Blue Lion wasn't at full strength yet, but he also knew he wouldn't easily lose to that bear. At that moment, Elric wondered if Sean and Hayes were doing all right. He glanced around and saw his friend attacking the bird tribe with wind magic, while his sister, smiling, swung her hammer. Although Elric saw that the two were holding their own, he knew they wouldn't be able to handle the scattered Beastmen troop alone. He recalled that he had originally wanted to encircle the Beastmen so the three of them could face them together. As Elric considered how to deal with the dispersed Beastmen, some humans advanced to join the battle. They were the Blue Lion Knights. Elric had heard that these knights were exemplary, but watching their ferocity and strength firsthand, he began to question if they truly lived up to that reputation. One of the knights, Isabel's uncle, looked at Elric with a smile, calling him nephew and asking him to let them handle the area. Another knight looked at the protagonist, addressing him the same way, declaring they wouldn't let any Beastman get past them. Elric felt odd being called that, feeling a bit of a chill. But putting it aside, now that the Blue Lion Knights had joined the battle, he only needed to deal with the remaining Beastmen. However, the massive army of the Fury tribe was already very close to the city. Elric looked toward the city, its gates closed, wondering where everyone from Anthropomorphia was. Inside the palace, the ministers were arguing. One of them tried to calm the chaos, stating they needed a plan quickly. Another questioned whether they could stop the Fury tribe by giving it their all, while a third asked if they should just stand by and watch. At that moment, the Minister of Finance spoke up, stating that they should surrender. One of the ministers was shocked, asking what he was talking about. Enraged, the finance minister insisted they had no options left and challenged anyone to speak up if they had a better idea. He was furious, insisting that, of course, they needed to risk their lives to protect and fight for the city. But just then, someone agreed with the rat minister. Quickly, one after another, the ministers also voiced their agreement, leaving the man loyal to King Valence in shock. He questioned if they planned to put their people in danger, asking if they truly believed the Fury tribe would leave their people in peace. If they surrendered, he warned, they would just be jumping into the lion's den. However, Norris ordered them to stop arguing. He then stated that he had heard all opinions and declared that the minister wanting to surrender was right. He instructed all those who agreed with him to follow. The only minister who did not join Norris was left desperate, asking the prime minister what he was doing. At that moment, Norris cast a spell, shadow bodies, releasing a dark energy over the ministers who had stayed with him, turning them into puppets. The minister began to tremble before Norris, shouting in a mix of rage and sorrow, "Are you really going to abandon your king and your country?" Norris responded with a diabolical grin. Now commanding the ministers, he ordered them to attack the one minister who had opposed him. The beastmen of the Fury tribe, attempting to invade Anthropomorphia, could already see the city ahead. The squad leaders commanded the warriors to keep pace, but they were suddenly blocked by a massive ice barrier that magically appeared. The ice wall rose at least a dozen meters high and stretched possibly hundreds of meters, preventing the beastmen from advancing on the ground. Seeing that they managed to stop in time, the protagonist leapt down from the top of the ice barrier to the ground, causing the earth to crack from the impact. Facing the beastman, who felt a certain fear, the protagonist was brimming with confidence. "I was a bit disappointed I couldn't play enough because of that bear earlier, so let's have some fun now." Seeing Elric appear, the beastman wondered how he had managed to catch up to them, questioning if he had defeated their captain. A minotaur dismissed his comrades' doubts, asserting there was no way their captain would lose. This minotaur, named Barrison, pointed his sword at Elric, calling him a coward who had fled the battle. With renewed motivation, the beastmen of the Fury tribe charged at the protagonist, trying to get past him to continue toward the city. Seeing the beastmen approaching, Elric prepared for battle. A tiger's paw aura flowed from his hand. He used the body-strengthening art to strike the Fury tribe like the Tiger King, known among the beastmen. The protagonist laughed as he spoke with Mephisto, saying that the energy from the tiger's strike had frightened the tribe. Mephisto noted it was natural. as the Tiger King was an absolute ruler of the Beastmen. The Demon King then asked the protagonist how he intended to handle such a large number of enemies. Elric began gathering a large amount of energy in his hands. For him, body-strengthening art was effective, but to deal with a large number of enemies, an area attack was necessary. Thus, Elric used brutal freezing magic, launching icicles along with a heavy snowstorm, striking all the beastmen before him. Those hit were frozen, transforming the battlefield before Elric into a vast frozen terrain. Walking across this icy field, Elric approached the beastmen who hadn't been struck by his area attack. Using body-strengthening art, he concentrated energy in his hand, ready to engage in his preferred fighting style, punches. Meanwhile, the battle between Herman and Mount intensified. Herman used his sharp sword skills to press the massive bear, forcing him to retreat. Normally, Herman would have finished the battle by now, but he wondered if, just having recovered from an illness, he couldn't move as he wished. Mount struggled to rise, questioning if Herman was trying to deceive him. But the Blue Lion revealed the truth. He had fallen ill after forcing himself to evolve to a higher level. Thanks to my son-in-law, thanks to that young man, I recovered my life and achieved enlightenment. And I'd like to show you the result of that enlightenment. Do you want to see? In response, Mount smiled confidently, stating that a warrior of the Fury tribe never shied away from a fight. The two locked eyes, ready for the next stage of the battle. Herman warned Mount to be careful of the lion's claws, but Mount retorted, asserting that a human's claws wouldn't work against him. In the next instant, lion and bear clashed with strength and determination. Their swords collided, transferring the impact to the ground, shattering it. From this clash, the massive bear spat blood and fell to his knees before the Blue Lion, who remained standing. Victorious, Herman praised the fight. Defeated, Mount admitted that humans were incredible, then looked up at the sky. Blood Wolf King, forgive me for not completing my mission. I hope your grand plans will bear fruit. As he spoke, Mount pulled an object from his armor. Herman quickly lunged with his sword, attempting to stop the bear, but it was too late. The bear had already lit the fuse, and in the next instant, fireworks launched into the sky, exploding as a warning signal. After the bear fell, Herman realized he'd been too late to stop him. Elric looked at the sky, watching the fireworks explode. The beastmen of the Fury tribe understood what the signal meant. It announced their captain's departure, and was also the signal for his final order to be fulfilled. By then, night had fallen. The eyes of the Fury tribe beastmen turned red with rage. They vowed that, for the Blood Wolf King, they would show no fear, just as their captain had not feared the enemy. Elric wondered what was happening all of a sudden, but received no answer. He only saw a frenzied charge against him with shouts in the name of the Blood Wolf King. Elric launched numerous piercing icicles in response, but it wasn't enough to stop the beastmen, who used rhinoceroses to ram the massive ice wall, attempting to bring it down. After the ice wall fell, Barasan commanded the beastmen to advance, focusing on invading the city. Create a path for the main force that will soon arrive. Trample all of Anthropomorphia. We must bring down the Tiger King's family. Let's destroy the city, seize everything inside, and ensure no one escapes. Barasan advanced with confidence. He already knew of the betrayal happening within the city and awaited the signal that should be sent by the officials who had decided to follow the desires of the Fury tribe. He was sure that even if the human mage tried to stand in his way, the outcome would be the same. Barasan watched the castle and noticed something swaying. There! The flag has been raised at the top of the castle walls. It's the victory signal. However, as the beastmen shouted, he realized that what he expected to be a flag was something else. Heads. Barasan couldn't believe what was happening. He and the other beastmen watched closely. Those were the ministers who should have defected to their side. At the top of the castle, a man shouted to the members of the Night Tribe, declaring that all cowardly traitors no longer existed. The speaker was none other than Prime Minister Norris. He called upon the warriors of the Tiger King, the hero of Anthropomorphia, instructing the archers not to let a single soul from the traitors of the Fury tribe advance upon the city. With the Prime Minister's order, a rain of arrows followed. Barasan and his men couldn't believe what was happening. They could only see the arrows as the last thing in their lives. As the rain of arrows fell, someone called for the protagonist. The small king, who was at the front of the royal guard, wanted to know what was happening and asked the protagonist why the Prime Minister was helping them. The protagonist was not surprised by the question and, with a confident smile, replied that he had made a bet with him. Earlier in the side palace of Anthropomorphia, the Prime Minister had sought out the protagonist to ask him to sell the art of body strengthening. The protagonist was frustrated to see that even the Prime Minister desired such art, realizing that no one could be trusted in that place. Before making an offer, the Prime Minister wanted to show something to the protagonist, asking if he could accompany him outside. Following the Prime Minister, the protagonist arrived at a hall where there was a large stone statue. He then asked Norris if it was this statue he wanted to show. As he looked at the statue, Elric heard from Norris's mouth what he never imagined he would hear. "In the palace of Anthropomorphia there are many hyenas. Please protect our king from all of them." Norris even bowed, requesting such a thing. The protagonist wondered, with Mephisto, why Norris was acting this way since he seemed like he was about to betray the king just a minute before. But there was no way for the demon king to know. Placing his hand on his chest, Norris stated that he would be prepared to pay any necessary price. He would give up everything he had accumulated up to that moment and leave all the secret techniques of body-strengthening art to Elric. The protagonist was surprised to learn that there were more secret techniques. Norris expressed a melancholic look as he stated that only a portion of the techniques remained, as they had lost most of them, and what was left was in poor condition. Elric knew that the body-strengthening art he had restored was still incomplete. However, if he obtained the secret techniques, perhaps he could complete the art. Nevertheless, Elric asked the Prime Minister why he trusted him, considering he was a human hated by the Beastmen. At that moment, the Prime Minister surprised Elric by asking if he knew that he resembled his grandfather. "Even with just those emerald eyes and golden hair, when we see those eyes we call them jewel eyes." As he spoke, the Prime Minister placed his hand on the feet of the stone statue, activating a secret button. In the next instant, the room shook, opening a door. Looking at the door and the light coming from it, the Prime Minister asserted that those who possessed such eyes could bring radiant light to the world. Elric tried to shield his eyes from the blinding light that emanated from the open space in that wall. As he adjusted to the brightness, he saw a large stained glass window depicting an image of his grandfather, representing the words spoken by Norris. The protagonist stared at the image of his grandfather, without a clear reaction. At that moment, the Prime Minister stated that Elric's grandfather wore the same necklace that the young man was now wearing. He recounted that back then, he had appeared alone and helped everyone without asking for anything in return. "If it weren't for your grandfather, the family of the Tiger King in this city would no longer exist in the world since then. When we asked why he helped us, do you know what he said? He said he helped us because we were friends, and that the Merbinger had always been friends of the Beastmen." Elric pondered these words. The Prime Minister noticed that Elric must have already heard about this. The protagonist then revealed that he had seen such a thing in some records before. Norris closed his eyes, stating that this had happened 300 years ago, and he was surprised that Elric's grandfather still considered them friends. At that time, when all the troops of the Tribe of Fury began to retreat, trying to leave Anthropomorphia, Elric's grandfather said something that had etched itself in the Prime Minister's mind forever. With teary eyes, he apologized for arriving so late. Norris would never forget that moment. "So when someone who looked exactly like your grandfather came to this place, how could I not know who he was? Although I was aware of the problems the Merbinger faced, by the time I learned about it, it was already too late. I'm sorry for not being there for you at that time." Knowing that the Beastmen would have helped his family in their time of downfall, Elric felt melancholic. He placed his hand on the Prime Minister's shoulder, also stating that he understood because the Beastmen were not in good shape. Norris thanked the protagonist for the recognition, and as he shook his hand, he affirmed that it was a shame to ask for help once more. "Descendant of the Merbinger, please help us once more." Telling the little king the whole story, Elric stated that the Prime Minister was cutting the roots of the traitors within the city while he protected him. The Prime Minister standing at the top of the palace was the result of this. The little king began to cry, understanding the Prime Minister's actions. At that moment, Sean ran up to the protagonist, stating that the general from the east had changed direction. Hearing Sean, Valence smiled excitedly, affirming that it was good news. The protagonist smiled enthusiastically, asking if they should now put an end to the war. As the Tribe of Fury fled, various attacks rained down on them. The protagonist was facing a werewolf, the Prime Minister, while praising his skills. Hearing the compliment, Norris stated that although he was old, a wolf's claws would always be sharp. The head of the royal guard carried Valence in her arms and approached the protagonist and the Prime Minister. When placed on the ground, Valence saw the two men salute him. Turning to the king while shifting his appearance to humanoid form, Norris greeted him. The little king stared at him but said nothing, simply passing by the two men. He walked toward the grand gate of the city of Anthropomorphia, in front of all his citizens. Raising his paw, Valence shouted to his people, "Today, we have won." Like the king, the subjects also cheered the victory with shouts and celebrations. Elric watched everyone celebrate with a smile on his face. After declaring victory, the little king approached the protagonist and, extending his hand, expressed his gratitude. However, it was not a king's thanks, but the gratitude of a friend. After all the celebrations, everyone returned to the king's palace. Sitting on the throne, Valence had the Prime Minister kneeling at his feet. The little tiger apologized to Norris for not believing in him, but the Prime Minister assured him it was all right, apologizing to the little king for not informing him about what was happening. You have become a great king and made great friends. Now you can do things even without me by your side." Thus Norris declared that, having been disloyal, he would step down from his position as prime minister. However, Valence grabbed Norris's hand, insisting that he could not do that. With a melancholy smile, the little king said he still needed Norris. He asked the prime minister to stay by his side for a long time, helping him. Norris swallowed his tears, as he also wished to be alongside Valence for a long time. He wanted to see the little king grow, witness Anthropomorphia reclaim its former glory, and see Valence restore the dignity of the Tiger King's family. However, he knew that when that time came, he would no longer be in this world, for even now his body was reaching its limits. Norris wanted to keep this information a secret from the king, but someone surprised him by asking why he had chosen to work with demons. Norris remained silent while Valence questioned Elric about what he meant. The protagonist then revealed that the prime minister's body would soon be taken over by demons, shocking the little tiger. Elric then asked Norris if this was why he could not accept Valence's request to stay by his side for a long time. When Mephisto told Elric that the prime minister was a demon, he actually needed to be more precise, as Norris was a demon with a timer in his heart. The assimilation between the heart and what was inside it was quite advanced, transforming into a timer that consumed time until he would soon become a complete demon. Elric questioned Norris, trying to discover where the Beastmen had encountered demons. Norris then revealed the truth. He saw no way to save Anthropomorphia after the departure of the last Tiger King. He wanted to gain strength, no matter how, so that he could at least do something to save Anthropomorphia. Thus, by coincidence, he discovered the demon tree. Mephisto was surprised by this information, and the protagonist questioned whether that was not the tree that granted powers to demons, for as far as he knew, his family, the Merbingers, had destroyed almost all trees of that kind. Closing his eyes, the prime minister confirmed that Elric's family had not destroyed that tree in the field of black snow. Thus, the protagonist asked if Norris had eaten the fruits of such a tree. Norris confirmed Elric's suspicion, stating that he had eaten all the fruits of the tree to gain strength. "After eating them all, I gained the powerful strength of demons, but what I found is in my heart, consuming my life and growing stronger. Soon my mind will also be devoured by it. I will be reborn as a true demon." The prime minister revealed that he wanted to leave the place because, if he perished, the same would happen to the demon inside him. The little tiger did not want Norris to go, but this was the only method the prime minister had found to prevent something bad from happening. At that moment, the protagonist broke the sadness of the two. "There is a way to save you. What would you like to do?" Upon hearing that the prime minister could be saved, Valence began to tear up, stating that he would give anything to Elric if he saved Norris. The prime minister was skeptical, asserting that they should not attempt something unnecessary, as a great problem could arise if it went wrong. The protagonist asked Mephisto if he was sure of what he was saying, and the Demon King affirmed that if Elric had a delicate control over mana, he would be able to sever the entire soul connection of the powerful demonic mana within Norris. Elric was confident he could do what Mephisto had instructed, if they had time, but Norris's body likely would not last that long, so there was only one thing to do. Turning to look at Augustine, Elric decided to ask him for a favor. Augustine had already been contacted by Elric for a favor, so he asked if this was for that moment. The protagonist confirmed, stating that this was a treatment method that only Augustine could perform. Placing his hands behind his back like a wise man, Augustine requested Elric to tell him what he should do. Norris asked if it was really possible to save him, as the treatment method would be difficult for most mages. The protagonist, however, assured him that he need not worry about that, as even his grandfather could not compare to the current level that his master had achieved. Augustine, the White Knight, then released his mana, revealing the reason for his nickname and surprising the Prime Minister. The protagonist asked the master to sever the soul connection in Norris's heart, as he could take care of the rest. Augustine knew what Elric was trying to do and warned the disciple to be careful. After a moment of preparation, Augustine decided to begin. As he stomped his foot on the ground, a bright light seemed to have emerged in that throne room. Norris felt as if he were in the void of space, but in a space so radiant it would outshine any light. Within the White Knight, he could hardly believe that such power belonged to just one person. Suddenly, the Prime Minister encountered something that shocked him. Inside that world, an Augustine dozens of times larger than him appeared. The old man's hand reached out toward him, grabbing him in the next moment. He felt the mage remove the demonic power from his body with just the movement of his hands. The demon that resembled a wolf was furious, as it was very close to taking that body for itself. Faced with such a noisy demon, Elric attacked it, seizing its neck. He then used the absorption skill, taking the energy from that demon for himself. With this absorbed energy, Elric could recharge his demonic energy, as well as leave Anthropomorphia in his debt. Devouring the demonic energy of that being, you laughed at tasting such delicious energy after so long. Elric instructed the demon to eat to its heart's content, but to remember to leave the seal behind. Thanking the protagonist, Yu did as he was told, finishing his meal. On Elric's arm, Yu's seal began to evolve, transitioning from ferocity to malevolence. However, at that moment of the seal's evolution, Elric found himself in an unfamiliar space, a dark and bloody place. Opening his eyes, he could see a being in front of him wielding a sword. This being stood atop a mountain of bones with a blood moon in the background. That being appeared to be Mephisto. The Demon King stood before an army of demons. All the mysteries and irrationalities originated from me. I am Mephistopheles of original sin. Elric wondered if he was now inside Mephisto's memories. He had only absorbed as usual, so he didn't understand why this was happening. From above, Elric could see Mephisto holding his sword against the demonic army. The Demon King jumped from his mountain of bones, gripping his sword and pointing it in one direction. He charged at those he called ignorant fools. The Demon King advanced with his sword in front, heading towards that army. His attack struck the ground, causing it to rise from the impact. Only the shockwave was able to hit several of those demons. Swinging his sword, the Demon King continued to attack, belittling the demons that tried to assault him with such low levels. As he watched the battle, Elric realized he had forgotten who Mephisto was, as he acted merely as an evil spirit around him. But this was how Mephisto truly was, the greatest and noblest Demon King. Elric didn't know how, but he could feel Mephisto's emotions. On that night of the red moon, the Demon King laughed wickedly, but Elric sensed that this was not the situation Mephisto would have preferred. He was acting this way simply because of the fate that had been handed to him since birth, to be the sinner whose sin was as natural as breathing. The laughter Mephisto gave transformed into laughter of pain, as demonic energy leaked from that humanoid body. This energy took the form of wings and fangs, revealing the true appearance of the Demon King, resembling a dragon. At that moment, Elric felt as if the Demon King's eyes turned toward him, asking what he was staring at. In that instant, Elric awakened from those memories, seeing that the evolution of the seal was nearing completion. After the absorption of the demon, Norris fainted, collapsing to the ground and being attended to by Valence. Seeing Elric's stunned reaction, Augustine asked if he was feeling unwell. Hayes was also worried about his brother, but Elric dismissed everyone's concern. Observing the current situation, he realized that nothing serious had happened. However, Mephisto stared at the protagonist with an angry gaze. Elric sensed that the Demon King had likely seen his memories, just as he had seen Mephisto's. He wanted to know what the hell had happened. The demon pup he had extracted from the Prime Minister was being absorbed by Yu's seal, but Elric had been sucked into Mephisto's seal. At that moment, the Demon King stated that nothing could be done, as the souls of the two were bound. The protagonist was startled to see that Mephisto could read his thoughts, even though he hadn't conveyed what he was thinking to the demon. Mephisto was also shocked. He couldn't understand how a connection had been established between him and a demon, especially while in his spiritual form. The protagonist asked the Demon King if he didn't know what was happening, but Mephisto denied it, returning the question to Elric. However, Mephisto had a hunch. This could be happening because of the low-level demon seal subordinate to him that Elric had just absorbed. Elric then realized that the demon from that seal might have been in the army Mephisto had defeated, but questioned why the Demon King hadn't recognized it before. Mephisto gritted his teeth, reminding the protagonist that he had already told him he was born as the pinnacle of demons. There was no reason to care about or remember lower-level demons. The protagonist scoffed at the Demon King, asking if the truth wasn't that no one wanted to play with him. Since the Demon King knew which memories Elric had seen, Elric wanted to know which memories Mephisto had witnessed. However, the Demon King simply turned away, unwilling to say. Later that day, the Prime Minister was placed in a bed to rest. After waking up, he held the protagonist's hands, thanking Elric for saving his life. With an understanding expression, Elric stated that Norris still needed to rest and should focus on recovering. The Prime Minister accepted the protagonist's advice, stating that he would take extra care so he could see the king grow. The protagonist agreed with the Prime Minister's goal, realizing that everything had turned out well now. However, Elric was now thinking about the reward he would receive. Reading the protagonist's mind, Mephisto clicked his tongue, seeing that he acted so honorably, but was still a great materialist. The protagonist laughed, stating that this was no surprise since he always acted this way. Putting that aside, Elric asked Mephisto to stop spying on his thoughts like a pervert. However, Mephisto was angry, insisting that he didn't do it because he wanted to. While Elric conversed with the Demon King, the small king handed him a box. As promised, this is the treasure map of the ancient Tiger King and the research material for body enhancement art. Elric received the small box that had belonged to the ancient Tiger King. Upon opening it, he found several items wrapped in cloth. The small king asked Elric to also look at what was underneath the cloth. Pulling back the cloth, Elric was surprised by what he found. There were some roots, which led Elric to ask if those were the rare herbs from the east. He questioned the small king about why he was giving him something so precious. The little king explained, "Among the legends of the beastmen, a specific detail was mentioned. When the world falls into the crisis of destruction, the hero king who learned the art of body enhancement will lead us all. When the harsh winter comes and freezes everything, just like the hearts of the people, he will appear and take away the winter. Then spring will return to this land. And I believe you are the hero king mentioned in the legends." Hearing the word winter, Elric remembered what Otto had said. He was to complete the winter. The fact that this word appeared in the prophecy didn't seem like a coincidence. In that case, his own grandfather might have gone to such a place because everything had been planned by the Merbinger family. The small king pulled Elric from his thoughts, stating that he deserved to receive the elixir from the imperial family. The protagonist thanked Valence for the gift, who then said he would guide him to the Temple of Flowers. Thus the carriage driven by Carl headed out of the city of Anthropomorphia. Elsewhere, Hugo knelt, trembling before his master. He begged the Blood Wolf King for forgiveness for failing, assuring him he would not fail next time. The Blood Wolf King was furious upon hearing Hugo's apologies. He slammed his hand against his seat, and with that simple movement, the bird was eliminated. "Since you failed, I will take back my tail, because of a Merbinger again." As the Blood Wolf King fumed, a beastman walked into the hall. The Blood Wolf asked where the humans were headed now. The beastman placed his hand on his chest, greeting the wolf and stating that the humans had gone to the Temple of Flowers. Upon hearing about the Temple of Flowers, he recalled that this had been the same path his ancestor had taken. He then gave an order to that beastman, who was followed by a squad, to burn everything and everyone, along with the temple. In the face of the giant wolf's order, the subordinates complied with his instructions, ready to execute them. Elric's carriage and his group traveled through the black snowfield during the night. Inside the massive carriage, various groups were gathered, interacting with each other. King Valence was trying to tame Gillity's white tiger, and after being rejected by the animal, he became irritated. "How reckless! How dare you disobey the orders of the Tiger King?" The little king chased after the white tiger, frustrated, as he kept trying to tame it. Watching the scene, Sean began to laugh, but something caught his attention. Elric had been talking with the blue lion and his daughter for a while. Showing the hilt of his sword to Elric, Herman tried to probe if he had any interest in learning the art of swordsmanship, which left Elric puzzled by the offer. Herman praised the protagonist's talent for quickly grasping martial arts concepts and suggested a new perspective to improve them. He then stated that swordsmanship would be essential when Elric fought using body-strengthening techniques. However, as Herman was about to suggest that Elric learn swordsmanship from him, Augustine interrupted. The White Knight unleashed his power inside the carriage, causing Herman's subordinates to be on alert. But Gillity intervened, saying it would be best if they didn't move. Warts appeared on the men's necks, making them tense up. Gillity then warned them, if they moved, it would be goodbye to their heads. Beside Augustine, Gillity reminded them that thanks to the winds outside, burning a few bodies would be easy. As a tense atmosphere arose in the carriage, Valance nestled into Hayes's arms. Herman quickly asked everyone to calm down, as there were children present. However, the protagonist's masters maintained serious expressions. Herman approached Augustine, stating that he didn't want to steal his student. Quite the contrary. Since he fights completely differently from a normal mage, I thought he'd become stronger if he learned martial arts from me. However, Augustine seemed uninterested in Herman's conversation, as he once again released his power. That sounds convincing, but don't you think I know the tricks you're trying to pull? While facing off with the blue lion, a powerful energy emanated from Augustine's body, attempting to pressure him. Herman was unfazed and asked Augustine if he was really afraid that his student would be stolen, adding that people often said the older one gets, the more fearful one becomes. As the argument escalated inside the carriage, it continued calmly on its way, guided by Carl. However, the peace was broken when those who were arguing jumped out of the carriage. Herman and Augustine now faced each other outside. The mage extended his hand, exerting a power over the blue lion to dominate him as if he were a mere kitten. Herman felt as if a giant hand was coming toward him. However, he calmly drew his sword, releasing his aura. When he opened his eyes, calling Augustine a narrow-minded old man, he charged forward like a comet in space, slicing through the mage's giant conjured hand. Elsewhere, Gillity sat atop his tiger, facing Herman's companions, known as the Blue Eagles. He mocked the group, stating that they too needed to be tamed. Claiming that hunting beasts was their specialty, the Blue Eagles charged forward with their weapons to confront Gillity. The clash between the two sides triggered another explosion across the black-sealed field, while Carl calmly watched it all. Outside the carriage, Elric was forced to listen to Mephisto comment that he didn't understand why they were fighting over him. The protagonist struck a proud pose at Mephisto's remark. Of course, they'd fight over someone as extraordinary as me, though it is rather tiring. Mephisto noticed that Elric was using frequency transmission again to communicate with him, as the protagonist found reading each other's thoughts rather crude. As they watched the battle, Mephisto asked the protagonist if he would continue letting the two men fight, as the image of two old men brawling was becoming quite repulsive to him. While Herman attacked Augustine, calling him an old man with one foot in the grave, and Agility faced off against the Blue Eagles, Elric used a pressure spell to restrain them. Asking everyone to calm down, the protagonist announced his decision. He would learn swordsmanship. Back in the carriage, Elric gathered with the three seniors. Augustine was angry, stating that Elric had already learned much from him and Agility. The King of Beasts confirmed this, saying he still had other great techniques to teach Elric, including the Mirage Eyes. However, with a melancholy gaze, Elric stated that he wanted to become stronger. I realized that without a foundation in martial arts, I won't be able to grow stronger no matter how much I train in body-strengthening techniques. The demons are powerful. If I learn martial arts, I can increase my chances of victory in our war against them. After revealing his desire, Elric reassured his two oldest masters, stating that he wouldn't forget his role as a mage. Martial arts would only serve as support for his magic. When Elric finished speaking, Herman said he had no intention of bringing Elric fully into the world of martial arts. The aim was just to help him. With conviction, Elric placed his hand on his chest. I won't learn martial arts if you both truly don't want me to. Above all, I am your student. Moved by Elric's will and eagerness, Augustine and Agility exchanged glances. Augustine then stated that he wouldn't object, as Elric was the patriarch of the Merbinger family before being their student. Agility didn't object either, revealing that after fighting with them, he realized they had much to teach. Hearing his master's words, Elric thanked them. Augustine then turned to the Blue Lion, asking him to take care of Elric. Granted the right to teach Elric as well, Herman assured Augustine he would teach him well. He then gave a victorious smile, hinting that he'd won this battle with Augustine. Though Elric felt guilty toward his masters, this was a great opportunity that would never knock on his door again. The Blue Lion was one of the best sword masters on the continent, and now he'd have the chance to absorb all his knowledge. After training for a while with Herman, Elric vomited rainbows. He felt as if he couldn't endure another second. Herman rested the sword on his shoulder, concerned about Elric's low stamina. Wiping his mouth, Elric asked if it made sense to swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana. Herman smiled and replied that the babies in his family would start doing this as soon as they could walk. Mephisto, beside the protagonist, sighed and made a decision. The day I descend upon this land, I'll be exceedingly kind to the Blue Lions. I'll let them be my right hand on the throne. Seeing Mephisto mock his suffering, Elric used soul speech to turn the Demon King into a ballerina, ordering him to dance. While spinning around, Mephisto cursed Elric as a bastard, asking him to stop. As Mephisto twirled like a top, Carl climbed down from his seat on the carriage to inform Elric that they had arrived at their destination. Elric stepped out of the carriage, thrilled to have finally reached the Temple of Flowers. But after taking his first step, Elric was shocked. What should have been the Temple of Flowers was now a field of ruined monuments. In response to Elric's shock, Valence revealed that the Temple of Flowers was currently closed due to the Eastern General, but he had already informed them that they were coming, so the doors would be opened soon. Mephisto appeared, commenting that after mentioning the Temple of Flowers, he was wondering if it was the same place he remembered, and it seemed that it really was. In response to Elric's doubts about his words, the Demon King explained that the location they were in had been created for when the world was about to be destroyed, becoming a kind of ark. The humans, dragons, and giants who were afraid of the Demon King God's army planned to restore their populations in this place after the world was destroyed. However, the Merbinger stopped the army. Elric listened to Mephisto's explanation while holding the pendant he had inherited from his family. He then thought about the dragons, giants, and the demon god, along with the destruction mentioned by Mephisto, wondering how this was related to what he had seen. As Elric was thinking, he noticed the ground was shaking. Next to him, Valence pointed in a direction. The gate in the ruins was transforming into a portal, opening while emanating a blinding light. Seeing the portal open, Mephisto unexpectedly appeared excited. Smiling widely, he looked forward to seeing some familiar faces on the other side. The large gate continued to emit a strong light until a person stepped out of it, walking toward the group. A blonde girl in white robes clasped her hands as she introduced herself. I am the landscaper who manages the Temple of Flowers. My name is Huniatraquaz. You can call me the landscaper. Stating that the wind was cold, she asked everyone to enter first. Thus, Elric, Valence, and the others advanced, crossing the portal to enter the Temple of Flowers. On the other side, what Elric saw was very different from the place he had been before. A large flowering field with green mountains in the background. In that field, there was also a palace. Bringing everyone to such a place, the landscaper recited a poem. When winter comes, the Temple of Flowers begins to rest. She guided the large group, stating that they usually did not accept visitors, but that thanks to the appeal of the Tiger King, a longtime great supporter, they had decided to accept visitors this time. Therefore, she hoped everyone would do their best to follow the instructions, paying extra attention to their behavior, as their god was hibernating. As the landscaper revealed the instructions, some excited voices emerged at the sight of humans. A fairy flew toward Elric, thrilled to see so many humans, as she hadn't seen any for 40 years. The landscaper introduced the fairy to the protagonist and the others, revealing that her name was Daffo, and that she was the goddess of daffodils. Elric was surprised, as she was not just a fairy but a goddess. Daffo approached Hayes, complimenting her beauty, which Hayes returned, feeling shy. However, when Daffo flew over to Augustine, she began to call him a monster, an old dark monster. Augustine retorted her comment, asking how someone who had lived for over 100 years could call him a monster. Ignoring Augustine, Daffo flew to Isabel, making her blush with her comment, "A one-sided lover! You need to work on everything. You are beautiful and you smell very nice too." Elric stared at the noisy goddess, who was now flying toward him. However, when Daffo got closer, she pinched her nose. "Scary! So stinky!" Hearing the fairy goddess's comment, Mephisto appeared, mocking her. "Seeing how ugly you are, you must be a pumpkin flower. No, maybe a jasmine flower." Elric was surprised that Daffo could see the Demon King. She had directed her comments at him, not at Elric. Mocked by Mephisto, the goddess became irritated, contradicting the Demon King by stating that she was not ugly, as the girl had said she was beautiful. The Demon King crossed his arms, asking if she thought a human was being honest just because they had said something nice. As Elric watched the goddess and the Demon King bicker, he sighed, not expecting her to be able to see him. Since they could not see the Demon King, the protagonist's three masters wondered why the goddess of daffodils was acting strangely, questioning if there was something wrong. The landscaper cut through the three's doubts, stating that since Daffo didn't have many friends, she was playing alone. Hearing this, not only did the three feel sorry for her, but Valence did too. The protagonist sighed, worried that Mephisto would run the risk of being discovered, but Daffo confronted the landscaper, asserting that she was not talking to herself. Ignoring the fairy goddess, the landscaper asked the protagonist what matters had brought him to the temple. Elric then put his hand inside his coat and removed the crystal gem, stating that he was there to deliver the item to the goddess of camellias. The landscaper guided Elric separately to a more secluded place. Observing the pillars, Elric realized that the temple had suffered a lot of damage because of the Eastern General, making this place different from the fairy paradise he had imagined. Mephisto stated that this place should have been an ark to prepare against the attacks of the demon god, unable to believe it was in such a state because of a mere winter. Elric wondered why the Eastern General was being so persistent in attacking such a place. Mephisto then commented that it could be as the Beastman had said, it could be for some random reason, or it might be related to something the Merbinger family had done. He then looked at Elric, questioning whether he didn't feel like everything seemed like too many coincidences, or as if everything had been arranged, waiting for the moment of Elric's appearance in the north before everything began to move. Hearing Mephisto's words, Elric remembered Otto, wondering if this was part of the arrangements mentioned by his ancestor. At that moment, the landscaper announced that they had arrived at their destination. Opening the doors, they entered a hall with several chairs, some of which were occupied by fairies. One of the fairies asked who Elric was, while another inquired why he had come there. A third fairy questioned why he was looking for Camellia, and a fourth asked why he was trying to give her an ice crystal. Looking at the fairies, Elric realized that the goddess of camellias was not there yet. Placing his hand on his chest, Elric bowed and introduced himself. Upon hearing Elric's last name, the fairies quickly moved towards him. Noticing his golden hair and green eyes, they were quite excited, claiming to have been his friends for over 40 years. Hearing the fairies, Elric asked if his grandfather had come there, to which they responded with a yes. One fairy cheerfully stated that Uzdun was their friend. One of the fairies crossed her arms, asking why Elric had come there. The protagonist took out the ice crystal, revealing that he was there because an ancestor had given him the mission to deliver it. He then asked where the goddess of camellias was. However, in response, he received a sad smile from the fairies. The 5 fairies led Elric to another location, crossing a corridor with windows and plants. In that corridor, there were several coffins the size of the fairies. Before such a sight, Elric heard the fairies say that the goddess of camellias had wilted. The protagonist asked if this had happened because of the Eastern General, and in response he heard the fairies tell him that the winter had been too long, spring did not come, and so all of them wilted. Thus, all the flowers there had fallen asleep. The 5 fairies also revealed that this would soon happen to them as well. Elric knelt before where Camellia was resting. Placing his hands above the coffin, he began to tremble. If he did not deliver the ice crystal, the second arrangement made by his ancestors would not be triggered, and if that did not happen, he would not be able to rebuild the family. As Mephisto watched the scene, he clicked his tongue, unable to believe that these goddesses could wilt because of a mere winter. Hearing the Demon King's words, the fairies began to complain, telling him to be quiet, asserting that they had only allowed him there because of their friend but did not like to see him. The fairies started to disturb the Demon King in response to their discontent with him. Suddenly, Elric had a flash in his mind, remembering what the fairies had said about them wilting because of the cold. They were wilted, not destroyed. Opening Camelia's coffin, Elric found a seed on a pillow. He then placed the ice crystal next to the seed, hoping that what he had thought would work. After releasing the ice crystal, Elric used absorption magic. In the next moment, the seed and the crystal connected through a powerful energy. The seed, which had previously looked burnt, now displayed a completely new glow after receiving the energy from the ice crystal. The protagonist watched the seed with anxiety on his face, while the fairies were apprehensive. Everyone saw the shell of the seed begin to crack, and from inside it emerged a small sprout of camellia. However, at that moment, a large amount of energy exploded from the seed, forcing Elric and the fairies to retreat. That energy took the form of a fairy wearing a dress made of red petals, who, while flapping her wings, recognized Elric's familiar features. "You came as promised, Merbinger." Elric introduced himself to the fairy as Elric Merbinger, grandson of Uzden Merbinger, asking what promise she and his grandfather had made. Before Camellia could say anything, the other fairies approached excitedly, as they had missed her. However, Camellia crossed her arms and told them all to be quiet. "I'm in the middle of an important conversation. Be quiet, how can you be so loud?" When reprimanded, the fairies seemed to wilt with sadness. Observing them, Elric realized that the goddess of camellias was different from the others. She was quite mature. Mephisto began to mock the fairies that had been scolded, asking where their pomp had gone. Camellia glared at Mephisto and, in a mocking tone, stated that even after all this time, he remained as ugly as ever, and that the only thing worth seeing about him, his body, had become practically non-existent. Mephisto grew irritated, claiming to be a great king, but Camellia mocked him. "Great king, my foot! You don't even have any subordinates. Who would recognize you as a king, even if you considered yourself one?" She then began to ignore the Demon King, turning to Elric and complimenting his name. Elric thanked her for the compliment as Camellia asked how he had awakened her. Elric revealed that he had sensed hidden demonic energy within the cold energy of Camelia's seed, so he thought he could awaken her by absorbing both energies through the seal and the crystal. Hearing Elric's explanation, Camellia praised him for being as intelligent as he was handsome. She then asked something that left Elric surprised. "Would you consider marrying me?" Shocked, Elric froze for a moment. Mephisto sighed, commenting that, as always, Camellia was coveting those who were beautiful. Camellia clicked her tongue, rebuking the Demon King and stating that, as always, his sense of inferiority remained the same. She told him to be quiet, as she wasn't speaking to ugly people. Turning back to Elric, Camellia asked what he thought of the honorable opportunity that wouldn't come again. Normally, Elric would respond to such a question by asking what kind of nonsensical question that was, but he didn't want to act that way with a goddess who was part of his family's arrangements. So he opted for a more formal answer. "Thank you for your proposal, but I cannot marry rashly as I represent my family. I'm sorry." Covering her face with her hand, Camellia pretended to be sad, stating that it was a pity. She then turned away, tired of the small talk, and asked if Elric wanted to know about the promise she had made with Uzden. With Elric confirming that he indeed wanted to know about it, Camellia lowered her head, recalling the protagonist's grandfather. He said that his grandson would one day come here and steal the winter that covered the field of black snow, bringing spring with him. Elric was surprised, wondering how his grandfather could have known that he would come here. Turning to the protagonist, Camellia made a request. "Elric Merbinger, grandson of Uzden Merbinger, could you steal the lasting winter and bring us the spring we have been longing for so long?" Recovering the ice crystal, Elric stated that he didn't know if he could steal something known as winter, but that his ancestor had told him to deliver the crystal to Camellia, in addition to mentioning that he was there to complete the winter. Camellia recalled Otto, recognizing that this must be an arrangement made by him. She then stated that this could be a single flow connecting everything. Thus, she instructed Elric to go to a certain place from that day on to learn how he could take the winter away. While speaking, the goddess of camellias blew some petals toward the protagonist. The petals circled around him, and when they reached his medallion, they made it shine. With the medallion glowing, Elric found himself in another place, in a field full of flowers. He stood up, looking around and wondering if this place was the Temple of Flowers. Observing the vast array of flowers, Elric commented that the place was exactly as he had imagined. However, he did not see any temple. Suddenly a glow occurred, and before the protagonist's eyes, that vast field of flowers reminiscent of spring began to freeze, as if winter had arrived. Elric turned upon hearing a man's voice explaining the situation. "This is the field of snow, the place of the test for the second arrangement." Looking at the man, Elric easily recognized Otto. Otto smiled at him, commenting that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Excitedly, Elric approached Otto, who remarked that he had grown quite a bit since the last time. Otto also noticed Elric's arm, admiring the seal of cruelty. Asking Otto how he was, Elric heard his ancestor say that until Elric completed the winter, he would be following and bothering him around. Hearing this, Elric felt as if a trauma was returning to torment him. Looking at the approaching winter, Otto stated that they didn't have much time, so he would quickly explain things to Elric. Telling Elric to look at that place, Otto explained that the area was originally a blessed land where all kinds of life were born. However, when something specific appeared, suffering also arose to torment the place. Elric understood that Otto was talking about the General of the East. Otto confirmed the protagonist's suspicion, revealing that this was what the demon god had left behind after passing through, a remnant storm from the past as a curse. Otto then explained what was happening with Elric. "So, my descendant, from now on, you will learn to devour the General of the East." Elric was astonished to hear that he would be devouring a great disaster, wondering if he could really do that. However, he felt confident because he knew that if he could devour such a tornado, his power would grow immensely. He could become stronger than he currently was. Elric asked Otto for clarification, inquiring if he would have to place the General of the East inside the seal of cruelty, as he had learned in the first test. Upon receiving Otto's confirmation, Elric began to prepare himself, knowing that since this was the second arrangement, the opponent he would face would surely be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King. After preparing, Elric confidently asked if he only needed to fight, as he had against the Snow Mountain King. However, Otto handed him something. Looking at the seed of camellia that Otto gave him, he asked what he should do with it. Otto instructed Elric to make the seed grow into a tree within 100 days, as when a flower bloomed, the test would end. Elric held the seed in his hand, and hearing Otto's instruction, wondered if he had heard correctly, as he was shocked. Seeing Elric's surprised expression, Otto asked if something was wrong or if the mission was too difficult. The protagonist began to point out the problems. The first was growing the seed in decayed soil, and he couldn't understand the connection between making a tree grow and the General of the East. In response to the protagonist's doubts, Otto smiled, stating that he would find out in time. Elric tried to maintain his patience, wondering if Otto could clarify things a bit more. Noticing that Elric had doubts, Otto understood that he needed to give him a hint. He tossed a seed into the air, claiming that he would provide an excellent guide for him. Otto created a large magic circle filled with gears. The magic circle emanated a flow of magical energy. Elric was surprised to hear a familiar feminine voice. "Aren't you tired of bothering me? I've told you countless times not to wake me." The one who appeared in Elric's test was the goddess of camellias. The goddess looked down, surprised that Elric recognized her. Putting a finger to her mouth, she gave him a pressing look, asking how he knew her. Despite her appearance being definitely that of the goddess of camellias he knew, Elric felt that she exuded a completely different presence. Although the goddess was petite, Elric felt as if he were staring at a gigantic tree. Such was the presence Camellia commanded, like a colossal tree that could easily cover the entire sky. This was how a true goddess appeared. Otto introduced his descendant to Camellia. The goddess tossed her hair with her hand, stating that it was a shame Elric was a Merbinger, but she would let that slide because he was handsome, but only if he married her. Upon hearing the marriage proposal, Elric rolled his eyes. This made the goddess of camellias realize something, questioning whether he had already rejected her once. The protagonist felt embarrassed, wondering if the goddess was connected to the camellia outside the test. Despite this, the goddess set the matter aside. She then stated that it was difficult to make a camellia tree grow, asking if he was sure he could fulfill the mission. Elric, however, was prepared to do his best. The goddess decided that she would stay by Elric's side to give him some advice, but that the mission to make the tree grow would be up to him. Hearing that the goddess would give him advice, Elric thought that would be good enough. At that moment, Otto brought a stone tablet to the protagonist. It was the messenger that allowed him to know the status of the tree's growth in real time. Additionally, Otto stated that he could gradually discover the other uses that such a stone had. Creating a small magic circle, Otto launched it, making it grow as much as the tree should, wishing Elric success in his mission. As the magic circle dissipated into the air, the goddess of camellias took Elric to show him the frozen lands, where the curse of the demon god had first arisen 400 years earlier. There, Elric could obtain the ingredients and items she instructed him to find for use. Elric wondered if the environment during the time Camellia described was better than that outside the test. He then asked the goddess what he needed to do first. The goddess instructed him that he needed to find a suitable place to plant the seed, good soil for germination. He then ascended to the skies, contemplating whether it would be faster to purify the soil instead of searching all over the snowy field. But the goddess revealed that the place they were in was a mental realm, so the environment should be the same as the black snowfield outside. This detail meant that, just like the real place, this mental field also had various monsters. It didn't take long for Elric to realize he was being attacked. A giant skeletal black bird descended from the skies toward the protagonist, while the goddess warned him to be careful. After the first one appeared, several other birds emerged, transforming the landscape. Surrounded by the monsters, Elric had no choice but to counterattack. Using the seal he obtained from the Ice Mountain King, Elric created a whirlwind of ice, launching several ice projectiles at the birds. Upon being struck, the monsters were frozen and in the sky turned into shards of ice that exploded into ice cubes. The demon Yu didn't remain idle after the protagonist's attack. He emerged, devouring all the demonic energy from those monsters, returning to the seal on Elric's arm after the snack. The protagonist was excited to feed his seal with a feast. Seeing Elric easily dispatch those monsters, Camelia's attitude shifted slightly, stating that he was quite competent, just as a Merbinger should be. She then pointed to the vast expanse of the snowy field, with plains and mountains, asking if he would be able to find the necessary location in that vastness. Elric understood that he needed to find an open area with small trees, a place with water nearby where he could easily defend himself from the monsters. With these characteristics in mind, he thought of a possibility, and asked Camellia if, since they were 400 years in the past, the city of Anthropomorphia should be nearby. Upon seeing Elric think about the city, Camellia smiled, stating that the city should be nearing completion. However, she mentioned that the terrain was quite different from what Elric knew, questioning how he planned to find the city. Although Camellia thought Elric would have difficulties in the search, he asserted that it would be easy. He began to run and soon reached the course of a river, commenting that normally high ranges and mountains wouldn't change much in just 400 years. Thus, using that place as a reference, it would be easy to have an idea of where the city was located. As Elric advanced through the snowy field, he arrived at an open area. There, he found some small monsters and trees with eyes. This was the place where the city of Anthropomorphia should be. Camellia was impressed that Elric had paid enough attention to the surroundings of Anthropomorphia to remember the terrain where it was located. She praised Elric's decision to come to such a place. The protagonist decided to prepare the soil. Extending his hand, he made the mana swirl around his seal. Camellia needed to step back from Elric because the power he was preparing to use was very great. After using the magic prepared with the soul's speech, Elric asked the fairy if what he had created was enough to protect the place where he would plant the tree. However, upon seeing the giant blocks of ice, like icebergs on the ground, forming a circle along with the large shield created by Elric, Camellia was impressed. Elric stated that the quality of the soil in that place was good, and that most of the monsters wouldn't approach it. Camellia then watched as Elric jumped to the ground and prepared the planting. She knew the young man was a Merbinger, but seeing him use the dragon's tongue so perfectly made her gasp, longing to have him and wondering what she should do with him. After planting the seed, Elric waited a moment. The next instant, a glow erupted from the stone tablet he kept inside his clothing. He called the fairy, stating that since the tablet was reacting, he must have succeeded. However, upon picking up the stone tablet, what Elric saw on it surprised him. The status showed that he had failed the mission, and as a result, he would return to day 0. Reading this, the gears of time seemed to regress, bringing him back to the beginning of his journey. The protagonist sighed as he returned while Camellia complained to the old Otto. Elric told Camellia that during the first arrangement, he could go back whenever he lost a battle, but this time he would reset time when he failed the mission. Camellia pointed out that Elric had probably forgotten something, prompting the protagonist to ask what had happened. Looking at the snowy field, Camellia stated that because of the place, there were several reasons why the planting might not work. At that moment, the fairy raised her hand, creating a portal. She was bidding farewell to Elric, saying that she had already provided enough help and would return to sleep while taking a look at the outside world. Elric was surprised and asked where she was going. Camellia revealed that she was heading to a secondary location, advising Elric to focus on completing the mission until she returned. Elric asked the fairy to give him a few more tips before leaving, but before his eyes, she vanished along with the portal. Elric sighed at Camelia's disappearance, realizing that he would have to figure out why his last attempt had failed on his own. This time, he didn't follow the river to the land where Anthropomorphia was located. He simply lay down on the cold ground to cool his mind and think. Sitting up, he wondered what he had missed. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time, so he needed to concentrate more. He used magic on his eyes, spreading it throughout his body and sending energy into the earth. He wanted to discover what lay beneath the ground. Elric tried to sense what was below him, understanding that there must be something. However, suddenly, the ground began to tremble. He quickly jumped into the sky just seconds before a gigantic, scaly monster emerged from the soil, attacking him. The worm that had appeared was large enough to swallow most large monsters. It was one of the strongest creatures. Even 3 or 4 sixth circle wizards might have difficulty fighting one of these. If someone encountered such a monster, the only thing to do would be to flee. The mouth of the worm that had attacked the protagonist must have been about 10 meters in diameter, with several rows of teeth, totaling several hundred reaching deep into its throat. Faced with such a monster, Elric had doubts about whether he could defeat it. Nevertheless, he summoned several ice shards, betting that the reason the mission had failed was the presence of this monster beneath the ground. To defeat such a creature, Elric would first need to get through its scales, so the ice shards were transformed into gigantic swords. The swords rained down on the worm, but its scales were hard enough that it suffered no damage. Elric then decided to change his strategy. If magic wasn't working against this monster, he would use another approach, the art of body enhancement. As Elric charged at the worm, the giant worm closed its mouth and, in the next instant, surprised the protagonist by launching a blast of green liquid at him. Elric quickly raised a shield with his magic, but that liquid, which seemed like a corrosive poison, ate away at the shield he had erected. Suffering from the attack, Elric realized that if he moved carelessly, he could get into trouble. After having its poisonous attack blocked, the worm attempted to flee. However, the protagonist wouldn't allow that, running after the scaly worm. He understood that if he lost the worm now, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission within the time limit. Being pursued, the worm swung its tail, striking the ground hard in an attempt to hit Elric. Seeing that it hadn't succeeded, the worm roared, using the false attempt to escape as a feint. Elric landed on top of the worm's tail, realizing that this monster was much craftier than usual. He sighed, seeing that he had almost fallen prey to that surprise attack. Undeterred, the worm launched another poisonous attack, this time through the pores of its body, spraying jets of corrosive poison in all directions. Elric quickly escaped, running away. The scene transformed into a sea of poison created by the worm. As he ran, Elric encountered a large attack from the creature, which would be launched from its mouth. He knew that if he didn't defeat the worm soon, he would have to start everything over again. The only choice left to him was to make a gamble. Using the soul's voice to create a strengthening with the art of body enhancement, Elric planned to apply what he had learned from the Blue Lion. He charged forward, determined to throw a punch. He understood that if he concentrated all his power into a single point, he could maximize the destructive power of his attack. With that in mind, Elric unleashed the art of body enhancement, the Hammer of the White Tiger. The protagonist's attack hit its target, completely destroying the worm. Elric fell to the ground, holding a shield around himself to protect against the worm's poisonous flesh that fell on him. If he hadn't concentrated all his power into that attack, perhaps he would have been the one defeated. As Yu returned after devouring the demonic energy, Elric let out a sigh, feeling too exhausted for a second battle against a worm. At that moment, the stone tablet updated, showing that Elric had completed a condition, unlocking the first restriction. He didn't understand what that meant. Holding the stone tablet high, he was surprised to see energy emanating from it, entering his seal. Elric remained sitting on the frozen ground, not expecting to receive the 4th seal so quickly. He supposed he should use this seal to devour the frozen lands, just as he had done against the king of the ice mountain. However, scratching his head, he wondered how he should do that, as he didn't know the true name of the seal. He could imagine Mephisto laughing at him in that moment. Pushing the image of the demon king out of his mind, Elric wagered that he would discover the answers later. He stood up, feeling confident, determined to clear the field to try planting the seed again. Suddenly, the demon Yu warned him to be careful. As soon as Yu's words were spoken, Elric felt the ground tremble. Although worms usually lived alone, there were rare cases where they formed groups if the environment was abnormal. In front of Elric, several worms emerged, burrowing into the soil. He was surrounded by the worms, which, with their multiple layers of teeth, advanced toward him in their dozens. Elric rolled his eyes at the ridiculous situation. Thus the gears of time moved again, sending the protagonist back to the past. In the air, Elric brought his hands to his head, outraged by the situation. One worm was already too difficult to handle, but now he had to fight against dozens of them. He gritted his teeth, wondering how the Tiger King's family had managed to create a city in such a place. Only someone as strong as Augustin would be able to defeat so many worms alone. The gathering of so many monsters showed just how bad the land was. Soaring over the area, Elric intended to keep trying until there were no more means left. He tried to cheer himself up, stating that if he continued trying a few more times, he would certainly find a way to deal with the problem. However, Elric's enthusiasm faded when he reached his 34th attempt. He had tested all kinds of methods, but in the end, he had been defeated. It was simply impossible to deal with so many worms alone. Elric moved to another area since there was nothing more he could do in the previous one. However, the seed still refused to germinate. He sighed, wondering if he would be ambushed in such a place. Mephisto was not around, and neither was the goddess Camellia. Moreover, Elric thought that the ancestor Otto should also be enjoying the scene. He sighed for not having anyone to help him. Nevertheless, the idea that someone could help him awakened in his mind. Elric shouted, cursing himself for not having thought of it before. Otto had never said that he couldn't have help from others, so Elric decided that he should find the Tiger King's family that should be in the area. Currently, the goddess Camellia was lying on a bed beneath a large tree with pink leaves in front of a lake. She was awakened from her sleep by seeing a person walking on the waters toward her. Recognizing Otto in her realm, Camellia questioned how he had gotten there, as he shouldn't have been able to enter without her permission. Otto teased Camellia, asking who had bloomed him before coming to such a place. Camellia grew irritated, questioning when that had happened, but Otto retorted, asking if she had already forgotten that day, insinuating that perhaps she was already at the age where one starts to forget things. Camellia sighed, not believing she was being treated this way, even recalling that she had once been the queen of the Winter Palace. She then asked why Otto was there. The protagonist's ancestor stated that he had come because she had called for him. Looking at the fairy, Otto asked if she was feeling well, as she should have sacrificed quite a lot 40 years ago to block the curse. With a disdainful look, Camellia replied that she was recovering, so he didn't need to worry about her. However, she hoped that what she had blocked would not happen again. Putting that matter aside, Camellia asked if the protagonist was doing well. At that moment, Otto created a portal resembling a mirror, asking if Camellia wanted to look at herself. Through the portal, they could see Elric fleeing from a group of beastmen. That species was hunting what they considered to be the enemy of their race. Camellia was worried, asking what was happening and why the beastmen were chasing Elric. Otto began to laugh excitedly, asking the fairy if this wasn't an interesting situation. Camellia confronted Otto, stating that he should stop laughing and go help Elric immediately. Otto reassured her, saying that it wasn't necessary to make a big fuss about the matter. He then pointed to the protagonist through the portal, showing that he was having fun in the midst of that big mess. After checking the area, Elric realized that the family of the Tiger King had not yet arrived. However, if he wanted to complete the mission, he needed the help of those who had built the city to deal with the worms. After running for a while, Elric stopped. Seeing the human halt, the beastmen huffed, declaring that they would finish him off. Although it was difficult to find the Tiger King's family in such a vast place, Elric still possessed the art of body enhancement. Thus, he used the technique of the Black Tiger Hunt. The beastmen were petrified to see a human using the art of body enhancement. The protagonist used this art intentionally, knowing that if the Tiger King's family discovered that a human was using the technique, they would surely come looking for him. The protagonist's attack fell upon those beastmen who had followed him. However, the attack did not defeat any of them. They remained alive to spread the news. Elric climbed a tree, waiting for a response to the chaos he had caused. After waiting until nightfall, Elric rested his chin on his hand, wondering if the news had not spread far enough. He pondered whether he would need to destroy the rest of the village he had attacked for the Tiger King's family to appear. However, while Elric waited, he felt a large tiger paw attack him from behind. The tree he was in was cut down, but he was quick enough to dodge the strike. Elric managed to sense the incoming attack thanks to his premonition. Otherwise, he would have surely been caught. Before the protagonist stood a large tiger man, slowly walking towards him and praising his keen senses. Elric frowned at the sight of the being that had appeared. He was the one who had united the beastmen scattered across the black snowfield, the great governor of the north, who made the empire tremble in fear. Before Elric was the great progenitor Tiger King. The leader of the first alliance of beastmen questioned the protagonist. To think that a human knows how to use the art of body enhancement. Tell me, who are you? This was the great Tiger King Yule, who bore a tiger tattoo on his right arm and a shoulder guard on his left. Around his neck, he wore a necklace adorned with fangs. Yule approached the protagonist, catching the unmistakable scent of a human on him. Looking Elric up and down, he stated that he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, several beastmen surrounded the protagonist and the Tiger King Yule, asking what the king was doing there. Looking at the beastmen, the Tiger King gave them an intimidating glare, questioning whether they were suggesting that he did not have permission to be there. Elric realized that there was some opposition coming from the other tribes of beastmen. This might have been normal, as Tiger King Yule had not yet united all the tribes. Therefore, This indicated that Yule had not yet reached the level of the fifth current. However, the intimidating aura that the Tiger King emanated was at a terrifying level, far beyond what one would expect from him. Using this aura to pressure the Beastmen, the Tiger King stated that if they were not going to fight him, they should leave. The Beastmen began to flee, leaving behind comments about how Yule could defend a human, the enemy of their race. The Tiger King scratched his ear upon seeing that all the Beastmen had left, finally at peace. The protagonist wondered if Yule had tried to protect him. He then realized that he had made the right decision by causing a commotion in the tribe of Fury, which was hostile to the Tiger King. Elric bowed to thank the Tiger King, but suddenly Yule grabbed him by the neck. The Tiger King cast an intimidating look at the protagonist, questioning how he knew how to use the art of body enhancement. Suspended in the air, Elric kicked his legs, not touching the ground, and quickly explained that he had learned the technique from his teacher. Yule ordered Elric to tell the details quickly, but Elric asked the Tiger King to let him go first. Yule gave the protagonist a deep look and released him onto the ground, warning that if he dared to lie, he would not get a second chance. Rubbing his neck, Elric stated that he was a refugee, starting to tell a story while pretending to cry. My family wanted to escape the tyranny of the Empire, so we fled to the snowy fields. But my parents were attacked by monsters, and I became an orphan, being saved by a certain beastman. He taught me this technique so that I could protect myself and survive here. Yule questioned the protagonist about his teacher's name, but Elric gave a sad smile, claiming that the teacher had forgotten his own name a long time ago and could never tell him what it was. He placed his hand on his chest, showing an emotion of sadness. I didn't want him to remember painful memories, so I started calling him teacher. The Tiger King observed the protagonist with watery eyes, as if trying to determine whether he was lying. Yule, who possessed sharp senses, could perceive if someone was lying through the sound of their heartbeat and the tension in their muscles. However, Elric was able to protect himself against such a sense by controlling the blood flow in his own body. Not thinking that Elric was lying, Yule stated that in this way they were brothers. Elric became excited, as this was the way companions who practiced the art of body enhancement recognized each other. Continuing to pretend, Elric wiped the tears from his eyes. Yule placed his hands on the protagonist's shoulders, calling him brother, and asking why he was living in such a cold and merciless land. Yule then lent one of his mounts to Elric, guiding him. As he followed the Tiger King Yule, Elric noticed that Camellia's portal was being created. The fairy stepped out of the portal, scolding the protagonist. Seriously, what a ridiculous thing you just did. Why isn't there at least one normal merbinger? With the fairy sitting on his shoulder, Elric asked if it was all right for her to appear at that moment. Camellia reassured him, stating that she had done something so Yule could not sense her presence. Putting that aside, Camellia asked what Elric's plan was and if he really believed the Tiger King considered him a companion. Obviously, Elric did not think so, but he asserted that Yule would keep him close. The fairy wanted to know how Elric could be sure of that. So, Elric revealed something important. This was the period when hostility between the Beastmen had reached its peak. It didn't matter which tribe they were from. They would join anyone who was strong. After following Yule for a while, Elric heard a voice shout about the captain returning. They had arrived at the tribe of the Tiger King's family, which was the most ambitious, and wished to unite with strong individuals. Camellia was worried since this was also the era when the Beastmen harbored the most hatred against humans, questioning whether the rest of the tribe would accept Elric as the Tiger King had done. The members of the Tiger King's tribe quickly went on alert upon seeing Elric, asking why Yule had brought a human enemy there. Yule defended the protagonist, ordering them to stop confronting him, as the human was a brother. One of the Beastmen became furious, asking how a human could be their brother. However, Yule commanded everyone to remain calm and gather together. This was the time when the tyranny of the Empire had reached its peak, just as the hostility of the Beastmen against humans. Elric knew that if he couldn't win over the Tiger King's tribe, his plan would fail completely. However, not long after, all the Beastmen were crying around Elric. Sadness flooded the tribe as they thought of the teacher Elric had invented. A Beastman held the protagonist's hand, claiming he had been blessed to learn from such a teacher. The protagonist looked at Yule, who gave him a thumbs up, wondering what the Tiger King had told his tribe. Thanks to Tiger King Yule, the protagonist managed to get closer to the Tiger King's tribe. Yule shared a touching story about the protagonist's teacher with his tribe, getting emotional as he reenacted the teacher's final words. Even if we face the boundaries of our races as beastmen and humans, I am grateful, for as I leave this world we are teacher and student. We will meet again in our next life, my student. The members of the Tiger King's tribe wept desperately, heartbroken by the sad story of the teacher who left his student to live alone. After hearing Yule's version, Elric wondered if it matched what he had originally shared. Yule playfully told him to go with the flow, as those fools would believe anything. The protagonist smiled in gratitude to the Tiger King. Suddenly, someone declared they couldn't accept the presence of a human. A beast man with a wolf tattoo appeared, followed by others of his kind, questioning how they could trust a human's words. As Elric looked at the newly arrived group, the goddess Camellia informed him they were from the Black Wolf tribe, the loyal dogs of the Tiger King. Knowing this, Elric realized they were ancestors of Prime Minister Norris. Yule stepped forward, shielding Elric, and asked the Black Wolf named Ralph if he was disobeying his orders. Ralph claimed he wasn't disobeying, but pointed at Elric, shouting, "Even if he's telling the truth, our clan will never accept a member of an inferior race." Hearing Elric referred to as an inferior being, Yule released a powerful aura and confronted Ralph. "I hope you haven't forgotten our creed, Ralph." The pressure from Yule made Ralph look away, unable to maintain the confrontation. The Tiger King reminded the Beastmen how they had been abandoned and persecuted, and that despite being of different races and lineages, they remained a family. With a severe expression, Yule looked at Ralph and stated that if he forgot this belief, he himself would make sure it was embedded in his mind. Ralph turned his gaze back to the protagonist but stayed silent. Elric seized the moment to approach him. "I've heard that the goal of anthropomorphism is to break down boundaries between tribes and unite all beastmen as one." Yule was surprised that Elric knew about this concept. Elric explained that he had heard about it while wandering alone in the snowy field. Then he stated that although Yule was hated by many tribes, more and more people were being convinced by this creed. He extended his hand toward Yule, who seemed to glow with hope. "As an abandoned human, I received my teacher's kindness, and you also accepted me as a brother. I believe this is the essence of the ideals you pursue." Upon hearing Elric's sweet words, the fairy Camellia chuckled, realizing that, like any Merbinger, he was certainly skilled with words. Elric looked deeply into Yule's eyes and stated that he would live up to these expectations, for he felt he needed to prove he was worthy to join him on this journey. Then he turned to Ralph and stated he'd heard that the hierarchy among beastmen was determined by strength. Ralph quickly asked what Elric was trying to imply. The protagonist then challenged him to a fight. If Elric won, he would become part of the tribe. If he lost, he would have to leave. Ralph gritted his teeth, questioning how a human dared to challenge him, a great warrior of the Black Wolf tribe. Seeing Ralph's reaction, the protagonist taunted him, asking why he was trembling so much, as if he was afraid. The provocation worked, making Ralph even angrier to the point of calling him a mutt. Elric laughed, pointing a finger at Ralph and asking if he wasn't the real mutt between the two of them. Unable to bear the taunts any longer, Ralph released a powerful aura, declaring he would eliminate Elric. Elric also unleashed his energy, mocking the Wolfman and asking if he could really follow through on his words. Before the fight began, Yule stomped his foot on the ground, releasing a strong shockwave that made both Elric and Ralph step back. Once they landed, the two stared each other down, as the Tiger King posed a question. He wanted to know if both would accept the outcome of the duel, even if the worst happened during the fight. Ralph stated that if the human won, he would accept him as part of the family. Elric raised his hand, swearing on his teacher's honor that he would also accept the outcome. Seeing both confirmations, Yule was satisfied and signaled the start of the fight. Immediately, Ralph lunged to attack the protagonist, fully transforming into his animal form. The massive wolf swung his claws toward Elric without hesitation. Elric knew that the story he'd crafted wouldn't hold up for long, so the best choice was to prove himself to Yule, and this battle was perfect for that. Thanks to Ralph's transformation, he no longer needed to worry about maintaining his cover. The giant wolf charged forward, baring his sharp fangs. Elric responded to the attack, concentrating his energy into his hand to deliver a strike. Elric's punch landed squarely on the wolf. Using his body-strengthening technique, the fierce tiger's advance, Ralph was sent flying back, and Elric seized the opportunity to taunt him, asking if he was struggling after just one punch. In the next instant, Elric's hand was right in front of the wolf's snout, unleashing a barrage of continuous strikes using the body-strengthening technique. Watching the battle, the tribe members were shocked. Ralph was one of the best warriors, even among the royal guard, and they couldn't believe he was losing so one-sidedly, especially to a human who used the body-strengthening technique with such skill. The tribe members began to worry for Ralph, right up until he fell to his knees. Leaving Ralph behind, Elric remarked that the fight had apparently ended faster than he thought. Yule was pleased with the outcome, stating that Elric would now be one of them. However, Ralph wasn't satisfied. The wolf let out a fierce, bloodthirsty roar toward the sky. Elric quickly realized that he was entering berserk mode, a state triggered when a beastman's fury overpowered rationality, multiplying their strength and making them fight instinctively. The raging berserk wolf charged at Elric with sharp claws. Sensing it would be dangerous to keep fighting Ralph, Elric activated his seal, using ice magic to confront Norris's ancestor. As Ralph lunged forward, he slipped on the ice Elric had created and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Elric summoned several chains of ice to restrain him. Ralph began to howl and roar, struggling to break free. But raising his hand, Elric ordered him to calm down. With a precise strike, he made the wolf lose consciousness. Ralph collapsed, unable to continue fighting. The tribe members were surprised to realize the human was a mage, wondering if they had been deceived. Elric hadn't wanted to hurt Ralph, so using magic was the only option he found. Ultimately, it was information that the Tiger King and his tribe would have discovered sooner or later. He looked at Yule, who maintained a firm expression, ready to come up with a story to explain the use of magic. However, the Tiger King started to laugh enthusiastically. He patted the protagonist on the shoulder, saying, "You're more interesting than I expected. Who would have thought you could use both body-strengthening arts and magic?" Quickly, Elric adopted an apologetic tone. He stated that he should have used only body-strengthening arts in the fight, but he didn't want to harm someone who was about to become family, so he had to resort to magic. Yule dismissed Elric's guilt, saying it didn't matter if he chose the easier path or hid his strength. The strongest was always the one who won on the battlefield. Then, Yule finally asked the protagonist's name. Elric introduced himself. The Tiger King then looked at his tribe and announced that, based on the fight's outcome, Elric would be accepted as a member of the tribe. He asked if anyone had any objections. Excited to welcome a new member, no one objected. The Tiger King raised his fist and declared, "So from this moment on, I declare that Elric is now part of our family." With that, the Tiger King's tribe members celebrated, while some helped Ralph up. At that moment, the stone tablet inside the protagonist's robes began to glow. Elric took it out to take a look and discovered that the second restriction had been unlocked by meeting a required condition. This meant that the true name would now be revealed to him, a plain tinged in black. The winds blowing across the arid land are as sharp as razors. The true name of the seal that contains the slicing wind from the back snowfield was Winterwind. Elric understood that this was a rare-ranked seal, similar to the cruelty seal the Mountain King had given him. However, since Elric didn't know how to activate such a seal, he couldn't use it. Furthermore, Camellia had vanished without a trace, as if she had no intention of explaining anything further to him. Setting the issues aside, Elric decided to focus on understanding the mission he had. In a large space constructed from wooden beams, the members of the Tiger King's tribe were lined up in front of a carpet that stretched from the entrance to the Tiger King. Yule then commanded Elric to enter, walking past the beastmen. Yule announced that it was time to officially introduce the new member to everyone. Pointing to Elric, he declared that he would become one of the guards of anthropomorphy. The protagonist, dressed in beastman attire, placed his hand on his chest, thanking Yule for making him part of the royal guard and promising to do his best in this role. Yule appreciated the protagonist's attitude and stated that, to celebrate, he would give him his first mission. While Elric awaited the order, a few beastmen watched him, grinding their teeth. Unfazed by the looks, Yule mentioned that Elric had said he'd walked across the snowy field to get there. Therefore, his first mission would be to use this experience to find a suitable place where the tribe could settle. Receiving this mission so suddenly, Elric smiled inwardly, realizing how things seemed to align now with what he desired. He placed his hand on his chin and said he remembered a place that had caught his attention. The area is surrounded by high valleys and hills which are good for defending against invaders. It's also near a water source and not as affected by demonic energy, so the soil is fertile. But there is one issue. As Elric spoke, the Tiger King finished his last words, recognizing the location he was describing. The problem is the large numbers of worms. Though Yule also thought the location was suitable, he had his reservations due to this issue. The protagonist, however, said it would be difficult to find a place as good as this one within the snowy field. The Tiger King closed his eyes, pondering what he should do. He then opened his eyes, excited as an idea came to him. The protagonist felt uncertain about what idea Yule had come up with. However, his uncertainty turned to discontent for both him and the beastmen, as Yule ordered everyone to gather to find a solution together. Despite the Black Wolf tribe not having the friendliest disposition, they were still the best at completing missions, so it was the obvious choice to send them along with Elric. But Yule knew the Wolf tribe didn't sympathize with Elric, so pairing the two could be an intentional test for the protagonist. Yor, the captain of the 3rd Royal Guard, approached the protagonist, saying their biggest headache would be the pack of worms that moved in swarms, making this a difficult mission. Ralph approached with a mocking tone, saying that if it weren't for someone saying unnecessary things, they wouldn't have to face this whole issue. With a smug attitude, Ralph questioned the value of a place where worms resided, insinuating that this was just someone's attempt to catch the chief's attention. Seeing Ralph trying to provoke him, the protagonist only cursed him inwardly. The Wolfman continued taunting, even riling up the tribe, but suddenly Yor's hand flew and landed directly on Ralph's cheek. Yor was seething with anger after hearing Ralph's nonsense. I've told you not to bring personal emotions into the squad and ruin the atmosphere here. If you do it again, the next slap will make your head roll, got it? The wolf tribe quickly fell into formation, obeying Captain Yor's orders. Elric realized that the reason the Tiger King had placed him with the Black Wolf tribe was that he trusted Yor. With his charisma, Yor could quickly resolve any internal conflicts. Elric bowed, thanking Yor for stepping in, but the captain simply ignored him, making Elric understand he was just doing his duty. Elric approached Yor, explaining that when the worms sensed any sign of danger, they stayed underground. He asked if there was a way to make them surface. Yor confirmed the protagonist's question, revealing there was a demonic plant whose scent made the worms extremely sensitive. If they could obtain this plant, they could easily lure the worms to the surface. When Yor finished speaking, he noticed Elric had a strange expression. The protagonist cleared his throat, asking Yor to continue with his explanation. Yor then explained that they needed the plant, but it was very rare, making it difficult to locate. Suddenly, Elric gave a bright smile, stating that Yor didn't need to worry about it since he could find the plants. The captain appreciated the protagonist's confidence, but knew these plants were temperamental regarding growing conditions. Not only were they rare, but they were also hard to harvest. Before Yor could finish his thoughts, he was surprised. Right before him, Elric held a handful of the very flowers they needed. Elric looked at the beastmen and tossed the plants to them, filling several basins. Elric had known about this plant since he was trapped in the blue mist labyrinth created by Augustin. As he could easily see demonic energy, he could find the flowers as if they were right in front of him. Moreover, he could also absorb the demonic energy from the plants to enhance his seals. It was like hitting two birds with one stone. Elric turned to the wolfmen, calling them mutts, and ordering them to quickly gather the rest of the flowers so they could move on. The wolfmen were annoyed, pleading with the captain to protect them, but all Yor did was give them a kick, urging them to start gathering the plants. He snorted, "You mutts, what are you doing? Do as dear Elric commanded." The wolfmen had no choice but to grumble and obey. Controlling the situation, Yor flashed a smirk at the protagonist. After filling several crates with the demonic flowers, they brought them to the site where they planned to lure the worms. The Tiger King was impressed by the number of flowers the protagonist had gathered, stating that he couldn't estimate just how capable Elric was. The protagonist responded humbly, giving credit to the mutts, that is, the squad that helped. By now, they were exhausted. Done with talking, the Tiger King gave the order to begin the plan. Torches were lit around the demonic flowers, and soon, the crates caught fire, causing the plants to emit a strong scent. The ground beneath the entire tribe began to tremble. Soon the earth started cracking, and numerous giant worms emerged, their hundreds of teeth ready to devour anything. Facing the worms, the Tiger King gave the order for everyone to prepare to attack. However, someone suddenly called out to him, warning of a serious problem. As the worms attacked, the one who called out to Yule brought terrible news. The Fury tribe was approaching. Yule ordered the man to quickly explain what he meant. The Beastman informed him that somehow, the Fury tribe had discovered they were hunting the worms and was coming to ambush them. The Tiger King clenched his teeth upon realizing that the Fury tribe was using such a cowardly tactic. Despite his concern for the tribe, the worms continued their relentless attack, oblivious to the situation. That night, a large red-eyed rhinoceros carrying an axe gathered the warriors of the Fury tribe. His name was Narward, the tribe's second general. Their objective that night was to defeat the Tiger King Yule and overthrow the anthropomorphs. As the worms attacked, the Tiger King Yule didn't remain idle. He charged at the worms, striking them with his fists. Narward observed Yule fighting from afar. He knew Yule was the strongest among them, but he had brought magical tools stolen from humans during the war for this battle. He was confident that, no matter how powerful Yule was, he couldn't fend off the cannons while fighting the worms. Narward grinned maliciously, planning to bring Yule down to the feet of the Fury tribe so he could become the king of the Beastmen. However, as Narward schemed, a strong wind suddenly blew in his direction. He caught a scent and was startled, recognizing it as the aroma of the demonic plants. A second later, drawn by the plant's scent, worms burst from the ground, attacking the squad led by the rhinoceros Narward. The battle quickly intensified. After defeating a worm, Yule climbed atop it, laughing excitedly at how easily he had outwitted the Fury tribe. He looked at the protagonist, stating that using magic to make the wind carry the plant's scent to the Fury tribe, causing the worms and the tribe to attack each other, was such an incredible strategy that he himself wouldn't have thought of it. The protagonist smiled, recalling the saying, "Eye for an eye, ambush for ambush." The Tiger King began to laugh, praising the protagonist's clever thinking. He also climbed onto the worm that Yule was on, asking the Tiger King if they should now collect the spoils of war. Narward's squad was still fighting, though only a few remained alive. The rhinoceros ordered all those still able to form up. But suddenly, one of the members of the Fury tribe was startled to see the Tiger King Yule before him. Something that looked like a comet crashed down, hitting the ground. The duo, Elric and Yule, had arrived to finish off what remained of the Fury tribe. Seeing the Tiger King Yule, Nireward was enraged. "Tiger King Yule, you coward! How dare you ambush us!" He then swung his axe, but something sliced through him before he could complete his movement. The Tiger King eliminated him in the blink of an eye, giving him no chance to counterattack. After that, the Tiger King ordered the Royal Guard to capture the Fury tribe. With the order given, the alliance formed by the Tiger King advanced. They heeded the king's words, raising their swords and charging into battle. The Fury tribe was enraged. They didn't want to retreat and instead moved forward to confront the Tiger King's tribe. The war between the two forces had begun. Elric tried to step back a bit, just to watch the Tiger King in action. Yule clearly demonstrated the true art of body strengthening, as with every move, multiple enemies were defeated. Just by observing Yule's way of fighting, Elric could understand the flaws in his own body strengthening technique, discovering ways to improve it. Suddenly, beside him, Ralph gave a wicked grin. He raised his sword not to strike Elric, but rather a beastman from the Fury tribe who was about to attack him. The protagonist praised the mutt for his good work. But at that moment, something struck Ralph's neck. The members of the Tiger King's tribe asked if the beastman was all right, as they saw him fall to his knees. Ralph's veins began to swell, and a green liquid flowed through them. At that moment, however, Elric approached him, radiating warm energy, and asked if he was okay. Seeing Elric approach, Ralph collapsed unconscious. The protagonist used soul speech to cast a spell on Ralph, removing whatever was causing internal harm. Soon after, Ralph's appearance returned to normal. Elric instructed some beastmen to take Ralph back to camp to rest, and they complied. After watching the beastmen carry Ralph away, the Tiger King approached Elric, informing him that they had finished what they needed to do here. The protagonist then suggested they move to the next stage of the plan before the rest of the Fury tribe caught up to them. However, Yule wanted to do something before that. He placed his hand on his chest, and with a smile, thanked the protagonist for saving Ralph. Not only him, but the entire tribe joined in, expressing their gratitude. The protagonist smiled at the recognition, as it was the right thing to do. Elric sat atop a worm, watching as the beastmen of the Tiger King's tribe took members of the Fury tribe as prisoners. At that moment, the goddess Camellia appeared again. To think that you would win over the hearts of the beastmen in just a few days, that was truly impressive. Hearing Camellia, Elric questioned if she had been watching the whole time and only decided to appear after everything was handled. Camellia had a quick response saying that Elric could handle everything without her, so she didn't need to help him. Elric didn't pay further attention to Camellia and went to feed Yu. The demon emerged from the protagonist's seal and headed toward the worms for a snack. After Yu ate, he returned to the seal. The protagonist had absorbed much more demonic energy than he anticipated, surprising him as it made his winter wind seal evolve to the 4th star all at once. After his snack, the demon Yu burped. He had cleaned up the whole place while eating, so Elric wouldn't need to tidy up. He then crouched down to plant the seed given by Otto, wondering if he would finally be free of any further issues. Planting the seed, Elric observed the stone tablet, which showed no error message. Suddenly he was surprised to see a small sprout emerge where he had planted the seed. At that moment, the stone tablet glowed, indicating he had met a condition and thus unlocked the 3rd restriction. In the next instant, Elric was teleported to a different place, a frozen field with a palace in the distance. Observing closely, he realized it was the Temple of Flowers. Elric entered the place and noticed that everything inside was frozen. Venturing deeper into the palace, he saw someone seated on a throne. At first, he thought it was the goddess of Camellias. However, the woman on the icy throne radiated a different energy, that of a demon king. Elric was stunned to realize that the goddess of Camellias was actually a demon queen. With the level of demonic energy she possessed, she was likely a powerful demon queen. The two beings were identical, leading Elric to wonder how the goddess and the demon queen could coexist. As Elric stared at the demon queen, a voice called to him, snapping him back to reality. It was the goddess Camellia, who asked if he was all right, as he had suddenly fainted. At that moment, the protagonist asked the goddess a surprising question. He wanted to know if the winter wind seal was originally hers. The goddess lowered her head, asking Elric why he thought that. He revealed that he had seen her. Camellia wanted to know what he had observed, and he described seeing her alone in an empty palace, with a bored, lonely, and sad look, radiating a demonic energy similar to that of the winter wind seal. Camellia didn't deny his story, explaining that she was now just a forgotten memory from long ago. The protagonist then suspected that the coldness tainting the black snowfield had been caused by Camellia, which she confirmed, though she emphasized her current power. But now they are no longer mine. I am Camellia, the goddess of flowers. Elric asked if the purpose of the arrangement was to cleanse traces left by her in the past. The goddess neither confirmed nor denied this. Instead, she said the only thing she could offer him now was a few hints on how to make the seed blossom. Looking toward the horizon, Camellia asked Elric to remember what Otto had told him. Elric would learn how to devour the Eastern Ice General, who represented the mistakes of Camelia's own past. Elric realized that, to make the seed grow, he would likely need to absorb all the coldness that came from the goddess Camellia. As she bid him farewell once again, Camellia offered him a piece of advice. Always be on guard against the Ice General. She will be the greatest obstacle in your path. In Anthropomorphia, Elric observed the tree that had begun to bloom. 91 days had passed since the test began, and the flowers were finally starting to open. During this moment of peace, a beastman ran up to Elric, informing him that the captain was looking for him. The protagonist grew concerned, wondering what could be happening now. That night, in the dark forest, Elric was thrown to the ground without any mercy. He asked Yule, who was approaching, to go easier on him, but the Tiger King reminded him that Elric was the one who had asked to duel with him as a reward for saving Ralph. As captain, he couldn't go back on a promise. Elric sighed as he steadied himself. He had only wanted to test out the body-strengthening technique, but he hadn't expected to take such a beating every time. Yule was enthusiastic, insisting that as a brother, Elric shouldn't give up. Elric stood back up. He had already managed to restore the first half of the technique, so he had gained something from these battles. Seeing the protagonist get back up, Yule snapped his fingers, stating that they would start again, this time with the advance of the fierce tiger. However, before they could resume the battle, the Tiger King heard a sound thanks to his sharp senses. He then informed the protagonist that they would have to postpone the duel for the time being. Noticing the worried look on the Tiger King's face, Elric asked what was happening, but Yule quickly left without answering. In the castle of Anthropomorphia, many people were entering through the main entrance. Looking closely, Elric noticed that all those beastmen were injured. From high up in the castle, he realized they were refugees and wondered what the Ice General was doing. Camellia, who was once again with the protagonist, warned that the general had made her move. Elric commented that he didn't remember the Ice General being so strong, but the fairy goddess explained that she was not weakened as she had been in the original time from which Elric came. In fact, the Ice General was a disaster that could not be challenged. Camellia then revealed that King Yule had only managed to calm the chaos, but was unable to defeat her. After observing the refugees, Yule ordered Ralph to gather all the tribe leaders in his tent. The Tiger King also asked Elric to put on his combat gear and come to the tent. Thus, Yule, followed by his subordinates, began to move. After being left at the top of the castle, Elric saw Ralph approaching him. The Wolfman handed him a vial. The protagonist asked what it was, but Ralph grew furious, quickly handing it over and stating that he happened to have it with him, so Elric could use it, throw it away, or do whatever he wanted. Ralph quickly fled after handing the vial to the protagonist. Camellia, who was perched on Elric's shoulder, explained that it was a precious medicine produced in small quantities by the Black Wolf tribe. She started laughing, recalling Ralph's words. To her, the Wolfman's Sundar side was quite adorable. Realizing he had received a gift, Elric smiled, as he hadn't expected what had just happened. Not long after, the tribe leaders, Elric and Yule, gathered in the king's tent. One of the chiefs stated that significant damage had been inflicted on the tribe. Another chief remarked that they had lost many families, even after their ancestors had worked hard to establish that place as their home. The king called Elric to come closer, and with a serious expression, stated that he had a favor to ask. The protagonist inquired if it would be something related to the refugees. Yule confirmed, explaining that they were going to find the Ice General and wanted to ask Elric to light the way using magic. All the tribe chiefs looked at the protagonist with pleading expressions, asking him to do as Yule had requested. The Tiger King himself was also waiting for the protagonist's response. Elric agreed to their request. The Tiger King then stood up, excited, and instructed the tribe leaders to gather the elite warriors from their communities as they would be departing soon. All the tribe chiefs were thrilled with the news and accepted the order to prepare. They quickly ran out of the tent. The protagonist realized that everything was falling into place. He had found King Yule and made the seed grow. Now dealing with the Ice General alongside Yule was also part of the plan devised by Otto. Thus Elric, accompanied by all the warriors from the various assembled tribes, followed King Yule. At that moment, the real mission was about to begin. The entire group followed through the snowy field, illuminated by light orbs created by Elric. The Tiger King was fascinated by the protagonist's magic, even having seen him use it several times before. The protagonist then asked if Yule would like to learn magic, as he would likely be able to grasp the basics. The Tiger King joked, asking why he would learn magic when Elric was by his side. The protagonist grew irritated. asking Yule if he was calling him a slave. Yule started to laugh, asserting that if Elric was against it, he could become the captain. Elric shook his head in disbelief, as the Tiger King, the strongest in the history of the Beastmen, seemed quite crazy. He wondered what the descendants would say if they knew this. As they walked, Yule commented on how much the tribe had changed since Elric's arrival. Many times he had thought that Elric could be a shooting star that had fallen from the sky. The protagonist didn't care much, merely thanking him and continuing ahead this time. However, Yule stated that he had a gift for him. Elric was surprised to receive a gift, and even more so to hear that it would be the last component of the body enhancement technique. He suddenly turned around as Yule continued speaking, questioning whether Elric didn't think he would notice that he had approached him for this purpose. The protagonist stuttered for a moment, asking the king how long he had known. Yule revealed that it was very suspicious for a human to claim he had learned the body enhancement technique from a skilled recluse, a beast man. However, the main point was that Elric had lied about the magic, as it was impossible to learn it alone. The Beastman's eyes seemed to look deep into Elric's soul with ferocity. He knew that the reason Elric had been causing confusion among the tribes was precisely to appear hostile to him, so Elric could find him to complete the body enhancement technique. Every word from the Tiger King felt like a hammer against Elric. The protagonist frowned and asked Yule why he had allowed him to be by his side, even knowing everything from the beginning. The Tiger King was silent for a moment but then began to laugh. Whether you are a beastman or a human, isn't it normal to pursue your own interests? I simply let you come for my own benefit. Being able to observe you has also been quite fun, ha ha ha. Camellia suddenly appeared, laughing at the protagonist, asserting that he had danced in the palm of the Tiger King's hand all along. At that moment, the protagonist told the Tiger King that there was no reason for him to teach him the last component of the technique. But Yule stroked the protagonist's hair. I want you to survive. You've been trapped here for quite some time. It would be unfair for you not to be able to protect yourself while helping someone else's family. Elric was taken aback by the Tiger King's words. The reason Yule wanted to teach him the secret technique of the Beastman, because he wanted him to survive, surprised him. Elric felt melancholic, thinking that Yule only considered this because he didn't know it was a revisitation of the past. Nevertheless, the protagonist expressed his gratitude. The goddess Camellia suddenly broke the touching moment, asserting that it was not the time for that. Elric then realized that the energy emanating from the goddess Camellia, which he had sensed, had turned into a huge malicious intent right in front of them, conveying the feeling that it could devour them at any moment. Faced with such energy, Elric could only describe it with one word: demon. The energy suddenly attacked the protagonist. He wanted to retreat, but he was surrounded by the energy, isolating him from the outside world. Even using the energy in his eyes to try to see, he couldn't locate the goddess Camellia or the Tiger King squad anywhere. The demonic energy from the Ice General had cut off all mana flow. Elric knew that if they were cornered by the Ice General, the Tiger King Yule and the squad could be exterminated. He needed to find a way out of the darkness of the Ice General before that happened. Elric gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at his arm, at the seal, knowing that the Ice Wind Seal, since it came from the goddess Camellia just like the Ice General, could open a path through the darkness. The only problem now was that he didn't know how to activate the seal. Elric placed his hand on his head, wondering if there was something other than the Winter Wind Seal. As he pondered this, he remembered Otto's words, that he would learn to devour the Ice General. He had asked if he could place the Ice General within the Cruelty Seal, as he had done in the first test, and Otto had confirmed it. Remembering this and that he should devour the Ice General, Elric extended his hand, using the speech of the soul to absorb. Thus, he absorbed the cold from the Ice General into the seal he had obtained from the Ice Mountain King. All the cold from the Ice General was absorbed by the obtained seal, the Brutal Cold Seal, while the demonic energy present was being absorbed by the Eudemon Seal. Like a spiral, the energies were absorbed into the protagonist's arm. He felt it difficult to manage the two energies for a moment. The demonic energy flowing out of the Brutal Cold Seal was connected to the Winter Wind Seal. The seal glowed on the protagonist's arm and, in an instant, made him scream in pain. When he opened his eyes, Elric found himself in another place, in the memories of another person. There, several people gathered joyfully around that person. He saw a child with a bouquet of flowers handing it to his queen. The child wore a smile on his face as he offered the flowers that had bloomed outside, and he had chosen them because they resembled her. The Ice Queen had a cold expression, different from the boy's smile, and asked how she and the flowers were alike. Elric understood that he was in the memories of the goddess Camellia when she was the Demon Queen. One of the men in the hall stated that the flowers were lines and therefore resembled the queen, asking another man if he didn't agree with that. Another man, smiling, commented that the flowers couldn't even be compared to the queen's beauty. Thus, one person asked if the queen would like them, and another replied that obviously she would. Anyone who disagreed should leave. The queen gave a sad smile, prompting the people to ask why she was so silent. She then sighed, watching all those people before her disappear like smoke, leaving her alone in the vast frozen hall. Elric felt that he now understood the feeling of the Queen Camellia. She, who was bored, experienced a loneliness that arose when the beloved person left. Elric knew what that feeling was like. The queen could live because of the people who used to follow her in the past, but now she opened her eyes and closed them in the face of emptiness. The queen looked at what she needed to do alone in a desolate territory. In that place, she was the queen, the vassal, and the people. What the lonely queen had was a grand palace and a territory where not even a single plant could grow, a place where only snow fell on barren land. Facing a frozen kingdom with empty houses, the queen decided that she should simply sleep. However, in the face of this loneliness, she found something that made her think she wouldn't feel bored for a while. Thus, the queen's cold face, resembling a block of ice, smiled for the first time in a long time. Her world, which had remained the same for centuries, encountered a small chance, a tiny plant. Before the small plant that had sprouted, the queen's spirits were restored. She even conversed with her new friend. There's one thing you need to know. I'm not the type who cares about trivial things. You must always keep in mind how blessed you are. You may have chosen to come here of your own free will, but leaving here is not something you can decide to do. Thus, the queen took care of the small plant, even creating a barrier to protect it. Elric watched the queen tend to the plant for a long time until it grew. She spent several days in the cold, observing the plant, until one day, she finally saw what she had been waiting for. Those flowers had bloomed. Beautiful red flowers now adorned the plant. The queen approached the flowers, but at that moment she made a decision. Pulling them from the ground, she created an ice pot and ran with them to another place. The queen brought the plant inside the palace, planting it there. She sat, watching the beauty of those flowers in her solitude, just the two of them, her and the flowers. Although the world outside was still a frozen place, filled only with snow, unknown flowers began to bloom in different places, transforming the palace into a flower garden. The queen, who controlled ice and snow, was now surrounded by flowers. This made the queen, who lived with winter in her core, be poisoned by spring. The queen felt her heart ache. However, the floral garden she had created continued to grow beautifully until her life faded, for this was the place where the queen's deepest memories remained. The life of the Winter Queen, who loved the world so much, came to an end because of spring. Nevertheless, the queen's tears in the garden she created caused her dreams to give rise to a new life, creating the fairies. The first 4 fairies, upon seeing the queen unconscious, gathered around her. They found her beautiful and wanted to know who she was and why she was sleeping. Elric realized that the flower goddesses were the same, both in the past and the present, but he still did not know what happened afterward, as that was a peaceful world. But at a certain point, changes occurred. The garden began to wither one day when a demonic energy emerged in the palace, heralding the arrival of the demon god. Although the form of the demon god was different, he was definitely the same one Elric had seen in his dreams. The demon god unleashed his demonic energy upon the Ice Queen, causing her to rise again while questioning her if winter should not remain only as winter. Thus, from the Ice Queen and the energy of the demon god, the demon queen and the ice general were born. Flooding the palace with demonic energy, the demon god vanished, leaving behind the message for the demon queen that, in that place, spring would never exist again. At that moment, the energy of the ice general began to be unleashed. Even within a memory, Elric felt pressured. However, even though this was definitely the energy of the ice general, filled with malice as Elric had sensed, he could also perceive the warmth and coldness, the happiness and loneliness of the queen. Nevertheless, all of this destroyed the flower garden and brought strong winds to those who continued to live there. After witnessing such memories, the 4th restriction, the winter wind, was lifted. With the stone tablet in hand, Elric saw that the essence had been unlocked. He, who had traversed the gears of time to reach such a place, finally understood how to use the seal of the winter wind. Stretching out his hand, Elric pointed to himself, uttering the necessary words, "Gather in the void." As soon as the words were spoken, the energy of the seal was released, sweeping away all the darkness around him. The sky began to shine again, revealing its infinite stars. In that place, only he and the goddess Camellia remained. She revealed that Elric had succeeded. As the two gazed at the stars, Camellia asked Elric to forget what he had seen, but Elric revealed that he had seen a garden of flowers. Surprising the goddess, he declared that he would do everything to revert everything to what it had been before. To be able to see the beautiful flowers blooming in the garden again was your wish until your last breath. This is the vision you wanted to protect, even after being reborn as the goddess Camellia. Facing the goddess's indecision, Elric asserted that if he completed the winter, he would be able to restore the spring that had been stolen by the demon god. The goddess had tears in her eyes, asking Elric to help her restore spring once again. The protagonist smiled, telling her not to be formal with him, as there was no need for that between friends. Elric then departed, leaving the goddess behind to fulfill his mission. Being called a friend, Camellia thought it was cruel of Elric to call her that, especially after she had tried to create a barrier between them all that time. Although the darkness had disappeared, the Tiger King's tribe was still wounded. They were fighting against the great being created by the Ice General. Slowly, the warriors were suffering more damage. Faced with that giant ice being, Yule knew that Elric had a way to defeat it. While waiting for the protagonist's appearance, Yule and the other beastmen suddenly saw energy pass through them. Quickly, several ice golems began to emerge, forming an endless army. The Tiger King began to laugh, asking if his men were scared just because of the numbers, as he would personally teach them when their Tiyedanithar returned. The beastmen were startled, questioning what Yule was saying, and the Tiger King declared that he loved having new prey to hunt. Grinding his teeth, the Tiger King announced that he would give special training to anyone who was injured in battle. With the threat of training, he shouted, motivating his tribe to attack the enemy golem army. At the moment the Tiger King's tribe advanced, a blow passed through them, and in the next instant the ice golems began to transform into small cubes. The beastmen did not understand what was happening, but Yule smiled, as he knew exactly. Looking up, he saw a familiar face, the face of Elric, his newest brother. Returning to the meeting with the Tiger King, the protagonist apologized for being late. When Yule commented that Elric had indeed not fled, the protagonist responded with a slight smile, asking the king if he had ever run from anything. King Yule smiled in response to the protagonist's question, and looking at the ice golems, stated that they were tough enough that his attacks would not work. Using magic in his eyes, the protagonist noted that the golems were probably designed in a way that they would only take damage if attacked in a specific manner, observing that there was energy gathered in the left leg of one of them. Upon hearing the golem's weak spot, Yule cursed himself for always focusing on the upper parts of the golems. I had tried to destroy them with the body-strengthening art. You can copy it if you want. At that moment, King Yule crouched down, taking a predator's stance, with the aura of body-strengthening art surrounding his body. In the next instant, he leapt toward the golem, leaving the protagonist behind. The protagonist cast an excited glance at Yule, realizing that the king was personally teaching him the steps of the body-strengthening art that he lacked. Crouching down, the protagonist mimicked the Tiger King's actions. The duo now attacked the ice golem. In the vast icy land, they advanced quickly. While running, Yule stated that the body-strengthening art was not solely focused on senses and instincts as many believed. Attacking the first golem and turning it into crushed ice, Yule continued explaining that a certain level of basic work was needed to use the movements properly, at the right moments to bring more efficiency and destructive power. The protagonist remained close to the Tiger King, observing his movements. Although they were few, he noticed that depending on how Yule combined them, even a single extra foot movement could generate vastly different power. Demonstrating this in practice, Yule used the body-strengthening art along with the advance of the fierce tiger to strike with the impact of his hand. The Tiger King's blow devastated a golem, causing its ice leg to be completely cracked. Turning to the protagonist after the explanation, Yule stated that learning it was difficult. He suggested that the protagonist could just watch, but was surprised to see him imitate his last actions. An energy surrounded the protagonist's palm, and just as Yule had done, he used the technique of the fierce tiger's advance to strike with great impact. On the ice golem's leg, a hole was created. Yule gave a shy smile, surprised not only to see Elric mimicking what he had just done, but also realizing that he had mixed everything with his own techniques. Then, with an excited smile, he said, "You are truly a fierce beast." As Elric learned more about the body-strengthening art, he and the Tiger King advanced against the remaining golems. Using the enhanced body-strengthening art, the protagonist felt as if the entire environment became one with him, and even his 3 seals began to intertwine with each other. Jumping up to a giant golem and punching its abdomen, the protagonist fell back to the ground, being praised for his effort. After both the protagonist and Yule landed on the ground, they noticed the energy of the golem was dissipating. This was good news, as Elric knew they could now attack any part of the monster's body. Yule was thrilled with the news, and moving forward, stated that he would teach the last 3 steps next. The king revealed that the last 3 steps were the most important for Elric to stabilize his own body-strengthening art. Stomping firmly on the ground, the king explained that the first half of the body-strengthening art was like the stride of a beast. Moving his hands like claws and instructing Elric to do the same, he stated that the second part was about the claws of beasts. With his eyes gleaming, the king said the last step was about the fangs of beasts. Seeing Yule advance, the protagonist did the same. Both concentrated all their power in their fists, ready to strike the ice golem, as Yule gave a simple and clear command: bite deeply. The impact of their punch on the golem turned the area they hit into a shower of ice, shattered by the force of the impact and the bite. Standing side by side, Yule gave the final explanation. The fangs of a beast do not let go no matter what, once they bite into something. As the words left the Tiger King's mouth, the golem, marked with various attacks all over its body, staggered. Yule continued attacking the ice golem with his claws after the initial massive blow. Ensure the opponent will not get back up, tearing and devouring everything. Like the king, the protagonist followed his lead, attacking while his hands mimicked the claws of a beast. The Tiger King never stopped attacking, as he explained to Elric, so that the young man would imitate his steps, his attacks, and properly learn the last part of the body-strengthening art, to be able to defeat his enemies like the ice golem before him. Until it stops breathing completely, you will have no chance. Therefore, become a disaster for your opponent, so that you don't have to worry about anyone being able to hurt you. Show them the overwhelming difference in your power. The powerful punch of Yule, the Tiger King, was unleashed once more, as the protagonist perfectly replicated the king's technique. At that moment, they became kings who ruled the battlefield. Standing on the icy field as his vision expanded, the protagonist's sixth sense awakened. His eyes were able to see what they couldn't before. A world formed by the blend of his mind and sixth sense. A world of more vibrant and contrasting colors, of intense sounds and sensations. Seeing the protagonist look up at the sky with the awakening of his power, Yule asked what he thought of his new ability. The protagonist smiled, excited, saying it was interesting. Impressed, the king remarked that he couldn't believe Elric was smiling in a place where he might even meet a tragic end in the final battle. That didn't make him normal. Hearing this, Elric retorted that Yule was smiling too. Yule in turn smiled even more, recalling that the protagonist had never been normal from the start. At that moment, Yule's eyes widened. Seeing Elric's power, he was astonished. The protagonist had evolved once again, reaching the seventh circle. Looking at his own hands, Elric realized what had happened. He had broken the barrier that had limited him for so long thanks to King Yule. Looking at Yule, Elric questioned why the king was so friendly with him. They didn't share the same blood, and there was no reason for Yule to teach him so many important things. Approaching the king, Elric asked why he helped him. Placing his hand on his waist, Yule explained that once he recognized someone as a brother, he chose to believe in that person until the end. Ruffling the protagonist's hair, Yule continued, saying he would trust his brothers even if they hid something because there was no reason for brothers not to help each other. Elric pondered Yule's words. Besides his sister, he didn't trust anyone else, as he knew all too well how treacherous humans could be. He looked at Yule and wondered inwardly if leading a group required being as welcoming as the king. As the two were bonding, a gust of wind hit them. They looked in the direction from which the wind came and realized the ice golem was still standing, reconstructing itself. They understood they had waited too long while facing such a troublesome opponent. Cracking his fingers and neck, Elric took the lead, calling Yule for another round of fighting. At that moment, at the place where the Palace of Flowers stood, night had already fallen. Herman was sitting on a couch with his brothers in front of him, while Isabel looked out the window. The girl bit her nails, anxious as she waited. Looking back, their father warned her that nothing would change if she remained so anxious, asking her to calm down a bit. But Isabel was nervous, as it was already the fourth day since Elric's departure. One of her uncles was surprised, asking if it had really been that long since Elric left, while the other stated that there was nothing they could do. A few days earlier, the protagonist's sister had warned them that they were involved in something related to the Merbinger family. Thanking them for coming, she asked them not to get involved in the matter. Isabel's uncle recalled how Hayes had asked them not to interfere, also pointing out that the old man and the king of beasts were with Elric, so there was no reason for concern. Although Isabel didn't want to drop the matter, the palace started to shake, startling even her two uncles. Isabel looked at the window, quickly opened it, and when she looked outside the residence, her expression showed just how shocked she was. The entire surrounding garden was ablaze. In front of the burning garden stood two beastmen, a lion and a deer-like beastman, the same one who had received orders from the Blood Wolf King. The deer informed the lion, the captain, that all of the Blood Wolf King's breath had been consumed. At that moment, a flame appeared in the lion's hand, the last one they had left. Looking back at his subordinates, the lion observed the garden in flames, which was now consuming the palace, and declared that it was time to execute the plan. Herman approached the window where Isabel stood, furious, demanding to know who dared to attack the sacred temple. Several wolf and minotaur-like beastmen noticed Herman's presence at the window and quickly shouted that there were humans there, ordering everyone to seize them. The beastmen of the Fury tribe charged at Blue Wolf and his group, but before they could reach them, the beastmen felt a presence. From the top of the building, a white tiger leaped down onto them with a human riding it. The tiger attacked the Fury tribe, Agility was completely enraged at the invaders. "Damn bastards! This isn't the place for you to act as you please!" At that moment, Isabel realized something was wrong. The Fury tribe should have known how strong they were, so they shouldn't have been advancing so recklessly. The Fury tribe that had invaded was already being defeated by Agility and his tiger, indicating that they hadn't prepared an ambush. This led Isabel to consider a possibility. While Isabel pondered, her uncles planned to join the battle, but she quickly stepped in front of them, warning that there was a greater danger. One of the uncles laughed, asking why she was worried about them. He assured her it was fine, regardless of how many enemies there were. But Isabel changed the subject. She wasn't worried about the two of them. She warned that the one in danger was Elric. The Fury tribe attacking them was merely a decoy to distract them, as the real target was Elric. At that moment, the lion and the deer were quickly moving to another location, accompanied by other beastmen. A beautiful door stood calmly closed, but was destroyed when the lion smashed it with a punch. The deer sighed at the lion's brutality, but what they found in the room caught their attention. Some fairies were irritated by the arrival of the beastmen, ordering them to leave, as this was a god's territory, and unwanted guests were not allowed. Feigning humility, the Lion Man placed his hand on his chest, apologizing for interrupting the rest of a god, and stating that they would accept any punishment for the sin they had committed. After speaking to the fairies, the lion smelled the air in the room and pointed to a door ahead, declaring that the one they were searching for was behind it. A fairy quickly stepped in front of the lion, ordering him to back away. However, he gave a wicked look, backed by the beastmen behind him. The fairy began to tremble, knowing she couldn't allow the invaders to pass. She remembered the words of the goddess of camellias. "If the mental world collapses, both the descendant of the Merbinger family and I will be trapped there forever, with no possibility of external interference." Therefore, she had to stop the beastmen at any cost. The fairy then extended her arm, preparing to attack. Seeing her move, the Lion Man drew his sword. The fairy created numerous vines that lashed out at the lion, but he cut through the plants with several swift slashes. Lowering his sword, he stared at the fairy and warned her that it was useless. He then charged at her to strike. Fearful, the fairy closed her eyes, bracing for the blow. However, after a few moments, realizing she had not been hit, she opened them. In front of her, the lion had been pushed back several meters. A man stood before her, protecting her. The lion looked ahead, recognizing his opponent, the blue lion, who had defeated the beast squad's bear. Herman glanced to the side and saw that the fairy was safe, though she gazed at him curiously. Looking forward again, Herman raised his sword, his aura overflowing. No one will get past here. Within the mental world, Elric and Yule were exhausted. They had already destroyed the ice golem multiple times, but it continued regenerating. The Tiger King also warned the protagonist of one thing. With each regeneration, the golem grew stronger. Looking at the protagonist, Yule wanted to confirm that if they continued as they were, they wouldn't be able to win. The protagonist confirmed the king's suspicions. Yule remarked how their side was taking more and more damage due to the monsters that kept coming back to life, no matter how many times they were defeated. Stating that now, with the location of the Ice General confirmed, the mission was nearly complete, Yule was certain the Ice Golem would not let them pass. At that moment, the Tiger King was about to ask something of the protagonist, but before he could say anything, Elric declared he wouldn't do it. Yule hadn't said anything yet, but the protagonist knew the Tiger King wanted him and the others to escape while he bought them time. However, Yule insisted that Elric was the only one who could lead the tribe to safety, but the protagonist argued that he would rather stay behind and have Yule lead them out of that place. Yule gritted his teeth, not understanding the protagonist's actions. Elric could simply start over if they failed, but he didn't want the Tiger King to fall in such a meaningless way during this round of time. The Tiger King questioned the protagonist, asking if he was really suggesting that the tribe leader flee while leaving him behind. The protagonist wanted to challenge Yule's decision, but the Tiger King stated that now was the time for Elric to repay the lessons he had learned. The protagonist fell silent, deciding what to do. At that moment, the tiger began cracking his knuckles, saying that if Elric did not want to flee, he could leave him on the ground and make him pay for the crime of insubordination. Hearing King Yule's threat, the protagonist said he would go. Turning his back, he hurried away, saying he would return soon and asking Yule to stay alive until then. Thus, the protagonist led the squad back to anthropomorphism, planning to return quickly no matter what happened. Seeing Elric and his tribe leaving, the Tiger King Yule smiled hopefully. In front of the Tiger King stood a giant ice golem, accompanied by several smaller ones. The group of golems began moving in the direction the tribe was heading, but Yule moved quickly, stepping in front of them while transforming into a full-bodied tiger. He did not plan to let the golems reach his tribesmen so easily. Back in anthropomorphism, the tribe members supported each other as they entered the city calmly. They were relieved to be safe, but some, especially Ralph, were worried. Ralph asked if the protagonist would return to help the chief, as he also wanted to go. The protagonist ignored the beastman, heading toward the tree that had grown from the seed he had received. Ralph called the protagonist's name several times, but Elric was focused, using magic to observe the plant. In front of him, the camellia tree had fully bloomed. At that moment, the stone tablet shone once more. The protagonist picked it up, reading its content. All the restrictions had been lifted, and the trial was complete. With the end of the trial, the sky above them began to crack like glass, but the protagonist didn't want it to end yet. He ran hurriedly, for he hadn't said his goodbyes. The camellia goddess followed the protagonist, stating that the arrangement had already been completed and asked why he was in such a hurry. The protagonist then revealed to the goddess his desire to say goodbye. She did not understand why he wanted to bid farewell to Tiger King Yule, as this was an imaginary world. But the protagonist pressed on, unfazed by her doubt. Elric remembered the faces of all those who had betrayed his family, those who turned their backs on him and his sister, those who expelled them even when they desperately sought help. He recalled all the hyenas who wore fake smiles but only wanted what little they had left. Among those who abandoned them, there were countless people he once thought were friends or close relatives, people he had believed in and trusted. After enduring such humiliation, Elric had developed a hardened heart, knowing many would hunt him down if he didn't rebuild himself. However, Elric found people who opened up his heart, friends and mentors who slowly melted the shell around his spirit. And there was also another person who trusted him completely and called him brother. Elric was resolute in his actions. Even if this is an imaginary world that I won't remember, I will say goodbye. The protagonist moved forward, leaving the camellia goddess behind. The fairy stopped, watching the protagonist's back with a smile. She could never find a reason not to like a Merbinger. As the sky cracked, the protagonist walked through the area where the battle with the ice golems should have taken place until he found whom he was looking for. The Tiger King was sitting on the ground in a lotus position, greeting the protagonist who had returned. Looking at Yule, the protagonist asked what had happened to the ice general. He wanted to ask the Tiger King if he was injured, but decided instead to ask about what Yule would be most proud to say. Tiger King Yule laughed heartily at the protagonist's question. Looking at him, he gave a proud smile, saying that obviously he had won. The protagonist didn't find it obvious and wondered how confident Yule really was. The Tiger King looked at him and asked if the protagonist thought he would lose. Looking at the Tiger King, the protagonist knew that someone might find him detestable, but he wanted to become like Yule. In response to the king, the protagonist said that, of course, he didn't think he would lose. Then, Yule, proud, declared that the word defeat did not exist in his dictionary. Even if I don't look well now, I drove her away. That already counts as my victory. The protagonist regretted not being able to witness the Tiger King's fight against the Ice General. At that moment, the Tiger King guessed the protagonist's intentions to say goodbye, surprising Elric. Noticing the protagonist's surprise, Yule realized his guess was correct. The Tiger King revealed that he did not know Elric's intention at first, but suddenly something came to mind. I was actually curious. I wanted to know why you were trying to learn the art of body strengthening. I thought you would eventually tell me after crossing that shimmering wall I saw. Now I see and understand so many things I couldn't before. This also applies to who you really are. Looking at the Tiger King, the protagonist observed him closely. The Tiger King had surpassed his limit and reached the 5th upper chain. Upon reaching that level of power, he was able to realize that everything around him was false. The protagonist was about to explain everything to the Tiger King, but he interrupted. Stop! I'm not curious about what happens next or who you are. I am simply myself. The rest doesn't matter. As the sky cracked like a web breaking on a piece of glass, the king stated that all they needed to do was focus on that moment. The protagonist agreed with Yule. With Elric's agreement, the Tiger King wanted to ask a few questions before they said goodbye. He wanted to know the protagonist's real name. At that moment, the protagonist revealed his name, Elric Merbinger. The Tiger King considered the protagonist's name and, repeating his surname, began to laugh. Ha ha ha, my brother Elric Merbinger. You kept your promise to survive and once again saved my family. As a reward, I will give you something interesting. The Tiger King stood up, saying that this would be his farewell gift, the technique he had learned and used to drive away the Ice General. The Tiger King closed his eyes and focused as he elevated his power. Slowly, he demonstrated some movements to the protagonist, each step executed carefully so he could remember everything. The protagonist didn't want to miss a single detail, and as if his new sense had been activated, he paid full attention to this farewell gift Yule was giving him. After showing all the movements, the Tiger King sighed, tired. The protagonist had a melancholy look of farewell on his face, while the Tiger King, with a smile, said goodbye. If fate ever allows it, I hope we meet again. Thus, the entire sky shattered like crumbling glass, a dome collapsing. The protagonist woke up in a field of flowers. Opening his eyes slowly, he heard someone say he didn't look happy. The ancestor Otto stood before him, with the camellia goddess by his side. Otto said that Elric should be proud, as he had achieved more than planned. However, Elric wanted to take the test again, stating that he would find a way to defeat the Ice General, but Otto did not allow it, saying he wouldn't be able to do so. Even Tiger King Yule barely managed to drive the general away for years, sacrificing himself. How would you do it in 100 days? The reason why the Flower Temple, the Carta, was created is because the Ice General cannot be stopped. The demon god's curse is too terrifying. Hearing the ancestor speak, the protagonist held back. Otto then explained that the reason for such an arrangement was because Uzden had helped him. It was all for Elric's sake. Elric was shocked to learn that his grandfather had made such an arrangement for him. Otto then stated that they had done it so Elric could learn the way to devour the Ice General, and in return, Elric needed to defeat her. Otto instructed Elric to resolve the problems he couldn't solve within the arrangement. When the protagonist awoke in the Flower Palace, he remained seated in a lotus position, with the Camellia goddess lying beside him. At that moment, some shadows began to approach Elric, and among them, a beast man appeared, happy to have finally found the one called Merbinger. The deer beast man emanated an evil energy as he approached, walking towards the protagonist. He looked at Elric with his eyes closed. Patiently, the beast man from the Fury tribe grabbed a dagger. He felt hatred toward a mere human daring to stand in the way of the Bloodwolf King. He quickly advanced with the dagger in hand, attacking the protagonist to punish him for what he considered a crime. The protagonist kept his eyes closed until the last second, when the weapon was already approaching him. Then, he suddenly opened his green eyes. Suddenly, a large explosion of debris occurred. Herman was fighting the Lion Man in a rather intense battle. He knew that if he were at his best, he would have already won the fight, but it was difficult since his body was still recovering. Struggling to win, the Blue Lion wondered if there was any choice but to use his trump card, the secret technique that had caused his reflux disease, though it also brought him some insights. Although it was dangerous, Herman made a decision. If it was for Elric's protection, he would do it. However, looking at his opponent, Herman noticed that the lion was smiling for some reason. He quickly glanced at the door, guessing what might have happened. At that moment, inside the room, the Stagman advanced. The protagonist, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally opened them, sending a blast of cold air at the stag, surprising the beast man and freezing him mid-air, turning him into an ice statue. Elric approached the ice statue and asked, "Why the surprise?" The answer was simple. Now the stag was finished. Summoning the demon Yu, Elric ordered it to devour the stag. Still conscious, the stag saw the demon approach, screaming internally. The protagonist watched as Yu fed. The seal on that demon had grown more powerful after passing through Otto's arrangement. At that moment, the demon king Mephisto appeared, commenting on the protagonist's hellish wind, impressed that after the ice, Elric could also wield freezing winds. Mephisto remarked that Elric could even create snow and clouds, bringing an entire winter. Seeing the demon king, the protagonist placed his hand on his chin, wondering why he was happy to see Mephisto's ugly face. The demon king grew angry, and at that moment, the Camellia goddess began laughing, stating that Elric missed seeing the demon king's funny face. Mephisto became even more furious and began arguing with the goddess. The protagonist ignored the pair bickering, suddenly realizing that the ice crystal he had carried into the imaginary world had now transformed into the shape of a snowflake. Suddenly, the three in the room heard a noise coming from the room next door. The protagonist rushed to the door, and after opening it, he found Herman sitting on the floor. Seeing the protagonist leave the room, Herman sighed in relief, saying he was glad to see that Elric was okay. The protagonist ran to the Blue Lion and, while supporting him with his own body, helped him to get up. Herman said he was just exhausted from using so much power at once. However, the protagonist said that Herman seemed fine. The Blue Lion suddenly asked the protagonist, "Even though my body isn't as strong as it used to be, do you know what I gained by meeting you after going through the reflux disease?" The protagonist was unsure of what he meant, so the Blue Lion pointed ahead, where there was a wall with two intersecting cuts, and on the floor, their defeated adversaries. "I've taken a step forward, towards what I've always been seeking." The protagonist wanted to treat Herman, transferring some of his mana to him, but warned that Herman would need to remain still. If the mana were confronted by another energy, it could cause internal injuries. Thus, Elric transferred his mana to Herman's body, a brilliantly golden mana, which made the Blue Lion wonder what had happened on Earth in the past 4 days. Watching the mana spread across the hall, Herman couldn't believe that the mana wasn't vast and robust. Surely Elric had surpassed yet another limit. After transferring mana to the Blue Lion, the protagonist asked if he was feeling better. Herman thanked him for the treatment, but at that moment, they heard some explosion sounds. Through the gap that Herman had created, they could see a large amount of flames engulfing the outside. The protagonist excused himself from the Blue Lion, leaving him behind, and moved forward to leave the palace. Upon reaching the outside flying, the protagonist found a sea of flames consuming the garden. He spotted some beastmen coordinating the attack and with anger cursed at them. Raising his hand high, Elric created freezing winds, making the ice storm move toward the Fury tribe. Seeing some members of the tribe being frozen, others looked up at the sky and realized that the enemy was the Merbinger. Upon spotting the protagonist in the sky, the order to retreat was given immediately. In the sky, the protagonist had no intention of letting them escape. It was their will to invade the place, but he would decide when they could leave. The protagonist used his soul speech to create large blocks of ice, attacking the Fury tribe. The beastmen stopped their advance, and while planning to break the ice blocking their way out, a blue light appeared in the sky. Floating, Elric was surrounded by several layers of freezing winds. Above his enemies, he created a vortex. The vortex swept the beastmen of the Fury tribe, turning them into blocks of ice. After Elric defeated all the enemies, Isabel's uncles arrived outside, startled by the beautiful sight before them. The entire garden had turned into a beautiful frozen field, as if winter had suddenly arrived. The palace fairies flew outside and, upon seeing the snow, became excited. In addition to the snow, they also found several winter flowers. The winter flowers and trees resembled plants created from ice, with a beautiful glow reflected on their leaves and petals. Elric watched the fairies around the small plants and smiled. A few days earlier, the protagonist had gathered his sister and friends, saying that he intended to use the ice crystal to absorb the cold energy and awaken the winter flowers, imbuing them with the divided power of the flower goddess. Camellia also reminded them that it was this way Elric had awakened her. The protagonist had also told the fairies that if they gathered the power of the flowers and made the winter flower grow, they might even be able to do the same with the ice general and summon spring. Mephisto had instructed the protagonist that several other elements, in addition to brutal ice and the power of winter, would be needed to complete the winter cycle. Now, with the snowflake in his hand, the protagonist went to where the plant fairies were asleep, using the power of the crystal to absorb the demonic energy within them. There resided the power of Camellia and the element that had created the queen, who had fallen asleep in the flower garden in a distant past. The protagonist planned to absorb everything the queen had scattered in the snowfield when she closed her eyes, so that winter would end, and the forgotten spring would naturally be restored. Where the winter flowers had withered, the warm winds of spring and the scent of spring flowers were once again destined to appear. Isabel and her uncles were sitting outside the garden when she suddenly woke from her weariness. A smile appeared on the girl's face when, in front of her, a large blooming field emerged, more beautiful than the one she had seen when they arrived at the flower temple. At that moment, the protagonist was in the flower temple, speaking with the desperate Sean, saying that he had already told him they needed to defeat the ice general. Sean was nervous, wanting to know what the protagonist was planning to do. He said they couldn't move without information. The protagonist then eased Sean's worries by telling him that he already knew where the ice general was. In response to his friend's doubt, the protagonist revealed that she was in the Fury tribe. Sean was already starting to get a headache, asking if Elric was going to act like this again. Seeing his friend's reaction, the protagonist asked if he wasn't going to come with him, as everyone else, whether it was the Blue Lions group or the group that had accompanied them from the capital, was planning to go. Despite his discontent, Sean said he would help, since he had come this far. The protagonist mocked his friend, saying that deep down, he actually enjoyed the situation and could stop pretending. With everyone excited for action and agreeing to follow, the protagonist took the lead, ready to guide them to the Fury tribe and send them to hell. Inside the Fury tribe, the Blood Wolf King was furious. Those idiots, I can't believe they failed at something so simple. In front of him stated that apparently the plan to burn the temple hadn't gone as expected, but the Blood Wolf King didn't care about the flower temple. The temple had been in ruins for so long it no longer mattered to him. What really mattered to him was something else. The person in front of the Blood Wolf King knew exactly what that was. The fact that they hadn't been able to attack Merbinger. The Blood Wolf King showed his fury at having his plan exposed, but the person merely shrugged, saying that both of them were alike in this regard, as it was a name they had both been tired of hearing for a long time. Hearing what the demon said, the Blood Wolf King replied that they could join forces to get rid of Merbinger, but that they should negotiate first. You need the Ice General, and after that, we'll fight for the situation to unite the snowfield into one. How dare he? The Blood Wolf King's attempt at negotiation turned into a furious shout as he rose from his throne. The Blood Wolf King could feel his strength draining thanks to the damn Merbinger. At that moment, the demon looked at the Blood Wolf King with an evil smile. Looks like you need our help. Meanwhile, the Ice General's tornado was destroying the city of Dolfgang, a city controlled by the Fury tribe. The destruction caused by the Ice General was massive. The fortress was collapsing, houses were flying through the air, and the Fury tribe was questioning where the blessing of the Blood Wolf King's tail had gone. The protagonist watched the destruction with a smile on his face. Mephisto, beside him, commented that he was really good at causing chaos. The protagonist had a serene expression, saying that if the Fury tribe dared to turn the temple into a sea of fire, then they should be prepared to suffer even more. The camellia goddess beside the protagonist was laughing with joy, saying that the hundreds of years of frustration had finally been worth it to see such a moment. The protagonist held a communication crystal in his hand. On the other side, Isabel's manic uncles were taking advantage of the chaos and asked Elric if there was anything else they could do. Mephisto crossed his arms in front of the situation, looking like he thought these people were quite troublesome. The protagonist reprimanded the Demon King, saying that thanks to this group, things were moving forward. After destroying the barrier stone, the Fury tribe lost the blessing of the tale, allowing the Ice General to be free to attack, causing the cities of the Fury tribe to be doomed to fall under the tornado's grasp. The Camellia goddess commented that the Fury tribe was an alliance formed by most of the cities in the Black Snowfield, and that it would be difficult to destroy many of them. The protagonist agreed, stating that over time, the Fury tribe would also make its move. However, destroying the barrier stone was not his only plan. The only two reasons why the cities swear loyalty to the Fury tribe are the overwhelming power of the Bloodwolf King and the protection they receive from the Ice General. The cities that feel they are still under threat from the tornado will be consumed by anxiety and disbelief, and they will end up growing angry. Just like the waves of the Fury tribe, anthropomorphism will absorb them, and we will take what we want. Inside a meeting room of the Fury tribe, their leaders were wondering why anthropomorphism was suddenly attacking the barriers. No matter how shaken our control over the Fury tribe is, unless they are sure they can defeat the Bloodwolf King, there is no reason for them to make such a dangerous move. A werewolf man was the first to speak, expressing his opinion. His name was Neter, the second in command of the Fury tribe. With a map spread across the table, he wanted to understand what would happen next. Suddenly, he thought of a specific place, and grabbing a pen, he began drawing some lines on the map. After doing so, Neter became furious and wondered how anthropomorphism knew about it. He realized that the cities that had been attacked were located on the edge that protected the so-called Domain of Night, a forest where, according to his calculations, the true body of the Ice General was hidden. Neter trembled with rage. If people discovered that they had hidden the Ice General using fear to rule them, all the cities that had sworn loyalty to the Fury tribe would immediately protest. Walking up to the window, he gave an order to his men. They needed to mobilize the tribe. Meanwhile, amidst the falling snow, Elric climbed up a mountain. Thanks to an arrangement made by Otto, he discovered that the Domain of Night existed within the territory of the Fury tribe, although he did not know the exact location. This is why he wanted to create confusion in the areas of the Domain of Night, so that the Fury tribe would be surprised and forced to protect the Ice General on their own, as he was seeing from the top of the mountain. Looking at the Fury tribe's army, Mephisto commented, curious, that he wanted to see their expressions when they were dancing in Elric's hands. The Camellia goddess was excited too, stating that the tricks of the Merbinger were always fun to watch when you were on their side. The protagonist grabbed the communication crystal, calling the Blue Lion and informing him that the Fury tribe was moving as they had expected. Herman asked if Elric would be alright alone, as they could go help him, but the protagonist stated that it would be better to move alone this time. However, he asked Herman to wait with the rest of the brothers at the agreed-upon location. Herman followed Elric's plan, telling him not to overexert himself. Thanking him for the advice, the protagonist assured him that he would send the signal soon. Putting away the communicator crystal, the protagonist asked if it was time to begin the action. Nearby, there were some makeshift huts. Temple, a lion man and leader of the fourth team, wanted to confirm if everyone was there, as the monarch Neter had given them an important mission. Suddenly, Temple noticed something at the back of the army ahead of him. He pointed to a lion man beast, while the others stepped back. Temple indicated the lion, saying he had never seen him before. The lion, with green eyes, stuttered a little, explaining that his name was Russell and that he had recently been ordered to join the group, asking if he had made any mistakes. Temple asked if the lion was new there, and upon confirming it, the leader of the fourth team stated that Russell had not received any orders until then. Clicking his tongue, he complained about how there was always someone causing trouble. He gritted his teeth, saying that no mistakes would be tolerated and that the lion Elric should maintain his posture. Leading the group forward, Temple said he would explain the mission as they moved. Mephisto and the Camellia goddess followed the protagonist closely. The Demon King commented that although the beast men were stupid, he was impressed by how they continued to be deceived. The Camellia Goddess said that this was probably because the Fury tribe didn't expect there to be an infiltrator. The protagonist made a confident expression, stating that his actions had always been successful and that he was using a seventh circle transformation magic, so no one would see through his disguise. Mephisto became irritated and mocked the protagonist, prompting Elric to respond that if the Demon King kept mocking him, he would force him to dance again. After following Temple for a few minutes, the protagonist heard the leader of the fourth team state that their mission was to protect a specific location. They needed to ensure that not even a rat could get in. Behind the entire group, the protagonist used two spells, Possession and Stealth, moving quickly among the beastmen. Transformed into a wolf, the protagonist advanced through the trees, followed by Mephisto and the Camellia Goddess, as he claimed that he could feel magic ahead and that they would be able to find the Ice General once they passed through there. The protagonist moved quickly, reaching an open area. When he stopped running, he encountered several chains. Numerous chains were anchored in the ground, all leading to a single point, which was none other than the Ice General, shackled by the Fury tribe. In front of the protagonist, the Ice General was completely chained, screaming. The protagonist wondered why she was chained. The chains looked rusty, so she must have been imprisoned for a long time. Next to the protagonist, Mephisto began to laugh. To think that the curse left behind by the demon god would have imprisoned her like this. Ha 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 ha! Looking at the Camellia Goddess, the Demon King suggested that this matter might be related to when she suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago, and she agreed. The Demon King sensed a strange and strong floral scent coming from the chains, as if they had been created with divine power. The goddess had a profound look, and stated that 40 years ago, both Ustan and she had been trapped in the same way. The seal was not strong, but for it to last so long on the Ice General, someone must have recited it again to keep her imprisoned. The fairy's idea made Elric think of some things that could be related to this, including the Tail's Blessing and the Bloodwolf King. At that moment, the protagonist stated that in a way, he was grateful to the Bloodwolf King, revealing that he wasn't sure how he would handle the Ice General, but since she was chained, it would be easy to imprison her in the ice crystal. The protagonist took the snowflake-shaped ice crystal and tried to absorb the Ice General. However, at that moment, a large portal appeared next to the general, and demonic energy began to pour out of it. A figure emerged from the portal while attacking the protagonist. A rat sneaked in here, did it? What is a beastman doing here? Seeing who had appeared, Mephisto clicked his tongue, not expecting to see that being in that place. The protagonist revealed that he had felt the energy of the man before several times. It was Azazel of Madness, a demon belonging to Grigori. The demon looked at the lion man, surprised that a mere soldier wasn't afraid to face his seal, and then declared that the lion was a Merbinger. The protagonist then dispelled his disguise, praising the demon for being able to see through it. The demon stared at the protagonist, wondering if he was the Merbinger who had disrupted the Fury tribe's plans. The mission given to him by the organization was to help the Bloodwolf King unite the Black Snowfield, turning its inhabitants into allies and then take the Ice General. If it hadn't been for the Merbinger, the mission would already be complete. The demon began to laugh maliciously, thinking this was a good opportunity, as it would allow him to earn some points with the executives who held a grudge against the Merbingers. Recalling that the organization had determined the Merbinger's level to be only that of a magus, the demon was confident that the young man stood no chance against him. Using the power of his seal, the demon created a massive whirlwind. Seeing the attack, Mephisto commented that he must have a strong bloodline, making him a formidable opponent. Ignoring the Demon King's words, the protagonist stepped forward, excited. Looks like I've caught a big fish. This is a high-grade item that even totems pale in comparison to. Seeing the protagonist smile, the demon thought he had lost his mind. The demon stretched out his hand, allowing the Merbinger to laugh while he could, as the Windblade attacks were intended to wipe the smile off Elric's face in the next moment. The attacks struck the protagonist without him dodging. Seeing that his attacks had worked, the demon smirked mockingly. However, in the next moment, Elric appeared as if none of the attacks had touched him. The demon was shocked to see the protagonist completely unharmed. As he extended his hand, various different energies emanated from the protagonist's hands. In the next moment, these energies combined, forming a large arrow that flew toward the demon. Seeing the attack approaching, the demon tried to block it, summoning several stone walls to intercept the blow. However, as if they were made of paper, the stone walls were easily pierced by the arrow, which only stopped at the last one. The demon couldn't believe what was happening, as the Merbinger in front of him possessed the Ice General's abilities. He had used the Northern Wind and Winter Blizzard, a wind that devours everything and a blizzard that paints the entire world white, freezing everything. These were among the great powers of the demon god that the demons needed to destroy the Empire and revive Azazel. Knowing that what he needed to do was not to defeat the Merbinger but to obtain the Ice General, the demon began to think. He was still stunned that a mere human could wield the northern wind and freezing winter, abilities that even demons found difficult to handle. And of all possible people, the one who had acquired such powers was a Merbinger, their arch-nemesis. Noticing that the demon was lost in thought, the protagonist reminded him they were in the middle of a fight. The protagonist moved his hand like a claw, while using the body-strengthening art of the fierce tiger's advance. In the next moment, with the protagonist's attack, the demon had to say goodbye to his left arm. He retreated hastily, realizing that Elric was using body-strengthening arts. Stretching out his hand to create a dust wave, the demon cursed. Using magic to reconstruct his arm, he stated that the Merbinger was supposed to be at the level of a magus, but he wasn't even close to that. He had to be at least at the 7th circle, the level of an archmage. The demon clenched his teeth upon realizing this. Betting that the Merbinger could use body-strengthening arts, he understood that this was an opponent he couldn't defeat. He quickly grabbed an emergency escape scroll to flee, tearing it open with the intent of informing his superiors. However, even after tearing the scroll, he was unable to activate it. As if reading the demon's mind, the protagonist stated that it was obvious it wouldn't work. Holding the demon by the head, the protagonist explained how certain he was that he wouldn't allow him to escape. The protagonist slammed the demon to the ground, making him swallow ice while shattering the frozen soil beneath them. Letting go of the demon, Elric admitted feeling a bit tense since the demon seemed stronger than the last one he had faced. But surprisingly, the battle was much easier than he had anticipated. Beside the protagonist, Mephisto attempted to downplay Elric's feat, claiming there was no way an Azazel follower could be that powerful. Internally, however, he wondered what had changed in Otto's arrangements for Elric to become so strong in such a short time. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Elric was surprised by how far Grigori's influence extended. As he released the demon Yu to devour the demon man, the protagonist remarked that he would like to explore further after Yu finished his meal. However, Yu did not attack. Upon seeing the symbol of the seal on the man's hand, he warned the protagonist to be cautious. The next moment, the man turned into a shadow, attacking the protagonist and forcing him to step back. The part of the man's body that Elric had defeated now morphed into a demonic smoke, reforming itself. A sinister, smiling demonic face took shape on the man's visage as he looked at Elric. "You're the one who defeated Kaya?" The protagonist felt as if an immense multitude of eyes were watching him. The amount of demonic energy pressing down on him made him tremble. He wondered if the being that had appeared using the man's body was the Demon King. Mephisto frowned, questioning whether the demon had already awakened, the demon known as Azazel. The reason humans won the war against demons 30 years ago was that there was no ruler leading the demon army. But what if the great Demon King, Azazel, also known as the Tyrant, were to be revived? This was a serious matter that the imperial family and the hexagram would need to get involved in. The protagonist grew uneasy, telling Mephisto that they needed to retreat. However, the Demon King crossed his arms and said there was no need for that. While facing Azazel, the protagonist asked what Mephisto meant. Mephisto then revealed the truth. That is a copy, an imperfect version that failed to become Azazel. All the great demon kings, including myself, are either sealed or no longer exist. But as long as our true names exist, we will never truly cease to exist. Hearing the explanation, the protagonist asked if Mephisto was saying that Azazel's true name was still out there somewhere. Mephisto used Grigori's existence as proof of the possibility. That group was likely conducting all sorts of experiments to try to revive Azazel's true name. The protagonist thought about what he had seen before on the dry land, wondering if Grigori was carrying out evil practices like when they used totems to steal the farmers' lives. If that was true, they were in serious trouble. Looking at the demon that had appeared, the protagonist spoke to him. "Hey, counterfeit, like you said, I'm the one who defeated Kaya." The protagonist did this so as not to hide anymore, knowing that he would face Grigori in the future. Provoked, the demon used the power of the seal to create several whirlwinds, sending them toward the protagonist. The spell called Violent Gale quickly approached Elric. In response, he let the energy of his seals overflow, and to confront the demon, he also created a tornado. Both tornadoes, created by the demon and the protagonist, collided, but that was not the only spell Elric used. He conjured multiple chains attempting to bind the demon. The Azazel copy would not allow itself to be captured, so with a swift motion of his hands, it unleashed an energy slash, destroying the chains. However, the chain attack was only a distraction, as at that moment, Elric had already reached the back of the Azazel copy. The protagonist recalled what he had learned from King Tiger Yule, moving his hand like a tiger's fangs. At that moment, Elric unleashed the body-strengthening technique, the White Tiger Fragment. The protagonist's attack struck the false demon, creating a massive wave of impact that destroyed the entire ground in the surrounding area. However, the attack was not strong enough. The Azazel copy grabbed the protagonist's hand, giving him a demonic smile. Seeing the result of his attack, the protagonist didn't stay still. Using his other free hand, he launched a horizontal strike. However, Elric did not cause any damage to the opponent. A dark voice came from the mouth of the false Azazel, stating that attacking him was useless. The demon then overflowed with demonic energy as his fist rushed toward the protagonist. Realizing the danger, the protagonist gritted his teeth and hurriedly used soul speech to cut and block the blow. A great explosion occurred as the demon's attack struck the protagonist. Thanks to the shield, Elric managed to defend himself, although he was pushed back. Elric clenched his teeth. His enemy was not only possessed but was still extremely strong. This made him wonder how much more powerful Azazel's real body would be. Moreover, as time passed, the demon's body and soul were merging further. This meant that, from that point on, he would only grow stronger. Mephisto warned the protagonist. The enemy might only be a copy, but it was still a copy of a great demon king. It would be disgraceful for Azazel if a copy of him were easily defeated by a child like Elric. Elric gritted his teeth in frustration. But Mephisto was right. If he continued at this pace, the best he could hope for was a draw. However, Elric had another problem to deal with. The Fury tribe was starting to surround the area, creating a perimeter to prevent intruders from passing. Elric's plan to secretly absorb the Ice General was now being completely ruined. Ignoring the protagonist's thoughts, the copy of the Demon King smiled confidently, certain of victory, as it created several portals. From within the portals, a horde of demons invaded the frozen plain. Mephisto stated the obvious, noting that Elric was now completely surrounded and asking if he had a plan to solve the situation. The protagonist replied to the Demon King, stating that he could escape if he used all his mana, but that would also be difficult because of the Fury tribe. Mephisto then grew curious about what Elric would do. At that moment, the protagonist raised his arm, asking Mephisto if he knew what he was about to use. The next moment, Elric swung his arm horizontally, launching an energy wave to cut through the demons. To the Azazel copy, it seemed like a futile attempt, as he raised a shield to block the attack. However, after the impact, Elric quickly moved, positioning himself between the demon and the Ice General. He then spoke to the demon about a certain belief his family held. Already guessing what Elric was about to do, the demon roared in anger but could not stop the protagonist. Elric, stating that if he couldn't have something, no one could, launched an attack behind him, causing energy to fly toward the Ice General and its chains. Seeing all the chains that imprisoned the Ice General being destroyed, the copy of Azazel stuttered in disbelief. Mephisto smiled, calling Elric crazy for doing such a thing, as at that moment the Ice General had broken free and screamed in fury. The goddess of camellias expressed her concern as she approached the protagonist. "I know you're a merbinger, but are you really insane?" Mephisto agreed with her while laughing. "Exactly, he's just like a merbinger. This is the best thing I've seen since making a contract with you, ha ha ha." The goddess of camellias questioned the protagonist, asking if he wasn't going to trap the Ice General inside the crystal, but the protagonist questioned her back, asking what else he could do in that situation. Using the body-strengthening art, the protagonist leapt over the demons summoned by the copy of Azazel. Now it was time to flee. Seeing the protagonist flee, the copy of Azazel ordered the demons to chase after him. Looking at the Ice General, who was much larger than him, the demons stated that they needed to imprison her again, as they didn't know where she would strike. The reason for pursuing Elric was that the demon believed that if they let him escape, he would definitely become an obstacle for their future plans. It was important to get rid of the merbinger before they grew stronger. While speaking, the demon fell to his knees, placing his hand on his chest. He felt as if the life force of the body he was using was slipping away, unable to withstand his power any longer. This was a terrible situation for him. As Elric fled, the Ice General suddenly started chasing him, closing in with each giant step. Mephisto glanced at the goddess of camellias and asked why the general was only pursuing Elric. The fairy then revealed that it was because the general had sensed the strong scent of the mana from the merbinger who had sealed her. However, Mephisto found the situation odd, as this should also apply to the beastmen who had reinforced her seal. Yet she was only chasing Elric with full fury. Hearing Mephisto speak, Camellia thought for a moment, realizing the situation did indeed seem strange. The Ice General's fury was directed at all forms of life without discrimination. She had never shown her rage toward a specific target before. The goddess of camellias had observed the Ice General for a long time, but had never seen her this upset before. Suddenly, Camellia had an idea about the reason, and asked the protagonist if he had done something to the Ice General. The protagonist denied it. He then showed a small ice arrow in his hand, stating that when he had released the general's seal, the only thing he did was use the arrow to flick her forehead. Camellia was surprised by the protagonist's statement, then became irritated and asked why he had done that. The protagonist then revealed that he wanted her to follow him so that he could lure her to where he wanted. While chasing the protagonist, the Ice General was spotted by the beastmen of the Fury tribe. At that moment, the demons began pointing at the Merbinger, ordering that he be captured. Then the Ice General attacked both groups, exactly what the protagonist had planned, to use her to get rid of the annoying flies. As he flew, the protagonist saw the Ice General continuing her pursuit, causing great confusion among the beastmen. Mephisto, following the protagonist, asked what he planned to do with all the chaos. Observing the situation, the protagonist calmly replied that he would simply continue leading the general around. Mephisto began laughing, excited by the confusion. "Haha, for the first time I'm actually starting to like you." As the protagonist flew, a voice questioned what was happening. It came from the communication orb. Isabel's uncles wanted to know what was going on. The protagonist then responded that he was just causing a commotion and that they didn't need to worry. Sighing, one of the uncles told him to be careful, as if Elric got hurt, his niece would pester them. Another curious uncle asked what he was doing that had the Night Tribe so agitated. The protagonist calmly answered that it was nothing serious. He was just bringing the Ice General with him. Although he tried to reassure Isabel's uncles, his words had the opposite effect, not only on them but also on Isabel's father, the Blue Lion. Isabel's uncles grew excited, calling Elric a lunatic while laughing, but they wanted to know if he had a plan and if they could help. The protagonist asked them to escort him, as he was trying to accomplish something. Being chased by the Ice General, he stated that he was heading to the Fury tribe. The fortress of the Fury tribe was in complete chaos. The Ice General has been sighted in Wolfgang. Edorato has suffered extensive damage from the Ice General. The Ice General has also appeared in Taikan. Natera was furious, slamming the table and demanding to know how the Ice General had been freed from her seal. A lion approached Natera, stating that they were being bombarded with questions from all sides, asking why the Ice General had appeared in the territory of the Fury tribe and what was happening with the blessing of the tail. Natera saw the Ice General as a tool they needed to keep under their control, a secret they had to hide. If things continued as they were, the entire governance system of the Fury tribe would collapse. Determined, Natera ordered an immediate announcement. Warn them that they will pay dearly if they even think of doing anything foolish. The lion, frightened, rushed to carry out Natera's order, leaving him alone in the room. He had issued such a warning to ensure that the citizens wouldn't get any ideas that could worsen the situation further, as once they subdued the Ice General, they could stop her rampage. Tearing at the table with his claws, Natera wondered how this had happened, and immediately placed the blame on the Merbinger. Grinding his teeth, he planned to get rid of the protagonist at any cost. Natera ordered the beastmen guarding the communication orbs to find out where the Merbinger was, as he must have been behind all of this. At that moment, a stagman claimed that they had found someone who was probably the Merbinger. Natera grew curious and asked where the human was. Nervously, the stagman revealed that the human was in front of the main gate of the Fury tribe. Natera grew angry, and just as he was about to ask what kind of nonsense his subordinate was spouting, the entire building began to shake. Rushing to the window, Natera was startled by what he saw outside. A human was flying, while a giant woman completely bandaged was chasing him toward the city. Seeing the protagonist's appearance, the beastmen could do nothing but curse him. Crazy bastard! Inside the room where Natera was, the beastmen were in panic upon seeing the Ice General, asking what was happening. The protagonist was in the air, watching the chaos that was about to unfold, wiping away sweat, exhausted from playing tag. Next to the protagonist, Mephisto revealed a thought he'd always had. He always felt sorry for those who had to deal with Elric. Mephisto then asked what the Ice General had done wrong, answering his own question by stating that she was just angry because Elric had flicked her on the forehead with an ice arrow. The protagonist asked the Demon King not to pretend so much. He had always known that Mephisto was like that. Raising his hand with his seals high, Elric released the power of the seal to create several ice arrows. It was time to bring a frozen hell to the Fury tribe. Using soul speech to create attacks capable of piercing and destroying, the protagonist attacked the Fury tribe city. However, his attacks were thwarted when they hit an invisible barrier. Natera, pointing upward, ordered the beastmen to stop the protagonist. However, a group of people appeared in front of the beastmen, the Blue Lion group, stating that they would not allow them to pass. Natera was enraged when he saw the humans and ordered his warriors to get rid of them. Yet before the Fury tribe could attack, something happened that left them completely shocked. The great barrier protecting the city began to crack, like a broken mirror after being hit by a stone. The Ice General had destroyed the barrier, invading the city. Leading the way in front of the Ice General, the protagonist guided her to the center of the city. Suddenly, the ground of the city began to tremble and collapse from the bottom up. A giant being emerged in the middle of the city in fury. It was the Blood Wolf King, howling in rage. "Who dares disturb my rest?" With the appearance of the Blood Wolf King, all the beastmen of the Fury tribe knelt to greet him. The protagonist observed the Blood Wolf King, whom he had only heard about, sensing the immense energy emanating from him, a force that pushed back the cold wave of the Ice General, who seemed to be drained of mana and demonic energy. The Blood Wolf King noticed the protagonist's presence. Seeing his green eyes, golden hair, and the unpleasant smell, the great beast stated that he must be a merbinger. The Blood Wolf King had restored the 8th cause due to the demon he encountered some time ago, but he knew that he needed the art of body enhancement if he wanted to restore the last one. He felt fortunate, as what he needed appeared right in front of him. At that moment, the Ice General recognized the energy of the Blood Wolf King and roared toward him. The great beast roared back, releasing his energy. "A mere monster without even a mind of its own dares to advance against me? Leave my land this instant!" The energy of the Blood Wolf King clashed with the energy of the Ice General, the two forces colliding violently. With the clash of energies, a huge explosion occurred, sending debris flying in all directions. The protagonist, who used a shield to protect himself, watched the battle with a furrowed brow. He wondered why the Ice General was suddenly attacking the Blood Wolf King. Camellia answered his question, suggesting that it was because the general had seen the Blood Wolf strengthening the chains that bound her. The protagonist, Mephisto, and the goddess of camellias watched the battle between the two giants. The goddess then asked the protagonist if there was a problem, but without answering her, the protagonist suddenly moved forward. Left behind, the goddess also advanced, asking Elric to wait for her. Seeing the protagonist pick up the ice crystal, Camellia asked what he was trying to do. At that moment, the energy of the Blood Wolf King had already surrounded the Ice General, pressing down on her. Seeing this, the protagonist replied to Camellia that the Blood Wolf King was helping, so he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Pointing the ice crystal toward the Ice General, the protagonist began to absorb her demonic energy. Mephisto smiled, praising the protagonist. For Elric to steal what he wanted and destroy the enemy without lifting a finger, he truly had a talent for tricks like that. In response to the Demon King, the protagonist only laughed, saying nothing. Suddenly, the protagonist realized something. The Blood Wolf King had sensed his presence, but Elric just smiled, and while releasing the power of a seal, he pointed at the giant wolf, attacking him with golden energy. The Blood Wolf King questioned what Elric was doing. Laughing, the protagonist returned the question, asking if the Blood Wolf thought they were on the same side. Mephisto realized that the Blood Wolf King had thought Elric was fighting alongside him to defeat the Ice General, and being betrayed must have been making the giant beast furious. Pressed by the ice created by the protagonist, the Blood Wolf King cursed inwardly, telling himself that if it weren't for the lack of the 9th tail, he wouldn't be suffering such humiliation at the hands of a Merbinger. Suddenly, the Blood Wolf King noticed something that made him smile, showing his sharp fangs. One of the fox's tails appeared on the ground. The tail flew, almost knocking the protagonist down, who wondered what it was. When the tail rejoined the Blood Wolf King, an explosion occurred. Amidst the dust, the Blood Wolf King multiplied into several fox copies of himself. The protagonist praised the trick, advancing to attack. Stretching out his hand, Elric used an ice spell before attacking the various foxes. He struck each one before retreating and floating in the sky. He stated that he didn't know what the Blood Wolf King's plan was, but that he wouldn't accomplish anything with him. Suddenly, Elric felt a strange sensation. As he tried to cast a spell to defend himself, an energy entered his body through his mouth. The Blood Wolf King grinned maliciously, knowing his objective had been accomplished. Wrapped in magic, the protagonist floated in the air, unconscious. The Blood Wolf King had done this intending to steal the body enhancement art through the protagonist's memories, so he could complete the 9th tail. The fox entered the protagonist's mind, into a completely colorless world, advancing toward an empty residence. Entering the garden of the residence, the Blood Wolf King found a small boy sitting on the ground, immediately knowing that this was Elric's soul. He showed his disdain for Elric, who had hidden his soul in such an ordinary place. Salivating, he mentally thanked himself, as things had become simpler for him. Planning to tear Elric's soul into pieces and steal the body enhancement art, the Blood Wolf King attacked the protagonist's soul. However, before his claws could reach the boy, a heavy voice sounded in that world. "How dare a mere beast covet what is mine?" Two eyes of a demon king stared at the Blood Wolf King, turning that world into a complete dark red. The Blood Wolf King began to sweat, feeling the overwhelming presence. The being continued speaking to the Blood Wolf King. "You're not even worth fighting against me. Hey, devour him!" The voice seemed to be addressing another being at the end of the sentence, which the Blood Wolf King realized as he saw a figure charging toward him with giant fangs. The Blood Wolf King fled from the protagonist's mind, placing his hand on his chest as he tried to calm himself. He wondered what the hell those things were that he saw in the Merbinger's mind, and what was inside his soul. Feeling strange, Elric asked Mephisto what had happened. He had gotten up after being attacked by the Blood Wolf King, but Mephisto pretended not to know anything, turning his back on the protagonist and refusing to speak. Furious, the Blood Wolf King interrupted the protagonist's conversation, shouting and calling him a bastard with all his fury. His aura seemed to transform into an even larger fox, threatening to attack Elric. The beastmen of the Fury tribe began to flee upon seeing the Blood Wolf King enraged. The protagonist raised a shield to protect himself, asking what had happened. But suddenly, his jaw dropped in disbelief. A massive explosion occurred, and a bolt of energy shot into the sky, aiming to strike the protagonist. The Blood Wolf King had used his power in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow to the Merbinger. He didn't remember the last time he had used so much power. Although he hadn't managed to get rid of the Ice General, he was confident that the explosion he caused would have gotten rid of Elric. At that moment, a voice emerged from the heavens. Wow, this is really a good restaurant. If the firepower is this strong, I think it would make things even better. Fox, show me more of this power. Above the Blood Wolf King, Elric was completely unharmed, taunting him. In the palace of Anthropomorphia, the young Tiger King was panting. Kneeling, Norris asked the King Valence to calm down. He was a tiger, the king of the mountains, and he should show how worthy a tiger could be. Valence showed a sad expression, stating that it wasn't as easy as Norris made it sound. People had betrayed Anthropomorphia and shown their claws against them for a long time. Valence wanted to know from Norris how he could convince them with just words, as they might think he was too young and dismiss him. At that moment, someone present called out, "My king!" Hayes, who was standing with her back turned, asked if Valence had said he wanted to rebuild the imperial family and help all the beastmen live happy lives. Smiling, the young woman said that this was something only he, the king of Anthropomorphia, could do. Sean, who was beside Hayes, fixed his hair and affirmed that they were on his side, so he didn't need to worry. In front of the two people Elric trusted so much, Valence gathered his courage, telling himself that this was something only he could do. Valence needed to do it, for the sake of those who believed in him and helped him, and also for Elric, who had given him this opportunity. Valence imagined that if Elric were there, he would probably take control of the meeting while laughing, as if nothing were a big deal. He would also crush anyone who opposed him. Opening the door, Valence decided to try to become someone like Elric. When he opened the door, the guards on the other side announced that the king was entering. Various beastmen were lined up on either side of the room. When they saw King Valence enter, they all bowed to greet him. Radiating the powerful aura of tigers, Valence stared at each of them with his predatory eyes before sitting on the throne. In the city of the Fury tribe, Elric was playing with the crystal snowflake in his hand while absorbing the power of the Ice General. The goddess of camellias approached the protagonist, reminding him that even though he was absorbing the Ice General's power, she wouldn't get any weaker. The protagonist already knew this, and another thing he also knew was that the Ice General was studying her opponent and growing stronger. However, he was gaining something from it. The seal of Winter Wind had grown stronger, and something even more important, he now had an idea of how to devour the Ice General. Flying above the Ice General and staring at the Blood Wolf King, the protagonist taunted the fox, asking why she didn't surrender since she was running out of strength. The Blood Wolf King ground his teeth, wondering what the Merbinger was doing again, hoping that they had never exerted such power. In the past, when the Blood Wolf King was a pup abandoned by the tribe in a cold, dark place, he had found someone using a mysterious power. After training for hundreds of years under the tutelage of the old fox, he acquired a strength no rival could match. He was able to naturally gather a group under his leadership and tried to become the king. The fox tried to surpass the field of black snow, attempting to subjugate the empire, but a huge barrier stood in its way, and the name of this barrier was Merbinger. On that day, a man with green eyes and golden hair floated in front of the empire's walls. "I'm sorry, but I need you to return to where you came from. If you withdraw peacefully, no one will be harmed." The fox ignored the human's warning, sending its army to tear down the walls of the empire. It tried to defeat the arrogant human, but on that day, it met a pathetic end. Despite this, the fox never gave up and slowly formed another army. But this time, a new bastard stood in its way, someone who approached the ideals the fox itself followed. The Tiger King Yule. Since that day, the fox had wondered why it couldn't conquer what it wanted, why it had to lose to mere mortals so pathetically. It swore to regain its strength, a strength that no one would be able to reach. So it abandoned everything it had learned over hundreds of years, and got involved with forbidden power, beginning to tread the territories of demons, who had always been so cautious. This would make it impossible for anyone to stop it. However, now, once again, a Merbinger stood in its way. That name echoed in its mind, driving it mad. Merbinger! Why do you insist on standing in my way? I will not forgive the Merbingers. I will definitely get rid of you. With hatred reaching its peak, the Bloodwolf King made the day turn into night, planning to attack the protagonist. But suddenly he heard Elric's voice. Cut! In the next instant, all of the fox's tails fell. Seeing what had happened to its tails, the Bloodwolf King began to cry blood. The protagonist then gave a warning to the Bloodwolf King. Fox, it seems like you've always had a cursed relationship with my family. Let's end this relationship here. With that said, the protagonist attacked the Bloodwolf King with an elemental ice slash, causing a freezing explosion. As the snow settled, everyone could see the Bloodwolf King frozen on the ground. The protagonist slowly walked towards him. Still alive, the Bloodwolf King cursed the protagonist, calling him a bastard, and weakly stated that this wasn't the end. Hearing what the Bloodwolf King had said, the protagonist didn't feel that anything more was going to happen. However, at that moment, the Ice General began to scream. Turning to her, the protagonist asked her to calm down, saying that there was no need to rush. He then decided to return to what he had to do with her, the little game they had been playing earlier. In front of an enraged Ice General, the protagonist displayed a confident look. Shall we begin then? It's time for a game of tag. Upon hearing the protagonist, Camellia wondered what he meant by that game. Mephisto then stated that Elric had probably seen something, but the goddess did not understand what the Demon King meant. He clarified. Elric had mentioned something like this before. After absorbing the seal, he sees memories that help him understand the owner of the seal. He likely saw something when absorbing the Ice General's powers. Hearing Mephisto's explanation, the goddess made a complicated expression as she recalled Elric's words when he spoke about how she wished to protect that place. She wondered if Elric had seen the Ice General's memories, allowing him to understand that enigmatic being, a creature even she couldn't unravel. After approaching the general, the protagonist asked why she was so cautious with him. He had thought she wanted to play. At first, the protagonist believed the Ice General was merely a shell of the goddess of camellias, possessed by malevolent intentions. However, the Ice General's memories he obtained, along with the ice fragment, were completely different from what he had imagined. Elric saw a completely different version of the Ice General. He saw a lonely child. The Ice General was not initially hostile to humans. Born as a general due to the demon god, she was full of curiosity, like a newborn. But that curiosity soon turned into hostility. Labeled as a monster due to her appearance and powers, she was shunned and expelled from every place she passed through. The Ice General simply wanted to play with people, play with the children who ran across the black snowfield, laugh, talk, and share a meal. She wanted to hunt monsters with them, run among the trees and play in the water. That was the small wish she had in mind as she approached humans, but instead, the beast men drew their weapons to protect their villages. The monsters fled quickly, fearing the powerful powers of the Ice General. Even the trees were consumed by darkness, and the rivers froze and stopped flowing. The Ice General only wanted friends but ended up freezing everything unintentionally. Without parents or friends to guide her, she didn't know how to control her powers. Being newly born, she didn't understand how the world around her worked and, ultimately, ended up destroying everything she touched. That was the reason why the world became hostile toward the Ice General and why she wished for everyone to suffer as she had suffered. Thus, she became a true monster, filled with hostility. However, there was something the Ice General deeply desired in her heart. It wasn't anything grand. She simply wanted to play. The children she had seen when she was born, the game they enjoyed most while playing. She wanted to play that too. Although it hadn't been intentional, while Elric led the Ice General to the Fury tribe, they ended up engaging in something similar to a game of tag. The protagonist realized that although she appeared furious on the outside, he felt that she was secretly enjoying it. After absorbing the fragment with her memories, Elric understood that this was why he wanted to continue the game with her. Looking at the Ice General, the protagonist confidently declared, "Since you couldn't catch me, now it's my turn to chase you. You'd better start moving soon, because if the chaser catches you, it means you lose." At the protagonist's words, the Ice General gritted her teeth, and the next moment, she began to run, with a smile on her face that had never been seen before. Mephisto crossed his arms as he watched the scene. He couldn't believe that the Ice General only wanted to play a simple game. To him, it seemed rather pathetic. Beside the Demon King, the goddess of camellias also couldn't believe it. She had tried to protect the Temple of Flowers and the plains for so long, but the answer to what she sought was something as simple as a game. To the goddess, the answer seemed obvious, for despite everything, the general had been born from her own flaws. And just like her, the general must have been lonely, suffering the same extreme loneliness that hell imposes. Watching the Ice General having fun, the goddess realized how Elric had become something of a friend to her, someone who alleviated her loneliness. While chasing the general, the protagonist held the crystal flake and praised her for how well she was running. He used the crystal to absorb her powers, which began to gradually diminish. Slowly, she shrank until she reached the size of a normal person. The Ice General continued her transformation. Her bandages began to disappear, and ice wings started to form on her back. Her eyes, which had once been hidden, were now free as she was released from the bonds that had restrained her. Finally, the protagonist reached the Ice General, touching her, and thus winning the game. However, now the Ice General was no longer a cold and monstrous personality. She had transformed into a smiling girl, radiating the joy of spring. Smiling at the protagonist, she slowly dissipated, thanking him for the fun he had provided. The protagonist raised his hand high, holding the crystal flake, and used the disperse command. The fragrance of the flowers, absorbed within the ice crystal, traveled through the winter winds and spread everywhere. The scent of the flowers passed through cities and across the field of black snow, dispelling the darkness that covered the world, melting the frozen lands, and awakening the life that had been dormant for so long. Although the air was still cold, the breeze felt refreshing, bringing a sense of rejuvenation that eased the pressure people had felt for so long. This was known as the spring frost, which told people that winter had passed and spring was soon to come. Amid all these changes, tears streamed from the eyes of the goddess of camellias as she watched the arrival of spring. Once again, the land that had been frozen for so long was comforted by the blooming of flowers. Walking through the ruined streets, now warmed once again by the sun, Valence asked the Prime Minister if everything had truly passed, and if the Fury tribe had fallen. Valence mentioned that he had heard the Ice General had been defeated, but found it strange that he had witnessed it himself. As they walked through the rubble, Norris expressed the same feeling, a long-standing wish being fulfilled with the dawn. Putting emotions aside, Norris warned the king that what mattered most was what would happen from that point onward, as rebuilding the Tiger King's family and uniting the entire snowy field would not be an easy task, even if the Fury tribe had fallen. Valence agreed with the Prime Minister's words, stating that now he would need to compose himself more than ever. Suddenly, several flower fairies flew over the Tiger King as he spoke with Norris. They were excited about the return of spring. One of the fairies approached the little king and pointed for him to look in a certain direction. From there, Elric and Camellia were returning. Accompanied by the goddess and the demon king, the protagonist greeted the small tiger and the others. Fairies were curious to know how Elric had restored spring, and the protagonist gave the credit to the fragrance of the flowers they had given him, saying that there was nothing better to drive winter away than that. The fairies did not understand what Elric meant by driving winter away, so they were confused. At that moment, Camellia spoke up, explaining that Elric meant that it was all thanks to the fairies. She then told them to simply accept his gratitude and move on, even if they did not understand. With the credit given to them, the fairies joined hands and spun around, celebrating that they had driven winter away. Approaching the king and the prime minister, the protagonist asked if everything had gone well. Valence confirmed that it had, saying that thanks to Elric, they had managed to convince everyone. However, the protagonist refused the credit, stating that although he had organized the meeting, it was Valence who truly convinced everyone. Norris watched the two talk, remembering the meeting. There, he had witnessed how the king negotiated with the Fury tribe as if he were Elric Merbinger himself. Looking at the protagonist, the man whom the King of the Mountains admired, Norris thought to himself that this young man was born with the qualities of a king. The future of the continent would definitely be influenced by him and the House of Merbinger. Putting these thoughts aside, Norris understood that he needed to support Elric, no matter what happened. Elsewhere, where the body of the Blood Wolf King rested, a few soldiers standing guard were deep in conversation. They still couldn't believe that such a being had been defeated, and spoke about the fall of the Ice General as well. As they talked, they failed to notice shadows beginning to creep toward them. One of these shadows took down the two soldiers and then took form. It was a copy of the demon Azazel. Azazel gritted his teeth as he realized that, as he suspected, the young man he had fought was a Merbinger. He had barely managed to maintain his physical body, siphoning the life force from subordinates to make it that far, but now he saw that both the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General had been defeated. Enraged, he reflected on the time he had spent with the Blood Wolf King in an effort to capture the Ice General. But they had failed because the Blood Wolf King couldn't unite the Beast Men. If he had succeeded, it would have only been a matter of time before they seized the North Wind and the Winter Blizzard. The demon's copy blamed itself for not eliminating the accursed Merbinger while he still had the blockage disease, and for failing to erase every trace of House Merbinger. Their complacency now engulfed them cruelly. Furious, The copy of Azazel declared that there was only one thing left to do to handle the situation: awaken the demon that had been planted within the body of the Blood Wolf King. Kneeling before the Blood Wolf King's body, the demon's copy began to recite a prayer. Demon King and Demon God, I offer my life to you. Please turn your gaze toward your loyal servant. As he shed his own blood to grant his wish, the copy of Azazel heard a voice declaring that his wish had been granted. At that moment, a demonic shadow began to seep from the Blood Wolf King's body. The power of the demon god was influencing the demon trapped within, awakening it. You seem troubled, so channel those feelings and corrupt them repeatedly. In doing so, you will become a great demon. A new path will open before you. As the voice finished speaking, the demon imprisoned in the Blood Wolf King's body awoke. Unaware of what was unfolding, the protagonist was asked what he planned to do with the ice general. Looking at the ice crystal, he stated that, now that he had gathered all the necessary materials, he should complete the winter. Faced with the protagonist's statement, Camellia asked if he knew how to do such a thing, but he denied it, saying he had never heard of it before and asked the goddess if she knew anything. The goddess shrugged at the protagonist's question and responded vaguely, leaving him completely confused. At that moment, the entire city they were in began to tremble, alerting Elric. The protagonist looked up, wondering what he was seeing. Before Elric, the sky had turned a blood-red color, while a giant demonic being appeared, making him question if this was what the Blood Wolf King meant when he said things were not yet over. The demon in the body of the Blood Wolf King exuded a powerful demonic fire while grinding its teeth. Its eyes were as deep as the sun, and its roar made everything around it shake, exuding a terrible demonic energy that would make any ordinary person faint in its presence. The demon flew over the city, and its demonic fire caused the entire city to be destroyed. Camellia quickly alerted the protagonist, saying that someone had sacrificed themselves to use the power of the demon god and revive the Blood Wolf King. If they did nothing, another being like the Ice General would be born. The protagonist clenched his teeth, worried, as everything had gone so smoothly until now. He grabbed the communicator crystal to speak with his sister and friend, ordering them to gather the beastmen to get them out of the city. Hayes was surprised by the order, asking what her brother would do. Leaping forward to confront the demonic Blood Wolf King, Elric eased his sister's concern, stating that he would take care of himself. As he advanced against the Blood Wolf King, the protagonist was followed by Mephisto. The Demon King wanted to know what he would do, as he should know that the current opponent was not someone he could handle. Camellia agreed with Mephisto's words, saying that Elric had managed to defeat the Blood Wolf King before because of the Ice General, but he could not rely on luck this time. The protagonist calmed both of them, stating that he had something in mind and wanted to investigate a matter before using what he planned. Camellia was curious to understand what Elric meant, only to hear the protagonist's words as he placed the crystal flake in his mouth. I will complete the winter right now. Camellia was desperate, asking what Elric was doing and trying to make him stop. Mephisto was also desperate, asking if Elric had gone mad and ordering him to spit out what he had placed in his mouth. The protagonist's body seemed to have frozen as it began to crack. From his mouth, cold air was exhaled, and powerful icy energy flowed from his entire body as he extended his hand. Come to me, Winter. After consuming the crystal flake, icy winds began to surge around the protagonist, generated by his control. The winds were strong enough to push back Mephisto's ghost, who gritted his teeth upon seeing Elric causing trouble again. Camellia tried to unleash her powers to protect herself. She knew that the ice crystal was a mythical item of great power. Alone, it was already a dangerous artifact, but now, containing the Ice General, an entity that had brought winter to the black snowfield for so long, it had become even more powerful. Camellia was worried because even for Elric, absorbing such a thing without any preparation was highly risky. His sense of humanity could be affected, and his body might shatter due to the uncontrolled mana. Watching the protagonist surrounded by icy power, she wondered what he was trying to accomplish. The protagonist was aware of everything he would face, conscious of the immense amount of mana within the crystal. The seals of brutal ice and winter wind were quickly strengthening as they absorbed the crystal's power. However, he suddenly felt its effect on him. Looking at his own body, Elric realized that his mana pathways could not withstand the uncontrolled surge of mana. While facing the Blood Wolf King, Elric knew he had to endure the power within his body no matter what. As he struggled to contain the crystal's power, a glow enveloped his body, and his consciousness was transported elsewhere. The protagonist slowly opened his eyes and, seeing the world frozen by snow around him, wondered if he was in a mental realm. Suddenly, he heard Otto's voice. Otto was kneeling before the child that the Ice General had become, asking if she would go with him. The girl nodded, but Otto questioned how she could agree when she did not even know if he would be able to keep her warm on the journey. In front of the girl's bright eyes, Otto felt guilty for always treating her as an enemy when she had always been so kind. Rising, He opened his arms, declaring that they could now leave, heading to a place where she would never feel bored if she came with him. Happy to go with him and gain a friend, the young girl leapt to Otto's neck, embracing him with a smile on her face. Otto placed the ice general back on the ground as both looked toward the protagonist. The girl ran toward Elric with an intention in mind. Standing before him, she bowed as if thanking him. The protagonist smiled gently at her, saying she did not need to thank him, only focus on how she would play. Otto walked up to the protagonist, saying that he had done better than both he and Ustin had expected, revealing that they thought Elric would defeat the ice general and seal her back in the ice crystal. While smoothing the young woman's hair, Otto expressed surprise at how Elric had seen who the general truly was, understanding her and comforting her heart. Otto looked at the young woman, revealing his mistake and saying that if he had approached her, trying to understand her like Elric did, perhaps she wouldn't have been hurt so much. Changing the subject, Otto mentioned that he had left behind a method, but Elric had been more successful than he expected. The protagonist then asked Otto to hand over the winter to him, but the ancestor stated that he never said Elric was qualified to receive it. To receive a season, you need to advance further, study more, and understand it slowly. The protagonist crossed his arms, frustrated by how much he had done, and yet received nothing from Otto. However, Otto clarified that he never said he wouldn't give Elric the winter, but that Elric wasn't prepared to receive it yet. He would give it to him when Elric was ready, so he would need to wait patiently. The protagonist sighed, realizing this was all Otto had to say. He then decided to take a different approach and, with a gentle look, called the general to come with him, as the old man beside her was an evil person. The general didn't hesitate and walked toward the protagonist, leaving Otto behind. Holding the young woman's hand, the protagonist stated that it seemed Otto was trying to do something by taking the general with him, but he wouldn't allow that to happen without his permission. Otto shook his head, saying that Elric was demanding more and more as the days went by. He sighed, wondering what the Merbinger house had become. Elric opposed his ancestor, stating that all Otto ever thought about was how to intimidate his descendant. Finally, Elric asked if Otto would hand over the winter or not. Otto stuck to his decision, saying that Elric needed to build a more solid foundation first. The protagonist smiled, saying he also wanted to do that, but the situation outside the mental realm didn't seem good enough for him to wait. Outside, the goddess of camellias was using her power to try to contain the Bloodwolf King while asking Elric to awaken quickly, as otherwise, the awakened demon would soon catch him. The protagonist also described this scene to his ancestor Otto. Otto placed his hand on his head, concerned about what Elric had said. He then gave in to the protagonist's wish and told him to leave, but warned that he should visit his private residence soon after everything was over, as all the materials to create a winter were there. The protagonist smiled upon hearing that Otto would give him what he sought. At that moment, Elric began to awaken, while the camellia goddess shouted for him. His frozen body started to crack, and the goddess begged him to open his eyes soon. She tried to hold off the Bloodwolf King demon as much as she could, but couldn't prevent it from attacking the protagonist, grabbing him with a giant paw. At that moment, Elric's entire body began to glow with a chilling blue. The power coursed through his body, and winter enveloped him in a terrifying and relentless way. Otto, who had granted him such power, feared that Elric wouldn't be able to resist and would be devoured by the demons who received such power. Elric's body shone with an intense light, leaking through the gaps between the Bloodwolf King demon's fingers. The demon was forced to release him due to the intense freezing power surrounding Elric's body, which began to float before him, with winter dominating his form, absorbed by his seals. Seeing the protagonist's new power, Mephisto smiled, alarmed. He thought it was incredible that, even with Otto's help, Elric had managed to absorb a general-level seal, showing monstrous talent. The Bloodwolf King demon didn't care about his enemy's newfound power and released a demonic breath, like a bloody shadow. The protagonist counterattacked, extending one hand and making the power of winter stir. A freezing torrent attacked the Bloodwolf King demon, surrounding him with chilling air. The camellia goddess was amazed to see that Elric had truly stolen winter and now controlled it freely. The Bloodwolf King demon didn't stand still, advancing with his claws to attack the protagonist furiously. However, Elric used soul speech to summon multiple attacks that hit the Wolf King, making him howl. With his magic reaching an entirely different level, Elric was impressed by the gigantic ice spikes he had created, combining the elements that form winter. With the combination of the various seals he had obtained since his first encounter with Otto, he finally understood the power of the winter seal. The Bloodwolf King demon didn't let himself be attacked, destroying the numerous ice spikes created by the protagonist, roaring as he regenerated. Before the demon, the protagonist commented on how noisy it was. Using soul speech to silence the creature, multiple ice chains were created, chaining the beast's snout so it could no longer howl. The protagonist smiled upon seeing that he had silenced the demon, stating that this was the quietude he had been seeking. With the Blood Wolf King demon's snout chained, the protagonist continued to use soul speech to create more ice chains, continuously trapping the demon so it could no longer move. With the demon chained, the protagonist leaped to attack. Determination in his eyes, he intended to put an end to all of this. However, before Elric's attack could reach its target, the Blood Wolf King demon managed to break the chains, spewing demonic fire to attack the protagonist. Elric placed his hands in front of his body to protect himself, realizing that the Blood Wolf King demon had become even stronger. Seeing all the chains break, he wondered if the Blood Wolf King demon had gained a power that even the Winter Seal couldn't stop. Focusing his energy in his eyes, Elric analyzed the Blood Wolf King demon and realized that the fox was assimilating demonic energy from the air, becoming more powerful. He managed to see a core at the center of the fox and realized that to defeat it, he would need to destroy that core. However, it would be difficult to approach due to the creature's demonic fire. The fox's eyes locked onto the protagonist with hatred, driven by its grudge against the Merbinger, its mind now controlled by the desire to get rid of him. Elric knew that if he let the Blood Wolf King demon go, another demon king could rise. He hoped to find an opening but couldn't see one. At that moment, a demonic voice whispered in the protagonist's ear, asking if he wanted help. Seeing Demon King Yu appear, the protagonist asked if the demon didn't want to help because he desired to devour the fox. With his intentions exposed, Yu laughed, questioning if Elric truly insisted on not asking for help due to his strong sense of pride. The protagonist didn't care about Yu's comment and told him not to help if he didn't want to. But of course, Yu wanted to help, as he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to devour something so powerful. With that said, Demon King Yu charged at the Blood Wolf King demon. His teeth bared, Yu lunged with his mouth, as large as the fox he aimed to devour. He sank his teeth into the fox, ready to devour it and absorb its demonic energy. The Blood Wolf King demon screamed as it was bitten by the Demon King. Seeing the fox being dominated, the protagonist realized that this was his chance to attack. A half-hearted attack would be useless. Therefore, he needed to give it his all. Even if he had to use all his mana, he wanted to finish this with a powerful strike. The protagonist advanced toward the demon fox. Surrounded by the chilling power of winter, Elric planned to use the final technique that Tiger King Yule had taught him. The protagonist's eyes glowed with a golden hue, reflecting the power he was using. With the body-strengthening art activated, he followed Yule's steps, mimicking his movements to perform the technique Thousand Tiger Strikes. The powerful attack struck the fox's body like the claws of thousands of tigers attacking their prey. The strike traveled across the entire body of the demon fox, hitting its core and exposing it, ready to be destroyed with the protagonist's next attack. Seeing his attack succeed, Elric felt a surge of excitement. However, at that moment, he felt a change in his chest. Gripping his own heart, he gritted his teeth as he realized what was happening with the dragon heart mana. Overloaded by the mana in his heart, Elric began to fall from the sky. As he descended, the protagonist saw the Blood Wolf King demon and Demon King Yu fighting. He also noticed the now exposed core of the demon fox and saw how it began to regenerate, trying to cover the core again. Elric realized that if he missed this chance, he wouldn't get another one. At that moment, a seal on Elric's arm began to react. It was the seal of Demon King Mephisto, awakening for some unknown reason, as Elric knew this seal didn't react when he absorbed low-rank seals. Mephisto, in his mind, huffed angrily. It seems the remnant of me, which was suppressed by Shineake's energy, is reacting to the demonic energy absorbed from a low-rank seal. Even so, it's only a fraction of my power. The protagonist then understood. Mephisto's demonic energy was emerging because of the dragon heart mana that had been depleted. Focused on the demon fox's core, Elric knew that this portion of Mephisto's energy would be enough for what he needed to do. Stretching his hand toward the Blood Wolf King, overflowing with power, Elric warned the fox that they would never meet again. In the next instant, the protagonist's hand suddenly clenched, causing a reaction in the fox's demonic core. Cracks spread and the core exploded, releasing a shockwave of energy so powerful that it shook the entire city that once belonged to the Fury tribe, covering dozens of city blocks. Even from a great distance, Valence, Norris, and the other beastmen were able to see the explosion that engulfed the city. Though the city was on the other side of the plains, King Valence could see it so clearly, as if it were right before his eyes. The little tiger stood stunned and concerned. Spring had finally returned. If a strong warm wind from the Blood Wolf King spread across the snowy fields, the entire environment would turn into a hot and hostile place. Quickly, several wolfmen leaped in front of Valence with Norris leading them. He called the royal guard and warriors to protect the king. The energy of the Blood Wolf King rose to the sky as if a hurricane, similar to the one from the Ice General but of fire. was forming. The wolves looked at the phenomenon and instantly realized that they could not stop the hot winds on their own. Norris clenched his fist, wishing he could use magic. However, they were in this situation because the beastmen had rejected civilization due to their own arrogance. Still, they wanted to protect the king's life because as long as he was alive, the beastmen could once again prosper. Before the fire hurricane grew large enough to strike them, another light shone in the sky. A brilliant light, like a white sun, began to absorb the energy of the fire hurricane completely before Norris and the others' eyes. At that moment, Augustin walked toward Norris's group, clicking his tongue. "You should have left this to me from the start." Augustine, known as White Knight, had created that power to contain the fire hurricane generated by the demonic core. Some time ago, Augustine had asked Elric if he really didn't want his help, but the protagonist proudly replied that he couldn't always rely on Augustine's assistance. Augustine then asked Elric what the problem was with trusting him, but Elric stated that, before being the old man's apprentice, he was the patriarch who would lead the Merbinger family, and no family would trust and follow a patriarch who couldn't do anything for himself. "I will walk the path before me, just like my grandfather did, even if it is dangerous. In order to make my family and the world shine like a star again, I must overcome this on my own. This is the fate of a Merbinger that was given to me after all." Upon hearing the protagonist's words, Augustine questioned if he was saying that, even though he was Elric's teacher, the young man wanted the old man to watch him perish. In response to the question, Elric smiled confidently, stating that this wouldn't happen. However, in the end, he asked Augustine to protect King Valence and accompany him if necessary. Looking toward the explosion site where Elric should be, Augustine said that it was also his duty, as a teacher, to protect him. Augustine suddenly turned, looking at Norris, the Prime Minister. The old man asked if he had known Ustin in the past, and Norris confirmed that he had. With Norris's confirmation, Augustine said, "Take a good look at what I'm about to do, and then tell me who is the most dangerous mage between us two." After Augustine's request, a translucent white energy began to emanate from his body. Norris felt the overwhelming power coming from Augustine, and trembling, wondered just how strong he truly was. Augustine lifted his foot, and in the next moment stomped down hard on the ground, releasing his power. The earth around him was immediately bathed in a white light, causing night to fall right there. While the darkness controlled by the Ice General manifested as a blizzard, covering the sunlight, Augustine's power, the White Knight, was as if all the light in the world was being sucked into it. The White Knight was not just a terror that devoured the life of enemies, but their very existence. The beastmen were in despair before this power. Norris fell to his knees, feeling powerless, as though he were facing a great catastrophe. No one could imagine that such a vast power belonged to a human. Like a crack in reality, the sun once again shone in the sky over the city. In front of Augustine and the beastmen were terrified, astonished, wondering what had happened, for all the demonic fire that had covered the city had been extinguished. Norris was also surprised to see that the old bearded man had extinguished such a great disaster. At that moment, Valence called for the Prime Minister, running toward him. Norris asked if the king was all right, but Valence didn't want to talk about his own state. He said they needed to return to the city quickly, for Sir Elric was in danger. Before Valence could understand Augustine's words, he saw Elric and his entire group walking across the plain, heading toward them. Relief and happiness filled the little tiger's eyes upon seeing that Elric was fine. The protagonist appeared to be in perfect health, accompanied by the goddess of Camellia, Mephisto, Sean, Hayes, and the Blue Lion group. Seeing Elric approach, Valence called out to him and began waving his paw to get his attention. Seeing the little king, the protagonist waved back. However, just as he was about to speak to Valence, Elric felt his body weaken and fainted. By his side, Isabel quickly caught Elric, worried. She and Sean looked at the protagonist, desperate, but what they saw surprised them. Elric had fallen asleep, standing up from exhaustion, and then collapsed. Sean scratched the back of his neck, irritated, as Elric always managed to startle him. Seeing the situation, Herman and his brothers began to laugh, and so all the chaos in the black snowfield came to an end. While sleeping, Elric was once again transported to a mental world, where spring reigned. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the hair of a young woman swaying in the wind. The Ice General was sitting next to him. Upon seeing her, Elric asked if she was there to say goodbye. The Ice General smiled, confirming the protagonist's suspicion. Elric returned the girl's smile, gently patting her head, and asked her to make sure to play and have fun wherever she went, without causing any trouble. Although Elric didn't know where the general was going, he hoped that she would never again be hurt or experience anything other than the happiness that would make her smile. The Ice General slowly stood up and for the first time spoke to Elric, asking if he would play with her again. The protagonist was surprised to hear the girl speak, but with a smile, he assured her that they would definitely play again. With a smile, the Ice General said her farewell and sent Elric back to reality. Inside the room where Elric's body rested, several red flower petals, like the General's dress, fluttered through the air, falling onto him and waking him up. Slowly opening his eyes, Elric sat up in bed, wondering how long he had been asleep. When he saw the protagonist get up, someone beside him asked if he had woken up. Elric looked to the side and, realizing it was King Valence, asked how long he had been there waiting for him to wake up. The king revealed that Camellia had said Elric would wake up soon, so he had arrived only recently. Understanding how long he had been there, Valence stretched out his hand and gave the protagonist a book with an image of a tiger on the cover. The protagonist was surprised and asked what it was, as he had already received the research materials that Valence was supposed to give him. However, Valence said that this was the journal left by King Tiger Yule. The protagonist became apprehensive, stating that it was an important item for the Tiger King's family, asking why Valence was giving it to him. Valence revealed that he had found the journal by coincidence while browsing in a bookstore the day before and had discovered something interesting. He wanted Elric to read it as well, so he had marked the page with a leaf for the protagonist to check. Elric opened the journal, frowning as he began to read. The journal described various scenarios lived by King Tiger Yule. February 14th. I discovered an interesting human and brought him to the tribe. This human says he was taken in by a beast man when he was young, learning the art of body strengthening. Turning the page, Elric went to February 16th. This human, whom I wasn't sure would adapt to the tribe, managed to adjust quickly and eased the concerns I had. The protagonist then moved to the page from the 19th, where King Tiger Yule wrote about how he was considering settling down and how the boy had recommended the perfect place to establish himself. Finally, Elric reached the page from the 29th, where King Yule described how the human had shown great interest in his body-strengthening art and how the human's technique was similar to his own. On April 16th, King Yule wrote about how a phenomenon known as the Ice General had caused suffering for the members of his tribe and how they had used the human as a guide on a journey to defeat the Ice General. Reading the journal, Elric was incredulous, wondering how this could be possible. After reading the accounts, he was convinced that the human mentioned in the diary was obviously him. Even the events related to the Ice General completely matched what he had experienced during the arrangements made by Otto and Usden. The protagonist continued flipping through the pages, reaching the date of his departure. My brother left. He disappeared abruptly, just as I found him suddenly. His name was Elric Merbinger. He said he was the future descendant of the Merbinger family. Upon reading that, Elric's suspicion was confirmed. He took the pendant around his neck, deep in thought, wondering what exactly were the arrangements made by his family. Upon reflection, all the events were so vivid that they didn't seem to be playing out in a mental world. However, if they were real, it meant there was magic capable of sending someone back to the past. But Elric didn't believe there was a power as omnipotent as that of a god. The protagonist couldn't understand any of it at the moment, but he remembered that Otto had asked him to meet him at his private residence. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Elric decided he would return to the Empire as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Sean burst through the door in a panic, looking for Elric. His friend was relieved to see him safe, saying he had been worried that Elric wouldn't wake up. The protagonist sighed, doubting that Sean had rushed all the way there just to wake him, and asked what the problem was. Sean, visibly concerned, told the protagonist what had happened, alarming Elric. About that, a war has started in the Empire. Elric couldn't believe the nonsense Sean was spewing about a war having broken out. However, he soon thought of a reason. Did Count Wins and the Red Lions start a rebellion? It was impossible not to know who Count Wins was. The House of the Red Lions was one of the 8 vassal houses to the Empire. The Red Lions were the rulers of military colonies established on the borders for defense, and their troops were under the Count's command, being known as elite forces. Elric knew that if such a house were to raise a rebellion, this act would not be taken lightly. Sean, well-informed, revealed, "They said Count Wins will be declared an enemy of the Empire by the end of the day." However, to Elric, something was dubious about this situation. Isn't it strange for a house known for its loyalty to start a rebellion? In response to Elric's question, Sean revealed that what was being said was that the House of the Red Lions was in collusion with dark beings. Upon hearing his friend, Elric turned around hastily. Sean revealed that the most bizarre part of the whole situation was that it was all being led by the Crown Prince. Elric sneered. The Crown Prince, who was chasing after Grigory, is the one leading this. Man, this doesn't smell right. In fact, it stinks worse than a skunk. Immediately, Elric urged his friend to hurry. "We need to get back to the Empire immediately." Standing before the carriage, Valence was surprised. "You're leaving already?" With tears in his eyes, he held Elric and Hayes' hands, hiding his sadness. "Compared to what you've done for us, we haven't done anything for you yet." Bending down to look the Tiger King in the eye, Elric stated with a smile, "You think you owe us something? Then become a great king. I'll wait patiently, then pay me back with a lot of interest." Faced with a request for long-standing friendship, the young Tiger King smiled excitedly. Sean and Elric's teachers also nodded, satisfied with the resolution of the situation. With confidence, Valence affirmed, "Understood. I'll make sure I can stand by your side one day." "That's enough, right?" Smiling at Valence's confidence, Elric and Hayes agreed. Before Elric got into the carriage, some other beings approached to say goodbye. The little fairies flew towards him with distressed looks, begging him to stay a little longer to play with them. Crying, many clung to him, not wanting to say goodbye. But soon a fairy arrived to restore order. "All of you back. Let's maintain some decorum." With her arms crossed, Camellia pushed the other fairies away from Elric. Seeing her approach, Elric revealed that he planned to stop by the temple before leaving. However, proudly, she stated that he must be very busy, so she wouldn't bother him. Despite her arrogant words, she looked at him tenderly. Concerned, she approached. "The path you will tread will not be easy." "With confidence and excitement," he replied, "but an easy path would be boring." Smiling gently, she accepted the young man's personality. Having gone north due to some orders, he was leaving the place after gaining something he had never expected. From the carriage window, Elric waved with a smile. Having restored his family's name and gained the ruler of the dark snowfields as an ally, Elric couldn't imagine what combat power could compare to this. Holding the inherited coat of arms, Elric was grateful for all this legacy left by his grandfather and his ancestors, and vowed to cherish and develop it. Having even become friends with the fairies, Elric vowed to fulfill his duty as the head of the family. At the same time, winged dark beings knelt before their master in a dark hall. The Lord gave an order to the beings: "Return immediately and destroy the seal." However, it was not those beings who would return, for dark mouths appeared at the Lord's command, devouring each of the servants. Their screams echoed through the hall, begging to be spared. Commanding such sinister mouths, he ordered, "Leave no trace behind." Taking a scroll and burning it, he finished reading an order: "Eliminate all evidence and regroup at the main base." Before it, he thought, "Does this mean the great mission has finally begun?" Angrily, he crushed the ashes of the scroll, cursing, "If it weren't for the interference of the damned merbunkers, we would have offered the north wind and the winter blizzard to Lord Azazel." Stamping his foot on the ground, he decided to retreat, but vowed that the next time they met, he would offer Membinbur himself to Azazel. Meanwhile, Elric's carriage, leaving the frozen fields, arrived at the Great Wall. Stretching, Sean asked if they were leaving that place too. However, in the middle of the movement, he almost fell when the carriage stopped suddenly. Hastily, he asked Carl, who was driving the carriage, what had happened. Sweating profusely, the butler asked the young master himself to take a look. Elric was the first to get out of the carriage, followed by Sean. On the 3 tiers of the Great Wall, various people aimed beasts at the group, shouting, "If you do not comply, we will consider you intruders and open fire!" Seeing how siege beasts and bows had been placed on the wall, only used in times of war, Elric wondered if the cause was the rebellion of the Red Lions. Furious, the guard on the wall shouted, "State your affiliation and the size of your group." Sean shouted back in response, "We are the carriage that passed through here 2 months ago from the Narrister family." With a snap of Sean's fingers, the Narrister family crest lit up atop the carriage, like a rose in a magic circle, showing the family crest. The young man asked them to open the gates. Surprised, the guard did not believe that the Narrister family group had actually managed to return alive. Seeing the silence, Sean shouted once more to open the gates, and immediately the guard nodded, shouting, "Open now!" Thus the gates of the Great Wall were opened for the group to pass. After entering the gates, they met a man named Vanille in one of the residences. Vanille apologized for the rudeness and for not recognizing them. Sean did not mind and returned the kindness, seeing how proudly you defend the Empire's borders. "I can only feel proud as a citizen." Vanille chuckled excitedly upon seeing the third son of the Narristers acknowledge their efforts. For the first time in 30 years, he felt so moved. Changing the subject, Vanille commented thoughtfully, "Today has been quite an unusual day. So many nobles, one after another, visiting such a desolate place?" Confused, Sean and Elric asked who else had visited the place besides them. Vanille then revealed that the 4th prince was currently on the walls and asked the duo if they would like to meet him. The duo was shocked, and as they exchanged glances, Sean asked Elric if he didn't feel that the prince was waiting for them. Elric frowned, wondering why such a prominent figure as the 4th prince would come to the borders at such a crucial time. The young man wondered what the prince could possibly be planning. A young man stood before Prince Rodeo France, bowing and stating, "Your Majesty, Elric Merbinger and I have shared a bond since childhood. If I persuade him, I'm sure he'll be on our side." Seated on a throne, the 4th prince sighed thoughtfully. Rodeo swallowed hard, wishing he could seize such an opportunity. He was facing none other than 4th Prince Cromwell, a prodigy of the imperial family renowned for his swordsmanship by the Golden Lions, earning him the title Black Lion. The 4th prince was precisely one of the 3 stars leading the empire. Rodeo was trying to win the favor of someone like him, who was considered a contender contender for the next emperor. With a disinterested gaze, Cromwell left the task to Rodeo. Bowing, Rodeo thanked the prince. In his hidden gaze, the ambition to become the next head of the Franz house was already evident. In another room, Elric and Sean were conversing. The red-haired young man was curious. "Are you really going to meet the prince? You always hate getting involved with the imperial family." However, with a confident smile, Elric revealed he'd decided to stop caring. Seeing his friend's smile, Sean knew he was planning something and questioned him. But Elric denied it, stating he'd simply realized he couldn't sit idly by for much longer, as he planned to rebuild his family. Sean thought of something and asked, "Are you going to use the fourth prince's support?" Elric hadn't yet made that decision with certainty, leaving it for after his meeting with the prince. Sighing, Sean asked if he planned to fly to the battlefield. As Sean had imagined, Elric knew that to revive his house, whether by playing a larger role in the war or by creating a king, these were the easiest routes to achieve his goal. Since Elric had already distanced himself from the crown prince, the fourth prince could become a valuable card. Suddenly, someone entered the room where they were, Herman, the Blue Lion. Sean immediately stood up, making space for Elric to talk with him. Herman expected to hear that the young man wanted to resume his swordsmanship training, but judging by the atmosphere, he realized that wasn't the case. Smiling, Elric stated he'd ask for training another time and invited Herman to sit. Taking Sean's place, Herman asked why Elric wanted to see him. Elric got straight to the point. "What kind of person is the Black Lion?" Herman thought for a moment, commenting as he reflected, "In public, he seems like an ambitious man. That's what they say about him, but from what I've seen, he's someone different." Being in the know, Herman revealed, "He's just a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts." Upon discovering the prince was so simple, Elric's eyes widened. Unaware of Elric's reaction, the Blue Lion commented, "You may or may not get along with him, but once you meet, you'll see he's not a bad person." Nodding, Elric thanked Herman, as he now had an idea of how he might approach the prince. Suddenly, Herman changed the subject, appearing so serious that Elric wondered what he would say. Herman began beating around the bush. "It seems you've been through a lot." Mephisto immediately appeared over Elric's shoulder, commenting as he crossed his arms, "I can sense he's itching for a duel with you." Elric wasn't opposed to the idea, as he also wanted to test his martial arts. So he preempted, asking Herman, "Would you like a friendly duel?" Herman accepted without hesitation, precisely what I was waiting for. That night, the two headed to a wider area. Unexpectedly, there was a crowd at the location. Confused, the protagonist asked Herman why he had gathered so many people. Laughing shamelessly, Herman replied, trying to disguise his guilt, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Mephisto chuckled beside Elric. "His acting is as good as yours, ha 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 ha." Frowning, Elric recalled that what they had decided was between the two of them. He didn't understand how the matter had spread so quickly. However, he soon discovered the culprit, Isabel. Mephisto praised the girl to Elric. Isabel didn't seem like an ordinary young woman. Her political instincts and strategic mind were sharp. Elric agreed. Isabel was indeed someone different. She was capable of demonstrating her skills to the defense forces, increasing her value before her meeting with the fourth prince. Seeing how both father and daughter were doing everything to help him soar, Elric accepted the help to grow by using the situation. On the other side, Herman warned him, "Don't expect me to go easy. You'd better be sharp." On the dirt field, Elric faced the Blue Lion, his hands bare. Forming claws with his fingers, Elric lunged at Herman's sword as the Blue Lion equally advanced. With sharp fists, Elric confronted the sword numerous times, moving his body in unison. The clash of attacks was so intense that gusts of wind struck the soldiers watching the battle. Even without the use of mana or aura, the duo put on a spectacle that nearly sent the audience flying. They were even more impressed seeing the head of a prestigious house of mages fighting the Blue Lion barehanded. This hardly made sense. They didn't know what they would do if all mages became this strong. Elric and Herman's attacks were already creating a hurricane around them, kicking up debris and dust. Suffering a powerful blow, Elric was thrown backward, dragging his feet on the ground and creating a trench until he stopped. While panting, Herman praised, "Your movements have become much more refined, but there are still many excesses in them." Sighing, Elric didn't let the smile leave his face, commenting as he lost, "It seems I need more training with you." As the two concluded their duel, they realized there was a special spectator. Clapping, a man in imperial attire approached. It was precisely the fourth prince who had enjoyed the duel. Elric was, for the first time, meeting the fourth prince Cromwell. While the guards cheered, Elric and Herman bowed to the prince, greeting him. After a brief conversation, Elric returned to the residence at the walls. After crossing a corridor, he ended up encountering someone. Rodeo, upon noticing Elric's presence, became excited. "Oh, Elric! It's been so long, my friend." Seeing the subject with a repulsive face, Mephisto crossed his arms, asking if Elric knew him. Elric confirmed he is the legitimate heir of the Franz house. Confused, Mephisto asked if he was talking about the infamous Crimson Wall Franz. Mephisto laughed heartily upon hearing Elric confirm the information. "Ha ha ha! Then that means he's the traitor. Seeing Elric silent, Rodeo approached. "Why are you quiet, friend?" With a sly smile, Rodeo commented, "Well, I think it's strange, after seeing each other after so long." Rodeo smiled maliciously. Even knowing Elric hated his house, since they possessed the Merbinger legacy, he believed Elric couldn't treat him as an enemy, especially since they were no longer vassals of the Merbinger, and furthermore, they led a faction in the imperial court. Rodeo was confident that Elric wouldn't dare go against his family. With a malicious grin, Rodeo planned to offer to return the Merbinger legacy and thus force them to join them. With a dissimulating attitude, Rodeo placed his arm over Elric's shoulders. "Friend, before we meet the prince, there's something I'd like to discuss about the Merbinger legacy, which is with my house," coldly Elric warned. "Hey, take your hand off." With a sinister look, Elric repeated as he faced Rodeo, "I told you to take your hand off." Hurriedly, Rodeo recoiled, afraid of that gaze. Mephisto smiled at the scene, as those who claimed to be the right hand of the Merbinger knew nothing about them. A powerful energy overflowed from Elric's fist, as his dark voice warned, "Count Franz should be showing me his utmost respect, and yet, a mere third son like you dares to belittle an imperial duke?" Elric's furious expression showed that the grudge of the Merbinger house would never disappear. Faced with Elric's aura, Rodeo didn't dare to approach. The Franz house, the Crimson Wall. Like the colossal fortress that guarded the Merbingers for over 1,000 years, it was a vassal house that eliminated countless enemies who set their sights on the Merbingers. For this reason, Elric and his sister used to call the patriarch of the Franz house Uncle and trusted him more than anyone. However, they allied themselves with the imperial family, who seized the Merbinger inheritance, causing the family's downfall. To make matters worse, they even tried to devour the very name of the proud Merbinger magical lineage, attempting to force a marriage between Rodeo Franz and Hay Merbinger. After their refusal, the siblings were left behind in an abandoned mansion where they barely managed to survive. Elric couldn't believe Rodeo had the audacity to act so shamelessly. Hurriedly, Rodeo bowed, apologizing against his will. "I was rude to your grace." With an intimidating glare, Elric shooed him away. "Since you're aware, leave." "I don't even want to see you." Rodeo watched Elric leave, and in his hidden gaze, one could see him grinding his teeth in disgust. Upon entering the room where the prince was, Elric placed his hand over his chest, bowing slightly. "Elric Merbinger, Duke of the Radiant Star and Patriarch of the Merbinger House, greets Prince Cromhell." Although he might have overheard the conversation behind the door, the prince acted as if nothing had happened and, with a simple smile, greeted Elric. Mephisto crossed his arms, seeing the prince not care about the insult his subordinate had caused, but instead watch with curiosity. Elric believed the prince already knew Rodeo Franz's personality, so he didn't expect much. He felt the prince actually wanted to see how he would react. As soon as Elric entered the room, the prince asked him, "You used the body-strengthening art in the duel against the Blue Lion earlier, didn't you?" The protagonist was surprised to hear the prince recognize his technique. The prince stared at Elric for a moment and playfully clapped him on the shoulder. "I know the art is classified as forbidden magic by the Magic Tower, so don't worry. There's no chance it'll leak to anyone else's ears." As he unsettled Elric, he delicately changed the subject. Curiously, he asked, "What do you think of the former Merbinger domain?" The protagonist frowned, unsure how to respond. Mephisto spat, starting to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. It seems you've been caught off guard."
He's someone who knows very well how to take advantage in negotiations.
Elric had imagined the prince would be slow, but he was getting straight to the point. He realized that if he wasn't careful, he would completely lose control of the negotiation. Clenching his fist irritably, Elric asked, feigning innocence, "I apologize, but what exactly are you referring to?" Being direct, the prince stated he didn't know how to negotiate indirectly, so he said that if the Merbingers supported him, he would offer whatever he could in return. Elric frowned in response. "My family's domain has become a barren desert, where not even a blade of grass grows due to a curse. What could you offer for that?" Upon hearing the boy, the prince's butler approached, whispering something in his ear. When the butler told him what had happened, the prince frowned. Sighing, he apologized to Elric. "It seems I made a mistake. My apologies." In the next moment, he made a different proposal. A land comparable to the former Merbinger domain, for example. The territory bordering the Red Lion House. "I will give it to you." The Red Lion House was in land that could be considered pure gold. Elric couldn't believe the prince was simply offering this. What Cromhell was saying, essentially, was that he would deal with the reaction of the nobles who allied with him. This was not something anyone could do without serious determination. However, Elric refused, bowing slightly. "I beg your pardon, but I am merely an object of the Empire. I merely follow your Majesty's orders." It didn't matter if the negotiations were good or bad. Elric never planned to negotiate. His goal was to assess his own worth and discover what kind of person Cromhell was. Despite Elric's response, the prince stated that the offer would remain on the table, asking him to think about it, adding any conditions if he wished. Seeing that the prince was not willing to back down, Elric frowned before saying, "Then may I make a request?" Outside the room, Rodeo was banging on the wall so irritably that it trembled, cursing Elric. "How dare you humiliate me with just your noble name? I swear I will repay this insult 1,000-fold." At that very instant, Rodeo was startled to hear someone call him. The butler was there to say the prince was looking for him. While Elric was still in the room, Rodeo approached, asking the prince if he had summoned him. As soon as Rodeo stood by his side, the prince addressed Elric. "Now that I've summoned Sir Rodeo Franz, tell me, what is your request?" Rodeo, noticing the situation, thought Elric was trying to use him as a mediator since the negotiation hadn't gone well. Snorting with contempt, he wondered if Elric believed the tension between them had been resolved. With a dark gaze, he waited for Elric to make his request, only to be humiliated moments later. Pointing at Rodeo, Elric asked the prince, "Give me one of Rodeo Franz's arms." Even the prince was shocked by the request, to the point of being dumbfounded. Startled, Rodeo took a step back. The prince asked in disagreement, "The Franz house supports me, you know that, don't you?" Sighing, as if he had lost nothing, Elric commented, "Then it's a shame." Faced with Elric's reaction, the prince hid his surprise with a darkly thoughtful look. Beside him, Rodeo smiled maliciously, inwardly scoffing. "You think the prince would kick my family out for someone like you?" The Franz house has been loyal to the fourth prince for many years. Suddenly, the prince asked Rodeo, "You are my vassal, aren't you?" Proudly, Rodeo Franz replied, "The Franz house and I have long sworn loyalty to your highness." Nodding, the prince continued, "Then you will have to forgive me for what I am about to do." Confused, Rodeo was about to ask the prince what he meant when he saw him draw his sword. Before Rodeo could realize it, his left arm was no longer attached to his body. Like a rotten trunk, the arm fell to the ground. Rodeo's screams echoed through the room as Elric stared at the fallen arm in shock. He couldn't believe the prince had done that when he just wanted to end the negotiation. Picking up the arm and smiling purely, the prince asked, "Does this qualify me as your friend?" Faced with this completely insane prince, the protagonist smiled, questioning if he wasn't giving up too much just to make a friend, since the Franz house and other noble houses would go against him. As the butler carried the injured Rodeo away, the prince commented indifferently, "There's no need to worry. The Franz house would never leave my side." The fourth prince's words made Elric realize that he must have something that bound them, just as he must have against the other noble houses. Imagining that things could become interesting by keeping the prince as a friend made Elric smile wickedly, worrying Mephisto, as both Elric and the prince seemed like birds of the same feather. Handing Rodeo's arm to Elric, the prince asked if he had shown enough sincerity. The protagonist was about to accept such sincerity when some shadows appeared at the window. Both Elric and the prince noticed the presences and turned. A second later, the window exploded and a cloud of smoke entered the mansion as several hooded men invaded. Hearing the noise, the butler quickly entered the room, concerned about the prince. Seeing the hooded villains, the butler cried out, "Please be careful!" With a dagger in hand, one of the invaders attempted to attack Elric, who promptly dodged. An assassination attempt, despite the presence of the patrol, himself and the royal guard surprised him, but didn't paralyze him. Immediately, Elric let his mana flow and, extending his hand, froze everything in front of him, including the invaders. Clenching his fist, Elric exploded the ice crystals, which struck the enemies. Looking for the prince around him to protect him, Elric was surprised. The prince hadn't even been touched. Wielding his sword, he was launching energy slashes at the numerous invaders trying to surround him. Repelling them, with a mighty stomp on the ground, the prince created an even larger shockwave, which sent them flying. Flexing his leg muscles, he charged at the enemies in a sword dance that eliminated each one of them, making them leave behind their limbs and lives. In an instant, all the enemies fell like heavy rain. Discovering that he had worried for nothing, Elric smiled. Suddenly, from the large window that had been knocked down, several dozen hooded invaders charged once more, rushing towards the prince. Raising an eyebrow, Elric wondered if they were truly so desperate as to surrender themselves. However, before the invaders could attack, a powerful voice arose from behind them. "Who dares attack the prince?" The Blue Lion, followed by Sean and Elric's own family members, bravely charged under the command, "Eliminate the invaders and protect the prince." Several royal guards also entered the room to protect Cromwell. In an instant, all the enemies were already eliminated, and the prince was surrounded by protection. However, the enemy army seemed endless. Another group of dozens of stealthy swordsmen invaded the property, as if unaware of the fate that awaited them. At this moment, the Blue Lion and the Black Lion exchanged glances. Together, they charged at the enemies, drawing their swords. On one side, the prince wielded his crimson sword with arrogance. On the other, Herman bravely assisted him. Seeing how the rogues were facing two lions, Elric even felt a bit of pity and hummed softly. Activating a magic in his eye, he enhanced his perception to see through walls and find the enemies still hidden. As the battle intensified, various invaders concealed themselves behind walls or pillars. One of them, observing the prince's back, warned the others, "Do not fight the Blue Lion. Focus only on the prince. He raised his hand, waiting to give the signal, and then waved it. As soon as the signal was given, the group that had been hiding charged. However, ice arrows had already been prepared and struck them as soon as they left their positions. The leader of that group, upon seeing his men hit by the arrows, was surprised. With red eyes, he crept, trying to find the origin of the attack. However, a young blonde man was already pointing his fingers at him, preparing a new ice attack. With a malicious grin, Elric muttered, "Pierce." The ice attack traveled across the room, hitting the last of the hiding men. Blowing on his fingers, Elric winked at them, taunting like a child. With his arms crossed, Mephisto questioned what kind of pose he was striking. Shrugging, even Elric didn't know. He just felt it would be cool to replicate. Clicking his tongue, Mephisto mockingly pitied those poor souls. Even with impressive stealth techniques, they had to face a natural enemy. Even while attacking the invaders, Elric frowned, trying to understand who they were and why they dared to launch an attack against the fourth prince. It was because of these doubts that Elric decided he would need to capture some of them to discover their identity. However, someone stopped him, stating that he wouldn't be able to capture them alive. Surprised, Elric encountered his sister. Confused, he asked what she meant. While carrying her great hammer, Hayes sighed, replying, "They've been trained for this. Even if they don't eliminate themselves, a hypnotic suggestion will be activated, and they'll become mentally useless." Surprised that Hayes knew so much, Elric asked if she already knew them. Immediately, Hayes revealed the group's identity: Red Ghosts. Confused, Elric, who didn't know them, asked if this was a real group. Hayes explained that the Red Ghosts had been formed recently, but were extremely secretive. Elric questioned how, by chance, she knew about them. Setting aside a long story, with a grim look, Hayes summarized, "Their leader is a sworn enemy of my mercenary captain." Elric mused, understanding that this was a secret organization never revealed to the public. Suddenly, one of the group's commanders raised his sword, shouting, "All units, retreat!" Seeing how they were trying to flee, Elric decided not to let them leave without him. Using a secret power, he attached some insect familiars to the Red Ghosts, so he could follow them and find out where they would retreat to. With a malicious grin, he boasted, "They would never expect something like this. Would they?" However, suddenly, a dark energy was felt by Elric as a voice echoed through the hall. "If we continue to let them undertake missions like this, the entire organization could be destroyed." Elric quickly looked upstairs. There stood a masked person with 2 swords on their back, someone who, impossibly, had no existence flow at all. The person with a wooden mask picked up one of the swords and commented to themselves, "It seems you're having quite a bit of fun here." As they brandished the sword towards the invaders, they destroyed all the insects stuck to them. Elric gritted his teeth as he saw the enemy notice even the presence of the familiars he had created. The fourth prince stared at that person, questioning, "Are you their leader? Who are you? Who sent you to attack me?" The masked man scoffed in response. "You don't think I'll tell you the whole truth so easily, do you, your highness?" With a smile on his face, the prince let his entire aura overflow into the crimson sword and replied to the invader's leader, "Fair enough. If you were to speak immediately, it would be quite tedious." The prince charged at the invader's leader, followed by the Blue Lion. The duo leaped to the second floor to confront the enemy head-on. However, the instant they were hit by both swords, the man's body turned illusory, leaving only his voice. "Facing 2 lions wouldn't end well for me." The moment he turned into smoke, he materialized again a step behind. At the same time, he launched a heavy sword attack against the prince and Herman, sending them flying backward. As the duo landed on another balcony, the invader's leader bid farewell. "I would love to continue playing with you, but the situation isn't ideal, so I'm leaving now." A shadow enveloped him, as if a teleportation was being manifested. However, at that very moment, a great blizzard erupted around him, destroying his magic. From behind the masked man, a voice sounded, "You may have invaded easily, but you won't leave the same way." When he looked back, he came face to face with Elric, fist clenched, overflowing with ice and lightning. The intruder evaded the punch, but Elric instantly activated his body-strengthening art, slashing the air before him with the tiger's 1,000-piece claws. A series of attacks rained down on the intruder, who hastily retreated. Elric's powerful slashes tore through the walls, leaving openings that revealed the night sky. The intruder glanced at the cuts in the building's structure and commented, "Getting hit by that could be dangerous." Not giving him a chance to retreat further, Elric used an imprisonment magic, creating ice chains to surround the enemy. However, the intruder brandished his weapons and broke the chains with ease. The next instant, he attempted to leap from the second floor, but as he landed, he found the floor frozen and ice arrows flying towards him. Brandishing his sword once more, he turned the ice arrows into snowflakes in the wind. The following instant, he encountered a new adversary. Wow! The only woman from the Black Skulls and the patriarch of the Merbinger are working together. With her hammer in hand, Hayes swung it at the intruder, blocking his escape route. The hammer struck the ground as the enemy had already retreated. Surrounded by multiple opponents, the intruder saw his situation becoming complicated. Elric and Hayes attacked from the front, while the lions advanced from behind. Alone, he found himself with no alternatives. Using a trump card, he caused an explosion at his feet, throwing everyone surrounding him far away. Retreating, Elric gritted his teeth, disbelieving that the enemy had blocked the coordinated attack of the four. With a sword in each hand, the intruder walked forward. As he walked, several illusory copies of himself were created. Elric felt the atmosphere in the room suddenly change. A moment before, the air was like a gentle breeze, but now it was completely different. There was no wind at all, as if they were facing a ghost without a presence. Realizing something was wrong, Herman shouted, "Back!" The next instant, the intruder disappeared. Whether it was the prince, Hayes, or Elric himself, everyone was surprised. The protagonist quickly activated his eye's perception, trying to locate the intruder. Even his mental eyes couldn't detect him. It was at this moment that the shadow of the wicked King Yu appeared beside Elric, asking, "How can you be so annoying?" Instantly, an attack traveled towards Elric, who stepped back and dodged, only being grazed. Appearing behind him, the intruder asked in surprise, "How did you dodge?" The next moment, he disappeared again. Elric had dodged by pure instinct. He couldn't counterattack as he didn't know where the enemy was. Soon, 2 more attacks traveled towards him, and gritting his teeth, he managed to dodge once more. The blows struck the ground as Elric hastily retreated. Unaware of the dark entity surrounding the young man, the intruder commented in an illusory tone, "It seems like you're reading my movements. You're the reason this attack on the prince failed, aren't you?" Suddenly, one of the guards was hit by the dual blades of the Phantom Man. Elric quickly turned towards the injured soldier. Surprised, the other guards shouted, "Kieran! What just happened?" One by one, the guards were attacked. The phantom cuts hit them without them even knowing where they came from. Even the royal guards were pierced through the weak points of their armor. Several guards quickly surrounded the prince to protect him. The leader of the border guards bellowed, "Border guards, form a perimeter! Tighten the encirclement!" However, the next instant, all these guards were eliminated. Gritting his teeth, Elric realized they needed to find a way to deal with the enemy, to discover where he was. Hastily, he asked his sister if she knew anything about this opponent, but she denied it. As the attacks continued to fall on the guards, Elric complained, "How can we find a ghost that we can't even see?" Beside him, Mephisto commented, "He's really not an easy enemy. Even I can't see him." Looking at Mephisto, a ghost, Elric seemed to have an idea. He placed his arms in front of his body, releasing his ice magic. A frigid breeze began to overflow, creating a blizzard. Elric had imagined that, although the enemy seemed like a ghost, he wasn't truly one. Extending his hands, he cast the whirlwind magic. The blizzard engulfed the entire room, hitting even the royal guards. Elric's plan was simple. If the enemy had a physical body, he would inevitably leave footprints. Soon, everyone could see them as the layer of snow filled the environment. The guards charged towards the tracks, but it was at this moment that the intruder revealed himself, counterattacking and destroying them. Even with his movements exposed, after eliminating the royal guards, he was free to attack the prince. The intruder immediately charged, coming face to face with Cromwell in the blink of an eye. However, Elric would not allow him to touch the prince. Extending his hand, he created a large ice wall between them. The enemy's attacks fell upon the barrier, breaking it into smaller cubes, but in the meantime, the prince managed to retreat. Seeing Elric interfere again, the intruder turned against him. Furious, he decided to get rid of the Merbinger patriarch first. But someone he had forgotten appeared behind him. "How dare you divert your attention from me?" The blue lion appeared the moment the intruder was distracted. Irritated, Herman launched an attack which the intruder managed to block at the last second, brandishing his sword. Herman's blows fell heavily upon him, and although he defended well, he found it difficult to face him head-on. Furthermore, because of the young Merbinger, he was unable to use his stealth arts. At that moment, the intruder spotted something outside the residence, a white mist that began to enter the premises. Needing to focus on the battle against the blue lion, he couldn't pay attention to what was approaching from outside. As soon as he retreated, he felt an overwhelming brute force that left no room for resistance. Through the broken window flying in the sky, White Knight had emerged. Augustin gritted his teeth, annoyed, and bellowed, "Are you in trouble just because you can't catch a simple rat?" The surviving guards felt relieved to see him. The intruder hastily sheathed his swords, knowing there was nothing left for him but to try and escape. Elric smiled confidently, as no matter the enemy's strength, he wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of Master Augustin. However, unexpectedly, the man walked to the window and bowed slightly. "It's been a while, Master." Upon hearing how the enemy addressed Augustine, Elric was shocked. Augustine, with his arms behind him, questioned the masked man. "Who are you calling Master?" The man promptly replied, "In the past and even now, I've always thought of you that way. Don't you think the same?" However, Augustine couldn't be bothered to entertain the man. telling him to leave while he still could. As if speaking of Elric, the man with the wooden mask commented, "You've desperately sought an apprentice to carry on your skills, and now you've finally found one. Congratulations." Starting to get annoyed by the man prying into his life, Augustine unleashed a white aura, giving a final warning. "I've already said this has nothing to do with you. If you can't hear me, how about I drill a new pair of ears for you?" To avoid a confrontation with the White Knight, the man decided he should leave. Before departing, Augustine warned him, "Don't you dare show your face again." Nevertheless, as he transformed into a dissipating mist, the man bid farewell. "If we have another opportunity, I will visit you formally." Thus, he vanished before the prince and the others. Elric knew that if it was Augustine's decision to let the intruder go, even the prince wouldn't be able to stop him. Still, he wondered who the man with the wooden mask was and what his relationship with his master was. Sometime later, when Elric told the prince he was leaving, he seemed sad, wanting them to talk a bit longer. To reassure him, Elric stated they'd be able to have a long conversation another time. "When that time comes, we can deepen our friendship." The prince was surprised by the topic Elric brought up. Animatingly, he held the protagonist's shoulders, exclaiming, "Your body-strengthening art was impressive. Next time we meet, I'd like to discuss it with you." Having established a friendship with the fourth prince, Elric nodded. "I'll look forward to it." Thus, under the illuminating light, the relationship between the two was founded. The prince then bid farewell, joining the royal guard. Elric watched him with a smile until someone rushed over to him. Seeing Sean panting heavily, Elric asked what had happened. Catching his breath, Sean replied, "My father said he urgently needs to see us." The atmosphere inside the grand carriage seemed tense. Everyone was anxious throughout the journey. Elric, for one, was worried if everyone had returned safely. After a long journey, everyone disembarked from the carriage, where the Blue Lion bid farewell as they would be going their separate ways. As the Blue Lion was heading to the hexagram, things might get troublesome for Elric if he followed, so parting ways was the best choice. With a slightly flushed smile, Isabel wished Elric to be careful. Returning a slight smile, Elric wished the same to her. As the two youngsters stared at each other like a couple, everyone watched them, sensing the romantic vibe in the air. Even Mephisto was among them. However, Elric quickly dispersed them. Upon returning to the carriage, Elric seemed to sigh the whole way. Finally, he brought up the topic he wanted to discuss with his master. "May I ask what your relationship is with the masked intruder?" Augustine was surprised by the question and remained silent for a good while, making everyone in the carriage anxious. Finally, he replied, "You can think of it as a past tie." Both Elric and Hayes stared at the senior, curious, but he reassured them, "You don't need to think too much about it." Thus, the journey continued until the sun set. When the sky had already darkened, movement began to occur in a mansion where a crimson mist enveloped the surroundings. The same man with the wooden mask walked down a corridor where red was present in both the carpet and the banners along the way. At the end of the corridor was a door. As soon as he entered the office, he heard the voice of a man in the patriarch's armchair. "You seemed so confident when you left, but now you look terrible." This man was none other than the Red Lion. Andre wins. The man with the wooden mask rested his body completely on one of the sofas. Curiously, Andre stood up, approaching the mercenary as he asked, "Where is the fourth prince's head? Don't tell me you came back empty-handed? Come on, you can't be serious. You left here exuding confidence." As the man removed his mask, revealing a furrowed brow, the Red Lion questioned him. "There's no way the Phantom, who claims anything in the world can fit in his pocket, would return empty-handed, right?" Curious and excited, Andre sat on the sofa next to the mercenary, asking where he had hidden the requested item, if he was trying to surprise him. Annoyed, the Phantom pushed him away. "Shut up!" Andre was truly surprised to see that the mercenary had failed. The Red Lion chuckled, taunting, "You said eliminating the fourth prince outside the Imperial Palace would be like a walk in the park." Annoyed, the Phantom cursed the Red Lion's mouth. With curiosity, the mercenary was questioned about why he had failed. Being direct, he revealed who made him fail, Elric Merbinger. The Red Lion was truly surprised and curious, asked if the patriarch of the Merbinger house was really that skilled. Even though he's White Knight's apprentice, isn't he just at the level of a magus? Thinking about what he saw, the Phantom stated that all the information they had received was outdated. Recalling Elric's attacks, the mercenary judged that he must be at least 7th circle, displaying impressive martial skills. The Red Lion leaned back on the sofa, sighing. A Merbinger is still a Merbinger, isn't he? Where exactly did things start to go wrong? The Red Lion began to point out a few things that went wrong in his track. He had rejected the Crown Prince's request for help, as well as stated he wanted to renounce his title and retire, angering the Golden Lion and falling into disgrace. In any case, he had already been accused as the leader of the rebel army, leaving him no room for excuses. He had even tried to kidnap the fourth prince to force a new deal with the Crown Prince, or use him to protect himself from the Imperial army. But every plan of the Red Lion failed. As he was becoming desperate, he heard the man beside him state, "In the end, there is only one last option left." At that moment, 2 women with black and golden eyes entered the office. These two, who looked identical, stared at the Red Lion with their black eyes and golden pupils, questioning, So you failed the mission. Will you finally answer us now? Imagining that because of his decisions, tens of thousands of loyal subordinates could suffer in vain, he refused to take high risks. As the justification for being labeled rebels was a supposed connection with such dark beings, Andre Wins decided to give an appropriate answer. Thus, he extended his hand to the two women, agreeing to a deal. That same night, Sean and Elric arrived at the Narrister's home. Guy Narrister, upon meeting the youths, apologized. I know it must be exhausting after a long journey, but the reason I called you both here is important. Guy extended a scroll to Elric. Upon opening the scroll and reading what was written, he was shocked. Guy confirmed the information present. The Emperor himself has issued a direct order. The Merbinger house will participate in the war. An imperial decree lay before. Elric, disobeying it would result in the highest punishment. Empire's seal could only be invoked against high-ranking noble families, and its use was limited due to fears of overuse. For the Merbinger house, the summoning could only be activated in two specific situations. For this reason, the imperial family had avoided using the golden seal for centuries, fearing they might lose control of the Merbingers. Seeing how the imperial family had lost their fear of using the summoning seal, Elric trembled with hatred before maliciously smiling as he sensed a suspicious undertone. Mephisto, reading the summons, snorted in derision. It's like they're digging a trap and telling us to fall into it. Aren't they basically saying they'll attack you head on? Furious at the news that Elric had to fight in the war, Sean stood up, proclaiming his outrage at the Merbinger family being treated as mere vassals. Angrily, he questioned if his father would do nothing. Calmly, Guy told his son to lower his voice. As Sean sat down again, Guy continued, I am also displeased with the Empire's attitude of disregarding our house. There's no way the Empire doesn't know that the Merbingers had an inherent pact with us. Seeing the Empire use them to destabilize their relationship with the Merbingers, Guy couldn't fathom the true intention but was certain of one thing. This decree is too careless. It doesn't seem like something the Emperor himself stamped. Stating this, Guy asked if Elric hadn't noticed it either. With the decree in hand, Elric remarked, If I oppose it, I'll be condemned for plotting against the Empire. But if I obey, I'll be sent as a pawn to the battlefield. Whichever choice I make, the Empire loses nothing. As they left Guy's office, Sean saw his friend guffaw and questioned why he was laughing if he was being forced into a trap. Revealing that he was already going to join the war anyway, Elric asked why he couldn't laugh. With a malicious glint in his eye, he threatened aloud, I was already wondering how I was going to bury that damned crown prince. Elric then spoke mentally with Mephisto, asking if they could handle both Grigory and the crown prince, as the latter was looking for the former. Crossing his arms, Mephisto questioned if that wasn't what the young man did best. Curious, as there were still 2 months until the deadline, Sean asked Elric what he would do in that time. Turning with a smile, Elric revealed he would do 2 things and would need his help. Upon hearing he'd be involved in something unexpected, Sean almost jumped back. The Central Magic Administration Office was as vast as a palace. Within its premises, a man in his office stared out the window, cursing, Annoying bastards! I can't believe there are still idiots who only rely on their noble birth. In his hand was a letter from the Narrister family, a special eligibility recommendation for the mage certification exam. Flipping to the next page, he gritted his teeth, discovering who was behind it, Elric Merbinger. Some time ago while traveling, Sean had asked his friend if he really needed a certificate at that moment. Elric then explained that by having a mage license, he could secure an officer's post in the army. Remembering Elric was the Radiant Star Duke, Sean expected he would already hold such a post anyway, so he questioned why he would bother. Elric stated that if he obtained such a post solely through his status, he would be bound by restrictions, among other things. Sean surmised Elric wouldn't reveal what other things would hinder him, and with a smile, Elric revealed those were tied to his own family. Still, Sean worried about the exam, which was notoriously difficult. Elric, however, corrected him, recalling, Even though I always failed at the academy due to my illness, I was always first in magic theory. Angrily, Sean advised him not to compare academy tests to the mage exam, which was 100 times more difficult. Sean explained why the exam was so arduous. Each examiner sets their own content. If you end up facing that professor named Brian, you'll be in trouble, as his pass rate is 1 in 1,000. Unconcerned, Elric looked out the window, stating that if so many failed, they were simply useless. Changing the subject, Elric asked if the test duration was indeed 8 hours. As soon as Sean confirmed, he opened the carriage door, advising, Take a break and wait for me. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Upon arriving at the Magic Administration Office, Elric found a gray-haired man who introduced himself. My name is Brian, a grade 5 examiner at the Central Magic Administration Office. You are Elric Merbinger, the applicant, correct? Confirming his identity, Elric asked if they could begin immediately. Brian, having verified Elric's identity, turned to proceed. Seeing they would face the man they had spoken of, Mephisto asked Elric if he would be all right. As he followed the examiner, Elric shrugged. After a few minutes of walking, they reached a room with numerous floor-to-ceiling windows and an 8-pointed star in the center of the floor. There was only one table where Elric sat. The examiner picked up some papers and, approaching, revealed, "The first test is written. 600 questions in total. Elemental theory, physics, necromancy, alchemy, ancient studies, dark magic, among others. The use of magic is prohibited, and its use will be considered cheating." With that, he placed all the documents inside a book before Elric. Scratching his ear, Elric scoffed indifferently. "Do I by chance need magic for this?" Even though he knew Elric was the so-called hero of Licente who had cured his illness, such arrogance drew attention. Brian decided to see what game he was trying to play, appearing there to use the press and thus raise the name of his fallen house again. Gritting his teeth in disgust, Brian restrained himself and announced, "You may begin." Immediately, Elric opened the test booklet. Seeing how Elric even hummed while answering, the examiner believed he was merely scribbling nonsense, as even Natasha Narister, the only examinee to achieve a perfect score, had agonized over the questions the entire time. A few minutes later, Elric closed the test booklet and, with a confident smile, announced, "Done. It's finished." Brian, seeing that only 15 minutes had passed, scoffed internally, imagining the young man hadn't even pretended to try. Sighing, he muttered to himself what a disgrace he was witnessing, as he had respected the Merbinger house in the past. Still, he needed to check the test result. Running his ring-adorned hand over the mirror on the book's cover, he unexpectedly saw the test score increase. Before the examiner's eyes, the score of 600 points on the test was announced. A perfect score. Mouth agape, Brian wondered how he had achieved it. At that very moment, Elric woke the examiner, asking if they could proceed to the second test. Sweating profusely, the examiner recalled that the young man had always ranked first in magic theory at the academy, which could be a justification. Moving on to the second test, Brian snapped his fingers. At his command, a man brought a crystal ball to the table where Elric was seated. The examiner smiled maliciously as the second test was flawed, regardless of the examinee's knowledge. Pointing to the crystal orb, the examiner asked Elric to place his hand on it. The test related to both the quantity and purity of mana control, which had to exceed what was requested in the test. This was where most people failed. However, when Elric placed his hand on the crystal, a golden light filled the entire room. The amount of energy within the crystal exceeded its limit, causing the crystal to crack until it exploded. Shards of crystal flew in all directions, scattering across the table. Faced with what had happened, Brian was shocked to the point his jaw dropped. Scratching the back of his neck, Elric smiled awkwardly. "Does breaking the crystal mean I automatically fail?" Grimly, Brian refused to agree with the young man, as it was quite the opposite. Meanwhile, Sean waited outside, leaning against the carriage. He was surprised to see Elric leave the magic office, as not even 30 minutes had passed. Curious and concerned, Sean asked how it had gone. With a confident smile, Elric showed his friend a paper, the temporary mage license, and asked, "Why do you worry about asking?" The next day, Sean, reading the newspaper, stumbled upon a photo of Elric and an account of his perfect score in all subjects. There was a passage he read aloud. "I'll be back before the tea gets cold," he confidently told his loyal companion before leaving the carriage. Annoyed, Sean threw the newspaper away, telling Elric to write novels. With a proud smile, Elric watched his friend finish reading quickly. Changing the subject, Sean asked if Elric had decided where he would fulfill his third mission. In response to the question, Elric revealed he was going to the Crimson Ghost Forest. Sean was surprised. This was an easier choice than he expected. "You're really not going to stay there. Wouldn't it be better to choose a more difficult place?" Elric stated that there wasn't much time left, so he just wanted to finish quickly and move on to the next step. In fact, he was looking for something in that place and asked if Mephisto was sure Otto's thesis was in the forest. Smiling as if he had no responsibility, Mephisto said it was up to Elric to believe it or not. In a region full of ghosts, there was a hidden thesis. This was Otto Hahn's work, something Elric couldn't dismiss as unbelievable. One theory, however, suggested that the countless spirits in the Crimson Ghost Forest had actually been created to guard such a thesis. As Elric pondered the journey, someone opened the door to the room, surprising both him and Sean. It was his sister Hayes who was looking for him so they could talk for a bit. The siblings walked through the residence's garden, illuminated by the moon and lampposts. Hayes began the conversation by asking her brother if he was indeed going to the Border Winds. Elric confirmed, stating there was no other choice, as there was a decree. Besides him, even the Magic Tower and the House of the Lion Duke had been summoned. When asked why she was asking, Hayes revealed that she would apparently have to go as well. "My organization has issued a recruitment order." Elric stopped abruptly upon hearing this and immediately questioned her. "Still, does it make sense for you to go? You're not even a full member." just an associate. However, she stated that even associates were ordered to participate, so if she refused, she would be permanently expelled. Furious, Elric was about to argue with his sister when she drew her hammer and slammed it on the floor. With an icy glare, she questioned him. "Don't tell me you're suggesting I stay behind and rest just because you're starting to live properly." Tapping her hammer, Hayes affirmed, "Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about money, but I love my job. I've built something I'm proud of." Hayes' questioning gaze fell on her brother as she avoided him. "Are you telling me to put away my weapons and stop fighting? If you try to say nonsense to me again, like about marriage, I'll crush you." Sighing, Elric said he wouldn't interfere in her life. Following Elric closely as he listened to the conversation, Mephisto scoffed, "Your sister has more guts than you." Elric didn't mind, as it was thanks to that personality that she had managed to hold the family together all this time. If not for her lack of magical talent, Hayes should have been the head of the family instead of him. According to his sister, Elric wished her to be careful, bidding her farewell. "I'll see you on the battlefield." With a reserved smile, Hayes wished him all the best. Patting his chest, Elric declared, "You've been protecting the family until now. From now on, I will, so don't worry." Unexpectedly, Hayes touched her brother's hair, smiling gently as she caressed it. "You've really grown a lot, haven't you?" Smiling along with his sister, Elric accepted the affection. On a dark night, in a forest where red lights were frequently seen, several youths were fleeing a reaper banshee that had emerged to pursue them. While running, one of the youths didn't notice a tree root extending across the dark ground and tripped, falling with all his weight. The youths were shocked to see Elton fall, but behind him, the banshee had already raised its scythe. Before everyone's eyes, the banshee struck Elton's back, staining the ground red. A young woman named Sophia had been paralyzed with fear, but soon one of her friends stirred. A major problem had arisen. Besides the first banshee chasing them, a second one appeared, blocking their path. A warrior trembled with fear, asking everyone what they should do. Sophia bit her lip irritably, wondering if this was the end for them. It was at that moment that the air turned cold and snow appeared amidst the forest. From behind some trees, a young man with golden hair emerged. He was the source of the ice magic. Extending his hand towards the banshees, Elric conjured an ice shower. "Pierce!" Sophia quickly shouted to the unknown young man, "Ice arrows don't work!" Physical attacks don't affect these things. However, Sophia's words were rejected by the physics behind the magic, which pierced the banshees. One of them raised its scythe, blocking the ice attacks. But the scythe didn't last long, being pierced by the ice shard. With supernatural force, the attack not only went through the scythe, but also the banshee behind it. Thus, the creatures were eliminated, and the group was saved. The young priestess Sophia and the two surviving guards were shocked to see the result of the swift battle. On Elric's arm, the ice symbols still glowed. Sighing, he felt relieved. Finally defeated one. Elric thanked the Dark King Yu as the ghosts kept flying around, preventing him from finishing the mission. Now he just needed to collect 8 more ghost essences, having just obtained 2. Yu always wanted to help, but Mephisto was against it. "Didn't I tell you before? This thing is best ignored for your sanity's sake." Yu, seeing Mephisto ridicule him, retorted, "A creature with just a shell dares to say so much? Even spirits despise you." The phantom crocodile's mockery enraged the Dark King, who roared back, "Despise me? How could mere spirits comprehend the greatness of a king like me?" While the two dark beings argued, Elric tried to ignore them. Regardless, he still needed to understand why there was a Reaper Banshee in such a place, as they only appeared in the depths of the forest. Looking at the marks on his own arm, Elric also felt the dark energy fill the air and be absorbed by the winter seal. To him, this could only mean that Otto's thesis was nearby. As he looked at a path ahead, Elric heard someone call him. The young priestess and the 2 traveling guards bowed, thanking him for saving them. Reassuring them, Elric said he had only done what he should. Changing the subject, he asked the trio why they were being chased by banshees. It was at this moment that he saw, in the torn bag of the attacked guard, a book. Elric frowned fiercely. On the cover of that book was his family's crest. While Sophia and the guards were excited by Elric's deed, he clenched his fist furiously, a tremendous hatred dominating him. Elric gritted his teeth, inwardly questioning, "How dare they lay their hands on my family's possessions?" Mephisto appeared beside Elric, laughing mockingly when he discovered the culprits were grave robbers. However, Elric stated it might be for the best, leaving the Dark King confused. Internally, Elric told Mephisto, "These bastards will definitely dig their own graves." Sophia, in tears and unaware of Elric's thoughts, pleaded, "I'm sorry, but could you help us with one more thing? We still have friends trapped inside the dungeon. We'll reward you if you help us, so please, help us." Sophia and her 2 companions bowed their heads, begging for Elric's assistance. The protagonist agreed, asking where their friends were. Sophia and her knights became excited, thanking Elric. Immediately, the priestess pointed a path, urging them to hurry before more banshees appeared. Despite flashing a cute smile at Elric, as soon as she turned away, the priestess smirked maliciously at her companions. However, such an action did not escape Elric's notice, nor Mephisto's, who felt pity for the 3. Pathetic to think they'd actually meet you and dig their own graves. Sometime later, the group arrived at a cave entrance pointed out by Sophia. The cave at the foot of a mountain was in an extremely dark location where sunlight barely reached, due to the clouds, the mountain itself, and the dry trees surrounding it. Before the young blonde-haired man entered the cave, Sophia stopped him. With a smile that seemed to try and charm him, she asked, "May I ask the name of our savior?" Elric quickly replied, "My name is Rick." Mephisto was quite annoyed to see him use a name he'd used before. Elric's imagination wasn't his strong suit. Sophia immediately hugged Elric's arm, saying, "Oh, Mr. Rick, your name is as extraordinary as your talent for magic." Elric feigned humility to try and push her away, but she clung even tighter to his arm, blushing, and asked, "If it's not impolite, may I ask what magic school you follow? I really want to repay the favor." Firmly stating she didn't need to worry, Elric pulled away, asking if her friends weren't in danger. Upon seeing the self-proclaimed Rick distancing himself, Sophia and her companions were shocked. The group leader couldn't believe he had maintained a completely neutral expression, even with her throwing herself at him. However, it no longer mattered to her, as, while his magic was impressive upon entering the cave, he would be trapped. She and her friends were already looking forward to their other companion finishing off the dungeon guardians, so they could betray the stranger and take his treasures. She nodded to one of the soldiers beside her and inwardly hummed, "I'll be counting on you, dear foolish noble." With Elric leading the group, the four entered the dungeon. As they followed the stone brick floor, Elric stopped, asking Sophia where her companions were. Making an excuse, she replied, "They were here when we fled. If they're still around, they should be hiding in the fourth chamber." Following their plan, Elric continued, warning them to be careful, as they didn't know what might appear. The moment he uttered such words, several Reaper banshees emerged. Terrified, Sophia fell to the ground. At least 4 monsters charged at Elric and the frightened group. Sophia screamed with all her might, "Please help us!" The protagonist extended his hand, and the wolf and winter tattoo engulfed the banshees in a layer of ice. Even Sophia and her group were affected by the cold, questioning what Rick was doing, and wondering if he didn't know banshees weren't affected by such attacks. However, to their surprise, the Reaper banshees were indeed frozen. To them, this was unbelievable, as such phantom-type monsters shouldn't be affected by elemental magic. After freezing the banshees, Elric looked back, asking if the group was all right. Stuttering, Sophia nodded in agreement. She was helped up by one of the soldiers and managed to stand. Seeing how powerful the self-proclaimed Rick was, Sophia wondered if he possessed sacred powers or something similar to combat the banshees. Still, she was confident he wouldn't be able to handle the dungeon guardians. As soon as he started fighting such monsters, it would be her chance to strike. Sophia's plan seemed good, but at the crucial moment, her jaw dropped. Wherever Elric passed, he froze the monsters, urging the group to hurry, as every minute there was a minute more in danger. Sophia, taken aback, couldn't believe that even after using so much magic, Rick hadn't depleted his energy and seemed completely calm. Elric was quite happy to have found this group of thieves, because thanks to them, he didn't have to wander the forest to find Otto's tomb. Likewise, he and Mephisto could take back the stolen artifacts and return them to their rightful places. Mephisto was equally happy, as he had managed to absorb some dark energy. There wasn't anything better he could ask for. In a tone of surprise, the dark being you commented doubtfully, "What an unexpected turn of events. I heard Merbingers were natural enemies of the Inhumans, but you know how to use the Inhumans' powers?" Elric realized from Yu's comment that this part of his family's history remained a mystery, even to him. He recalled that to restore Ottohan's winter, he would need to create a seal using dark relics and forge a new form for himself. Each guardian protecting that place held a fragment of this seal, but in their greed for power, they let themselves be consumed by darkness, spreading devastation across the world. Despite having a hunch, Elric had nothing but that. He still needed to seek the truth somewhere around there. After reaching a turn, Sophia pointed ahead, stating, "If we take this corridor, it will lead to the depths of the dungeon." Elric was undeterred, following the indicated path. It was then that he found a huge door, sealing an unknown room. Facing the door, he used the power in his eyes to discover more about it. Elric managed to draw all the mana flow from the dungeon to that door, meaning this was the final point. Pointing to the door, Elric asked Sophia if her companions were trapped on the other side. Feigning desperation, she replied, "Yes. There's something terrible in there, please be careful." Elric didn't care and with both hands pushed the doors open. Slowly, the light from within illuminated the surprised faces of Elric and even Mephisto. In one corner, there were some beakers of potions, but the most striking were the aligned dark soldiers. In the center of the room, some people lay on the ground, likely victims of them. In the soldiers' eyes, the glow of mana could be seen, while a metallic clang could occasionally be heard from their armor. Sophia took a step back upon seeing that these dark soldiers were reacting. She gritted her teeth and bit her lip, trying to contain herself. The last time they were in this place, only one soldier had reacted, and that single soldier had completely defeated them. As the mage was strong, she didn't believe she could face both monsters at once. She looked at her partners, who understood that if the mage perished, they wouldn't be safe either. Immediately they turned, intending to leave. However, at that moment the room began to tremble. Sophia quickly looked back, trying to understand what was happening. Before her, all the dark knights knelt before the man called Rick. Unsure why the guardians were kneeling like loyal vassals before their lord, the group watched as Rick walked towards them. The protagonist advanced into the midst of the soldiers, observing the Merbinger house crest on their chests and analyzing them carefully. Sophia's companions were shocked, wondering what Rick was doing. One of them asked fearfully, "What if we follow him and they suddenly turn against us?" However, Sophia rebuked them. "If you want to go back, be my guest. This mage has just discovered the secret of the dungeon." With a greedy glint in her eyes, she questioned them. "Are you insane to give this up?" Hurriedly, Sophia's two companions followed her into the room, the door closing behind them. Inside the room, Elric's inherited pendant gathered a large amount of energy as he headed towards the potions. Looking back, he wondered if the guardians were Otto Hahn's servants. Servants who protected their master's deeds even in the afterlife weren't common. This made Elric wonder if, when he rebuilt his house, he would find loyal servants like them, as well as trustworthy allies. Upon reaching the end of the room, Elric noticed a pulsing energy on the wall. The energy overflowed from a spiral symbol carved into the stone, the same magic that had been placed at the entrance of the Snow Mountain King's tomb. With his family heirloom in hand, Elric brought the pendant closer to the center of the carved spiral patterns. As the energy came into contact with the object, the light on the wall exploded in a rapid flash. On the faces of Elric and Mephisto, surprise arose at what was revealed. There, the great ancestor who created the Merbinger up to its foundation, spanning hundreds of years, awaited him, his distant descendant. Elric saw his surroundings transform into a cozy room, with books on the shelves where the ancestor rested in his chair. Approaching, Elric greeted, "I have arrived." Otto, facing the lifeless image of the man in the chair, Elric commented with regret, "In the arrangements, you looked like a middle-aged man, but here you look like a complete old man, confused." Elric wondered how many years Otto had waited. At that moment, Mephisto unexpectedly began to laugh. Elric looked at him, confused, as Mephisto laughed maniacally, making the air around him dark. With a sinister look, Mephisto addressed the seated man, uttering his name, "Otto Hahn! Otto Hahn!" "I always wondered, but in the end you were truly human. Even you, whom I imagined would torment us eternally, even you who seemed so monstrous, were just human." Mephisto seemed to pour out everything he had suffered during his imprisonment. "I swore countless times that if I ever rose again, with my own hands, I would take revenge on you and those who followed you. But in the end, those vows were fleeting and empty." Seeing Mephisto approach his ancestor and shout, Elric imagined this was merely a natural reaction. The Dark Lord, king of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, who tried to swallow the continent but was overcome by the Merbinger's wall, led by Otto Hahn, desperately wished for his resurrection solely to overcome such a barrier. However, now Mephisto saw the man he had always hated close his eyes with a gentle smile, turning all the hatred in his heart to nothing. The screams Mephisto had uttered for centuries were in vain. There was nothing more the Dark Lord could do. Furious, Mephisto pleaded, "Say something!" Anything in response. As he watched Mephisto's despair upon realizing his enemy was no longer alive, Elric wondered what secrets Otto held. He wanted to know what the Winter Seal was and what the secret of the Merbinger truly was. Before Elric's eyes, Otto's body transformed into mist, dissipating with the wind. However, as Otto left the material world, Elric was surprised as a remnant of the ancestor's mana began to envelop him. The mana burned like a volcano, growing with each passing moment, engulfing his descendant. When the mana entered Elric's body, the young man cried out in pain, trying to withstand the immense power that sought to fill him. Minutes later, when the pain subsided, Elric found himself in an unknown place. He looked around at the yellow sky, wondering where he was. It was then that a voice sounded in his ears, surprising him. "You must have many questions." Elric found the old Otto in the same chair, eyes closed, saying, "There are many things you cannot understand with the knowledge you currently possess." Elric got straight to the point, asking his ancestor what the Merbinger were. With a smile on his lips and eyes closed, Otto stated that he could not answer all questions, but since Elric had reached him, he would reveal a few things as a reward. The old man clapped his hands, and before Elric, a person in a great flowing white cloak appeared atop a mountain. The protagonist gaped, recognizing that person even without knowing them. That person was the founder. Now, Elric could feel the overwhelming power of the one who had founded the Merbinger family from its inception, and his entire body trembled. Some people appeared behind Elric, their backs to him. A red-haired woman was arguing with a man beside her, singing like a sparrow, so loud it irritates me. "Can't you be quiet? You're driving me crazy!" Turning around, Elric saw the red-haired woman scolding a man with a monocle, hitting him with a pipe to silence him. The man was none other than Otto, being reprimanded by his companions. Noticing the red hair of that woman, Elric imagined she could only be one person, the only woman among the 4 vassals. It was said she was the strongest in mana and destructive power, Christina Merbinger. Seeing Christina's scorching and radiant temperament, Elric imagined she must be the sun among the 4 seasons. The leader of the group interrupted the argument, announcing, "It's coming!" A shadow in the sky began to appear, like a dark portal surrounded by dark mist. From it, first a foot emerged, and soon after, unexpectedly, Elric saw Mephisto present himself with an evil grin and a sword carved with a wolf emblem in his hands. Along with Mephisto were 3 other beings, possibly the other 3 Dark Lords. In addition, there was a being that could only be described as embodied shadow, that which Elric had seen when they faced the Winter General, the Dark Deity. The Founder and the 4 Seasons stood on one side of the battle, ready to face the Dark Deity and his lords. Thus the true war began. I watched the battle in the first person. Elric felt an overwhelming pressure. He thought he had become someone powerful, yet watching Mephisto fight against the ancestors, he didn't dare to interfere. Each blast of energy caused by the clash illuminated the entire horizon, like a collapsing sun. The Supreme Lord of Darkness, with a gaze that didn't even express feelings, extended his hand, creating a sphere of shadows. He gripped it like a devourer of worlds, holding another toy. That sphere descended upon the earth with crushing energy, yet at its center a crack of light appeared. It was torn open by the power of the progenitor ancestor. In the confrontation between the 2 energies, it was possible to see a barrier forming as one repelled the other. Clearly, the properties of the magics of the 2 groups were completely different, yet for some reason, Elric felt some familiarity between the Merbingers and the beings of darkness. Elric was dumbfounded, considering a theory. Before he could speak, someone appeared beside him. Otto, what you are thinking is correct. We were going through a process of atonement, consuming, swallowing, and devouring all the demonic energy in the world to completely eradicate all inhuman beings from this earth. Unwilling to believe it, Elric asked if the Merbingers were originally non-human beings. Explaining that this was not the case, Otto created a small silver sphere in his hand and with it told a story. We, the Merbingers, as well as the beings who are collectively called demons, are 2 distinct sides of the same coin. We originally came from the same root. What Otto meant was that both the first ancestor and the Supreme Lord of Darkness had been born from the same origin, but followed different paths, opposing each other. Discovering that the first ancestor was a being who possessed the same rank as someone historically so powerful, the Lord of Darkness, completely shocked Elric. According to Otto, the Merbinger and the non-humans, although born from the same root, sought to annihilate one another. The war Elric was watching would drag on indefinitely, but one side gained the advantage and pressed the other with magic, pressure, and the sword. While forcing the last enemy, Mephisto, to flee, the Merbingers found a decisive victory, bringing an end to the war like a sunset. Otto, however, revealed that a problem had arisen. We won the war, but we lost the battle. When the Supreme Lord of Darkness's disciples had already been defeated, he stared at the progenitor in the night sky. A deep voice came from his being as he addressed the blonde-haired man. So you were human after all. You chose this path, didn't you? While watching his brother in origin begin to dissipate, the progenitor merely wiped the corner of his mouth in silence. The being of darkness was not afraid to say goodbye. Your arrogant choice led you to face your end. Even if I disappear, a part of me will always dwell in some corner, but you can never enjoy that luxury. Even in the face of the provocation, the progenitor smiled as a final answer. Seeing the history unfolding before his eyes made Elric ask Otto if the first ancestor had lost. Otto confirmed what had happened. In the end, because of the curse that afflicted him in the battle, he perished. The other side, however, can revive at any moment. It was by putting an end to that vision that Otto warned, one day, when the inhuman beings begin to emerge again, the Supreme Lord of Darkness will inevitably return. In the end, the progenitor was placed sitting next to a tree. In front of him, the entire Merbinger family cried. Otto, the first successor of the ancestor, swore in tears, "I will rebuild our house once more." As the patriarch at that time, Otto led the Merbinger house on a path of prosperity, fulfilling the ancestor's will. At the same time, he made preparations for the winter. He waited and waited for the hour when the enemy would return. He gave all his love, as well as his youth, giving up everything until the descendant foretold by the first ancestor to save the world appeared. Now, in his old age, Otto could smile at the thought of fulfilling his goal. Like a grandfather, Otto placed his hand on Elric's shoulder. "Finally, I found you. You are the child of the prophecy. Hearing Otto's words, Elric was left speechless. Quickly recovering, he closed his eyes. It was hard to believe he was the descendant chosen by the first ancestor 1,000 years ago. But thinking that made him gnash his teeth irritably. That seemed more like a joke. Otto noticed that Elric was not very happy with the news. The protagonist stated in a serious voice, "Why would I be? I would like to pioneer my own path, my own way, not because someone forced a destiny upon me." Otto reassured the young man, "Don't misunderstand. A prophecy is just a prophecy. The world diverges into countless paths, and surely you have also already experienced facing some of these changes." Elric was surprised by Otto's comment, as he remembered something in history about meeting the Tiger King Yule. Otto stretched out his arms, smiling. "Prophecy or not, in the end, it is up to you to choose, not anyone else. Even if you refuse to follow the preparations, I cannot restrain you." As soon as Elric agreed with him, Otto extended his hand, creating a symbol like a clock. "I asked you before when we first met, but let me ask again. Will you stop the wheel of time or will you turn it?" Elric smiled at the question. "Of course my answer remains the same. Why would I refuse to follow the path where I could become stronger in the fastest way?" Elric demanded that Otto give him what he had for him, but this confused the ancestor. "What are you talking about?" Elric reminded Otto anxiously. "Wasn't it you who told me to come here and obtain what I need to complete the winter? You wouldn't contradict yourself now, would you?" Otto burst out laughing at the young man's anxiety, but did what was necessary. Outside, the group of tomb raiders was still surrounded by the guards. They wondered what they should do, whether they should stay there. They didn't want to act rashly so that the guardians would attack them. Suddenly, an incandescent light appeared at the door through which Elric had passed earlier. This made the group extremely excited, as it meant the treasure was about to come out. As soon as they thought of the treasure, the group began to attack each other. With a sword, one of the members shouted, "The treasure is mine!" He betrayed his teammate, attacking him from behind. The door had been opened, and he ran towards Elric. Raising the sword above his head, he sneered, "Don't blame me for meeting your end here, wizard. I will make good use of what you left behind." However, before the blow was executed, the raider coughed heavily. He fell to the ground after a sword struck him from behind. With a sharp look, the one who attacked him, Sophia, mocked the greedy judgment of the former companion. She saw a golden energy blooming from Elric's body. "You can't even feel this absurd mana that the wizard is releasing now. Don't blame me for this." Sophia recovered her dagger, planning to wait. She knew that without the wizard, she wouldn't be able to leave the tomb. She looked at the bag that the eliminated companion was carrying and thought about taking his belongings before escaping with the wizard. As malice arose in her gaze, a voice pierced her ears. "Not bad. You have good senses." Sophia quickly turned around and ended up finding Elric with a malicious face approaching. "For a mere tomb thief, you are quite impressive." Sophia fell to the floor, startled. Trembling, she stammered, "How did you know about us?" Seeing that she was curious, Elric revealed, "You made it so obvious from the start. How could I not notice?" Sophia realized that they were the ones who had fallen into the trap. They were deliberately led to the tomb. She quickly activated her feigning skills and began to cry, pleading, "We were wrong, wizard. Please, spare our lives." With a gloomy look, Elric approached Sophia, asking her in a voice as sweet as poison, "Why? You tried to attack me. Shouldn't I do the same to you?" Tears streamed like a waterfall down Sophia's face, who couldn't stop sobbing. "I will do anything. Whatever you command, I will do. Please, let me live." Sighing, Elric ended up commenting that the more bodies there were, the harder it would be to clean up. He waved his hand, ordering, "Go before I change my mind." Sophia thanked him profusely and fled the room. As Sophia started running, Mephisto appeared just to mock. "Look at her, running like a sick dog. Are you really going to let her escape? That could expose the location of the lair." But confidently, Elric declared that Sophia wouldn't even take a step out of there. Mephisto was confused by his confidence. Leaving the King of Sin curious, Elric smiled. "I left a little something at the entrance of the tomb." Changing the subject, Elric smiled maliciously, asking Mephisto, "How do I look to you?" Mephisto frowned, having to admit, "You managed to complete that, the winter." Around Elric, it was possible to see the air cool just by his presence, like the icy breeze of the season. A few minutes ago, inside the vision Elric was in, Otto explained that the Winter Seal was originally at the level of generals in the realm of darkness. It was the true name of Otto who had defeated his enemies. Joining his hands, the old man revealed that the seal began with the awakening of two authorities. As soon as he touched his hands, Otto caused the entire region, once as beautiful as spring, to freeze. Elric watched that scene, internally repeating the elder's words. Otto created a series of magic circles, while telling the young man, "If magic is the act of manifesting the laws of truth of the world, Authority is the act of forcing beyond those laws and truths. The magic circle, which represented the laws of the universe, was bent before Otto's authority. This was the authority called the sovereign's power. In Otto's hands, the magic circle transformed into a beautiful sphere of energy as he explained. The authorities were divided into two names, North Wind and Winter Blizzard. The sphere of energy released its power, causing a hurricane of ice to explode around them. The North Wind created the great tornado that dragged everything in its path. The wind that was left over from the north was dry, causing the place where it passed to become desolate. The North Wind carried infamy and calamity, the terror that annihilated, annihilation. In the winter blizzard, snow fell endlessly, creating piles that stole the life of all living beings, stealing the energy of every flower that would bloom. The silent end of life was peace and rest for living beings, but also a source of fear. No one knew where the blizzard came from. Otto explained to Elric, "If you can master the North Wind and the winter blizzard, you will complete a perfect winter." The symbols on Elric's arm already shone. Ever since the intention to defy the impossible had arisen within him, he knew the overwhelming strength he could obtain if he managed to achieve the goal. This time, Otto saw a smile on Elric's face, a good expression compared to the irritated expression from before. Otto tightly squeezed his hand, making a decision. In Elric's pupils, it was possible to see the reflection of the elder's malicious smile. "This time I will guide you." Hehehehe. After leaving that world, even remembering what happened left Elric tired. He couldn't imagine what kind of ancestor tormented his descendants in that manner. Mephisto faced Elric with crossed arms. Now he knew that the young man had reached the strength of generals. But from the same strength, Mephisto could feel that his own soul energy had been strengthened along with Elric. In that parallel world, Otto still observed the shadow that Elric left behind as he walked away. Everything seemed sunny to the old man, who began to think, "I gave him all the mana I had left. I wonder if that brat will notice it." At least, now Otto felt he could finally rest. Leaving the warmth of the sun, he reached the icy mountains. As he used a skill to restore his previous appearance, hiding the old age of his white hair, Otto sighed. "Will she accept me again?" Otto approached a person wearing a plush cloak who was staring at the icy horizon there. Upon reaching her, he asked worriedly, "I left you waiting for too long, didn't I? I'm sorry for making you wait." The queen of the ice. Mountain hastily turned around upon hearing Otto's voice. Her eyes showed the surprise of thinking she would never see him again. With the voice of someone giving their heart, Otto asked, "If it's okay, would you give me one more chance?" It was possible to see how anxious he was for the answer as he swallowed hard and sweated despite the cold. The queen of the ice mountain opened her mouth upon hearing the question and smiled gently in response. Otto came to cry. He thanked her once and again. Suddenly, Otto felt someone hug him from behind. A small girl. He smiled when he saw the little ice general. Otto opened his arms to hug the little girl he treated like a daughter. "I wouldn't leave you behind." As soon as he lifted the little general with one arm, he announced, "Let's go to that other world where we can have the fun we could never enjoy." Thus, the three walked like a family towards a portal. As they left, Otto gave one last look at that land of ice. The next poor soul will certainly have a hard time. Talking to Mephisto, Elric suddenly looked around, feeling he had heard something. He then looked at the rocking chair where Otto used to sit and ended up sighing. Otto had given him a lot of work, but he was grateful for everything the ancestor did. Bowing to the ancestor's resting place, he wished, "May you find peace wherever you are." As soon as Elric prepared to leave, Mephisto quickly looked at the chair and repeated Elric's words, internally, secretly wishing Otto a good rest. But even so, he hoped that one day they could meet to finish the duel they had in the past. In the corridors of the tomb, hasty footsteps could be heard. Sophia ran for her life, while cursing. She had obtained nothing, lost all the treasures, and ended up in that situation. Remembering the path to the exit, Sophia soon spotted the forest at the tomb's exit. She stopped, and ended up thinking about hiding for a sneak attack when the wizard came out. But she put that idea aside. "I should just leave. It will be worse if I am discovered." Sophia prepared to leave, but before putting a foot out of the tomb, she froze. Feeling a shiver run down her spine, Sophia knew that as soon as she left, it would be the end of her. A voice soon emerged in Sophia's ears. "Your instincts are sharp." In front of her, secret soldiers of the Blue Lion House appeared. They were from the cleanup crew, who made people disappear, depending on their misdeeds. With a blue cloak, the leader of that group asked Sophia, "Is Elric in there?" An internal confusion hit Sophia. Wait, is he talking about Elric Merbinger, the so-called hero of Lecente? That wizard? Sophia quickly tried to explain herself, but the Blue Wolf did his job, and with a single blow silenced her for eternity. With a sharp look, the man watched the rest of Sophia fall to the ground. The man realized he had acted without thinking. Still, with a smile, he stated without worries, "Anyway, none of you would leave this place alive." Anyone who recognized the man would know that he was Tannant, Paul's sword. In Paul Vile's residence, he sat on a throne, slouching as he asked the person kneeling before him, Elric Merbinger's head this time, "You will bring it, won't you?" From beneath the hood, Hilton, captain of the 1st Cheongrang squad, assured him that he would send the best elites. Paul recalled how relations between Elric Mervinger and Hilton were not good, and imagined that this time, Hilton wanted to resolve things once and for all. He then reminded him, "A week from today there will be a duel for the position of head of the family against your brother Herman." Hilton nodded, remembering the matter, and revealed, "Elric Mervinger, who entered the unknown lands, will perish through an unfortunate accident." Paul smiled, liking how Hilton would handle Elric's disappearance. That night, in another area, Isabel rushed to tell her father that the Cheongrang had left the imperial capital. She was more specific. "Father, Paul Vile sent Tannant. Judging by where they went, they aimed to attack Elric." Herman ended up looking at the moon with a pitying gaze. "The brother I knew no longer seems to exist in this world. I wish I could at least share a drink with him one last time." Isabel knew how her father always acted lightly against his own people, but she also knew that she should make him firm. Pulling Herman out of his reverie, Isabel completed the information. "For now, our uncles are leading the Cheongma and Cheongyang in pursuit." Herman knew how Tannant was a dangerous man known as Paul's sword. His movement meant that strong countermeasures were underway. Herman wished Elric would be lucky enough not to encounter Tannant, but Tannant was already on Elric's heels. As they entered the dungeon, Tannant's group encountered countless dark beings. They carried crude scythes, wore a red hood, and their faces could only be described as the shadows present in nightmares. Tannant's group quickly put themselves in battle position. A red eye glowed. Tannant advanced alone, with a smile that showed his happiness and madness. With dozens of cuts, he eliminated the monsters all at once. Like shadows, the monsters came to dissipate in seconds. Tannant licked his lips, commenting to himself, "Cutting ghosts is no fun." With a Machiavellian gaze, he wished, "If a real man showed up, it would be much better." Suddenly, Tannant felt something different. A cold wind came from a corridor, freezing everything in its path. Tannant smiled, knowing he had met Elric. With his hands in his pockets, Elric walked carelessly, with Mephisto by his side. Mephisto understood why Elric had let that woman go, as he already knew that she would meet such people. The protagonist revealed what he already knew beforehand. "Since the entrance to the forest, someone has been tracking me, so I figured I wouldn't need to dirty my own hands to deal with her." Mephisto smiled, imagining that Elric had acted like a Mervinger, and curiously asked what he planned to do. The protagonist extended his hand, commenting, "Since I learned something new, don't you think it's time to test it?" The ice quickly began to cover the entire floor, walls, and ceiling, approaching the area where Tannant and his men were. Tannant, seeing that energy, quickly screamed while grabbing a scroll, "Prepare for ice magic!" Tannant quickly tore a scroll. He knew very well that the 2nd and 3rd squads had been eliminated by ice magic. He had prepared countermeasures. Fire arose around him and his squad mates. At that moment, chains of ice began to emerge from the frozen areas. Tannant was confident that, against 7th Circle fire magic, Elric's ice magic would not work. As soon as the ice wrapped around his sword, Tannant cut through the chain, breaking it. The chains kept coming, but he dealt with them easily to the point of sneering, "Is this the best you can do, Merbinger?" Laughing confidently, Tannant stated, "Tricks like these won't work." However, it was at that moment that Tannant's confident expression cooled. A thin layer of ice covered both him and his subordinates, extinguishing the fire that protected them. With a terrifying aura surrounding him like the shadows of the night, Elric walked towards the enemy with the icy wind surrounding him. As he approached, Elric murmured, "Blizzard." The snow came up in the blink of an eye, heading towards Tannant's group like an avalanche. The snow covered the Blue Wolf Knights in seconds. All that could be seen was the ice, growing. Half of Tannant's body was frozen. His breathing became muffled. He couldn't move. His lungs had been frozen in an instant. That didn't seem like the power of a human. Scared, Tannant looked around, seeking help, but what he found were his companions turned into ice cubes. The best elites, protected by 7th Circle magic, had been defeated in one attack. Tannant remembered the information he had received. They said Elric had recently become a wizard. That's why he didn't understand how the young man became so strong. Amidst Tannant's doubts, he saw a frightening Elric walking towards him with his hand outstretched. Tannant quickly yelled to the few companions who had not been affected by the blizzard because they were further back, "Retreat, quickly!" As he watched them run, Elric closed his eyes. From his arm, a dark energy began to emerge. as he internally recited, "Since ancient times, the wind coming from the north has always carried despair with it. O cursed wind that carried the resentment of countless lives and that took them from their souls. From the walls, countless ghosts, the same ones that had been defeated by Tannant, began to emerge, blocking the escape route. This time, at least a dozen of them had appeared, like a shadowy army seeking to reap the lives of those who defied the second authority of winter." Frowning amidst his concentration, Elric murmured, "North wind." Advancing like the dry wind, the ghosts wielded their scythes with sharp attacks. They spared none of the warriors who were subordinate to Tannant and Paul. A series of attacks without an ounce of mercy finished off the entire group, which Tannant could only watch while grinding his teeth. Even in this situation, he thought about how to escape to report to the Lord what he saw. He used all his strength to break the ice and brandish a sword and attack the approaching ghost, but chains began to emerge, trapping his leg to prevent his escape. Tannant gritted his teeth, feeling he couldn't walk. Furious, he shouted, "I told you not to trap me." He attacked with a downward cut, breaking the chains around his leg. Furious, he swore, "Just wait. Next time I'll finish. You off." Elric didn't even hear the words of threat and continued to extend his hand, with his eyes closed, controlling the blizzard and the wind. Suddenly, Tannant saw Elric make a slight movement, and the world began to spin. Tannant had fallen to the floor, but not completely, only his head. In the reflection of Tannant's red eye, a completely dark being could be seen staring at him. As soon as they defeated all the enemies, the ghosts plunged back into the walls, returning to rest. Tired, Elric fell to the floor, sitting. He gasped heavily while speaking slowly. "This authority, normally I wouldn't even dare to use it. Using it made me feel it completely drained my mana." Mephisto observed Elric and repeated the name of the authorities, Blizzard and North Wind. "It seems that you now have a complete knowledge as the successor of Winter." Now that Elric had mastered Winter, Mephisto asked if he would proceed to Spring. The question made Elric look thoughtfully at the horizon. He ended up remembering Otto's words, "Winter is just the beginning. You must gather all 4 seasons. They are the fragments of the ancestors' vast power, divided into 4. When he demonstrated the power of the 4 elements, Otto extended his hand, revealing the light. When you gather all 4 powers, the ancestors' magic will be unlocked. Elric discovered that Winter alone was immensely powerful, but obtaining the power of the other 3 seasons would make him obtain unbelievable power. He, according to the prophecy, could surpass the primordial ancestor. Imagining such a thing brought a smile to Elric. Mephisto, accompanying him, knew what could happen. Elric could become free from the chains that the ancestor left behind. While leaving the tomb, Elric stretched, but when trying to remember where Spring was, he completely forgot. Elric knew that Otto had told him about the location, but he didn't understand why the memory was so clouded. Feeling as if someone had erased his memory, Elric stared at Mephisto. Upon sensing the stare, Mephisto frowned. Elric quickly looked away, knowing that Mephisto would not have such power. Besides wanting his growth, Elric tried to imagine who could impose restrictions on him without him noticing. If something like that existed, such a person could eliminate him before he had the chance to find her location, and that worried him tremendously. At that moment, a battalion was running through the forest. "Quick! We must reach the Blue Wolves at all costs!" The group soon managed to reach an abandoned tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, the first one who arrived noticed that nothing was right. They found Sophia's body. One of Sophia's uncles, worriedly, asked his brother what they should do. They needed to move forward. Drawing his sword, the uncle swore, "If even a single strand of hair on my nephew-in-law has been harmed, my sword will finish off these damn people." Energy surged around the swordsman uncle, but it was dissipated when he, confused, saw the interior of the tomb. Upon arriving in a corridor, they found countless members of the Blue Wolves, frozen in blocks of ice. Walking further inside, they found Tannant's body. This guy was someone that even they couldn't defeat easily. While one of the uncles was analyzing Tannant's body, he saw confusion happen. Another of Isabel's uncles shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Several ghosts had appeared, surrounding them. The swordsman bravely raged furiously upon seeing the setback. "Come at me if you dare!" One of the shadow ghosts advanced with a sharp smile, but he was destroyed with a single attack. The battle had just begun when a voice emerged. "That's enough." Both the soldiers and the ghosts stopped. The ghosts soon left the location, ignoring the intruders. They immediately knelt before Elric, who walked among them while scolding, "If this continued, what would you do if a casualty happened?" Isabel's uncles were shocked by what they saw. They were not sure what was happening. Sometime later, the entire group left the tomb. In front of the entrance, the protagonist clenched his fist tightly and used a spell, Break. The rocks at the cave entrance began to break apart, collapsing, and sealing the tomb entrance. With just the brief look they gave, Isabel's uncles knew that the tomb was extraordinary, so one of them asked if Elric was sure about sealing it. Elric, however, had not completely destroyed it, only sealed the entrance so that it would remain hidden from the eyes of others. Elric wanted to transform that place into a sanctuary for the family, as well as a fortress. This was only possible, however, thanks to the magic pendant on his neck. That necklace was actually a master key capable of unlocking or sealing all the secrets of the Merbinger family. One of the uncles, curious, asked if it wasn't a shame to leave the tomb guardians behind. Elric reassured him, revealing, "Of course I will take them with me." Extending his hand, Elric made the winter symbol glow on his arm. In seconds, dozens of ghosts emerged, spreading throughout the surrounding forest, but in an instant, they returned to Elric's possession. Isabel's uncles were speechless. They had no words to describe how impressed they were with how much stronger Elric had become. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Elric finalized the demonstration, bringing the guardians within himself. Accompanying Elric in secret, Mephisto ended up commenting, "Otto-Han really gave you something impressive." Elric, however, didn't find the guardians so powerful. His comment left Mephisto furious to the point of correcting him. "Fool, you still haven't understood." Remembering the past, he couldn't help but reveal, "You have no idea the level Otto-Han reached when he invoked winter and commanded those ghosts." Mephisto revealed that Otto possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate souls. Even the ghosts that Elric now commanded were powerful, but Mephisto ended the subject, not wanting to say how strong they were. Observing Mephisto's behavior, Elric understood that those who served Otto were impressive figures. He realized that if the ghosts in life were handpicked by Otto, who led the Merbinger house to its golden age, then they had the right to call themselves heroes. Elric imagined that if he could control them appropriately, he might be able to restore the Merbinger house to the glory it once possessed. Now, possessing Otto's complete legacy, as well as the winter that descended upon the lands 2 years ago, Elric imagined that he should finally announce to the world that the Merbinger house had once again awakened. A few days later, in the central office of Magical Administration, several people began to gather outside the gates. They were curious, as numerous reporters had been summoned. Some of them thought it would be the announcement about Elric Merbinger receiving the title of Magus, but imagining that he had completed the mission in 3 days was unbelievable. The gathered reporters commented on how even Tasha Nerester had not finished the mission so quickly. This led them to believe that there was another reason for them to be summoned. One of the reporters suddenly heard the sound of horses. A carriage of the Blue Lions was rapidly approaching. When the carriage stopped, the gates opened for it. A few people watched around, waiting to see who would descend from it. With an imposing white cloak, the same color as his suit with gold details, the color of his hair, Elric stepped out of the carriage. The reporters immediately surrounded him, pushing microphones while photographing and hastily asking, "The public is recently paying a lot of attention to your achievements, Lord Elric Merbinger. Is it true that you have already completed your mission? If so, that means you have broken the record set by your grandfather, Usden Merbinger, and even Tasha Neresters. What is your secret?" The questions continued to pile up as Elric walked. Some are saying there aren't 3 new stars, but 4. Any comment on that? As Elric ignored them, someone stopped in front of him to receive him. Extending his hand, Brian greeted, "The Central Office of Magical Administration hereby certifies that Elric Merbinger has officially become a Magus." Clicks and more clicks from the cameras began to happen one after the other. As the photos were taken, the reporters bombarded him with questions. "It's been more than 30 years since the Merbinger house, a prestigious magical house, produced a certified wizard. How do you feel? Lord Elric Merbinger, just a word about your thoughts." Elric broke the silence with a serious voice and attitude. "I will speak, but before my statement, allow me to say one thing first." With a furious voice, he revealed, "During my mission, I was ambushed by an unknown group and barely escaped with my life." Elric's words drew attention, shocking everyone. He showed the people who accompanied him in the carriage, declaring, "Thanks to the help of the Whale House, I managed to survive. But after much thought, I came to the conclusion that I cannot allow humiliation to go unpunished." Elric's words continued to surprise. "I now declare a domain war." Frightened, the reporters continued to take photos while one of them asked, "A domain war? Doesn't that only end when one of the sides is completely destroyed?" But the Merbinger house barely has 2 remaining members. How could they declare a domain war? Among the reporters, someone asked the crucial question, who would possibly try to attack the patriarch of a great house of wizards? Elric did not hide it and declared, "The target is Paul Whale. He is the traitor of the Whale House." In the office of the director of the Central Magical Administration, Brian presented himself to resign. The director was surprised and asked if it had any relation to the Merbinger case. Brian still remembered Elric's words not long ago. "The one I am about to face is considered a candidate for the Blue Lion title. I may lose if I fight head-on, but I will still fight. Please help me, so that the star does not fade, nor be hidden in the darkness. Help me shine once more. As long as I have your support, the star will never lose its brilliance again." Brian personally heard the speech given by Elric, right beside him. Now, before the general director, he admitted knowing that, with the decision made, he could lose everything he had built. He lowered his head, yet declared, "I wish to follow his path and dream for a new era." The director sighed, but accepted Brian's decision. The two then greeted each other, and Brian left the office. The director internally praised how Elric used the media's attention. Standing up, he went to a large window and observed the starry sky. He felt that a new star, even brighter than the others, was emerging. News of the declaration of war spread in all the newspapers. Paul faced the man before him, questioning if he had anything to say. Hilton lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Seeing that Hilton had nothing to say, Paul declared, "It seems you are no longer useful to me alive." It was at that moment that a woman's voice emerged. "That won't happen. This boy belongs to us." Hilton was relieved when the duo entered the hall. This also prevented Paul from attacking him. Paul, upon seeing the presence of those people, gnashed his teeth furiously. The duo of women hugged each other and stared at Paul with their yellow eyes. In mockery, one of them stated, "Losing your composure makes me wonder if he can still conquer the Blue Lion seat. Our offer is still on the table. Have you changed your mind?" Paul remained silent for a moment until he asked them to discuss the details. Seeing Paul's interest made the two smile, maliciously. The next day, the sun shone upon the Blue Lion house of the Vile family. Outside the walls, Elric blushed slightly, surprised. "Isabel, your hair!" Isabel, who had cut her hair to shoulder length, used her fingers to play with it, and timidly asked, "How do I look?" Elric practically stammered while trying to compliment Isabel. "The hair looks a little more lively, more assertive." This ended up making Mephisto laugh. Isabel suddenly approached Elric, staring into his eyes. "That's not what I asked." This made Elric correct himself. "You look beautiful." Isabel quickly turned her back to Elric, commenting, "Today, I can finally claim my enemy's head." She turned to look at him again and completed, "I can't afford to look weak." She profusely thanked Elric. "I thank you once again on behalf of my entire family." As soon as Isabel made such a declaration while bowing, dozens of reporters appeared, taking photos of the two. Shocked, Elric realized that Isabel had predicted all of that. He understood that Isabel was trying to expose the alliance between the Blue Lion and the Merbingers to put psychological pressure on Paul Vile. Seeing Isabel approach him so that photos could be taken of the two together, this made Elric understand that her judgment was extremely sharp. She ended up becoming someone he couldn't help but desire proximity to. Sometime later, in a large hall, Elric and Isabel sat side by side, observing the floor below them. Elric's eye glowed with a faint green, allowing him to see the strength of the Blue Lion family. The aura surrounding each knight showed that they were stronger than Elric imagined. It was hard to believe that they went through internal conflicts, as their emotions seemed rock solid. Elric ended up clenching his fist anxiously. He wished he had people like that serving the Merbinger family so that it could finally fly freely. A worried look dominated him, as he knew that everything would depend on the type of result he achieved there. Outside, Herman had just arrived, as had Paul. Both faced each other in an arena, when Herman spoke first. "In the end, we will face each other like this after all." Paul responded with a mocking look. "This thick layer of hypocrisy, why don't you finally remove it?" Herman was greatly affected by his brother's words, who stared at him with a dark look, full of envy. "You have always been the victor and I the loser. I hate it. You winning everything, conquering everything, as if you were the only one who mattered. Nothing could be mine." In Herman's gaze, sadness emerged upon seeing how bitter his brother was. Paul, who had birds painted red on his hand, gripped the sword's hilt, swearing, "I'll show you something, that not everything in the world belongs to you." Drawing his sword and facing Herman with red eyes, he desired, "Everything you've conquered until now will be mine." Herman lifted his head with difficulty. On his face, the countless emotions conflicting within him could be seen. He then opened his mouth, changing his voice to a cold tone. "No matter how unfairly you have been treated, your actions cannot be justified." Grabbing his sword and drawing it to unleash a torrent of energy, he declared, "The sins committed by my younger brother will be faced by me, the older brother." Herman was the first to attack, charging against Paul. Around Herman, as the name of his house, Blue Wolf, already stated, blue energy enveloped him like a sea. On the other side, Paul raged, wielding his sword while being engulfed in a red energy. In the confrontation between brothers, however, a shadow emerged amidst the powerful clash of attacks that should have swept away all the surroundings. Herman quickly retreated, using his sword plunged into the ground to stop. On the other side, Paul retreated in the same way. He was the most furious, shouting at the unknown person, "Who is there? Who dares to interrupt our duel?" In the middle of the two, who had already destroyed a large part of the arena, a man emerged. "I am under the authority of His Majesty." With his arms behind his back, wearing a suit with a red tie, the color of the crest that adorned his clothes, the man introduced himself. "My name is Triton, Director of the 1st Imperial Inspection Office. I came here to deliver a message from His Majesty." Triton's words surprised both Herman and Paul, who was facing him. Triton bravely asserted on behalf of the king, "There are those on the eastern frontier who, despite the Empire's benevolence, dare to dream of revolt. Even if you cannot unite to punish such traitors and simply conflict with one another, His Majesty considers this extremely regrettable." As Triton spoke, he looked around. His eyes ended up meeting Elric's. Mephisto quickly approached Elric, whispering, "That sounds like a direct warning to you. It seems your countless declaration of territorial war did not sit well with him." As soon as Triton finished speaking, Paul began to laugh. As the laughter subsided, he mocked, "So it's not enough for His Majesty to aim for the Red Lion's head, he also wants to tie up the members of the Blue Lion?" Upon hearing the insolence stated by Paul, Triton became furious. "How dare you, a subject of the Empire, presume and interpret the king's will?" Paul waved his hand at Triton's anger. "Enough of this. On what grounds do you think you can stop our duel?" Seeing that he was not being taken seriously, Triton gritted his teeth. "You insolent traitor!" At that moment, a voice full of mana crossed the entire arena. "The territorial war and the mission to punish the Red Lion, handled by the Empire, should not be linked to each other, should they?" Triton was surprised to feel the mana that entered his ears. He turned, looking up at the upper floor, and faced the golden-haired young man who was there, Elric. The protagonist leaned on the railing, asking once more, "Am I not right about that?" Hearing Elric's words, Triton gritted his teeth. "Are you saying you want to defy His Majesty's commands, Elric Merbinger?" The protagonist smiled confidently in response. "Exactly." Triton was shocked, as he did not expect such a direct answer. Elric crossed his arms and stated with every word, "As the Duke of the Radiant Star, I openly refuse His Majesty's decree." Elric going against the king made Triton furious. "How dare you? As a subject of the Empire, you are obligated to obey." Elric, however, corrected him. The decision over someone's life within the Weil family should certainly bow under His Majesty's words. However, as the Duke of the Radiant Star, this command does not apply to me, does it? Triton internally cursed Elric for knowing about the treaty. The Merbinger house had existed long before the Empire was founded. It was known as an ancient noble house of magic. When the first emperor established the Empire, he offered great concessions to ensure the Merbingers' loyalty. Unless the offense amounted to high treason, no imperial interference would be allowed. Without a golden edict, no imperial order would be imposed by force. Triton was enraged because, even though the Merbinger Treaty had been forgotten after the family's decline, its power still remained active. The protagonist then extended his hand, asserting, "Even if the duel ends here, the Merbinger territorial war has not been concluded yet. I will exercise that right here and now as the representative of my house." Looking at the arena, Elric declared, "I appoint the Blue Lion, Herman Weil, as the one who will represent me." Elric's decision meant that Herman would assume the political burden of the Empire, while the Merbingers would reap all the benefits. However, he did not oppose the idea. "I accept." The protagonist then declared, "As the representative of the Merbingers, please deliver your judgment to Paul Weil." Paul Weil himself was furiously grinding his teeth. All of this was like a great mockery to him. Triton tried to take a step forward to stop the fight, but he retreated. Herman unleashed the powerful energy of a blue lion. On the other side, Paul carried the power of his family. Triton quickly backed away. He couldn't deal with the two at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Herman and Paul were already crossing swords. Herman's sword advanced in the first clash, cutting away little by little at Paul's sword, which saw its weapon damaged before their eyes. Shock arose in Paul's gaze when the sword was destroyed. The energy cut, extremely oppressive, passed beside him, and with it, took his arm. Paul fell to his knees, his fallen sword on one side, his arm on the other. With his hand on his shoulder, he gasped, irritably saying, "You succeeded, the pride of the falcon." Herman, however, corrected him, being humble. "I only completed the falcon's beak. The talons and wings still need to be finished." The The aura shining on the sword marked the aura of the spear, the symbol of the fifth upper chain. Triton could see that the blue lion had recovered his strength and become even stronger. This meant that they would now need to classify Herman Weil as a grade 1 threat, like the White Knight. At that moment, full of rage, Paul shouted, "Why do you have to have everything?" He charged towards Herman, even unarmed. Herman stood still, waiting for his brother to approach, hoping that halfway he would give up. However, there was no way to spare him. Herman's attack struck above Paul's shoulders. With the single definitive attack, Herman eliminated his adversary. On one side, Paul's supporters fell silent, and on the other, a great celebration took place. Herman plunged his stained sword into the ground. He covered his own eyes in respect for his brother. Elric crossed his arms, seeing the result of the battle. Isabel, next to him, remained silent, with the sword plunged into the ground like the cross that would be on a tombstone, Herman declared. All the mistakes and crimes committed during those chaotic times must now be buried and burned. Herman's voice reached all sides as he declared, "Never again doubt the authority of the lion, nor the pride of a falcon." His last words pleased the brothers, who came from the falcon lineage. Herman's harsh voice questioned everyone if they had understood his words. Before him, all the family warriors raised their swords and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" In a forest area, someone was running hastily, Hilton. He gasped, desperate in his escape. He didn't understand why Paul didn't use the seal he had given him. He didn't understand why he had succumbed to the knight's pride. It was then that one of the dark-eyed women emerged beside Hilton and asked him curiously, "Where are you going in such a hurry, Paul Whale?" The other woman appeared on his other side, also asking, "You boldly declared that you would make the blue lion your pawn. How did that work out for you?" Upon running into the lapis lazuli lady, the man began to stammer, but before he answered anything, both attacked him with their bare hands, putting an end to his words. The atmosphere turned somber, and one of them declared, "I didn't come to ask for your apologies." One of them told the other that all preparations had been made and asked what they would do next. The sister then ended up commenting, "We will have to settle for capturing the red lion." Passing her, fingers close to her lips, she ended up commenting, "I had to hold back the entire time." Both exhibited looks of desire when thinking about someone. Elric Merbinger. This is the first time someone has seemed so delicious to us. Both couldn't even wait for the war with the Empire to begin. Amidst their desires, they turned into smoke in the wind, disappearing without a trace. The only thing they could imagine at that moment was how much more delicious Elric could become. Oblivious to what was happening, Elric ended up looking around, frowning. Mephisto, curious, asked if he had felt something. The protagonist scratched the back of his neck, revealing, "I ended up feeling a chill, but I don't think it's anything." After Triton left, Herman turned to Elric, worriedly asking if he would be in trouble. Despite being observed from that moment on, Elric didn't care. He already expected a conflict against the Imperial family. Herman sighed and bowed his head, slightly thanking Elric. With his hand on his chest, he affirmed with honor, "Once again, in the name of our house, I offer my gratitude." The photographer's cameras were already approaching as Elric spoke. "You would have risen alone even without me, Herman." But Herman denied. "That's not true. You saved my daughter, cured my reflux disease, and personally treated me after that." Herman looked at the reporters out of the corner of his eyes, declaring, "The medicine you created accelerated my recovery beyond my expectations." Mephisto shook his head negatively. "This cunning fox. It seems he wants to make the connections you have become known to everyone." Mephisto looked at Isabel, imagining that she had planned everything. Elric suddenly heard Herman continue, "Our family's tragedy stems from my failure to name an heir." The protagonist was confused, not understanding what would come next. Herman placed his hand on Elric's shoulder, stating he had a request to make. Smiling like the midday sun, Herman declared, "I want you to become the next Blue Lion." The request was so surprising that Elric felt his soul leave his body. He froze, like a blank paper. Reporters and curious people began to gather at the entrance of the Whale family residence, blocked by guards. Will the head of the great magic family be the next Blue Lion? A wizard becoming a Blue Lion, famous for their swordsmanship? Does that make sense? One of the people closest to the gate approached it, even wearing a hood. Brian's shock was evident. Who would have imagined that Elric would accept the Blue Lion's offer? What is really going on? Suddenly, more and more flashes of photographs began to occur. One of the reporters spotted someone approaching. "Elric Merbinger is coming out. The Blue Lion is with him." Elric walked with Herman and Isabel and was bombarded with questions. "Elric, are you going to accept the Blue Lion's offer? Give us an answer." the protagonist approached the main gate of the residence, deciding to give the answer they wanted. "I have decided to inherit the position of Blue Lion." Brian sighed upon hearing Elric's decision. It was then that he proceeded with his announcement. "But this will only be to become a Blue Lion, nothing more. I will fulfill my duty not as a vassal of the Vile family, but as the head of the Merbinger house." The reporters were confused by Elric's words. It was at that moment that Herman put his hand on Elric's shoulder and stepped in front of him to explain. "The Vile family will be inherited by my daughter, Isabel." The banner of two traditional families was raised together under Herman's words. "From this day forward, the Vile house and the Merbinger house will form an alliance." Elric completed the words of his perhaps future father-in-law. "Together, we will join the subjugation army against the Red Lion." The hours of the day passed, and in the streets, people were astonished to see the march that took place under a great name. A carriage carried two small flags, blue and gold, of the Vile family and the Merbinger family, respectively. Behind the carriage followed the members of the Blue Lion troop. Whispers began among the citizens, who commented that they had heard about how determined the Blue Lion family was to wash away the humiliation it had suffered. Curious, however, a citizen pointed to a group behind the Whale family knights, asking who they were. Several people marched in silence, most of them wearing hoods. The group looked like a band of vagrant people on some kind of pilgrimage. Next to the uninformed man, someone told him, "Didn't you hear? They are those who follow the head of the Merbinger house, the group known as the War Stars." Among such people was Brian. The former examiner removed his hood, hearing what they called them. This name came from Uzdan Merbinger's title, the Megastar. Brian had great hopes. "Although our beginning may be humble, when this campaign ends, the Merbinger star shall once more shine in the eye heavens." Inside the carriage, Elric was not so excited. He felt that he was still not recognized. Herman, inside the carriage, reassured him. It's natural for them to be confused, as a wizard becoming the Blue Lion is not something they see every day. The Blue Lion, however, stated that as soon as he proved his worth as the Blue Lion, the knights would offer their loyalty of their own accord. He placed his hand on his chest, thanking Elric for accepting the proposal he made, despite the difficulties. The protagonist revealed that he had been in doubt, but accepted for one reason. He was direct. "I want to become stronger, as well as to inherit my master's Knight Chronicle." Herman and Isabel heard the desire belonging to Elric. Hearing the reason why Elric accepted the offer to join the Blue Lions did not surprise Herman. Elric began to warm up his body, excitedly asking what would come next. Herman revealed that he would need to complete the basic training that he had been postponing for so long. "As soon as you master the fundamentals, you will begin to learn something much better, my sworn brother's long-held desire." When the end of the day arrived and the sun was setting, the group stopped and set up a tent to rest. Outside, Elric talked to one of Isabel's uncles. He asked the protagonist, "You heard from Herman about the Falcon's pride, didn't you?" Upon hearing that Elric only vaguely knew about the matter, he continued, "About 20 years ago, Herman and my sworn brother discovered an ancient manual called the Falcon's Pride in the southern forests. Heyman revealed that the Falcon's Pride skill was divided into 4 volumes. As there were 4 brothers, each took one of them to study. Herman tried to master the Falcon's beak, but succumbed to reflux disease before he could complete it. Elric remembered the technique Herman used to defeat Paul Weil and imagined that this was the skill in question. Heyman continued the explanation, revealing that Russell had chosen the talons, Alan chose the eyes, while he himself studied the wings. Now they intended to pass the technique to Elric, so that he could complete the Falcon's Pride. Heyman smiled depreciatively, commenting how they themselves could not achieve such a feat, but believed that Elric would succeed. Heyman then changed his attitude. "Let's get to the first question. Among the various weapons, sword, spear, dagger, which one do you think is the supreme one?" Heyman extended his own spear to Elric, hoping that he would accept it as his main weapon. Instigated by Heyman, Elric replied, still in doubt, "Is it the spear, by any chance?" Heyman laughed like a child who won a candy. "Exactly, as expected of my nephew. The spear is the root of all weapons." Heyman laughed, while belittling the other weapons. "A sword? It is merely a fragment of a spear. A blade? The same thing with a little extra weight." Heyman was very happy to be the first to teach Elric, and tried to persuade him, "Master the spear, because when you reach its peak, all other weapons can naturally be used." After convincing Elric, Heyman stepped away, intending to demonstrate the fundamental movements. "If you can learn them, you will never need to learn another martial art again." Heyman was confident that, even for a genius like Elric, it would not be easy to learn. Those were not basic forms. That was a secret art, after all. While brandishing the spear, Haman commented to himself, a true genius must endure difficulty and fail before rising again through perseverance. Haman executed the spear art that would make Elric stumble. But he knew that as soon as the young man overcame that barrier, he would fall in love with the path of the spear. Haman was so confident that he mocked internally, "Forgive me, brothers, but what can I do? To recruit a prodigy, it is necessary to use some tricks first." Haman finished executing the spear art by spinning his weapon above his head and launching a vertical blow against the ground. With a bright smile, he asked, convinced, "What do you think?" The protagonist scratched his head, somewhat confused. "It doesn't seem easy." Haman smiled in response to the young man. "If it were easy, it wouldn't be called a martial art. It would be a mere trick." Handing the spear to Elric, Haman laughed superbly. "Martial arts must be trained and conquered step by step, like a staircase. Each step forward will take you closer to the sun." Haman then told the young man to try to repeat what he saw. Elric began by brandishing the spear forward. In his eyes, a perception made him remember the movements. Haman was surprised to see Elric repeat what he had done. Speechless, he realized that the young man's eyes for movements were incredible. Elric had memorized everything he executed after watching only once. However, Haman knew that merely imitating the movements would cause the forms of the movement to falter. Contrary to what the uncle expected, Elric's movements carried a mysterious energy created by the spear art. Haman was speechless. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Elric had already managed to demonstrate the strength of the secret art that he had spent his whole life learning. He couldn't understand how the young man managed to learn the spear art so perfectly. Mephisto laughed, seeing Haman speechless. Look at his face, what a bizarre idiot. He didn't even notice that his technique might have been completely stolen. While listening to Mephisto's mockery, he replied, "Your words are really harsh." He spun the spear above his head and finished with the vertical blow that hit the ground. With the spirit of an ancestor by his side, Elric concluded the demonstration of the spear movements. "Well, necromancy is one of my abilities after all." Mephisto shook his head in denial, cursing, "Damn, Merbinger, your words are as sharp as your magic." Elric allowed the phantom to retreat. He felt that this phantom had reached an exceptional level in spear techniques while alive. Elric never imagined that the North Wind possessed such a function. The protagonist learned about the North Wind's abilities recently when he began learning swordsmanship with Herman. Herman, like Haman, brandished his weapon, demonstrating his technique. The sword Herman carried dragged the wind with it, creating whirlwinds. Herman's demonstration alone was powerful enough to force Elric to protect himself. Herman also stated that before Elric mastered the falcon's beak, he would need to learn a sword technique. Being a novice, Elric placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, laughing nervously as he felt it would be difficult. Herman reassured him, "It won't be easy, but if you learn it, it will guide you to a world of exceptional swordsmanship." Elric held the sword firmly, using both hands. He believed that with enough repetitions, he would be able to execute the movements. Before brandishing the sword, the North Wind symbol on Elric's arm glowed. A phantom's voice emerged in his ear. "One step to the right." Elric did as the voice instructed and placed his foot further to the right. He was still confused, wondering if the phantom was indicating the direction he should take. The phantom continued to speak, teaching Elric the necessary movements. Left to the side, diagonal in line. Herman, who did not see or hear the phantoms, watched Elric's movement with an impressed smile. Now, after executing the spear skills, Elric commented to Mephisto, "You were right. The phantoms Otto left behind truly were excellent warriors in their lives." Mephisto irritably commented, "Still, they are nothing more than thoughts without true consciousness. They won't be able to show you anything new." Elric, however, didn't care, because if they could guide him on a shorter path to his destination, that would be more than enough. Changing the subject, Mephisto mocked, "Give that person a bib immediately." Elric turned his face, seeing that Haman was drooling while still in disbelief at the movements he perfectly replicated. Night quickly fell, and a small meeting took place in Herman's tent. The Blue Lion was with his daughter, and they talked, sitting at the table. "It seems Elric has truly surpassed what I expected. He can reach the falcon's spirit much faster than I anticipated." Isabel was surprised and asked if it was really that much. Herman confirmed, "Yes. Elric's understanding of swordsmanship is impressive, and his talent is extraordinary. I heard that the Merbinger house balanced intellect and martial skills, but he exceeds the rumors." Herman was sure that Elric would perfectly train the falcon's spirit and surpass even the Golden Lion. Hearing her father's words, Isabel faced him with a frown. She crossed her arms, jealous. "Everyone only praises Elric. Everything is Elric, Elric, Elric. It's exciting, but a little disheartening. Some of us spend all day with paperwork and are not recognized." Herman was surprised and ended up stammering, That is not true. Everyone knows how hard you work. They just don't say it so loudly, but everyone is really grateful, Isabel sighed, turning her face. Right, but that sounds like a forced excuse to me. It was then that something her father said reached Isabel's ears. Elric actually personally told me to take care of you. Isabel jumped over the table excitedly, startling her father as she shouted, "He said that?" Herman felt that something was wrong. His daughter never listened to him when he said something, but when he mentioned Elric, she completely changed. Isabel returned to her chair and, avoiding blushing, cleared her throat. She quickly changed the subject. "Do you plan to leave the knights as they are?" Herman revealed that yes, for now. He didn't want to interfere. It depended on whether Elric pleased the knights. He will decide whether to continue carrying the family name or exclude it from the Blue Lion forces he is building. Herman smiled at his daughter, showing that he was not worried, and he knew that she wasn't either. Isabel ended up smiling back, commenting, "As expected, I can't hide anything from you, father." Isabel then stood up and warned, "I don't plan to simply stand by and watch." Before Isabel left the tent, Herman repeated, "I will not intervene in this matter." Isabel opened the tent curtain and, with a smile, affirmed that that was already enough for her. With his daughter's departure, Herman sighed. He knew that, at the end of the war, it was likely that some dissatisfied people would resign. It seems that the change between generations is finally about to happen. The journey seemed to make time fly. 10 days passed quickly. Elric looked out the window and saw that they had finally arrived at their destination. From where they were, they could see the headquarters of the Patriarchal Expeditionary Forces above the trees. Huge walls surrounded the tents where the army trained. A Blue Lion Knight galloped alongside the carriage. He raised his hand, ordering, "Raise the flags!" Immediately, the flags of the Merbinger and Whale houses were raised. Since his grandfather Usden had closed his eyes and the Merbinger house declined, Elric no longer saw his house's crest displayed publicly. On the crest there was a book representing knowledge and magic. Holding it was an owl, symbolizing a wizard in search of the truth. Just as the owl opens its eyes in the darkness of the night and perceives the world, the Merbingers also swore to penetrate the darkness of the unknown and the irrational in search of truth and reason. Elric knew very well the meaning behind his house's flag, which was now powerfully waving in the wind. When the carriage approached the entrance gate, 2 rows of knights awaited it on both sides of the road. In front of the gate, there was someone of important appearance. Herman got out of the carriage, and his brothers followed him. They walked among the men wearing masks and proceeded towards the man who spoke. "You have traveled a long way. Thank you for your efforts, Blue Lion." He was none other than the Crown Prince. Herman did not expect the young man to personally welcome him. The prince walked with a smile, commenting, "You once saved my life, don't you remember? I came to repay that debt, even if just a little." Looking around, the prince commented that he didn't see Isabel, and soon imagined, given the circumstances and the place, you must have decided not to bring your daughter. The 3 brothers accompanying Herman were irritated by the disrespectful tone of voice the prince used. One of them even thought about teaching him a lesson, but was prevented by the looks of the other 2. Herman responded to the prince, "My daughter is my successor and the future heir to my title, so of course she would be with me, your highness." Surprised, the prince quickly asked where Isabel was. "It's been a while since I last saw her. I would like to greet her." Herman avoided any conflict and responded with humility. "Indeed, it would have been appropriate for her to greet your highness. Personally, the fault is mine. I saw her not long ago with the patriarch of the Merbinger house." Upon hearing Herman's words about Elric, the prince gritted his teeth to the point of his veins bulging. The door of one of the carriages was opened. Herman then saw his daughter descend. He and his brothers, however, were shocked to the point of their faces darkening. Isabel, upon descending from the carriage, displayed a flushed face. Soon after Isabel, another person descended from the carriage. Elric followed right after her, and everyone could see the lipstick mark on his neck. It was evident that Isabel had kissed him. There, when everyone saw the kiss mark, a silence settled. Wherever they looked, there were people with dropped jaws. The prince remained silent, but his men could see the dissatisfaction in his gaze. Mephisto immediately started laughing. He accompanied Elric while mocking. Irritated, Elric questioned the King of Sin what was so funny to him. Even Mephisto ended up blushing when he remembered what happened, and joked, "So this is how you're going to end up getting married?" Mephisto pointed to the people before them. The prince's guards were sweating profoundly, knowing his highness's temper. Elric had caused a major problem in broad daylight and, yet, was not even thinking about taking responsibility. The protagonist brought his hand to his face, hiding his shyness. Earlier, inside the carriage, after Herman got off, Isabel asked Elric if she could ask him a favor. Curious, Elric asked what she wanted. Isabel lowered her head, her gaze somber as she revealed, "I no longer want want to have any relation with the crown prince. She squeezed her hands deeply as she continued. A long time has passed since we annulled our engagement, but still, people continue to whisper behind my back. That is something I find disgusting. Isabel revealed that she thought by focusing on work, everyone would eventually forget the matter, but instead, people began to interpret that she was desperately trying to forget the prince. Elric listened to Isabel's outburst attentively until she stated, "I want to break these chains once and for all." Apprehensively, Isabel affirmed that Elric could refuse to help her if he thought it would be problematic. The protagonist, however, contradicted her concern. "No, if you need help, I will help you with whatever is necessary. Tell me, what do I need to do?" At that moment, Isabel completely blushed, her face red as a tomato. She gathered her courage and stood up, approaching Elric. Upon seeing Isabel approach, he became tense. The protagonist was sweating profusely. Even his pendant, something inanimate, became anxious. After getting out of the carriage, the two stood together, and Isabel straightened his clothes. Elric knew that this would become the biggest scandal in the social world. He could see gigantic irritation on the crown prince's face, and that ended up cheering him up a little. Mephisto, who knew that the kiss had been staged, mocked. "By his expression, it looks like he thinks something actually happened." The crown prince turned away irritably, heading back inside the training camp. Mephisto, upon seeing him leave, started provoking Elric again. "I didn't expect her to suddenly grab you by the collar and kiss you. At that moment, your face must have been more or less like this." Mephisto mimicked the expression Elric had made at that moment. Flushed, he looked upwards, completely astonished, his mouth open, showing he was speechless. The entire expression was that of someone paralyzed by interacting with a woman for the first time. Elric became annoyed with Mephisto. "I wasn't like that," but Mephisto was sure of what he had seen. "You were exactly like that, as if it were your first time kissing a woman." The protagonist fell silent, his gaze somber. This drew Mephisto's curiosity. Nothing escaped the original king of sin. "Ah, so it's true. I understand now." Mephisto laughed, expending all the air in his lungs. "Ha ha ha. So much arrogance, only for the great head of the Merbinger house to turn out to be an idiot in romance who has never even held a woman's hand." Suddenly, Isabel noticed that a flame completely covered Elric's body. He seemed extremely irritated by something unknown. Sometime later, while the Merbinger and Weil house flags continued to wave, now under the light of the setting sun, Elric commented to Mephisto, "I can't believe they assigned us to a camp so close to the Winds family. They must be telling us to throw ourselves into the war." Mephisto already recognized such blatant plans. According to a map they had, from where they were, the paths to nearby residences were not that long. The protagonist, having spent the day at the camp, ended up commenting, "It's hard to believe that the next leader of the Empire is such a pathetic man." Mephisto was quite grateful to Elric. "Well, thanks to what you did, we avoided being stationed with those lions." Elric ended up revealing that part of the reason for agreeing to Isabel's plan was because it would keep him away from the members of the Whale House. Despite being sent to dangerous front lines, Elric believed that this worked in his favor. "The more we can combat the Crown Prince's interference, the more my reputation will grow." Although this was true, Mephisto still wanted to know if the soldiers who ended up following Elric were trustworthy. The protagonist ended up looking around towards the group. Several people, those who had followed him, were arguing. They couldn't even work together to set up a tent. Despite the arguments, they somehow succeeded. Elric ended up sighing. The difference in skill compared to the Whale House Knights is significant. Mephisto, however, commented that, thanks to a certain person, things were going smoother than expected. Brian had somehow taken the leadership of the group and instructed them on how to do things. Elric ended up remembering Brian, the Magus license examiner. He used to be in an organization, so for Elric, it made sense that he knew how to stabilize social structures. Mephisto looked to the other side, watching who was taking care of the discipline. A powerful knight, marked by battles named Ate, used his large body to intimidate. "Hey, are you kidding? Can't you see that everyone is working? If you're going to act like that, go away." Elric believed that if Brian was handling the strategy, Ate must be the true leader of the group. Elric internally thanked the two for making things smooth. Still, it was too early to take the Warstar group into a real battle. He knew that if he took people without proper training, or without trust built among themselves, casualties would only happen one after another. Mephisto already imagined how things would happen. Those who couldn't handle the pressure would leave after a few battles. The remaining people would become stronger, so there was no reason to worry. Elric, however, had a strong opinion. "I don't want to strengthen a unit through sacrificed lives." Frowning, Elric wondered if there was a better way to do this. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone excitedly call him, "Elric Merbinger, my dear friend." The protagonist was surprised to hear the voice. Why is he here? The fourth prince, Cromhel, walked towards him, followed by some knights in full armor. To think that I would meet you again. What a delight. Upon seeing the Black Lion, Prince Cromhel, the people in the Warstar group became apprehensive. Some had heard rumors that the prince and Russell were close to each other, but did not expect the prince to personally visit Elric. Unexpectedly, the prince hugged Elric while whispering in his ear, I knew you weren't normal, but I never expected you to do something so insane in front of the crown prince. The protagonist responded simply, stating that things just happened. Cromhel stepped away from Elric and held him, worriedly. Why are you acting so distant? Didn't we agree to be friends? Elric ended up reminding the prince that there were many people watching them. The fourth prince took advantage of Elric's words to provoke him. You know that, and yet you acted that way in front of my brother? Since it was useless to try to argue with Cromhel, the protagonist followed his words. Well, then should we treat each other as friends? This made the fourth prince smile, satisfied. Of course, this is not an official environment, so there's no need for excessive formalities. The fourth prince looked around, asked if all those people had followed Elric, and affirmed, if they are your friends, they can be my friends too. The prince clapped his hands twice, stating, when friends meet, isn't it normal to greet each other appropriately? The fourth prince walked towards the group, drawing their attention. I know everyone is busy, but take a moment to drink together. You must be exhausted from the journey. A barrel was brought to the fourth prince, who, with a smile, showed it as a gift. Drinking a little should wash away the fatigue you are feeling. The whole group shouted excitedly, praising, Long live the prince. Elric understood Cromhel's actions. He drew so much attention to improve his reputation. But Cromhel was also there to warn the crown prince that Elric was under his protection. In a way, the protagonist smiled, grateful for the help